not going anywhere. We've locked the doors now that you're here. That's it, we're keeping you. Now, I do urge you to jump ahead and have a little look at what else we have got. The reason being is we can get incredibly busy during these hours, and that's before we've even got anybody demonstrating what you can do with these fabulous items. So do have a little look. We've got some brand new colourways, we've got some brand new bundles, an incredible 5-kilogram bundle of cardstock and a whole variety of different things. Some fabulous craft card as well. So I will tell you about everything as the hour goes on. But we're kicking things off with a brand new item. Now, bear in mind the prices during the happy hour are just valid for this hour and this hour only. So that £7 saving you can see on our first item will disappear when we get to 8 o'clock. But this is a brand new today. Now, you might look at this one and you think, oh, this looks a little bit familiar. We've seen the designs before, but the colourway with this one, Karen, is different to the original one.
It is, yes. Yes, the original one was, it was a pink, but now it's more of a baby pink.
It is, yeah. It's got a little bit paler to it, isn't it?
You can't see the difference until you put them against each other, but
exactly.
This is really, really baby pink.
There you go. So if I put the two polka dots close to each other, you can see they're absolutely beautiful. We're looking at cardstock here, and you're looking at 80 sheets for £12.99. How amazing is that? And you've got some brilliant different ways you're going to be able to use this. I love this. Now, each one of these boxes, Karen, you were telling me, was just done out of an A4 sheet.
It's done out of an A4 sheet. So the first one, starting with the first one, all I've done is the depth of 1/2 inch, 1, 1.5, 2, 2.5, yeah. So each one's just got a different depth, and they're from, I cut the sheet down to 8x8 for the pink ones.
Wow.
And the blue ones are just a full A4 sheet.
Brilliant. So it could be that you're using your pattern cardstock for the top, using an A4 sheet, and then just a plain cardstock for the base?
Yeah,
again,
I've used
A4?
the plain cardstock out of there for the base as well.
Love it. Absolutely fabulous. So just one little way that you could be using this. Karen's going to be showing us many more ways, but if you want to get involved, as many of you are already, then just £12.99. It's a beauty. I mean, we're calling it baby pink, but it's kind of like a bit of a dusty pink, a very pale dusty pink. So please don't think it's only for babies. So yeah, anybody of any age would be pleased to receive anything that's popped in a little box created with this. So 105389 if you fancy getting hold of that one. But if we've got the pink, naturally we will see the blue coming along. And again, similar sort of situation with this one. The blue has changed slightly with regards to colourway as well. So if I bring this one in there, it might be a bit tricky for me to actually find the polka dot. There we go. You can see there, just alongside there, again, a paler version being the original, but this one, you've got that gorgeous blue. I like that one. That's almost like a chambray blue. Love that one. Again, similarly, you've got your 80 sheets, 300 GSM. And Karen, you've been busy again. My goodness, look at this for a masterpiece. Amazing. Showing off that you can obviously use it for the boxes, but die cutting as well.
Yeah, die cutting, putting the boxes together. And if you just have a look underneath, Hayley,
okay,
there's a little price on there. It's if you just in pencil, I worked it out how much that actually cost me to make.
Oh, really?
On the pricing of it.
£3.60, is that something like that? I can't see from there. Yeah, £3.60. Cost £3.60 to make. I love that. Now, if you're liking the polka dot ribbon, we can help you with that as well. And I think it's a natural that you go for the polka dot ribbon that we've got, because it is going to work so well alongside that cardstock. But a beautiful blue tone again, and of course working all your way down, just £12.99. Absolutely beautiful. And it is very sturdy. I mean, those flowers, incredibly sturdy. And that's kind of the bit that often gets damaged in the kind of transportation, isn't it?
Yeah, my idea on that one was if you're doing a nice, like, Christmas gift or birthday gift, and you've got different, like a scarf and different presents.
Yes.
And it makes a lovely centrepiece.
Amazing.
You can imagine walking in somebody's birthday party with that, and it'd be like...
And you put it on that table where everybody else has put like their gift vouchers.
Yeah.
And you're there, you just put that in the middle. Absolutely beautiful.
Doesn't have to be anything in it, just wrapped.
Yeah, just boxes. Now, if you fancy getting hold of your cardstock and you want to go for that lovely baby blue, then there you go, 485023. Incidentally, if you like the idea and the prints that we're seeing so far with the pink and the blue, we have got other colourways we're going to be sharing with you in a little while, but these are the brand new ones. Happy hour deal means that £7 saving will disappear, so take advantage while you you can. And if you're wanting to double up, then you can do. That's not a problem. It's not limited to one per customer. You can go for as many of those as you like. Now, if you want something a bit more of a kind of dusky pink, a deeper tone pink, then this is definitely the set for you. Again, it's another one that I would add in, because don't forget, the polka dots are the same size, the spacing is the same size. So if you're wanting to utilise 2 cardstocks within one project, it's quite tricky to actually get those to marry up perfectly. But you've got that with all of these. So I would certainly suggest to go for as many of the sets as you can. And again, it's cardstock. So that means if you're wanting to make things like your gift bags, you can do that very, very easy. I mean, this is so sturdy.
It's made from 2 sheets of A4, that's including the handles, and then the decoration on the front was just a little bit more. But yes, it's beautiful cardstock. It creases really, really nice, no cracking, and it's really, really sturdy. Now,
you've got your finer polka dot. I'm not going to keep that on the screen for too long because it makes your eyes go a bit giddy. But your card bases as well. I mean, this is brilliant. So are these kind of like positives and negatives?
Yeah, just matting and layering with them, and just using the die to cut out the centre bits. Yeah, just showing how they go together.
This is amazing. 300 GSM. So we're talking about card bases, substantial card bases. You think about the embellishments that you put on there. The last thing that what you want is for your card to kind of buckle and bow, or get what I call those kind of on ice legs. I can't name the little character that sits on ice, or tries to stand up on the ice, should I say, and slips and slides all over the place and goes all kind of bendy-legged. Well, you're not going to get that with this particular cardstock. And it's not just for your cards. Think about your memory albums, think about your boxes, your bags, anything where you want a substantial weight cardstock, then this is the one for you. And you don't have to use it for all your mats and layers if you don't want to. If you want to be a bit like me and you're a bit frugal and keeping it for your bases and then using other things for your mats and layers, then you can do. But you're getting 80 sheets there in total. We've had an email. Somebody else is awake with us. We're not the only ones, Karen.
Wow.
That's good to know. Good morning, Sam. And Sam's emailed in here saying, I had to write to say that I love Jelly Bean cardstock, especially the pattern collections, as they all coordinate fantastically well together and great quality. Wow, the baby blue cake sample. Isn't it amazing? I know. I have a great show and looking forward to Karen's demos. Me as well, Sam. And I think exactly as you said there, Sam, you know that if you're going for the baby pink alongside the dusky pink or the blue or the grey or whichever colour you're going for, the polka dots, like I say, same size, the stripes the same size, so you can cross-pollinate and they look perfect. Thank you for your email, Sam. Any more of those, then do get in touch, studio@thecraftstore.com. So let me leave those details with you for that gorgeous pink there. £12.99 again, £7 savings, 091619. But again, these prices are going to go up when we get to the top of the hour at 8 o'clock, so make sure you get involved quick. Now, returning favourites, and we've seen a little bit of this with the cake a few moments ago, the polka dot ribbon. You have to go for this if you're going for any of the card packs, because this is absolutely spot on and beautiful. 14 reels for £14.99, Karen.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, definitely. Absolutely. It's just over £1 a reel, isn't it? But
amazing.
It is good quality. There is there are some satin and there are some grosgrain, and it's all spotted. You will get 14 different colours.
Okay.
Colours will vary.
Yeah.
But absolutely beautiful. I know that Gavin gave me just a few of them, and it's like it's going on for ages and ages and ages. It's so much there. So
wonderful. Now, obviously, we'll try and keep it as close as we can to the bundle that you're looking on the screen there. We've got it down just as an assortment. We haven't got anything to say that contents may vary with this one, so we're assuming it's going to be the same as this, but obviously Karen's just said potentially it could be a little bit different. But either way, you're getting the quality, you're getting the polka dots, because that's what it says on the label, so you know for definite you're going to get that. And there's just so many different ideas. I mean, here you've got some wonderful little ideas. Some of these are using different styles, so things like ginghams and solid tones, but again, just for inspirational ideas. Love this little hairbands there. Jimmy, our director, likes that one. I could just see him wearing that. He's wearing a lovely sky blue today, so I'm sure that would work with that one. Deeper tones. I love this. Ruffles to go on little bands as well. And of course, often the kind of the green tones, parts of school uniforms. Oh, this is a nice one. I like that. That's fancy.
that's quite very, very easy to make.
Really?
You just need a glue gun to
It looks
to
very
make that,
complicated.
yeah.
And I have to say, this is going to be Katie's favourite, because I know Katie of old. You are going to love this. That is Katie. Look at that. It's a little hair clip. How adorable is that? There you go. Absolutely adorable. You need to buy this polka dot ribbon and you can make people like me. So yeah, there you go. Sorry, a bit carried away. It's very early. 767 345. If you fancy getting involved with it. Oh, I found a little. Oh, what's this one? Oh no, it's like a little cross. I thought it was another little animal. So yes, 767 345. Just $14.99 as well. You'll find these on the website with everything else that we've been chatting about as well, incidentally as well. So what else can I tell you about? Well, more of that beautiful cardstock. Again, the same prints with these, but a different colour. A beautiful kind of lavender tone with this one. Again, 80 sheets, again, a 300 GSM. With this one, you are saving £16, bringing it down to just £13.99. Again, Karen, I mean, it doesn't need anything saying, does it? It's just quality through and through.
No, it's good quality cardstock. It's all smooth. You can ink blend onto it. You can stamp onto it, add to it, but absolutely gorgeous. It's one that you will always go back to use. Yes, it's got the colourings and you can mix and match, and you can do different things with making spots and stripes. You can make it as vivid as you want or as subtle as you want to.
Well, this is it.
Absolutely amazing for box making, bag making, but also great for standalone.
Definitely. And I think the beauty of a nice gift box, I mean, it doesn't matter what's inside it, like you said before. It could be that maybe you're having to buy an economical priced present. Maybe it's a little bottle of bubble bath from the supermarket.
Yes.
Pop it in there and all of a sudden it becomes like a pamper kit, doesn't it? Because it's setting off the luxury feel straight away with the package in there. And I think it's one of those ways that kind of gets the recipient excited before they even open it. Absolutely fabulous. So if you're wanting yours, 716-513, and that's for your beautiful lilac. Again, it works so well with the others. So again, if you can afford to go for more than one set, or maybe you've gone for some of these previously like Sam has, and you're kind of adding and padding out your selection, everything works beautifully together. Now, a colour tone that works so well across all genres, all ages, is great. And this is an absolutely brilliant bundle. Again, a similar sort of idea to the cardstock that we're looking at. Some of them are slightly different with regards to these, but again, similarly, you have got the same size polka dots that we were just looking at with the lilac a few moments ago. You've got your check in there as well. You've got your almost like a cotton ticking look with the stripe that you can see there. And again, there is so much that you can do with this one. $12.99 being the price on this one. And again, you are getting 100 sheets. This is a brilliant one. Have a look at this. That is beautiful. Again, the stability that you've got there with your card making your boxes. I must admit, these two colours, I wouldn't automatically think of putting the two together, kind of like that brownie tone along with the grey, but it works.
It's the subtle rural look, isn't it? Yeah,
definitely. Yeah. Definitely that kind of organic feel to it. I love it. There you go. Another way of using those, using your die cuts, making little milk cartons with those. Your boxes, just like the boxes that Karen was showing with us, showing you can die cut this even down to your smallest, finer detail. Don't throw anything away, because even those smallest pieces you are going to be using. And again, naturally, it is perfect for things like your card bases, as you can see with these. Absolutely beautiful, coming right the way through. Show you that black cardstock in just a few moments as well. Love the monotone look, because sometimes the monotone look kind of drops back when you've got your main focal feature, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Or maybe you've got the strength of the sentiment or the meaning that you're wanting to get along with the project. Well, there you go. Or perhaps you're wanting to create some fabulous bunting, because you're probably spotted behind me. We've got this fabulous bunting created using it. This is where I need to... Hold on, let me just get... There you go. Have a little look at this. It is fabulous. So you can imagine creating this for any birthday or any celebration. I mean, it's going to look amazing. Karen, I love this.
It's been going quite a while, that one. It's a good 6 months old, and it comes out faithfully. So it shows you that the cardstock is it's well wearing. It wears well, and it withstands being dragged up and down the country.
Isn't it amazing? Absolutely amazing. So if you wanted to get hold of yours, then please do so. Oh, gosh, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, it's too early.
It's too early. It's too early to be bending and stretching.
Too early to be bending over like that. So there you go. If you want the details are there on your screen. 331-310, just £12.99. Brilliant quality again, in abundance. Now, obviously, one of the ways for you to extend the usability of any of those fabulous card packs that we've just been sharing is to bring in a solid cardstock, and we've got some cracking ones for you. Love this one, the chocolate brown, absolutely beautiful. But have a look at this. 550 GSM. My goodness, this is almost like board.
It is board, but it cuts on a guillotine and a rotary cutter. But it is construction weight.
Yes, definitely.
It does fold and bend, and you can make boxes from them.
Nice.
I would suggest that when you are scoring it, you do it a couple of times.
Okay.
Likely, don't go straight in and try and score it.
Kind of do it on both sides as well.
I would do it on both sides, break both fibres, but. As you know, like when you're ironing, you go over it a couple of times to make sure you don't push straight on.
Yeah.
Just break the fibres gently, and it folds beautifully.
It's absolutely brilliant. I mean, using it alongside any of the different cards. I'm just going to grab some of that Dusky Pink, because Dusky Pink, sometimes I think alongside black doesn't always work, because black's quite a strong, almost cold colour sometimes. But look at that dark brown alongside those beautiful Dusky Pinks that we saw earlier on. It's just the right tone to work alongside that one. So do make sure you're popping that one into your basket. Again, perfect for your boxes. Maybe your box base, and then you're using your beautiful card that we've just been looking at as the lid, if you're wanting to. Well, just £9.99 is going to get you 60 sheets of that there. £3.99 at 680. Brilliant value for me. You're saving a tenner on that one, but only if you're ordering it during this happy hour. So get in your basket, get your basket checked out before 8 AM to take advantage of that price. Now, another fabulous bundle that we've got is your solid black. And of course, your black's going to work with many, many colours. It works with anything, to be honest. It's just sometimes you get kind of more of a contemporary look when you're working with it. Now, this one, slightly lighter weight than the one that we've just been looking at 190 GSM. You're getting 100 sheets of this one. Naturally, I mean, we saw some fabulous finished samples there with the grey, but I mean, it's perfect for your matting and layering, this one.
Perfect for matting and layering. It's yes, definitely. We like to when we're making cards and we're making projects, we tend to use a lot of black to actually make it pop.
Definitely.
But sometimes we put too much weight into whatever we're sending because we use a thicker cardstock.
Yes.
If you use that to do all your making it pop, it doesn't add too much weight, but it's a good matting and layering cardstock without adding the weight, but not a base.
Brilliant for your kind of lacy detail as well. So if you are wanting to cut things out, we've got a lot of intricacy in there. But a good solid cardstock to have within your stash. So there you go. If you fancy creating any of these projects or getting inspiration from lovely Karen, then just £9.99, less than a tenner for all of those sheets. 100 sheets in total. Brilliant value for money. So make sure you are popping that one into your basket as well. 522258. Now, I mentioned a bumper bundle, 5 kilos worth of cardstock. We're not talking about little kind of twiddly bits. We're looking at substantial pieces of cards with these, and a fabulous variety as well, Karen.
It certainly is, yes. So you've got your red, your black, your white and your brown already in. You've got a kilo of all of them, and then you get a kilo of mixture.
Love it. And you're getting what we're seeing here, so there's no surprises.
The mixture it can be different.
Okay.
But you've got the brown, the black, the white, and the red. You will definitely get what you see there. But the mixture can be different. It's got mirror card in it, different ones. But there's definitely 5 kilo in each box.
Love it. And you've got some of the ones that we've just looked at, the 500 GSM. You've got elements in there. You've got some pearlescent cardstock, as you can see there as well. £11.99. Now, I'm just holding up a soupçon, just a little bit to tempt you. But have a look at what you're getting. A huge bundle here. And it's nice as well because it's all pre-cut. And I know some of our viewers, like me, struggle to cut a straight line. So having it all done for you is brilliant. And some of these, I mean, you can be using some of these in kind of like little card bases, little toppers, as you can see with regards to these. Absolutely beautiful. You've got kind of your glitter element with these. Oh, voice just went very funny then. I'm not quite sure what happened then. But you can see there, that gorgeous glittery content. And again, pieces that could be quite easy scored and folded and turned into your card bases, like the black pieces that you've got here. Really good bundle. It's a popular one. Lots of you taking advantage of these. I mean, it's only £11.99. You've got an £8 saving on this one. Now, can I make a request? If you're not a Freedom member already, please do consider becoming a Freedom member for this hour. Even if it's only a case of it's for this hour and you cancel it in a month's time. The reason being is, have a look at this one. £11.99. Phenomenal price. £4.95 post and packing. Do we really want to be paying that? Well, if you're not a Freedom member already, then that's what you would be paying. But even if you are becoming a Freedom member, Freedom membership is going to be £7.97. So it's only an extra couple of pounds more than your post and packing you were planning on paying. Means that you can add other bits into your basket, but it also means for the whole calendar month you don't have to pay post and packing for anything else. So even if you're only placing one other order in the calendar month, that Freedom membership will pay for itself. Anything else on top of that is a bonus, and that means bonuses of discounts, bonuses of your post and packing for future orders in the month as well. So do consider that, and you can tick the box as you're checking out your basket to take advantage. It's one of my bugbears, post and packing. I don't like paying post and packing if I can avoid it. So the details are there, 150521. It's been a popular bundle. We had good quantities of these, and already 20% of the stock has gone. So there you go. If I give you those details on your screen, 150521, that's all that you need. 38 minutes left for you to take advantage of these deals, so do make sure that you are taking advantage. There's a couple of other little bits to share with you. We're going to head over to Karen in a moment, but check out this craft card. Now, this is a new style of craft card that we're seeing from Jelly Bean Crafts. You're getting 100 sheets, 285 GSM, and £9.99. Absolute bargain. If you've gone for that 500 GSM kind of chocolate brown card, please do yourself a favour, get hold of this and add in that dusky pink as well. All three of those come together absolutely beautifully. It's me doing my personal shopping bit as well. I've also got some craft card envelopes and little cards as well, so it might be worth having a look at those because they will work alongside them as well. So actually, let's show you them, shall we? Go on then. Here you go then. The details popping up on your screen now for these. So these are, if you're wanting to go for your cards and your envelopes, here you go. The details popping up here, and there you go. Perfectly going to coordinate with that chocolate brown again. £9.99, less than a tenner. 100 sets, not 100 items, because sometimes you can see that it says 100 items and it means you're only actually getting 50 cards and envelopes. With this you're getting 100 sets, so perfect for any celebration. If you're going down that organic route of style, then definitely get these. 328681 if you are wanting them. Can I squeeze another little one in? Go on. I need to squeeze this one because it's kind of going to keep the whole show together, to be honest. Three little bottles here, as you can see, of your full strength glue. This is your PVA. Karen will be working with this throughout for bags, for boxes, for Latin Lane, for everything. £11.99 if you're wanting to get hold of that. Any questions, any contribution to the show you'd like to make, then get in touch, studio@thecraftstore.com. But Karen, we're going to come over to you for your first demonstration. And you said you were going to make one of those bags.
I'm going to make a little bag from one sheet of A4. So all I've actually done is I've cut a little strip off the edge, about 3/4 of an inch off the edge of it, and then I'm going to fold that in half, and hopefully we will have that as handles. No, that doesn't look very well for handles, does it? So what we will do is we will cut another 3/4 of an inch off. So I'm not measuring, I'm just going to take the bit that I cut off and make sure that goes up to my part there. We don't need to mess about measuring.
Kind of be a bit kind of, well, that looks ish.
I
like ishes when I'm measuring.
Yeah, put it together and yeah, it's pretty-ish. One's a bit bigger than other, but hey ho. So we're going to have two nice little bags like little handles like that. We're going to do a really, really tiny gift bag. So I'm not doing any measuring or anything. Just cut a little bit off. And I will need to do a little bit of measuring. So here we've got an A4 and it's 11 3/4 inches. Okay. I'm going to pretend that it's 11 inches and my halfway mark is going to be 5.5. It's
easier to work out.
It's easier to work out. So on the 5.5, I'm going to make a mark, and I know that that's like halfway that side is the same as that. I'm going to make a mark at 11.
Wonderful.
And in effect, what we're actually doing is we're making that size the same size as that size. This little bit that you've got here is going to be a bit that you stick.
Perfect. Lovely. Okay.
And then,
just while you're doing that, can I very quickly give you guys an update? One of the most popular items has been that pink that you're working with, along with the baby blue, but the grey as well. Now, the grey is key that I mention this because we have the least stock of the grey. So, with regards to this one, if you're wanting the grey, you need to be quick. 30% of the stock has gone. So, I thought I'd best mention it because I'd hate for us to get to the end of the show and then by the time I do my recap, you find that you could miss out on it. So, don't forget, everything coordinates perfectly, and in fact, it works beautifully with that baby pink as well, because the baby pink has kind of got a bit of a duskiness to it. So if you're wanting to get hold of this particular set, then the details are there, £12.99. You can see how that cool grey works alongside it beautifully. And that is the grey, 331310. But if you're wanting the baby pink that Karen's working with, the details are at the bottom of your screen.
wonderful. Wonderful. So we've got 2 equal parts. This is, I would say that this will give you the, if you can get 2 equal parts and a little bit that goes over, you can't go far wrong.
Okay.
We need to have 2 sides and a bottom. Now the idea with a bag made out of card is the sides, each side should measure the same as the bottom.
Oh,
as long as you make those measurements the same, then the box will. It's half a box in effect.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It will go together.
I never really thought about it, but yes.
We'll have a nice little long one. So we're going to score at 2.
Okay.
And then we would do the half mark, which is we've already decided half of the A4, and then we're going to score at 2 again. So we're on 5.5. Add 2 makes it 7.5, and that would be all that you needed to do. So this one and this one need to be the same.
Right.
This one and this one need to be the same.
Okay, got you.
Then you turn it 90 degrees clockwise.
Okay.
And then just score the same size as this one down to 2 there.
So you've got to kind of look out for the square in the corner, really, and then you know that you've done it right.
Square in the corner.
Okay.
Pop that on one side, and I'll just reiterate, this one and this one, the first and the third will be the same, but also will the one be along the bottom.
Lovely.
And then these 2 will be the same. Now, all we need to do is we're going to cut into there, and we're going to make this a little tab.
Okay.
I've not done the bits down the middle yet, but once I've cut the tabs, I will bring the scoreboard back in and show you what I mean by cutting down, having an extra score. You could have it as just as a square box with no score down the middle, or you can turn it more to a bag by doing it. Just going to go back to the scoreboard. And then we're going to cut this little bit off. Now the bottom right hand corner, you're going to need to chop off.
Okay.
So if I just, these are going to be the bits that go to the bottom, and these are going to be your bags. Let's bring the scoreboard in, because what we do need is a little bit of a score to make the bag give a little bit.
If I just make it in those fibres break again, isn't it?
Yes, just to give a little bit so that you can make it more of a bag rather than a box.
Very nice.
As such. And because we know what we've measured, we've taken a measurement, and you'll just go down half that measurement and then choose a little part where you don't want to.
Oh, I see. It's the little V that's at the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, what you can see, that if you want to go one step further, you see that we've cut into these here.
Yeah.
If we fold these up, these 2 bits up, and on your scoreboard you draw a line, and you've got a line, have one coloured.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Have one coloured. You can go down the line, you know that you're in that groove, turn it to the sides, lift that up, and you're going to do a corner down to the corner part. Go back in, go back up with your score tool, turn it the other way, and you've got a little triangle. Same with this one. This gives you more of a a professional, I would say professional finish, or
Yes.
it doesn't crease it as if you didn't do it.
Wrinkling, do you, when you actually
That's it. That's
fold
it. It gives you a little bit to a little bit of more movement.
It does. Just very, very quickly, just as Karen's put those score lines in place, the grey. Oh my goodness. I needed to give you an update with regards to this one. Now, the details are going to pop up on your screen. The grey, half of the stock has gone now. So, yeah, if this is one that's in your kind of your mindset, you're wanting to get hold of it, do not leave it too long. So, two things that you need to bear in mind. This one, a particular bundle, we've got least stock of with regards to the actual quantities, the physical quantities that we've got. But also, you've got to keep an eye on the time as well. It's 7:30 this morning. I know lots of you join us around this time. So if you have joined us, you've just got half an hour to take advantage of all the happy hour prices that we've got with you. This has proved to be one of the most popular items during the course of the hour. And 100 sheets, 300... Is it 300 GSM with this one as well? I'm not entirely sure with this one. Oh, it's paper and card in this one, so you've got a nice mix in this one. So £12.99. You've got some 300 GSM in there, some of you lighter weight papers as well, and yeah, slightly different prints with some of those as well. That's right, because you kind of got that check in there as well. So 331-310 if you're wanting that particular one. So Karen,
so we've done
new today this particular colour.
We've put that there, and we've got this little bit here. Now, if you can get your bone folder or whatever, if you just work it in, and it's about teasing it. We're teasing it. We're just going to tease it into those little triangles, and this will give you a nice, just tease that, and then we start with the glue. And the glue.
Okay, tell me about the glue.
The glue. It's a full-strength PVA. It's suitable for cardstock and other stuff. We have a board there, Ailey, with things that we've actually stuck it together.
Okay.
I've used it for doing the what do you call it? Crackle glaze.
Oh, the crackle. I've got the crackle
I've used
down
glue
here
for
as well,
crackle.
yeah.
Don't put too much on. It's a really thick glue. I can't say that it's acid or lignin free. It's not stated as acid and lignin free, but when you're making putting boxes together, and just pop it to, it's quite quick. It's a quick grab.
And I love the crackle that you've done with these as well.
Then it's put together.
The crackle's amazing with these.
It's the original way that we used to make crackle.
Okay. So if anybody's wanting to replicate this, could you just very, very quickly explain that? I mean, you've got your mirror card here, you've got your PVA, and you've got, well, what sort of paint is it?
It's, that was a chalk paint, I think, on top.
So it's got a chalky look to it.
It's chalky paint on top. So with the mirror card, all I did was I've taken the glue.
Okay.
I've put it on top.
Yeah.
And then spread it on.
Yeah.
Let it dry so that it gets a white, you know, like a film.
Yes.
Like a skin. You know, like when custard goes
yes,
cold.
Yeah, just kind
get
of
a
see
little
it on
bit
there,
of custardy skin onto it. Put the paint on top, and then it starts crackling.
Just
so you don't
have
have the glue dry. It has to still be wet, but it has to have a skin on.
Got you.
And
so
then
it's
go
kind
over
of just
the top.
starting to dry out.
Yeah. And you can put a paint on underneath, the glue on top, let it get a skin on it. You can always see when you get that little white film on top.
You'll know the point.
And then go over with your paint, and it starts cracking. It just reacts.
Fabulous.
It's not guaranteed.
No, but
it's not
if
a
you're not paid
guaranteed
anything extra, it's only your
formula,
adhesive,
but
isn't it?
the adhesive really does it well.
You can get 3 bottles of that, incidentally, 125ml in size, and you can use it for pretty much anything, as you saw on the board there. So 197471. So I mean, it's strong enough to use with regards to your boxes as well. My goodness.
It is, yeah. So I'm just popping those 2 down in there, that onto there. And then I'm going to use my multi-purpose tool and just rub it. And there, that's nearly glued. So you can see then we're doing that little triangle there. It goes really well, but feel how
You can hear
how
it,
sturdy
yeah.
it is. And then all we're going to do is we're going to get the handles, and again, you can see, you can even down to the cardstock just go in like that.
I mean, this is brilliant when you think this is just one sheet of A4 card, and it's a professional grade looking box, as you can see here. I mean, incredible. I think it works out something like 15 pence per sheet.
Yeah.
Phenomenal value.
And that would need, you would normally stick that a little bit. You may not have the handles as big. We've got big handles here. But you think, you know, when you've got your school fairs, they've got school fairs now coming.
Yeah.
Make a load of these, put some sweets in them, and you can sell them at the school fair.
I'm making a little gift box for 15p. I mean, that is phenomenal, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You just need to hold the glue just a little bit longer.
Wonderful. And as you saw there, I mean, obviously we're making well, I say we, I'm just watching, but Karen's making a bag there. But your boxes as well. I mean, Karen's incorporated some of the, well, you can actually use cardstock from the set. You've got 80 sheets in there, so why not? Or you might want to incorporate other cardstock to further extend the usability of this pack. This is absolutely amazing. You've got these fabulous boxes here, substantial boxes. Obviously, you've got your planes if you're wanting to incorporate your planes from the set there to make a lovely box, but I'd be quite frugal. I'd probably just use some of the white cardstock that I've got from my stash. The blue version, because of course we've got a brand new baby pink, we've got a brand new baby blue as well. So this is showing slightly different style with regards to the boxes, because obviously very much square, the ones I just showed you, but these ones Karen has used an A4 sheet with regards to the lids and an A4 sheet with regards to the bases. Actually worked out, what did we say, £3.60 to make all the boxes for this, and the flowers as well.
And the flowers as well,
oh,
yeah.
My goodness.
It was a die that I have quite a large flower die. Well, a pack. They were a set of two, and they just went through the die cutting machine.
Yeah.
The cardstock goes through your electronic cutting machine. Absolutely beautiful. It's a staple within my cardstock, definitely.
Well, don't forget your polka dot ribbon as well, and don't forget the grey. If you're looking at getting the grey, again, it's one of those ones you need to be quick for. So I mentioned just a few moments ago 50% of the stock. We're now up to 80% of the stock having gone. So I know lots of you watching the demonstrations and will be prepared to place your order after the demonstration. I wouldn't wait that long if I was you, because by the time we get to it, it could well have gone. So if you're wanting to get hold of it, 331310. This one is a mix of paper and card. Now rapidly approaching limited stock. That I've given you that update. So yeah, please don't hang about. Get hold of it while you can. Of course, you can go back and watch on Rewind. But Karen's pretty much come to the end of a demonstration with the bag there, so now is a perfect opportunity for you to take advantage of that, and it is now officially limited in stock. Karen, I love that.
It's the handles are a little bit
yeah, but that doesn't
long,
matter.
but you put some sweets in there. You know, like when you do those sweetie hampers.
Yes, yeah.
You can put all them in there, but it's really solid.
It's fabulous, love it. Incidentally, grey on your screen there, it went green, if that makes sense. Your grey's gone green, it's now changing colour again, because it's now gone red. £12.99 sold out, so thank you to everybody that took advantage of that. I'm glad that you did check your baskets out quickly, because as I said, if you were leaving it till now, you could well have missed out on it. So apologies if you haven't, but well done if you have. 331310. Keep a note of the item number. We may see it back at some point, but certainly not during this happy hour. So one of those things, you have to be quick with a happy hour. The pink as well, lots of you taking advantage of the pink. I think you've realised that although it's called baby pink, it isn't one that you automatically think is kind of like a sugary, sweet baby pink. It's a very usable pink in lots of different ways. It's almost got like a little bit of a dusky look to it. Again, if you did manage to get hold of the grey is going to work alongside it. I'm not going to tempt you too much with the grey because it has gone, but the baby pink, beautiful. Should I just flick through these and show you? Because you've got, obviously, your different gradients. This one's got a couple of different tones of your pink in there. Beauty is this one, the polka dots on all of these, the checks on all of these, the stripes on all of these coordinate perfectly with many of the others that we've got, especially the baby blue that we've got coming up. That's your cotton ticking that I was mentioning a few moments ago. Tiny polka dots, lighter tone polka dots you've got with these as well, all the way through to that one that's kind of got like a faint, almost like a woven check with that one. Very, very pretty. They're all uncoated, so if you do look at them, you think, oh, I'd love to add a little bit of distress inks to the edges of those. Well, you can do. You can stamp on these if you want to, use them for your greetings if you wanted to kind of stamp without having to mat and layer and things like that. You can do it very, very easily. And at £12.99, incredibly affordable. Lots of you taking advantage of it now. Rapidly approaching half the stock having gone. The price on your screen, £7 saving, is only good for this hour. It's a happy hour and it is a brand new one to us today. It might be a case that you're thinking, but hang on, I ordered some of that. I've had some of that. You're telling Porky Pies, Hayley? You're telling Porky Pies? I'm not, because this was the original pink that we had with this one, which is, again, is a beautiful pink. But you can see with regards to this one, I'll drop it down. As a comparison, it does vary from the one that we've got in here now. So you can see there, you have got that variation of colour tone with theirs. So again, if you've already got the one pink, then this is going to be a complimentary one alongside it. But please be quick. It's proving to be very popular. 105389 if you are wanting this particular one. It's a busy hour. Lots of you up bright and early this morning. You're in the mood for a bargain, which is good, because we've got the one-day special coming up at 8 o'clock. That's an absolute bargain as well. Got a good day here. Good day here today. We always have. Now, the baby blue, this is another one, and I love this one. I do like my blues, I must admit. And again, you can see here you've got that gorgeous kind of gingham check in there. You've got a variety of different polka dots with this one. Third of the stock has gone of this one. So yeah, again, it's a popular one. Same weight, same style with regards to these. And again, it's another one that is brand new because, again, the colour has changed. So if you've gone for this previously, that will be the blue that you will have had previously. But if I lay it to the side, there's just a very subtle difference with regards to the blue in there. So it is slightly different. So just letting you know with regards to this one, it's not going to match perfectly if you're wanting to pad out your stash. But what a beautiful blue. And of course, that is the blue that has been used for that amazing box that Karen has brought to you. I love it. And it's nice because you're getting good repeats of these as well, because what Karen's done here, she's used a sheet for each of these box lids as you work your way through, as well as creating the fabulous flowers with it as well. So it's nice that you're getting multiple. Do we know how many multiples of each of those you're getting in there?
10 of each.
10. See that? Yeah. See, that's good.
10.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So 10 of those gives you lots of possibilities, doesn't it? So, yeah, if you're wanting to do your tiered cake, or tiered cake box, then you can do. 12.99, I'm getting very busy for that one again now. So 485023. Now 40% of the stock has gone. Update with regard, what am I updating on? The baby pink? Oh, we're going back a bit. Okay, baby pink. That one's what, sorry? 60%, my goodness, wow, we have seen a jump in that particular one. So yeah, again, those two alongside each other. I know it's pink and blue, two separate colours, but it's kind of, do you know what I mean when I say that they're kind of tonally compatible? They've kind of got the same amount of kind of, not duskiness, but yeah, you'll know what I mean when you look at these, because they do look like they come together. They do look like they come from the same pack, to be honest, if you were to bundle these up. So, yeah, if you can go for one, go for the other as well. It will extend your usability. So 105389 if you're wanting your baby pink. Now, if you want a deeper pink, then this is the one for you. And this is the one that would look even better. The grey, I know I keep mentioning the grey, but certainly if that baby pink was a little bit too light for you and you did manage to get hold of the grey, please do add this in. I know it's gone, but can you just forgive me for bringing in this grey? The reason being, I think it shows just how well that grey works with that pink. It's got the same kind of element of duskiness about it. So if you're wanting to get hold of the pink, then good news, we've got that one available. Grey, not such good news. But £12.99 is going to get you 80 sheets, 10 repeats of each of those, as you can see there. And again, brilliant quality. Again, perfect for your card bases, perfect for your die cutting, and wonderful for your bags as well. So 091619 if you fancy getting hold of those. And there you go. You can see how well they all come together. So if you're just getting started with your card making, then there you go. Absolutely brilliant as well. So there we go. Now, if you fancy getting hold of those, details on your screen there. But Karen, I mean, this is the thing that I love about this show. We've kind of got the fundamentals, haven't we? We've got everything that you need.
You've got everything that you need. You've got all your cardstock there, and they're all nice and matched together and coordinate.
That's
and
the thing, yeah. Makes
you don't
it
have
easy.
to think a lot about it.
That's it. That's why the ribbon, I think, is key.
Yes.
And the ribbon, again, you've got your polka dot with this one. You've got a nice range of different colour tones. So you can see you've got your blues in there. You've almost got your positive and negatives with regards to these. So you've got your light tone with your coloured dots on there, or you've got your coloured tone with your white dots on there. But look at this, absolutely beautiful. So effective, all created with a ribbon, and just so as you know, it's kind of one of those polystyrene cones that you can invest in. Is it little tiny pins keeping those in place, Karen?
Yes, yes, just pins keeping them all in together.
Absolutely beautiful. There you go. Imagine that as a centrepiece on your Christmas table, or maybe you're going to be creating things like rosettes to go on your gifts. I mean, that's going to look amazing, isn't it?
Talking of rosettes, I've just done that.
Hair slides as well. Things like that you could be making, or our little favourite there from our little Katie, or Jimmy's changed his top. He's gone pink now. A bit of a change, and a little bit of dazzle on there as well, because if anybody can carry off dazzle, our Jimmy can. If you're wanting your set of ribbons, there 14 reels. Do we know how much is on each one of those reels at all? Oh, assorted lengths, fair enough then. Yeah, that would explain it, because some of them are bigger than others. So, yeah, you get, I mean, those lighter tones, my goodness, you're getting a lot on there. Wow, you are getting a lot on there. So, yeah, nice variety there, like those a lot. So if you're wanting yours, $14.99, 767 345. Very quickly moving on, because time is going. I don't know where the time is. Really, really quick down now. Giving you all the other bits and pieces. Your lilac, we've been looking at the lilac, 300 GSM, similar sort of tones with regards to the patterns on these, so perfectly coordinated again. And this one is completely cardstock, 300 GSM, 80 sheets, 10 repeats of each of those 8 different styles there, so 716513. If you fancy getting hold of those, £16 saving, that's a good saving on that particular one. Now, your chocolate brown, this is a beautiful one. Again, I know I've mentioned it, but very quickly, I'm going to bring in that dusky pink. That's another one that works nicely with that, because the black might be a little bit too harsh to work against it. So do consider getting hold of this one alongside your gorgeous, and don't forget your craft card as well, because we've got craft card on the show. I'll show you that in a minute, but craft card naturally will go with that. Let me just grab a bit of craft card, just in case you don't know what I'm talking about. There you go. See, naturally, those come together. Those are the card bases that will tell you about in a moment as well. So if you wanted that, 399 just £9.99. More cardstock for you with the black. Solid black works beautifully. If you went for the grey, I'm sure you will have added this one in as well. Goes with everything, doesn't it, the black? And it gives it that opportunity to pop. Perfect for your sentiments as well. 522-258, just £9.99 if you fancy getting hold of those. And we've got a bumper bundle for you. Our assorted bundle. This is 5 kilograms in weight, so there's a lot in here. And you've got everything from your paper tones, colour, kind of glittery style paper. You've got cardstock in here. You've got some of the card that we've been looking at. The black is featuring there. Notice some of the chocolate brown featuring as well. But you have got absolutely loads within here. It's all done by weight, so it's 5 kilograms. So you're going to get a good mix in there, incorporating things like your pearlescence, incorporating things like your metallics as well. Last time we had this available to you, it did sell out, and we are busy for it again during this hour, so it could potentially sell out before we get to the top of the hour. But again, if we do have any stock left after the show, then it will be £8 more expensive. So I don't know anybody that would want to pay £8 more than they have to. So £11.99 if you're ordering now, 150521. And again, become a Freedom member. Don't pay £4.95 for your post and packing. Please don't. Now, craft card, I touched on this one a few moments ago, and it is a brilliant weight with this one. Beautiful, 285 GSM. Again, it's a lovely one to use as your card bases, a lovely one to use as your box bases. So again, when you start getting down to the last bits of the printed cardstock we were looking at, and you're just using maybe floral embellishments, then this is a lovely way for you to make your box base and then decorate it with your lovely polka dots that we saw earlier on. 100 sheets there, just £9.99, phenomenal value, 523784 if you're wanting those as well. Now, if you're wanting some additional goodies, check out our embossed card. Well, I say ours, it's not ours, it's Pink Frog, not Pink Frog, Jelly Bean Crafts, I'm sorry, getting all mixed up with my different brands. 270 GSM, 100 sheets there, as you can see with that one, £11.99. What a price, 903998 if you fancy getting hold of those, so please do so. Then if you're wanting to take advantage, then you can do 903998. What a bargain, absolute bargain. I love it. That's this hour, really. Everything is a bargain in this hour, so if you wanted to take advantage of it, please do. We're going back over to Karen now. Karen, we're coming over to you, my dear. What have you got planned for your demo?
So I just scored 2 A4 sheets, and I've done 1.5 inches around the top. I'm going to do just a little box. So if you have a scoreboard that will do you a box lid and a box base, you score 1.5 inch around each one, and then you do the other side on the other side.
Lovely.
Some people do not have a scoreboard that does that. They will just have one that automatically does.
Yes.
If you've only got a scoreboard that will only score at one side, if you chop off 2 millimeters along that side, that's the landscape side. No, that's the portrait side.
Yeah, the short one's portrait, isn't it?
Yeah. 2 millimeters across there and 2 millimeters down there, and you score it from the same side, you will get a box, one lid. But just take 2 millimeters off 2 sides, and that will save you. Make sure that you mix it, you get them, that they work together.
Lovely. Now, is that the dusky pink that you've got there?
This is the dusky and the other pink, so
you've got
just
the two
doing
together.
both
they
together.
Look nice, don't they?
And
oh my goodness, the baby pink, incidentally, over 70% of the stock is gone. My
wow,
goodness. That did suddenly get busy, didn't it? Wow.
When you put them together, you can see how they actually work together. The lights in the studio, I can't see my scores.
Oh, bless you.
It's brilliant. I've got something drying here, and I'm not sure whether it's drying properly, because I just thought I'd...
It'll all be good.
It'll all be good. Let's see.
We've got the crafty gods on our side, Karen. I can
it's
see
nearly...
it.
Oh, no, it's not dried.
Oh, OK, maybe
I needed a bit more glue onto it. You need to hold it, but you can see there.
There's a lot of springiness in that, isn't there?
Yeah, a lot of springiness into it. So it just needs holding and popping down, but that shows how the two work together.
Yes.
But look how it scores, and that's two just sheets.
There's no cracking, is there?
There's no cracking, no nothing. So I'll move that back over there and put something on top of it. That's how I work at home. Move on to the next thing. So you can see I'm not being gentle with it. I'm actually just giving it a right good buff. A right good score. I've scored it.
I've just looked at the clock. 8 minutes you've got to take advantage of these happy hour deals. We've only got 5 minutes on the show because we have a 3-minute break in between the two shows. So, yeah, we don't have the luxury of that time, but you do at the moment. It's only 8 minutes, so it's hardly a luxury of time, really, is it? Don't get missed out on the grey, potentially, because that's one of the sellouts that we've had. Don't miss out on any of the other colours. So your baby pink, a brand new colour. Your baby blue, brand new colourway to us. Returning favourites with the dusky pink there as well. And, of course, that lovely lilac as well. So don't forget that one.
So, as long as you don't put too much glue on, don't soak it with glue. A nice amount, but not too much. You put too much on, it will just wet everything and take ages to clear up. As you can see, all I'm doing is just popping it together. I'll show you how much glue I've popped on. So there we go. It's a nice thick glue, so it's not. You can see I'm not getting much out of it. All I did was get my pokey tool and poke it in the end. So these are sealed when you get them, so they're not going to have dried out.
So if you're only putting a little tiny hole in there, it's almost like a fine detail nozzle.
It's a very fine detail
Yeah.
nozzle, yes, definitely.
How substantial this box is as you're putting it together.
But it's coming together so quickly.
Isn't it just? Looks amazing.
Just making sure that the glue grabs.
Okay.
Now, what you can do if you're pretty quick, and with the big boxes that I did, I had some pegs, and just put it together and left it with the pegs. So by the time I'd scored them all and cut them all, and then put pegs into them. By the time I'd fixed one top, and then went to the next one. The first one was dry, so I was taking the pegs off. But it is a nice, quick grab glue. Oops, she says, throwing it all over the floor. I'm not sure which one goes in. to which I can't remember which I did as a base, which I did as a...
Oh, you'll soon find out when you try
I'll
to put
soon
them
find
together.
out. And if I've done them both the same size, they'll just... you just make another two more. But you think, you know, like when you're doing babies, we're going to be having lots of weddings, lots of birthdays and all sorts now, aren't we? You don't have to go to... the expense. It's so expensive to go into a store and have them gift wrapped.
You know what, if you go buying boxes for gifts that you've made, sometimes it's a case of you see a box that's perfect for the occasion, but it's the wrong size for the present that you bought. So it might be too big or it might be too small or different situations. With this, you can actually measure your gift and kind of figure out the size of the box that you need and make a box to fit the gift. And I think that's the beauty of this. You've got 10 sheets of each of those 8 different styles in there, so there's plenty of cardstock in there for you to create. I mean, you can see this lovely tower of boxes here, just varying the depth. That's all that Karen's doing. You can do exactly the same for any of these. It's just varying the depth. That's the only difference, isn't it, with these?
Yep. So we'll just pop that one onto there. She says it did work. You won't believe I've just popped that together.
A bit of a squeeze, don't you? There you go.
Not a squeeze at all. Just
look at that.
And then let's go to the ribbon.
Oh, nice.
So we
this is what makes it look like a luxury box now.
Yeah. So I've got plenty on this white one, so I'm not really worried about how much I'm cutting. Tear it in half. I love wrapping things.
I do. I must admit, I love wrapping.
Mum always, when I actually do wrap something for her, she'll. I've seen her keep it for weeks and weeks and weeks and not unwrapped it because I go to town on wrapping. That's when I remember it's somebody's birthday. Oh, yeah, so then that one goes under there.
Jimmy wants to know if you're available to wrap all of his Christmas presents later in the
year. Yeah. I'll charge what the supermarket, what the, these exclusive things charge.
Definitely.
And then I'm going to turn it into a knot. Now I've got loads spare here, so let's cut this off.
Just to give you a little bit of a time check, and we're down to the last minute of the hour.
Right.
Now.
We're not going to do much now. So we're going to take these 3 and put them up and just bob that in.
Oh, nice idea.
Tie it in. Double knot normally, but it makes it go nice. And then you can start doing your bow. Turn that round.
And just manipulate your ribbon. That's it,
manipulate your ribbon, do your bow, then you just start cutting them.
See, that'd be fabulous. You've got like a little scarf for somebody or a few little toiletries. Beautiful. Baby pink at the bottom of your screen there, 80% of the stock has gone. Of course, we're working with that fabulous ribbon at the moment as well, but you have to take advantage while you can. Karen, we've only got seconds left.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
So much.
Thank you.
You've been a star, as always.
Oh, cheers.
I love it.
Thank you.
Now, stay tuned. We've got the one-day special coming up. Leonie will be bringing that one to you. Then she's going to be zipping through to the studio for tie-dye with myself and Talons. And then Johnny's in the house with press cuts with Hafdoo.
Hi, I'm Abs from Holland Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers, colors, textures, and creating depth and dimension. Holland Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high-quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and formats. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the Holland Create shows.
Hi, I'm Andy from Picture This. I've been a painter all my life. Picture This was actually formed on the back of a throwaway remark from one of my art students. This has developed my drawings into a series of photopolymer stamps, clear stamps for the crafting community and the crafting industry. The stamps are all hand-drawn by me. They're made in the UK. Most important was a Picture This, and we have so much more to bring you.
I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. So I hope you won't miss the shows with Stamps Away.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012, I'm never really sure. At one point we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
Well, hello everybody and a warm welcome. So this is the first look at our fabulous one-day special with Marianne Designs. We've got the lovely Leonie with us. You're going to see her in just a moment. For those of you not familiar with Marianne Designs, so it's a Dutch-based company. It's actually been established since 1994. And I was actually doing my research with this, and it's quite interesting because Marianne Perlo, who established the company and gave the company its namesake, she started off as a craft teacher. And then in 1989, she went on to become a creative writer, and her first book wasn't actually paper craft. The book was focusing on ornamental dolls, so fabric craft in there, and it went on to sell over 1 million copies. She still to this day helps and coaches creative writers, so those looking to publish craft books. But as a company, she's poured all that knowledge, so having that background as a creative writer, as a craft teacher, it's all reflected in Marianne Designs, I should say. So you've got, with the one-day special, such a beautiful mix. And the reason I wanted to start the show by telling you a little bit about the company, because I think it's good to know the history of a company, the provenance, and where a company draws its inspiration from. Those are beautiful silhouette stamps that we are getting. We're actually getting 52 stamps in total, but that one set alone from this set, can you imagine putting those together, and it's going to create the most wonderful wild garden effect. But then you've got different shapes for different purposes. So with the arching stamp at the top, you could create a frame. You've got those beautiful classic stemmed roses, those long stemmed roses in there as well. Lots of variety with regard to the flowers. They just scream for colour as well. But lovely techniques we can do here. I'm thinking getting on them, if you wanted to use these in different ways, so get them on your jelly plates. There's some beautiful examples in front of you. Now that's nice. The blend, and it's a really nice marriage between that wonderful ornate font, but also the delicate nature of the flowers. That, I think, is such a beautiful inspiration. Now, how good is that? To me, is a classic card. It's the kind of card you'd expect to find. I find myself saying this at times here at the craft store. You'd find in, you know, in a museum when you're going out in the gift store and they charge like £5 per card. Those swanky cards. Let me show you some examples. And this is where I think Marianne Designs, they're bringing and drawing from their experience, because within these 52 stamps, the amount you're going to be able to do and achieve. So I love the sort of framed effect with the blooms here, and then that's you getting your sentiments in there that really has the impact. If you want to create backgrounds, you can do that. If you want to use it just as a topper, you can do that. If you want to incorporate them with other cards you have in your, other stamps, I should say, you have in your stash, those long stem flowers with the sentiment, we actually have this bottle on the show as well, which works perfectly. Okay, now life's about to get interesting. Take a look at this. That is a beautiful embossed, so the top of the flowers have been embossed, that wonderful lily has been embossed. And then you've got the calendar underneath. That is a really classic, classy card. Or how about deconstructing? Just a little bit of detail in your panels and using your sentiments. Or what about this? For so many different techniques. Sentiments are great because they allow us to give us context. So good luck, especially for you. Thank you. Happy birthday. You know, the big ones. So you're getting all those big sentiments in there, best wishes, and then you have the flowers in the mix too. And the diversity of flowers, the amount of different designs you're going to have at your disposal is incredible for $32.99. Got to point out, because the company is based in the Netherlands, it is on extended delivery, so it's going to be dispatched on the 30th, but that's not 8 days' time. We'll take that. 8 days' time, and then we'll get it out to you. 192756 item number. So the stamps are great. All of those, 52, but there is more, because you're also going to get the media plate in there as well. Just showing you here. So you will be getting your media plate, and I think we're going to be seeing that in action with Leonie. So the media plate allowing you to get those grungy techniques. So now, let's just pause for a moment and think about this. You're getting 5 individual sets, absolutely chock-a-block full of stamps, and you're getting the media plate for $32.99. That is fantastic value for money, but ultimately it's something you're going to use and you're going to love. 192756, your item number there. We're going to move on to our creatables as well. So creatables, and this is... It sticks with the it sticks well with the ideology of Marianne Designs, in the sense that they're constantly trying to give you something that allows you to work in a different way and create something that has a huge impact, looks good. So for instance here, look at this. So the amount of layers of detail that you get, I mean, that is pretty, right? But then we can go from that to this is the true purpose of this set, because that's what it's going to create. So cut out here, fold that back, and suddenly you've got a beautiful ornamental card. And you can put, do you know what I'd be doing with this? How about pictures? I'm thinking a nice picture, nice headshot of our director Jimmy would look very nice in there. He's a very photogenic boy. Photogenic. $18.99 is your price there. 223196, your item number. Oh, can we just hold the horses? Over 40% of the stock has gone. And that stock went the minute I said Jimmy was photogenic. No, I didn't really, but photomagenic. 223196 is your item number there. Let's have a look. We've got next. Now, we've got more creatables for you. So, as the name suggests, creatables allowing you to create something that is a little bit different. So, having a look here, this gives you that swing technology. Ooh. Okay. So that looks quite nice, right? We like that. But wait. Ooh. Now, that's taken something that looks quite nice and made it amazing. Because I love the fact that you're getting here something that is a bit different. And traditionally, especially if you've just started crafting, something like that, your sort of speciality card blanks, it's scoring and measuring, it can put you off. So you get that instant effect. It's kind of like a swing, I don't know how to describe that, a swing card? I'm going to say swing card. $14.99 is your price there, 052106 item number. Pooge, swing card?
Sure.
Yeah.
Swing card. Have that.
Swing card.
Swing.
May I introduce you to the legend that is Leonie Pujal, everybody.
Hello, dear. Hello. Hello. Sorry I'm a bit late into the studio.
No, you don't apologise.
Prepping,
You
blah,
never
blah,
apologise. You're
blah,
working
blah.
hard. We'll be with you in just a moment, Pooge. I'll go down the
Okay.
counter. I'll give you some
I'm
time
here.
to establish. Okay, we're going to stick with the theme, and we've got some more creatables. Now, Leonie likes this one, so much so that we're actually going to be playing with it this hour. So you have got your Petra's Gate. That's a strong name. Petra's Gate is the kind of thing, it feels like if you're going to visit a destination, they say you've got to see Petra's Gate. That's the kind of vibe I'm getting here. And when you see Petra's Gate in action, I think you'll agree with me. Beautiful die. Just showing you some of the uses with Petra's Gate. Now, the thing with Petra's Gate is I think it would, these are stunning cards, but equally, if you just wanted to use it for detail, for a gatefold, for an easel, you absolutely can as well. $11.99, are you kidding me? For a die of, look at the size of that die, and the detail. That is a very good price. And once you see Leonie playing with it, I think it's going to absolutely fly. 012075, your item number there. Now we're going to move on. we've got a hydrangea die set for you. So these are sort of 3D opposable dies, so put them on and you can layer them up. You can just use them if you want to, just a single layer, you absolutely can. But if you want to layer them up, this is a nice one. I want to draw your attention to the fact it gives you the embossed detail. So you see all that is already embossed. So one pass through your die cutting machine, it cuts and it embosses just onto some cardstock. And I think the tips have just been blended with a bit of ink onto your purple cardstock. Done. That is a very pretty card. Equally, if you're just looking for a little bit of embellishment, I mean, that's pretty. Isn't that nice? With the gold as well. And a lot of the time, flowers are the finishing touch. So you've made a card and you need to balance it out, and a flower is a really good embellishment for that. $11.99 is your price for the most beautiful flowers. You also get the leaves in there as well, so you're getting everything that you need, and the different sizes of flowers too. So if you want your larger flowers, which you can layer up, and then you've got your smaller ones too. $11.99 your price, 821-300 your item number. Last, certainly not least, we featured these last night and half the stock went, and there's something very different. You don't normally see layered dies like this. They're quirky, they're abstract, they've got a personality of their own. These are dies that, they're unashamedly don't want to fit in. They're like, hey, do you know what? We're not going to fit to the norm. We're not going to be uniform. We've got our own personality and our own take on life. So if you are looking for something that is a bit quirky, a bit jaunty, a bit Pujol, this to me, I can see why this is on the show, Pooj, because it's a little bit like yourself, the fact that you've got personality.
I did, when our cast bobs were putting shows together, I was like, oh, we need to get them. Because I like them, they're kind of like squidged circles or squidged squares, and, you know, and then sort of bent up. You know,
you just don't see it, do you? I love it.
I really like them. Yeah. And I love that card where they've been layered. I think that looks so effective. They're one of them that they are a little bit different. So it's not your normal circle, it's not your normal square. They're really different, really effective, dead easy to use, and really nice sizes. And obviously you can do things like making beautiful apertures with. You can obviously cut frames out of them as well. So they're just really handy little dies, but different.
I'd be tempted as well, the larger ones. What about making your card blanks? So just something a different shape, size.
They'd be really cute, wouldn't they? Paula called them pebbles as opposed to like squidge things. Pebbles works.
Pebbles works.
Pebbles works.
Abstract, beautiful, pebbly squidges. $18.99 is your price. Half the stock has gone here. 17970 your item number. We're going to jump onto the website. Lots to discover on our website. If you do have a little look, just type in Marianne Designs. As I was saying, as a company, we're very proud to be able to offer you Marianne Designs here. Just to remind you as well that they are an extended delivery, and that's only because Marianne Designs based in the Netherlands, so it's the time that it takes to get the stock over here. So we're going to dispatch from the 30th. It's not long to wait, 8 days, and we'll be getting out. Lots more to find on the website, so do, if you have access to the internet or our app, do have a look at your leisure. And what we're going to be doing is featuring different items each hour, so there's lots to discover. Someone else who's going to help you discover all the goodies is our wonderful Leonie Pujal, who I'd like to introduce you to. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We're both wide awake, aren't we?
I know. Look at the nice early start. How are the girls?
Oh, they're so lovely.
Any mischievousness?
No. Yeah, but I'm not going to tell you about that one.
Oh, no.
No, apart from that...
Again?
Yeah. Apart from that, they're absolutely fabulous. And because I've been away at weekend, because we started celebrating my birthday, which isn't till August, but they were so happy to see me, it was ridiculous. I got the best greetings I've ever had. And now this morning they're both so cuddly. Oh,
you've really bonded. Your own little pack.
It's funny. It's like, please don't go away again, Mummy. Oh. It's one of them. I know. I love
That's
them.
Lola. Just to anyone new viewers joining us, Lola in India, your lovely little fur babies.
Yeah, my fur babies.
I will let you have a play.
Let's have a play.
Okay.
So let's start one day special. So what we've got, I'm going to do just that media plate and show you a few things you can do with it. So I've got some cardstock. I'm using super smooth. There, and I'm just lining it up so I know exactly where my media plate's going to hit. Now, one of the things I did last night, but just in case you missed it, obviously your media plate, you can use it for loads of things, but one of the things it's fabulous at is for creating a mirror image. So,
anyone, because the media plate's in the one-day special.
Yes.
What is the media plate? Is it like a gel plate, and you'd use it the same, or not really?
Kind of, but it is made from a different material, so it's not gonna hold paints and things the same way. However, oh wait a minute, right? Think about this, Leonie. I'm not going to stamp on there first. I'm going to stamp on my media plate first. Okay. It's easier doing it this way. So stamp on your media plate. First of all, you can see how the ink is holding on my media plate. I'm going to stamp again on my media plate, so I'm going to re-ink. So it's holding my ink beautifully, and I'm allowing it to sort of go off the actual plate like so. You can see it's held the ink absolutely beautifully as a media plate. It's easy to wash. You can use all sorts of products, but yeah, it'll work different to your gel plate. But try all the things that you do with your gel plate. Try all the different designs, all the different ideas. So when I stamp now, I think this is ace, because what it'll do, obviously, is transfer that image. And I've actually got some ink on the background there, so it's transferred the image. But that means now, when I take the stamp again, so use exactly the same stamp again, and stamp on here, like so. So now, because that has actually, and I can overstamp, but see, what it's done is obviously mirrored it. So it's, and I really like that.
Now I'm thinking, because one aspect that we struggle with crafters is different techniques to get a reflection, like on water. So this is brilliant for reflections.
It's absolutely perfect, and it means you can really quickly build up a fabulous, fabulous background. And I mean, yeah, obviously it's not going to be as dark as the original, but that's really nice because it gives you, before you without even trying, you've got that really, you know, yes, thank you. My brain is absolutely shocked.
It's like first generation, second generation.
Yes, yes. So it's giving you that. So that's one use for your media plate.
Already you got me. Just seeing that done.
I know,
Get
me
my basket.
too. Me too, because it's easy. You're just stamping on it. Your best ink for doing things like that is definitely, well, the VersaFine clay is brilliant for that because it doesn't puddle. If you're using like an ink, so I've been using my Distress Oxides, something like that, a dye ink, even though Distress Oxides are a bit of an amalgamation of both, but that will puddle. Let me show you the difference here. So, for instance, and I'm just cleaning it off with a rag, I'm not going too faffy. And I thought I'd do a few techniques with this just to show you what you can do with the media plate. If I was to go on here with my oh, let's see. I'll use my beautiful crushed olive. Now, with this one, using your Distress Oxide, your best, and I'm going to put a bit of blue there. I should have done the blue first, but I didn't. I've been naughty. So, because this is a water-based ink, it will automatically puddle. Okay, as it will your acrylic stamps, it just puddles. But you can use that as a technique. So I can now take, and I'm going to use a water spritzer. I would have used a regular water spritzer, but I've gone and taken it into the other studio and left it. And my other ones are just down there. And my other ones are just down there in my box, obviously. So I'm just going to spritz that. I wouldn't normally use this because this has actually got mica in it, but it's okay, it'll make it look pretty. So you've got a really nice sort of puddle background there. So now when I squidge it on here, you can see it move, and it's just absolutely beautiful because you start getting those lovely little puddles. Can you see when I lift it off? Look at that background.
Wow.
How nice is that background?
Nice, yeah.
And that is so easy. And it's so easy.
So now you've just got the perfect background for a silhouette stamp.
Exactly. I mean, it's just stunning. Obviously, I've still got stuff left on. I've still got ink left on this, so it means I can absolutely get another print. But again, this is where I'll need my thing. Can I just let you do a bit of a thing while I find this water spritzer? Because I really need to find it.
We're just talking about our one-day special. Now, the one-day special, it includes your media plates. You're getting a mixed media plate that Leonie's working with. You're also getting 52 absolutely stunning stamps. Not only are you getting the beautiful floral aspects from these stamps, different wildflowers in there, and then you've got some wonderful sort of iconic blooms, but you are getting the sentiments too. Now this is interesting because we've just started the show. We're approaching 60% of the stock. We are busy this morning, and I'm so glad we are, because Marianne Designs, for the price you're paying, $32.99, you're getting a wonderful collection. It really is a collection. The media plate, the stamps, 52 of those stamps, and that, if we just, can we have another look at that? Because I think that inspiration we just saw, I've got to mention the team, by the way. We've got Jimmy directing, we've got the fabulous Charlotte, who's our producer, the wonderful Maddie on floor. So it's a whole team effort, and we've got Andy in tech. We can't miss out tech as well. But look, the reason why I wanted to show this inspiration is that's something, to me, you give that to somebody, and it's absolutely stunning. It's a beautiful, beautiful card, but it is so achievable, and you can do this card with the one-day special, and so much more. I mean, that's just the tip of the iceberg. 192756, your item number, saving £6. Back to the pooge.
Thank you. Got my water spritzer. Okay, so look, that is from the one application. Now, because that's a water-based ink, it means you can get it to move, which is beautiful. You know, you can get some really cool backgrounds, and they're all held within that sort of the frame that will provide. However, if you use a pigment ink, so these are your little pigment inks, these are your Brilliance ink pads, and that's a really nice blue, and then I'll use a purple as well. Now, if you're using pigment, obviously some of these are dry.
Yeah.
So I've had these years. I've had them years, so I know some of them have passed their best. So pigment ink are going to move differently. I mean, it's not going to move if the truth be known, because it's sticking and you can see it. There's no. You know, there's no bubbling on that one. So it means to get that smooth, I need to use my brayer. So with my brayer, I can just brayer that along, and that will smooth it out, and I can show you. So obviously on my scrap piece of paper, clean your brayer off. So you're taking some ink off it, but obviously that's nice and smooth now. So that means if I took a stamp, so for instance, if I took one of my beautiful stamps, I love this daisy actually. No, but I love the roses. No, oh no, I'm doing that thing. Oh
I like
no.
the long stem roses.
They're beautiful, but for this, these are lovely, absolutely lovely. Right, what's really nice with this, take your rose, and I'm going to use, I'm hoping this will work, this blue. Let's hope this has got some juiciness in it. No, oh yes it has. So I'm inking up my gorgeous rose, going over the top of here. Okay, so I'm inking each time, and I won't, yeah, I will do the full thing. So inking up each time. So what I'm doing, I'm actually lifting the ink, but I am also printing. So, I mean, I could actually take that, I switched that a bit, but it's okay. You could actually take that and then stamp, because can you see?
Now that's very good.
Isn't it gorgeous? Because you're lifting the ink off at the same time, you'll always have ink on there.
So this, to me now, it's more in the realms of how I would play with my jelly plate.
Yeah. Well, it is. You can do lots of techniques that you would do on your jelly plate, definitely. It'll just react differently. What I love about this, it's not as... some people find the jelly plate a little bit... scary. You know, I think because it's always, oh, you know, you need to do all this mixed media stuff. But I think this is because it's quite, it's a nice size, it's not too daunting. You can do some lovely card making techniques with this. So it's one that I think is really, it's one that everybody can use. And it's nice just for a really simple background. So all I've done, put the ink on there, braided it, then over stamped, and then stamp. So again, I'm going on to my super smooth. Now, interestingly, this one there, that's where my stamp slid on the actual plate. And I love that it does actually give it a really cool effect. Because look at that.
Wow.
So you get a beautiful, that where it slid actually is quite effective.
That looks etched.
Doesn't it look fab?
You know, like a lino print.
It's so cool, and it's dead easy. You know, all these techniques.
Can I see that again? Can you just see that again?
Yeah.
That's such a nice background.
It's really cool, isn't
So
it?
you have a look at that. I would, at 100%, I think that'd be the first thing I do when I got that home.
Yeah, and all you need to do then is stamp a sentiment on it.
Which that is so. We
And
all
do you
we did
know-
was used our inks,
Yeah.
stamped, and then pulled. And then also a 2-for-1 technique because you create a lovely effect with stamping on your waste paper as well.
Yeah.
I love that.
And look, if you go around the edge, which obviously is dead easy, so just go around the ink, go around the plate with your ink, and that means as long as you haven't moved it, which obviously I have.
No, do you know what? It's me. I'm sorry, Paige.
No, it don't matter.
Sorry.
But anyway, what you would do, I'm not trying to redo
we'd
it.
create a frame.
Yeah, so all you'd be doing is creating that beautiful frame. So when you put it back, and there might be ink left on this actually, so I might see. So you get a really nice frame around the outside, which I love. Now, one more that I'll do. Hey, it's only 24 past.
Have some fun.
This is what you get with me not doing counter. I'll still be doing counter if this for me. Not that one, that one.
Okay.
So I'm just using water to just get that ink off. When you finish with it, maybe end of day. I mean, I didn't last night, but just warm soapy water and it will clean it up beautiful. So what I'm going to do now is, and it's using water paste as well. I think I did this last night, but I really like these flowers. I think these flowers are just lovely. So let's use a water-based ink. So I'll use my Distress. And I will use my normal Distress as opposed to oxide. So I'll go Scattered Straw and I'll use, a bit of Abandoned Coral. Let's do that, shall we? And now, I like doing this because, A, it's quick, it's easy. You don't really know what you're going to get until it's done, which I really, really like. All I'm doing is stamping on that media plate again, okay? So this is, obviously, with your water-soluble inks are brilliant for this because you can get it to move afterwards. Okay, let me just... There we go. So, that's that. And then another colour. So that's my Scattered Straw. And then I'm going to go in Abandoned Coral. And look at that. I mean, you can see it. Doesn't it look good? It is, honestly, it's dead good fun, you know, is this. It's really addictive. It does. I mean, you can create wrapping paper. You can do all sorts. These stamps are lovely, and this is it with your one-day special. You've got lots of different types of stamps. You've got your kind of sensible, proper stamps. You've got your quirky stamps. You know, you've got stamps for literally every occasion. Remember to stamp off the plate, because that will make it look cool. Okay, so stamp off the plate, and then just popping on a green as well.
I like this.
It's well cool. So I've got a green already out.
See,
I think.
I'm excited just seeing the results, and I'm watching. Can you imagine how much fun you're going to have when you get this home and start playing with it?
I mean, it's just really addictive. That's the thing.
You know, one thing I'm noticing, looking at it's the diversity that you have. Such a lovely mix of blooms. So you've got something for every card, really.
Oh, yeah, because you can do sympathy, you've got birthday, and you need that, don't you?
Yeah.
And it's the price. I mean, sometimes with Marianne Designs, when you look, and we have shot round, you can pay up to £12 for these stamps, one stamp set. When you look at this and the price that we've got today, the value is phenomenal.
Wow.
So please have a look out there, see what other prices are available, because honestly, this is a bargain. Right, so I'm not doing anything apart from stamping this, okay? So pop that on, and I love it because as soon as you put it on paper, you see the print. It's like, oh my word, no, it's there. So when you lift it off, how cool is that?
Well, that's like a pattern paper that you'd pay for.
Yes, and honestly, every time I've done this, I've been well chuffed. No word of a lie. It's one of them where you go, oh, I love that. Just in that voice, exactly in that voice. I'm going to stamp onto my paper now, okay? I know I'm not. I'm going to spritz water onto my paper. I did do this last night, but it's one of my favourites. It's pretty saturated, is that now? Take your plate again. Everything starts to move. So I've got those beautiful colours all shifting because it is a water ink pad, and then look, so it's lifted the colour, and you've got that really beautiful background.
Show it to camera
and it's a dead soft background. Can you see the colour? Yeah, it's dribbling there.
That's the one.
Isn't that pretty?
Huge.
It's such a nice background.
Beautiful.
And it's easy. I highly, highly recommend having a play with this. Really, really nice, really easy. And it is one of those that you'll use again and again and again.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what we're going to do is we're going to show you some finished examples on how, or directions you can go with this fabulous one-day special. And after that, we're going to have a quick recap and then continue the fun. Absolutely stunning. We are at 60% of the stock from this fantastic collection. Watching Leonie, and I hope if you have just tuned in, it is actually worth going to the rewind option on our website, the app, and just looking at those techniques, because seeing Leonie in action, I knew it would be the case, because I watched a bit of yesterday's show, but just watching Leonie working with the media paint and the stamps together, I'm absolutely sold on this. And Leonie mentioned a really good point, and something, if you've got a smartphone or internet access, have a look, do a quick search, Marianne Designs, and see how much you'd pay elsewhere for just one set. And I have seen them myself for about £12. Obviously prices range, but I have definitely seen them for £12. So take away the mixed media plate, it works out £6.60 per set, and that doesn't even factor in for the media plate. So, you know, that's value for money, £6.60 or elsewhere. I mean, if you took a point, if it was £12 elsewhere, you've got 5 sets here. So, I mean, the amount of money you'd be paying there, what, that would be 60 quid. What? So if it's £12 per set, each set was £12, and you got 5 of those. There's a little bit of confusion from the team there. But I'm saying, I mean, look, just to prove the point, how much you could be paying if you were elsewhere. That's all I'm going to say. So, great collection. But should we have a look at the actual designs that you're getting? So, for instance, here, well, I mean, that's a lovely inspiration with the sentiment too. And that's something, I keep talking about the flowers, but the sentiments are so good in these as well. So let's have a look. We've got wonderful wildflowers. Now you imagine putting those together on an inspiration. I'm going to hit you with something. How about these beautiful wildflowers on a craft card, white emboss? Cheeky, cheeky. What about these? Now we've gone from our wildflowers to our beautiful floral beauties. That's the title of the piece. And you've got these wonderful long stem roses, the lilies in there as well, so stunning. And as we venture down, we've got some fantasy flowers. So now we're going a bit more abstract with the fancy flowers. You can go bright, bold. You're not restricted or governed by, because they are fancy flowers, by anything in nature. You can go any direction you like. The roses, classic, evocative. Here I'm thinking as well, I don't know why I'm on the emboss at the moment, but a gold emboss. Ooh, gold emboss on some red cardstock. Just saying, I know. And then we've got another beautiful, no, sorry, we've seen the 2 flowers. Then we've got our sentiments in there as well. So let's have a look at these. Congratulations for you, with love, especially, thank you, good luck. I mean, these are key sentiments that you really want in your stash. Happy birthday. But they've got an artistic slant to them. It's the actual font. We're getting busy. We're over 60%. Do you know what's happened? I know it. Yeah. And I'd be doing exactly the same at home. A lot of viewers, they've had a little look. They thought, okay, you know, Leonie's saying, Yanis is saying it, what, Marianne? Okay, I'll just type in and see how much Marianne Designs looked elsewhere. Okay, I'm putting it in my basket. That's what's happened. I know it, because we just seen a massive spike going on. 756 your item number. Can I just show a couple of examples before we move on? Is that okay? Now, the reason why I wanted to lead with this one is because we didn't show it the first time down the counter, but we're actually going to show this in a moment. So I held this up, we teased you with it, so do stay with it, and it's just perfect for the one-day special. Now, this is the kind of cards. So this, to me, are beautiful. And these are the kind of cards I would love to make and gift people. Now, you can change the context with your sentiments, so it can be a birthday card, it can be a thinking of you, a thank you, but how nice is that? Create the background with a media plate and then just stamp on. That's it, very simple to do. But look stunning, same technique here. How good does that look? And you've got that classic long stem rose in there as well. I want to find the lily. Oh, okay, wait, I'll find it in a second. Well, why is it the one time I want to find a card, I can't find one? Okay, I'm going to have to search for it.
My friend,
Why is this just? I can't believe it, Pooch. It's just absolutely evading me.
I find swearing helps.
Yeah, okay. That's a good way. It's a good way to lose my job. Let's have a look. So how do you lose your job, Yanis? Well, Leonie told me the best way to find a card. So here, this is what I was trying to show you, the lily with the emboss on there. Now, the reason I'm tilting it like this is just white's hard on our cameras, but to the naked eye, it looks absolutely beautiful. That's what you want to see. Okay, so that is the one-day special. We are busy. Going to move on. I gave you a tease of that bottle, and it's been very popular. And I get why, because if you've gone for the one-day special, this is just a perfect playmate because it allows you to create a situation where you can then house and display your beautiful flowers. So here, this is your perfume set. Now, I know it says perfume, but taking away all the other elements, you've just got a lovely bottle where you can put the stems in. Or you've just got a beautiful perfume bottle as well in its own right. You don't need to use this with the one-day special. Whoa, I've just had it. I didn't know the price on this. $9.99, we're getting stamp and die duo. That's very good. And over a third of the stock's gone here. We haven't even shown it. A lot of you have found this by yourselves. That is a very, very, very good price. Let me just show you some different directions you can take it. You know those classic perfume bottles? Ooh. But you can take that bow away. It's kind of like a buildable. So anybody you know, do you know what I'd be tempted to do as well? I'd give the card a little bit of a spritz with some perfume or aftershave. Eh? Just thinking. And it could be, I mean, here it looks quite feminine, but if you take away the bow and use more masculine colours, spritz of aftershave, it can be a good one for the guys as well. $9.99 is your price, 128788 your item number. We are busy for this. Over a third of the stock has gone. Now, we're going to jump into the website as we head back to the wonderful Leonie. Lots to discover. Leonie's going to be playing with Petra's gate folding florals, so she can be playing with that this hour, I believe. We've also got the hydrangeas as well, so beautiful hydrangeas. Lots of creatables in there. Do have a little look. Some bargains to be had this morning. Something else that's been very, very popular is the long and the square background. So there's abstract shapes. Very different, and it's something you don't see often here at the craft store. So if you're looking for quirky, looking for jaunty, I think that's a set for you. $18.99 is your price. You're getting both sets. Let's head back to the pooch.
Thanking you.
Thanking you.
Okay, so I wanted to talk about these because the creatable dies that Marianne Designs bring us are always super popular because there's loads you can do with them, and this is a lovely die. So what you've got your two dies. This side won't cut, so if you just put it on here, that wouldn't cut, the outside edge would, so that would give you something like that.
Oh, that's
so
nice.
Isn't that pretty? So straight away, really, really nice. It could be a background, it could be a shape card front that you're creating, because if you just fold it like so, already you've created a really nice shape card
We
there.
do a gatefold with that?
Exactly. Yeah. So you could bring on another piece if I do exactly the same here. So just fold that in as well, maybe about the same size. So if I folded that in as well, like so. I mean, I tried to do a gatefold when I was die cutting this at home when I was prepping. And, oh man, I got myself in the right mess, so I give up. Honestly, my brain, it was like, do I cut it? I'll show you. I was trying to, so I did it like this, so it was coming in. And all I need to do was place that down in the right position, put it in the wrong position. Honestly.
You're forgiven because you're having early birthday celebrations. Have you noticed that it's very different now? When you have a celebration when you're in your 20s, and now when you have... Now when I find... Because obviously Leonie now in her 30s, when you have celebrations, it's very, very different, isn't it?
Very different. Very, very different.
The next day feels very different.
And mind you, first night I were in bed for... I bet I were in bed for 11:30. Yeah. I know, right? Paula stayed up later than me.
What?
I know. I were in bed proper early. That's what I'm saying. I just couldn't sleep an hour or four.
I would have put money on the fact that you would have outlasted Paula. Lady P.
I bet I were at 11:30. Yeah.
I have seen our Paula on a night out though. Actually, I shouldn't be that surprised.
Yeah, she can be a little bit wild, can Miss P.
She dragged me down on the dance. When I say dragged me down on the dance floor, it was when we had the fancy dress party a few years ago in town. She toppled me over on the dance floor. I hadn't even been drinking at this point. She's wild.
She's wild.
Yeah.
She's wild. So yeah. My tiredness is just anyway. It don't really matter. So it cuts on the outside, doesn't cut on the inside. This one, however, that will cut on the outside, doesn't cut on the inside, and that one is the one that'll give you that. Okay, so that looks really, really pretty. Obviously, combined together, these are absolutely exquisite. I mean, that is the detail. And that is beautiful. It's beautiful, absolutely. Yeah. Nice. And I mean, you could use it in so many ways. It's absolutely gorgeous. You could create beautiful circles. If you double it up, you can create a real nice circle. This one, I tried with that one, but I've misjudged me doodah. But all the same,
I wouldn't have noticed.
It looks really effective.
It really does.
You know, I mean, I have misjudged me doodah, but all you do is put a little strip down the centre, and that because it's not too far out. But that
just looks
so
like the design.
effective.
If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought
you won't notice.
Planned that.
Yeah, you won't notice on that. It's such a nice die, is this? It's absolutely beautiful. And for that price, it's $11.99.
That's ridiculous.
And it's a big die.
When you consider,
prices.
now I've seen dies just really simple, say a butterfly, just the outline of a butterfly for like $9.99. So for $11.99, what you're getting there, and it is a crateable, you're right. And the fact it's coming all the way from the Netherlands as well.
Absolutely.
This is a very good price.
And it's what you can do with it. I mean, when they're cut together, those two, don't they look pretty?
Yeah,
so anyway, I've got a card ready. I'll just sort of show you some of the things.
Yep.
So with this one, what I've already done, I've die cut it and I've folded this back, okay? So this is going to come over the edge. I've then got a piece of card. Now, that piece of card, I'm going to stick to the back here. So it means that it'll strengthen this, but also it'll look nice on the back. So you're not going to see the sort of die-cut element. I mean, you could put paper there, you could do whatever. But I'm just doing the cardstock. Inside the card, when you open the card, you might want to put decorative paper there as well, so you don't see the die-cut element. And then, out of the beautiful paper that we have got on the show, I've cut this, and all I'm doing is popping a little bit of glue around the outside, like so. And that, I'm just going to drop, and I'll put glue there as well, and I'm just going to drop that behind here, like so, she says, not doing it. So it's just going to sit behind here. So that'll give just that portion. I might have to snip a bit of that off, but that'll just give that decorative portion, which I really like. I think that looks really pretty, and I like this still being a little bit freeform. I think that looks cute. And then again, I've got that beautiful decorative paper, so I'm going to put a panel. It is double-sided, so it means I've got that really pretty one side, but I've got that the other side. So on the other side, then you were saying about emboss, and that's exactly what I intended to do with this. So I'm just going to get a bit of paper.
Just so we're doing that, we've got details on your screen for that beautiful paper pad. So an A4 paper pad. You're also getting 2 of the floral element sheets in there as well. And what? And you're getting a blossom die set. For £10.90. What?
I know. It's ridiculous,
Surely
isn't it?
not. You're getting the dies, the papers, and the floral element sheet. So I would imagine the floral elements sheet you could use the dies on. Don't hold me to that.
No, it's more like a decoupage as a floral element sheet.
But even still, for £10.99, that's very, very good. 946-349, your item number. Oh yeah, you can see that. Thanks, Patricia.
And they'll go with your, you know, the square die that we've got. They'll go with that.
Lovely.
It's a really, the price is amazing, and you're getting, I think it's 8 designs, 2 of each. So you're getting a lot for your money with those papers, and they're really pretty papers. Now I've stamped in grey. I am going to emboss in white. I'm only using that ink pad because I knew it was super juicy, and I forgot to re-ink my embossing pad. That's the only reason I'm using the grey, because I forgot, and it's only now that it's like, oh yeah, I didn't do that. So just popping a bit of embossing powder over the top, and I just thought the white embossing powder on that green would look really pretty. And again, the flowers, you see, you can use them for all sorts. I really like the roses one. The roses one is one of those where you can do your layers as well. So, sorry, no power. So it means you can do backgrounds as well as your foregrounds, which is
pretty lights in the background as well. There you go.
Oh, hold on.
Get the lecky on.
Sorry, I've unplugged it. It doesn't reach.
Just while we're doing that, we're just going to sort it out. I love live TV. What I'm getting, and I'm really pleased that this is busy, because I tuned in yesterday when I got home and just had a look at our launch show, and I loved it. But this hour with Leonie now, seeing the one-day special in action, I kind of get a sense that you're going to be going for these. But I know we're going to see the emboss.
I love that. We've got to watch it.
Got to watch it.
Embossing. And see, even though I've used grey, it's got the white. I quite like using a different colour underneath, because any little bits that come off, you see that kind of hint underneath, and I quite like that. I think it gives it a bit of texture.
Well, that's a technique. You know, that's something that I'd actually do on purpose.
Yeah, not just because you forgot to re-ink your embossing pad. And it does look, the white looks really pretty on the green as well. It's absolutely gorgeous. But yeah, those roses, they're really nice for layering. I mean, there's tons you can do with those. They're absolutely exquisite. And they're so good for backgrounds, because it's one of those lovely open flowers. See, they look beautiful, innit? Really, really nice. Really nice. So just sticking that down, making sure it's nice and cool before I do that. Stick that down like so. And then what I wanted to do, so I've taken my the wobbly dies, you know, me wibbly wobbly ovals, and I really, really, really like these. So what I'm doing is take the first one and getting one of my gorgeous sentiments. So with the sentiments, you've got, I'm using the Especially. The font is wonderful, and it's got that beautiful sort of flow, which is just exquisite. Now, with something like this, it is, because these are an acrylic stamp, sometimes you'll find your die does puddle on it a little bit. But actually, I'm using my Lavender, and it does stamp beautifully, truth be known. There we go, look at that. Isn't that just exquisite? So, the Especially is going to sit on here, like that. But then, on this stamp set, you've got the For You with R. So you've got those separately. So I can do the Especially for You separate. So that's going to go on that one. And then, my For You can be
Jason and Kylie there. I remember those are good days.
Good days. Good days. Okay, so that is my For You, which is just going to sit at the bottom there. Boom. Okay. And it's just that, just touch it gently. This one is going to be stuck on flat.
Lovely.
So I'm trying to be careful of inky fingers, because I know what I'm like. And then this one I am going to put on with 3D, like this. Oh,
we'll just hear a
sure
story.
did me.
Charlotte, our producer, was saying that she made a card for her dad and her stepdad and managed to get inky fingers on both.
Charlotte, I am with you. I'm with you. Charlotte, I bought cards for my dad and my stepdad. I started to write them, I got interrupted, and now I don't know where I've put them. I managed to start writing them, and in between writing them...
That's a crafty universe saying you need to make them. You can't be buying them.
Mate, my life does not mean I'm going to sit and make cards.
But what I would do if I was you, like doing a demo here, then that would be just write Dad on there, especially to you, Dad.
Yeah,
done.
but you know, you use it, don't you? The shows. Yeah. But oh man, I really irritated. I managed to put them down. Don't know where I put them. Oh. So obviously, nobody received cards this year. Actually managed to get cards. No one received the cards.
I did a show. We did a chocolate show. Sorry,
yes.
I'm interrupting. We did a chocolate show. We had a fried breakfast, but in chocolate. Oh. And I was saying on air that this would be a great gift for my dad, so I bought it and gave it to him. He loved it. Oh. So I'd never have discovered that if I hadn't have done that chocolate show.
Amazing. So you had a success. Yeah. Me and Char both have failures. Well
that was
done.
the moral of the story.
The moral of the story. Make sure you buy something.
Yeah.
So,
buy chocolate.
Look. I know. I'm just going to put my thumb on it.
I thought you were doing that on purpose.
No.
Do it on all four corners. If you do it on all four corners, it looks beveled.
Okay, there we go. Boom. So I wouldn't go around anymore because I'll just make a mess of it. What I would definitely do is put a little bit of glitter on that. But as it is, if I just spin it like that, because I just think that is such a beautiful... Oh, I don't want to open either. Don't want to open, but anyway. But I just love that die. I think that is so pretty. And again, with something like that, it's so easy to create something exquisite.
It really is. Even if you get a few little marks. But you're doing well. You're doing well. Now, we're going to talk about the one-day special. Two-thirds of the stock. We're very busy this morning, and we absolutely should be. Two things to point out. Look, I'm going to go through the one-day special, and we'll break it down, and I fall in love with this. And the more we do this show, and the more the show goes on, the more I love it. But something Leonie touched on, and I did my own research with this as well. Have a look and see how much you would pay for a set of Marianne designs elsewhere, apart from us, 'cause we've got a great deal here. And you'll see, I have definitely seen them, and I know Pooj mentioned it as well, for £12. Obviously, prices will vary. I'm not saying everywhere sells them for £12, but it gives you an example of the value for money that you're getting with a one-day special. Do you know, even if we take the mixed media plate out of the equation, so you are getting this, but if I lift this up, the price you've got on your screen, it works out per set £6.60. So if you see it that way, £6.60 for a set of stamps of this quality, and then you've got the mixed media plate in there as well, as effectively a bonus. That is incredible value for money. But most importantly, when you go through the actual designs that you're getting, so my eye just instantly gravitated towards the wildflowers, and they're beautifully detailed. And when you see, Leonie started off with it looks like a foxglove, or I'm not sure, I'm not great with my flowers, but those sort of the ones we're seeing now, I don't know. But you've got those, and Leonie played with those with the mixed media plate, and it looked fantastic. So we've got those. Then we've got our florals, which you're going to see here. Now, one thing with the mixed media plate, and I'm so glad Leonie showed us this technique, if you want to, because if you stamp onto the mixed media plate and then use your stamping platform or acrylic block and stamp down, it reverses the image. So if you want to create any reflections, or especially with the florals, so if you want to create a wonderful field of wildflowers or florals, you can reverse them as well, and you're getting even more for your money. Down here, we've got our fantasy. So as the name suggests, it's just, they're very engaging to the eye, but they're made-up flowers, but cool flowers that we like. It's a modern, contemporary, fresh, and if you're looking for a classic design, you've got it in the form of your roses. So with the roses here, and it's one that Leonie was just reaching for, and you can see that, and they're just lovely, classic rose designs. And not only that, so we've got all those, and there's so many to choose from there, but you've also got your sentiments, which are stunning. And the thing with the sentiments too, the whole team, we all agree, it's a beautiful font. I'm going to pick up just a card at random. I just found the first one with a sentiment I find. That happy birthday. Now, how good does that look? Isn't that nice? And just create that background. This is a card that is so achievable, but looks so striking. Another sort of similar technique here, but now with different flowers. You've done the same technique, different sentiment on there, but no less beautiful. Equally, oh, that's interesting. The team's saying these flowers could be fireworks if you wanted as well. Now, that's a really good sign if you see, if you're looking at a stamp and you're able to reimagine it in different guises. How about that? That just a simple long-stemmed rose, bit of a background, done. Speaking of backgrounds, you can embrace your mixed media plate and create another wonderful background there and then add a sentiment. So it gives you an idea of technique, technique, technique. How about this one? How beautiful is that? Now, some, because they're from the Netherlands, so some of the sentiments are not in the one-day special. They're just sentiments, they're Dutch. So I don't know what that means. What's this? Dikkie knuffeld? Did you know what that means?
I feel like I've been Dickie Knuffled.
Dikkie knuffeld.
I really don't.
We all feel like that sometimes. Okay, so there we go. $32.99 is your price. Learning a bit more about Pooch every day. 192756, your item number there. That's going to become a thing now.
I mean, I really don't feel like I've been Dickie Knuffled.
I could talk about this, but I'm going to stop myself because we could get in trouble. 192756, your item number. Oh, do you know what? It means a big hug.
There you go. I feel like I've had Dickie Knuffles all weekend.
Wow. Have you had Dickie Knuffles all weekend?
I have had Dickie Knuffles all weekend.
That's why you're so tired, but you've got a smile on your face. Okay, now we're going to move on. We've got... just means hug, just means hug. We're going to have a look at this perfume bottle. That's going to be our thing now, from now on.
Dickie Knuffle.
I'm going to be talking to you about Dickie Knuffling.
That's the best word ever.
Let's have a look here at our wonderful perfume stamp set and die set. So you're getting 5 dies, and you're also getting the stamps, the coordinating stamps in the mix too. Have a look at the price. $9.99 for a stamp and die set is ridiculous. Over 40% of the stock has gone here. It can be a beautiful perfume bottle, it can be a more masculine bottle, or it can just be, quite simply, a jar to house your flower. What is going on? Why is it... Oh, there we go. This is the one I'm looking for. Have a look at that. So, isn't that nice? Just a lovely jar for the one-day special. 128788, your item number there. Unfortunately, time has beaten us. Good news is... we're back together at 12 o'clock.
Hooray!
Hey, no,
I'm on next.
Oh, now what are you going to do next?
I'm tie-dyeing and actually had a lovely time. Yeah, it's really good fun. So I'm up tie-dyeing and I've managed to do a marbling on tie-dye and it looks so good. Marbling on fabric, it looks well good.
So yeah,
I'm
doing a tie-dyeing show with fabric?
Yes.
Oh.
I know, right? I've been prepping and look, my
Something
hands
a little
on.
bit different.
I'm too dirty. Yeah. I know, quite
did you do the
I have. I mean, this one was a different tie-dye show I did, but I did make this one. So, yeah, it's same kind of technique that we're doing it next hour.
So don't go anywhere. Coming up next, Pooch is going to be doing some tie-dyeing. Thank you so much for your company, and thank you, Leonie. Dickie Knuffles to everybody. So coming up next, we've got our tie-dye with talons. After that, press cut will be here with crafts too. And then you've got sewing with Mariant Crafts.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Here at the craft store, we pride ourselves on our ethos towards the family-run boutique companies that offer the variety that we know you love and appreciate. Following such a positive response over the past few years, we are proud to introduce you to even more of your family favourites. Tune in from Thursday the 24th of June at 6 p.m. to Monday the 28th of June at 6 p.m. to support loads of your favourite family-run businesses. Plus, this year we also have a very exciting prize draw. If you place an order for any item featured within any live show during this event, you will automatically be entered into our amazing Family Favourites Mega Prize Draw. Prizes will be added within each live show, with the final prize totaling a minimum value of £1,500. So join us from 6 p.m. on the 24th of June for your Family Favourites event.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. We aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
Well, hello there and welcome back. Wow, I am certainly looking forward to this next hour. And in fact, I feel a bit sad because we have only got 1 hour when we're talking about Talons and the Art Creations tie-dye paints. They're amazing. We've got an amazing guest here. You can probably hear her rustling around in the background. Hot-footed by helicopter, flown across from the other studio, because of course she's been presenting the one-day special. It's Leonie. I'm going to hand over to you, my love.
Hello, my darling. Thank you very much indeed.
welcome.
Tag team. Sorry, I think I'm going in. It's one of them, it's like, what we're doing, where we're going. Right, okay, thank you, our lovely Hayley. Now, Royal Talons, amazing company. You will have already recognised Royal Talons, a brand that we know and love here at the craft store. We normally say our Lou doing the art side. So they have got a massive range of art products, but they've also got a huge range of sort of hobby products, if you will. And that includes all sorts, and of course, paints. Now, paints that you can do loads of different things. Part of the paint range is your fabric paint range, and this is amazing. We've got fabric paints for all sorts. So you might be stamping on these, you might be doing beautiful block printing. So there's loads of different things. Obviously you can be painting as well. However, today we are talking about tie-dye. Tie-dye has been super fashionable for years, but obviously this is something, it's funny actually because lockdown brought it really back into fashion. You know, it were one of those, I love tie-dye, I think it's ace. You'll want the fabric to be about 50% cotton because it does react better to natural fabrics, but there's so many techniques you can do with your tie-dye. So what we've got today, and these are brilliant because they're already pre-mixed, so it does mean no messing, no faffing. So you've got two different options. Now your first option, you've got your beautiful green, you've got that incredible blue, which is wonderful, and then it's like a wonderful turquoise. I love this colour, it's absolutely stunning. Now they are going to have extended delivery. It's coming out from the 6th of July, sorry, but it's absolutely worth the wait. I love that it's pre-mixed because it means there's no faff, there's no messing about. It's so quick to apply. So you've got your beautiful paints, you've got your box with instructions, you've got your gloves as well in there. You will get a glove in each one, but I had to pinch mine out of one of them. So that's the blue set. We've then got the pink set. So you get get the sort of yellowy orange, if you will. You do get that beautiful red, and then you get an amazing pink. Honestly, that is gorgeous. Again, pre-mixed. It makes it so easy to work with. And let me show you some of the actual results that you get, which is amazing. Yeah, I'm trying to find the better ones. There it is behind me. So you have, and this is what I want to show you straight away, because I love this. It is so cool. Marbling. Isn't that good? Marbling on your... I mean, I've got loads of odd socks. I didn't make any pairs. Just loads of odd socks. Look at that on a pencil case. How cool is that? So you can do beautiful marbling techniques. You can do so many different techniques. I love that. I love the effect of this. That's quite random because it all depends on your folds. You can obviously do the swirl technique. And with the swirl technique, there's loads of different colours you can apply to this. It looks so beautiful. And I think all the stronger ones are over here. So that's another one of the swirl technique, which is absolutely stunning. Now, with this, it is really easy to do. These ones have been done with marbles. Sorry, I'm going to have to be all over the place. This one has been done with the marbles. And that's really interesting because you get such a different look with the marble. And I like the way you can concentrate the actual colour. These have just been done with dipping into the ink that's left over, into the dye that's been left over, which is really effective. You've got, again, that's one of your swirl patterns, completely different to the other one. It depends on the, where you're putting your ink, where you're putting the actual elastic bands. You can do so many gorgeous techniques with this. Now, if you do want to get hold of this, all of these are definitely cotton, you know, 50% cotton, really easy to do. I'll walk back over to the counter. Obviously with something like this, sorry, I'm trying to find all my finish. There's that one as well, and I absolutely love that one. It's beautiful, just beautiful. So many different things you can do, and I love this one as well. Look at that. Isn't that just gorgeous? And I like it because you can do with something like that, you can have it quite strong, but look how pale you can get it. If you wash it out before you set it, look how pale you can get it. So you can get these really gorgeous soft colours, which I absolutely adore. Now, I will talk you through this. It is super easy and absolutely beautiful. And that price, £9.95. 446176 is your item number. And they are neck and neck at the moment. 446178. Now, the paints. I'm apologising straight away. Unfortunately, Royal Talons didn't send me these, so I haven't been able to play with them or do anything with them at all. Our lovely Hayley has done a little bit of a swatch. They are fabric paints, so obviously you can do loads with these on your fabric, and we did have a little instruction set there, and there's loads of different colours within the set of Royal Talons with your beautiful fabric paints. So obviously you can, as the instruction is showing, you can use your stamps, you can use your the word I said before again, block printing. Yay. You can paint with it, you can do loads of different things, but you can actually, and the reason they've been put on the show, you can actually, when these are empty, or if you have got other bottles, other nozzle bottles, you can actually water them down and paint with them. So you can actually do your tie-dyeing with these as well, which just extends the amount of things you can do, or the amount of colours that you've got to do your tie-dyeing with. And I like this set. I like that you've got the white, because obviously it allows, well, the primary colours, because it allows you to mix your colours. So obviously you can create some beautiful colours. Really nice paints are these. Only £15.60. You are saving £3 there. 666-377 is your item number. Now, that's your primaries, which is really handy. You've then got your metallics. I'm gutted they didn't send me these, because with these, the pearly, you've got a beautiful sheen with these. Really pretty. I mean, look at the gold and the silver. How gorgeous is that? Imagine marbling with these. That would look sensational. So you've got your beautiful gold. You've got the silver. I love this one. That is gorgeous. That's a dusty mint. That pretty. So these are kind of your metallic. The Dusty Mint isn't a metallic. And then you've got the leaf green. So you've got your two kind of pearly ones, and then you've got your regular. I don't think that's pearly. That just looks irregular. So that's your opaque. So you've got two opaque. So really calling it pearly is a little bit dodgy, isn't it? Because there's only two that are actually pearly, and then these two aren't. So these ones, I think that one's just your regular one as well. That one's just an opaque one, I do believe. I can't see any pearl in that. Now, only £15.60. Really, really beautiful. And again, if you're watering these down, it means these will last for ages. With your tie-dye. 871069 is your item number. And then the next set, that green, it is the same green, but it's, yeah. So, same colour. So, you're getting the beautiful green. I love this. That is superb. I mean, that is a really deep, beautiful, it's purple, is that? Magical purple. That is such a rich colour. You've also got in this one, that's lovely. That's, this one is called a perky ochre. I know, I like that. And then now this is beautiful, the soft magenta. See, I am gutted I had a chance to play with these because the colours are just gorgeous. Only £15.60 is your price there. 640980, your item number. And then last but by no means least, and this looks really interesting. So you have got your reflective and your night lights. I mean, how cool is that? Again, absolutely gutted that I didn't have these to play with. They look absolutely beautiful. So you are getting both of those for £10.90 your price there. I was looking at the packaging, seeing if there are anything on the boxes or the packaging to show you some of the finished samples. 062174 is your item number. £3. I mean, I love anything. A glow-in-the-dark paint. I just think that is amazing. And the reflective, I would love to see what you get with that. I mean, yeah, well cool. That is 062174, your item number. Okay, please check the website out. It is thecraftstore.com. That's where you're going to see all the different kits that we have got for you. You can get them individually, obviously. So do have a little look. If you've got questions, email in. If you've been tie-dyeing, please send us photographs, because I love to see what you've been doing. It's so cool. It's so exciting. It's one of those that's so different. And honestly, playing, it's one of those that when you start playing with it, you get super addicted. Now, okay, so let's start talking about the tie-dyeing paints. So, now, I've only got one set, so mine are basically empty. So I am... Thanks. I have been loving it, but it does mean I'm going to have to pinch the actual bottles because I've now to demonstrate with. But what we've got, I'll tell you, what we've got with the paint, so as we said, these are pre-mixed. And these are absolutely gorgeous. I love the fact they're pre-mixed because they're quick. As I said, you use about 50% cotton in your fabric. It does want to be natural fabrics. With these, because it is quick and easy, it does mean you get through your projects quite quick, and I love that. There's no faff with actually mixing your paint. They do give you your gloves, which we highly recommend. Obviously, you're working with dye. It is a pigment base, but it is going to stain. Also protect your surfaces. I must admit, a lot of people, when I were watching videos, they were saying, oh, it's really messy, really messy. I am a messy crafter, and I didn't get it everywhere. Don't panic. It's not going to be that messy. It obviously protect your surfaces. It is important you protect your surfaces, but please don't let that put you off, because I'm a messy crafter and my kitchen is still all right, I think. And that is saying something. Okay, I am going to put the gloves on. Obviously, if you've got your normal rubber gloves, you can wear them, you know, just, but these are really handy because they are disposable. Now, I've done this already because I wanted to show you what it looks like. So this has been sitting, and so I've no idea what it's going to look like, okay? But I'm going to show you how to do it. When I lift this off, at first, you can't see anything. Let me just move this away. So what you would do is then put this on the other side, but watch. When I take the shaving foam off here, ain't that good? I mean, is that not the best thing since sliced bread? And honestly, this technique is one of them that never gets boring. So the shaving foam technique, the shaving foam technique that we use for your card making, you can actually use on fabric. You would then put this, and you can see there is still paint on there. You would then put this back on there, and then now that picks up the other side. Obviously leave it for a little while. It needs to soak into that the fabric to actually start to do the tie-dyeing, if you will. Let me show you how to do this. Now, I should have got another board because I haven't given myself space, and I jolly well didn't. So I'm just going to start again with this one. Okay, let me just move it because it has to, I'm working on plastic, you see. But let me just shift off this. I wouldn't normally do this, folks. I would normally have another one ready, but I just didn't have one ready. Sorry, it's been one of them mornings this morning. Oh. Now, okay, so get rid of them for a second. So just your normal shaving foam. It doesn't need to be expensive, okay? And then, it's the way we do the shaving foam technique. So the way we do it for, for all our card making, exactly the same. So you're popping that on there first of all. I'm using just any old stick, it don't matter. So popping that like this. So smoothing down your shaving foam first of all. Get your shaving foam or make it big enough for the project that you're actually working on. Okay, because obviously if it's not big enough, you're going to be doing it in patches. I mean, you could do so many different looks with this. It's so cool. And then just putting in the paint. Now, I've got drips left, so I can use the drips for this. So I'm popping the dark blue first of all. I'm then using, now let's have a little see, I'm using the pink. So I've got a bit of pink left. It's surprising, you don't actually need much at all. So even though I've not much left in my tie-dye inks now because I've been playing, you really don't need much for this technique. It's fabulous. It goes a long way. And I did, for the one I did earlier, you keep watching that, because what I did do, because I wanted to, I took a little dollop of the gold just to see what it did. So I just popped a dollop of the gold in. Okay, so popping that there, and then, so you take your little old stick and then swirl. So just like you would with your wonderful, when you do, doesn't it look good? I love doing this. It's so addictive. I mean, this is fun anyway, but being able to do it on fabric, can you imagine what you could make? Can you imagine this on T-shirts? I mean, marbling, it could be your bags for life. You could do it on anything. I'm only doing it on pencil cases because this is so easy to demonstrate on TV. But you could do this on anything. So I'm happy with that. I'm taking my pencil case. Now, I'm spritzing it to wet it, just because I don't want to absolutely saturate it. You'll find if the material is wet, and you'll use different techniques. I'm not going to lie, when I was watching videos, you'll see different techniques on sort of how wet the fabric is. Sometimes people literally just spritz it. Sometimes people saturate it. So it depends, and please experiment. I'm doing this because I want the ink to take, and I know if it's wet, if the fabric's actually wet, it'll saturate into the fabric beautifully. And then just pop that into the fabric. Now this is why I love this, because I'm squidging that into the fabric and then just leave it to work its magic. Okay, don't do anything now. You can leave it for hours. The longer you leave it, the more the actual dye is going to work into the fibres. So that's what you want. You leave it, and then when you're ready, you'll take that off, and then you'll clear the foam, pop it on the other side. So that one you put back into the marbling. You then let this dry, and then when it's dry, you iron it. Iron it is going to fix it, okay? You then put it through water, so just run it under the tap until the water runs clear, and then you can stick it in your washing machine. But if you are using this, then I would definitely iron it. You iron it for about 5 minutes. You can sandwich it into your parchment paper, and then you don't get ink everywhere. I obviously didn't get ink everywhere, but if you sandwich it in your parchment paper, then you know it'll keep everything clean. But I love that. I just think that looks amazing. And look at that on my sock. I mean, I've only got one marbled sock, but I just think it looks absolutely good. Oh my gosh, I am the happiest person ever. I love marbled socks. I am so pleased. I might only have one, but it's the best marbled sock ever. I mean, that's the sock I'm keeping rolled up. The rest of them can be rolled down. Now, if you do want the marbling already, this has been busy. In fact, we're approaching 10% on both kits. Am I okay to clean this up before I do another demonstration? Please make sure you check your baskets out. It's fun. I love the fact it's already mixed, so at least you don't have to faff with it. And I tell you what, the colours are sensational. I'm going to get myself tidy, or Haley's going to give you a quick reminder.
I haven't been able to help myself. I've been having a little play offset while Leonie's been having a go with those. These paints are incredible. I mean, the tie-dye, what an amazing result. And I think the thing is with this one, it's kind of like no pressure results, as I'd call it. You don't have to be a fine artist. You don't have to be a textile artist. You can just literally just get involved with the paints, get involved with your natural fibres. Don't forget, 50% of those fibres need to be natural fibres, and you can get some incredible results. But what an incredible price. I can't believe you are getting 3 of these full bottles for less than a tenner. Absolutely amazing. And the colour schemes that you've got with these, if you can stretch to them, please, please, please do go for both of the sets, because you're going to get the most amazing hues. Think of using them like you would use your paints when you're using, kind of like your ombre effects when you're using your regular paints. So if you're into your watercolour paper, just think of your fabric in the same way as your paper that's got lots of water on there, because that's the way that they will work. So if you've ever created in your art journals and you've been creating that way and thought, oh, I'd love that on a t-shirt, or I'd love that on a bag, well, you can do that when you've got the right mediums, and that's the key thing with these. The beautiful blues, you've got that gorgeous green, that fabulous blue, fabulous teal. Absolutely gorgeous colours. So literally you could use those 3 together, meander between the 3 of those, you'll get some amazing results. Mix them if you're wanting to, but when you start mixing them, I would start injecting an extra different colour into the equation with those. So if you're wanting those, 446178, don't forget it all comes boxed. Do check out the website as well, and do check out YouTube as well, because there's loads and loads of different kind of tutorials and videos to help you along the way. This is the set that I would add in alongside, because with this one you've got the yellow, the red, that gorgeous magenta as well. It's a very popular bundle, this one. But just think about going from those colours across to those blues and greens, those teals. They naturally work together. So for £20 to get both of those sets, I think it's definitely worth going for, because you can use them in so many different ways. And of course, when we're talking about fabrics, we're not necessarily talking about fabrics to wear. It could be that you're creating fabric pieces to go into your art journals as well, hand stitching them in, book binding, all those kind of creative areas you could be using with regards to these. So if you're wanting those, please make sure you're taking advantage. We're looking at extended delivery with regards to this one, 6th of July, so it's only a couple of weeks to wait, but definitely worth the wait. Your mind will be going into overdrive of kind of using your stamps that you've got in your stash, and just kind of throwing down those paints. Get very fluid and very creative with those. You will love them. Now, if you wanted to add fine detail and perhaps layer up those colours, I would certainly suggest the next ones that we're looking at, because these are opaque. And I had a little play with these literally just before Leonie came through to the studio. I was astounded with the quality of them. Just a little bit of cotton fabric here. I've only put one layer actually on with these, so you can see there the intensity of colour you're going to get with these. Now, obviously it's a darker fabric with the green in there, but the white has still made an impression, as you can see. The white is a brilliant one to use as a base if you're wanting to get truer colour, truer results. If you want that yellow to be a brighter yellow, the red to be brighter, then lay down the white as almost like an undercoat, and then you go over the top. But you can see there with the white there, you can layer up these colours because they are opaque, and they're your primaries. You don't need me to tell you. Your primaries, you've got any colour you want to choose. Just check out out the colour wheel, mix those together to get some absolutely incredible results, as you can see as well. And again, absolutely beautiful. These are going to work with the next set that we've got as well. Now, the next set are going to add that little bit of interest, if you're wanting to, with that pearl, the silver, the gold. Oh, my goodness, they are so lush. They're beautiful. Think about things like your little pumps, your little trainers. Getting the kids involved with these. My kids, years and years ago, we did a party where literally I bought a little pair of pumps for all the kids, and then we got fabric paints out, and they spent so much. They went home covered in fabric paint, I'm not going to lie, but that was it. They'd gone home then, it didn't matter. But with these, you could be stamping, you could be drawing, you can be painting with these. You've got the concentration of colour, so if you want, you can go straight into your fabrics, but because you've got the concentration of colour, you can dilute them down as well. I mean, look at that. That looks like that fabric has been foiled. Imagine putting little tiny dots of that onto polka dots, or if you've got a Christmas fabric that you're wanting to add that metallic hue to, then you can. But look at that with that green, the opacity with that one, incredible. But have you noticed it's not affected the fabric? You haven't got starchy fabric, so if you are wearing it, you can wear it without any issue whatsoever. These haven't been heat set, but you can see there how amazing those colours are. Do get those into your basket, definitely, for those two especially. 871069. Incidentally, some of these are available individually, so if you are wanting to hone in on some of these, then you can do. Now, this is the one that I couldn't help myself with. So it's been a work in progress, but I'm going to add to it as the hour progresses. So here you've got some beautiful colours. You've got that gorgeous bold, as you can see with this one. Oh! They're all going green, green, green. I was going to say, yeah, I use the green. That's the green. So you're going to get your 4 bottles, including the green. You've got your magenta in there. You've got that gorgeous purpley tone in there. And you've got the yellow. And then, as you can see, they're beautiful colours. They're very intense colours. I did a little bit of kind of wet in wet with this one, just using some fabric that I've just literally found on the shelf there. It is very wet. I've done it onto a poly pocket there so as I don't get anything on any of the counter, for the record. And then, of course, what you can do, just dab up those colours, get those colours, and it means that the colours are going to kind of flow through. I'm going to dry this off, and I'm going to put a little bit of the metallics on there, I think, if I can wrestle them off, Leonie, of course. And that will be a challenge in its own right. So 640980 if you're wanting those £15.99. But the reflective paints, these look so fabulous. Rapidly approaching 10% of the stock. Imagine the fun you are going to have with these. Going free rein with these, printing off your phrases, printing off whatever you like on your photocopy paper, put it on the inside of a t-shirt, trace over the top with a paint. You could really personalise these. You would have loads of fun. Imagine the parties and getting out in the garden and festivals and all those different occasions. But adding little dots to things as well. Maybe you've got t-shirts that have got animal pictures on them. Adding little dots to certain accents, making their eyes glow, all that kind of thing, just for £10.90. Absolutely amazing. 062174 if you fancy getting hold of those. Very busy for those tie-dye sets, so do get those into your basket if you're wanting to. And don't forget, do check out our 7-day savers. They're online, and you've got a fabulous array of different products in there, including some that are fabric based as well, so you could enhance some of those using the wonderful paints that we've got. Maybe utilise them on things like your yarns as well. These ones, I can't say that you can use it on these ones because there's probably man-made fibres, but as long as you've got your natural fibres in there, just fill your boots and have some fun. And maybe check out those fabrics that Natasha's brought to us as well, because of course you can paint on those as well. So Leonie, what's next?
What I love about tie-dye, because it's been around for years, you've got so many different techniques, and they are cool. Now, what I've got, and I bought loads of little goodies to do this. I bought socks, I bought bags, I bought t-shirts, I bought vest tops, and you do get carried away. But it's brilliant for upcycling. Think of maybe shirts that you've gone and got splodges on. You know, think of things that you're just bored of. And there's really simple techniques, like you can literally just dip a t-shirt into the ink. In fact, one of the socks, these ones, that's just dipped. So that is actually, it's one that I had some ink left over, and I just dipped the toe, the ankle, and the top of the stock in. It's so simple to do. Leftover ink, you can just mop up or dip in. You know, there's so many different techniques with it, and it is super easy. And like Hayley said, which is a very good point indeed, with this, the paint that you're using is in the fabric. It does not change the feel of the fabric whatsoever. I mean, something like that, I might want to stencil over the top of it. I might want to stamp over the top of it. This might be a base for then using the other paints on the show to do your block printing on. So it's lovely for creating some beautiful bases that you can then expand onto. Right, the next one. This is a one of those techniques that you'll definitely have seen the results of, because this is just swirling. All you do, as some people use a fork and take a fork to swirl it, I'm just doing with my hand, and literally you just take the fabric and swirl it. That's all you're doing. So you're just dragging that fabric round and creating that lovely little swirl, like so. Okay, and then take your elastic bands. Now, with your elastic bands, what we're doing is just bringing those and keeping it together. So you want this, you'll end up using loads of elastic bands. It's great. All those elastic bands you keep because you know one day you're going to need. Now you absolutely use them. It's fabulous. So you're creating, what you want to do really is get the elastic bands so they're crossing in the centre of this. And what you want it to do is get it so it holds all your swirls. And you can see my bag's fighting with me a bit, but that's not going to be a problem, because you want it to hold it all together, all in situ, like this. Okay, and then I'm not going to swirl the handles because I don't want to. And what it does, not only is it holding it all together, but it also sections it. So when you're applying your tie-dye paint, it means that you break it up into different segments. And that means you can apply your paint in different ways. So we'll do a couple of these. Now, do it nice and tight. Because that'll give you, it'll hold it really tightly together, but it also helps with the pattern. And I find with the bag, because you've got your little angles, I tuck some of these in. Okay, don't worry about the handle, that's going to be fine. That bit there, I might be able to just stretch round and pop in here. I love doing this because you get so many different results. And do check the back. If I hadn't checked the back there, when I came to actually do it, that piece of fabric would mean I wouldn't be able to get into that detail. So absolutely spin it and have a look. Now, our phone lines are busy. Please do get onto the website. That is thecraftstore.com, or you can shop on the app, of course. I know we have got queues currently. Okay, so I'm going to spin that. Because it's got a handle on it, that's why that bit is being a bit stubborn. Okay, so happy with that. Now let's have a little look. See, again, that one at that side just needs tweaking. Do a bit of tweaking before you get your dye on it, because once the dye's on it, then you won't be tweaking. Okay, so doing it like this. I have got one ready as well, so I can do a couple. Okay, I'm happy with that. Now, what you can do with this, and I am going to have to go and pinch the paint, actually, because I haven't got enough paint. I'm just using my tie-dyeing. So what you can use with this is... now, the gold and silver individually have gone. So if you did want those paints, the only way you can get it now is in that bundle. So please make sure you check your baskets out with that one. The details are just coming up. So if you do want to get hold of your gold and silver, remember you do get the gold, the silver, and you get that beautiful sort of minty, and then you get that beautiful green as well, which is absolutely gorgeous. It's like, who's your mate? There he is. There he is. If you want that set, the only way to get the gold and silver now, which are gorgeous, they're absolutely gorgeous, £15.60 for that set. 871069 is your item number. Right, okay, can I get... Right, so I do need to still pinch the ink from this. I should have done it then, shouldn't I? So what we're doing, I'm going to segment this. So you have got... with this one, so I'm going to do the green first. Thank you, Haley. So I'm going to do the green first, and the green I'm going to pop on that side there, and then I'm going to do the opposite side now. Look how easy this is to put on. The fabric is wet. You'll find because the fabric is wet, it does go, it soaks into the fabric beautifully. When you're doing this, do not worry about cross-contamination. It just makes it look interesting. I have forgot to put my gloves on, but I'm not too worried at the minute. I will put them on. I will put them on, don't worry. But look at that colour. That colour is beautiful. It's just beautiful. So I'm just popping that on as well. And you can mix, if you are lucky and you can get both sets, you can mix both sets because they do combine wonderfully together. So just popping on like so, making sure it's covered. And again, you can see that ink just flowing through. I do quite like where the colours blend together. So that doesn't worry me in the slightest. And then I am going to, from the other set, I'm going to use the yellow from the other set. It's like a yellowy orange, but you can... Now, don't throw away your empty bottles. This is where using the other paints that we've got on the show, this is where you can use your other paints, because obviously you're going to have those lovely empty bottles so you can fill them up. So definitely then fill them up with the other paints that we've got on the show. I mean, these are called a silk paint, so of course you can use them on your silk as well, but they are beautiful for tie-dyeing. And it's the consistency that makes this super, super easy as well. So just popping that on like so. And now I will put my gloves on because I'm going to flip this over. It's so exciting, is this? Because you don't know what you're going to get. You know, it's one of those. You do need to flip it over because, as you can see, it hasn't gone straight through, of course. So then you just go the segments that you've done, if you can remember your segments. Do the segments that you've got again. I know this one I'll probably have, because that one really should be that segment, but I've cheated. I made it that set. Yeah, I'm having a lovely time. I'm not going to lie, I really enjoy this. Are you having a lovely time? She's having a lovely time, is our Hayley. It's so nice hearing Hayley talk about it as well, because obviously... You know, because Hayley deals with fabric, you know, on a day-to-day basis, it's lovely, you know, hearing that enthusiasm. And I think tie-dye, it's just exciting. And you can upcycle. Think about your bedding. You know, I wanted to do a bed sheet, but obviously with the stuff I had, I didn't have enough product. But think about, you know, it might be pillowcases you're upcycling. There's so much you can do. I really did like the little pencil cases, because they're so easy as well, and it's just one of those that is ridiculously addictive. Now, the longer you leave this, so I've been, because I didn't have the luxury of loads of time, so I've actually taken mine out of the dye, if you will. I've washed it out, or no, I haven't washed it out. I've just not allowed it to sit as long than I would have done. So basically, what am I trying to say? I am trying to say now, with this, you would let that sit for a really good strong dye. I'd let that sit for a few hours. So I'd really let that sit for 5 hours. With mine, I haven't, because I just didn't have time. Once you've let it sit, you then open it up, and I'll show you that in a few seconds. I'm mopping up with the handle. I'm mopping up the actual dye that I've got left over. So that's how I'm actually doing the handles. I've then got a drying rack. So just here, by drying rack, it's like your oven rack in a cardboard box. Now, fancy. Now, if you keep that in there, keep it in for a few hours before you unbundle it. This will mean that ink has really got time to soak into your fabric. And obviously then, it means your fabric is going to start drying out. I actually unbundled mine and allowed it to start drying out open. But it's better if you leave it like it is. Now, the other way you can do this, and this is a T-shirt. What time have I got? I'm not going to do the T-shirt as well because of time, because I've got another technique that I want to show you. But I'm going to show you the one that I've done instead. Now, just bear in mind, hasn't been sat, because I had to set it up this morning. So this hasn't been sat for as long as I'd love it to be sat for. But I'd let it sit for hours. But you can see with this one, I got really carried away with the colours. I hope it's going to be nice. I don't know, but let's hope, okay? So, as I say, I would, with this, I would let it sit for a bit longer. So you've got your rubber bands, take your rubber bands now. Some important things to let you know about. With this, you undo it and then you let it dry. You then, once it's dry, you heat setting it. When you heat set it, it's with the iron for 5 minutes, each side, heat set it both sides, then put it under the tap to get rid of the ink. Once you've done that, then it's ready. You can put it through the washing machine. This ink is washable. You can put it through your washing machine. Are you ready? I'm so excited. Oh my word. That's worked. Isn't that so cool? And it's front and back. I love it. Does everybody want them to make, do you want me to make t-shirts? It's so good. So you then put this on a coat hanger, leave it to dry, okay? I'm so excited. That is using both sets, okay? That is using both sets that you are getting with your tie-dye. It does look ridiculously effective. And it's even done the sleeves. Oh, tie-dye. Tie-dye is one of the best things since sliced bread. It's so exciting. Okay, right, shall I get... Oh, can I tell you something as well? The paint that's left on there, I've been using a bag. I've wet this through and then used it to mop up the paint. So it means you've got... This is obviously just going to be lovely and it's going to be my money. You know, but it's really cool because you can use anything to actually mop the paint up. And that then I can stencil on top of, I can paint on top of, I can do loads. Right, I will get set up for another demonstration. Haley, I know Haley's been having a lovely play as well. Oh, sorry, I had to pinch all the paints, did I? Do you want some empty tubs back?
I've got nothing to talk about.
Here's an empty tub.
You've got all my stuff. Let me bring these in. Now, oh my goodness, I think frankly it's rude that you brought me away from playing over there because I was having a fabulous time. Now, with regards to these, I haven't got the full kit here, but we have got a picture of it, so I'm sure we'll be sharing that with you. These are the blues, absolutely gorgeous. Going to get you 3 bottles, $9.99 with your gloves, with your box, all ready to go. I can't believe that for £9.95 you can have so much fun. I've never had so much fun for less than a tenner. It's amazing. Absolutely brilliant. Obviously, you're going to bring in your natural fibres if you're wanting to use them with regards to things like your T-shirts. How amazing did they look with those T-shirts? Now, for just $9.95, you can pop this into your basket. Just bear in mind, extended delivery with this one. So you have got, obviously, a little bit of a wait with this one. It's only a couple of weeks. But you've got your blue in this particular one. And it's got that gorgeous green and that fabulous teal. Absolutely brilliant. Comes with the gloves as well. And of course, do check out the Royal Talons website as well for inspiration and ideas. And of course, you can go back and watch this show on Rewind. Don't forget that. It's available for 60 days. So there's a lot there that you can go back and watch. I'm just chuckling to myself. Wouldn't have had to bring them back, obviously, because we haven't got huge quantities. I like the way that we only gave me the empty bottle. She's kept the full couple. She's not as green as she's cabbage looking, that one, is she?
But all those are showing you colour as well, because the colours are just...
right.
Yeah, they're all your finished samples.
I mean,
and the colours are beautiful.
Yeah. To be honest, whichever you go for, whether you're going for the greens or you're going for those pinks and oranges, to be honest, they're pretty much neck and neck. The thing that I love about this is you've got the vibrancy if you want it, but then you've got the pastel tones if you want to as well. And of course, don't forget your mop-ups. When you've done your project, add a bit of water. Use that to basically dye anything, tote bags, any fabric. Even if it's just a piece of hessian that you've got in your stash, please do make sure you mop it up, because you will find a purpose for that as time goes on. But then, of course, you can get incredibly creative and directional with regards to those fabrics. So those are the blues and the greens, absolutely amazing. Your pinks, reds and your magenta kind of pinky tone, absolutely beautiful as well if you're wanting that one. Now, if you want to kind of add a solid colour, so to say, maybe you're going to be building up your colour, maybe you're going to do some block printing, maybe you're going to be doing some painting. Well, this is a fabulous set because these are your opaques. It's also brilliant because you've got your white in there, which means you can make any of those colours that you're mixing together or going direct from the bottle more of a pastel tone. Now, they are very intense colours, so just be aware that it could take a lot of the white if you're not careful, but mix them up, play around with them. Also use the white as a base as well. They're incredibly fluid with regards to these. And of course, as Leonie was saying, if you get that kind of ratio right, check out social media. You'll be able to find the ratios where you can use these in a whole host of ways, not just taking it direct to the fabric. But when you are using them on the fabric, I mean, look at that. Scrunched up, there's no flaking, and I haven't actually heat set this either, I've only painted it on there, but you can see with that you've got no flakiness with it. You can build up that colour using the white as a base if you're wanting to. I've chosen quite a dark green here, and you can see it's still colouring that. So there you go, that is your fabulous set of your opaques. Check out the Royal Talons website, you'll find loads of inspiration. Then the metallics, oh my goodness, you're loving your metallics. What's not to love though, to be honest? They're absolutely amazing. Again, using them on your fabrics, use them on your t-shirts, your bags, your tote bags, but use them on things like, if you've got a favourite top and you a messy eater, I've got a friend who is a messy eater.
It's just me.
No, me. Oh. Is that what everybody says, isn't it? I'm just asking for a friend. Me. And you get splashes of on your t-shirts, on things like that. Then you can actually use these to cover them up. So turn those splashes almost into art. Perhaps it's nature's art, that splash of spaghetti bolognese you got down your white t-shirt. Then you can use those direct if you're wanting to. Again, incredible coverage with regards to stamp onto your fabrics. Draw over the top with these paints if you wanted to. I've got a little piece down here. It's actually utilising some of the set that we're looking at in a few moments, but I have added it. It's still very wet because I kind of did a wet paint and I didn't have a chance to dry it off properly, but I've got the metallic sitting on top there, so it's adding a little bit of shimmer and shine. Again, just those techniques that you're used to using with your paper crafting, diluting it down, splashing it with your paintbrush. There's loads of things you can do with these. Now the gold and silver aren't available by themselves. Some of the others are still available, but those two aren't. The only way you can get hold of them is within this set, but to be honest, even if they were available, it makes sense to go for the whole bundle because of the price that we've got on the bundle here. It makes sense. You've got your light green, which again is a nice base if you're wanting to. It's quite a minty pastel tone. Again, I've put it on a dark fabric. You'd probably save that one for your lights, unless you're wanting to bring in your opaque on a darker fabric. It lays down the foundation that you can then use those lighter tones. Perfect for your foliage, those two, if you are into doing your paint. Think about things like your canal barge type painting. You know, doing that kind of work with these ones, little dots with them. There's loads of things you can do. And you can get all of those for just £15.60p. I hope you're adding as many of these bundles into your basket as you can, because they all work so incredibly well together. We don't need an hour. We need like 4 hours at least to kind of show you what you can do with these. Now, green, there we go. I nearly remembered. Now, this is the bundle that I used to actually create the backdrop. So I wet the fabric, I diluted down the paint a little bit, and just kind of did splodges. Now, the splodges, when I put them down, they were quite intense. They weren't the look that I really wanted. So I just went in with water over the top. And you can see how those colours have meandered out. Again, once it's dry, once it's heat set, they're not going to move anymore. Splashed over the top with a little bit of the metallics, as you can see. But where you can see the swirls and the circles, that's where it's actually being used as a direct paint. So you can do it as a paint if you're wanting to. That is going onto a wet fabric, so they haven't moved too much when they're in their concentrated form straight from the bottle. But you can see that you are going to be able to use them in loads of different ways. So the magenta, beautiful deep purple. You've got that gorgeous, not the magenta, sorry, the deep purple. You've got your magenta in there. You've got that lovely, what was that one called? It was a fancy name, that one, wasn't it? Perky ochre. I love that perky ochre. Who'd have thought you could have a perky ochre, but there you go, you can. And then that gorgeous green. So if you're wanting that, again, colours of nature there. You've got your petals, you've got your flowers, the centre of your flowers, you've got your green. For your leaves, so £15.60p. Brilliant value for money. Last one, you're going to have loads of fun with regards to this one as well. This one is your glow in the dark. So your glow in the dark that you can be able to use in loads of different ways. Obviously on your dark fabrics, think about Halloween, think about party nights, think about the kids having fun. Paint this on their pyjamas and then tell them the lights need to go off, and then before you know it, they'll be asleep if they're not too busy watching their glowing t-shirts. So there you go. Those two bottles, again. How much are these ones coming together, Kirsty? Oh, the details have popped off my screen. £13.90, and the item number for these particular ones is 062 174. You will find everything on the website, though, to be honest. And we're going to shoot back over to Leonie. We've only got about 10 minutes left. Oh, what are you doing?
Well, I've done this one. I'm gonna leave this one. Wearing my other T-shirt. You know, I didn't have a chance to leave it because obviously time. But this one, I'm going to leave this one. So this is exactly, you know, the rainbow one that I did. This is how I did the rainbow one. So I rolled it up, so it's just the same as the one I've just done. So rolling it up, adding your colours to each segment. I've done both sides, but then I'm going to let that sit in my drying chamber. And that means, I know it sounds exciting, that means the ink will really permeate the sinking to the fabric. So that one is going to sit in there, and I'm just going to leave that one. Now, in the meantime, this is one of the other techniques I saw, and I will just do this first, sorry. I'm going to just take that, where's my bag? I'm going to get my bag. This is my mop-up bag, so it's just, and I honestly, you can pick up all sorts. What I would do, you can pick up all sorts to tie-dye. It's dead exciting. I'm damping that down, and then just the ink that I've got left over, because it's damp, the ink will really sink into that fabric, and it'll spread quicker and easier than if your fabric's dry. So you do want to be using your wet fabric, but I love it. I love mopping up the ink just to see what happens. Okay, pop that to one side. Let's go. Now, what I want to do is this is another technique I saw, and I really like this. It's Japanese, and I can't remember what it's called. Shento, I think, but I think I might have said that wrong. Paula knows. But yeah, Paula knows. She's not here, but Paula knows. So what you do is essentially, now you do iron this. I've got one already prepped. So what you would do, obviously I didn't bother ironing on set because there's no point doing that. So iron this first of all. It is dry, okay? You then, yeah, Shento. It's a beautiful, beautiful geometric tie-dyeing technique. It's absolutely gorgeous. I haven't nailed it yet, but I'm getting there. And honestly, it's one of those you need to play with and experiment with. So what you do, you iron that there so it's really flat. So all you're doing is a concertina fold. So you bring this, you iron that, okay? So you're going to be ironing it every time. There's loads of different ways you can create patterns with this. You can create some beautiful geometric patterns. So every time you're ironing, okay? So then you've got some really, really nice the really sharp edges, yeah, crisp edges. So this is one I've done. Now, I saw this demonstrated, and I thought, I'm having a go with that. I've actually put cardboard on both sides. So it'll get to, let me see. So you get to this point, okay. You then, what I've done with this one is actually folded this one. So I've half folded it, ironed it again, and I've put card there and card there, and then use my elastic bands, so that will keep it all in situ, but it gives you a different result when you're dyeing it and when you're staining it. Now with this, remember, it was dry. However, I'm going to take water and I'm just going to submerge it into water, and this again, it's not going to be completely wet, you know, it's not going to soak into all your fibres, but it'll just allow the ink to start moving into the actual fibres better. And it's interesting when you do look at the different ways of tie-dyeing. You know, some people dampen the fabric, some people have the fabric quite wet, some people actually just spritz the fabric. So there's lots of different techniques, so do have an experiment. I'm getting rid of some of the water, so it's not too wet. I've found, mind you, I haven't let mine sit for long enough on my drying table. I would absolutely allow it to sit for hours, you know, if you've got the time, allow it to sit for at least 5-6 hours, definitely, because it is one of those that the longer you allow the ink to sink into those fibres, the stronger you're going to get. If you don't want it strong, if you want a more subtle finish, then before you dry it and heat set it with the iron, rinse it through the water until your water runs clear. That way you'll get a lot, it'll be a lot more subtle. The ink that I washed out, so when I'm washing it under the tap, the ink that I've actually washed out is where I did the dips from. So, because I didn't want to waste it. So, I mean, again, bedding or just plain cotton. And the thing is, I was thinking with these, okay, so if you do a dip and it's really quite subtle, then you could definitely tie-dye back onto this. You can stencil back onto it, so you can do loads of stuff. You know, it's one of those that it just keeps giving. Okay, with this one, so again, I'm going to stick my good old gloves back on again at this stage. Couldn't remember the word for gloves. And I'm going to go on with, I am a bit addicted to this colour. I did it in red so I can do it in the turquoise. So I am going to use a gorgeous turquoise. So with this one, all you're doing is popping it in the edges. Oh, and I love this. Honestly, I get this. It's really cost effective. It's a brilliant hobby. I did a lot of projects from just 3 bottles because I'm not using much paint here, and you can see. Now this is interesting because of the cardboard. I'm dying to know what this looks like. See, the one I saw, she actually used a dip. She actually dipped the ink, the whole thing into the ink. So that would work differently to the way I'm doing it, because obviously I'm not putting any, apart from that, I'm not putting any on the cardboard. So, and this is the thing, experiment. Please get this and experiment. Now, we've had a question from our Steve-O. Hiya, Steve-O. So, Steve-O says...
Oh, well, I'm not Steve-O, just in case anybody...
all right,
this is Steve-O's voice. He's much deeper than I am. But he's saying, good morning, Leonie, how are you all? And a big hello to the crew. These look great. Just a couple of questions. Do the paints work on calico bags?
As long, yeah, I mean 50% cotton, that's the, yeah, at least 50% cotton. So if it's higher than 50% cotton, amazing.
Perfect.
So yeah.
Steve-O's got a couple of white t-shirts and an apron, so he's going to have a go with them on there. And he's asking about your apron. Have they been done with tie-dye paints?
It was a different set, but yes, it's tie-dyed. And this is actually just a scrunch technique, which is ridiculously easy. And this is the thing, there's loads of ideas, there's loads of stuff out there, you know.
It's brilliant.
Oh man, it's
craft.
really good.
Just give it a go. And then the last question is asking about the shaving foam. So if you were doing a larger piece, say like an apron, would you just move the fabric along the shaving foam, or is there another way to do it?
Okay, either, if you were doing an apron, either you've got to, if you want it in one, you've got to do a big surface, and that's if you want it in one. If you do it in blocks, then obviously you're going to see a line where one block goes to the next block, but it's tie-dye.
Could you do it on like a big piece of plastic rather than a tray? So put it all onto a big piece of, like a, I don't know, bin liner or something like that.
Because this is only cardboard with plastic on it.
Yeah.
So you use what you've got.
Yeah.
I mean, the wonderful thing with shaving foam as well, because the shaving foam is holding the dye on top, the shaving foam, I mean, don't do it on your best, you know, definitely cover your surfaces, but it means your dye isn't soaking through, you know, onto your base.
A shower curtain you could use.
Could use anything.
Yeah. You could literally cover that and just lie on it, couldn't you, really? Just wear the t-shirt and just tie it while you're wearing it.
Don't marvel yourself. Now, but yeah, I'd have a go. I do it in sections just for ease, to be fair. Right, so leave that again on your tray, okay? Leave it, see what happens. I've got one that I prepared earlier. I am just going to take the blue off because I know this is red and I don't want to get too much blue on my red, even though I've already done it. Now, I did this differently. I didn't put card on this, and this one hasn't been sat for as long as I want. It's only been sat for a couple of hours, okay? But, I mean, yeah, the colour is super vibrant. So remember, when you undo these, you then leave it to dry, you then iron it, and then, once you've ironed it, that's when you run it through the tap. Are you ready? So let's have a see what this looks like. Oh, that's well cool, isn't it? Have a look at that. And then on that side, look at that. That's well nice.
So in that situation. If
That's like that
if you've
T-shirt.
got white areas in there and you don't like the white, I guess you could go back in with the paints and add colour to those lighter areas.
I mean, the Japan. Well, a lot of the tie-dye, it's a resist.
Yeah.
So there's quite a lot of it where the white is actually what you're aiming for.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you wanted to now, you could definitely go back in. You could stencil. I mean, can you imagine putting a stencil on there now and then using some of the other paints and actually stenciling through? This is the thing. Yeah, there's so much you can do with it. I love that. I mean, I really love that design. The actual, the Japanese one is a lot more. You get the lines, it's a lot more defined.
Yes.
You know, so it's one of those that you need to experiment with. But to be fair, I love this. I love the movement. I love the difference in the way the colours hit the fabric.
It's almost like the merger of the angles with the fluidity of the colour. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's stunning. Please, we've only got an hour. Please check your baskets out. Please share some of the stuff that you have made when you've done with this.
Can we do it again?
Yeah, please. And can you check out Royal Talents, because Royal Talents do have an amazing YouTube channel with loads of ideas. So if you do get stuck, please check out their YouTube.
Thank you, Leonie.
Thank you.
Check out your baskets. My goodness, what a busy hour. Oh, it's going to get busier though. Press Cuts, Craft 2 and John Lockwood. What more could you ask for? Oh, throwing a bit of Yanis. Then we're sewing with Marin Crafts. We've got a lovely Sasha in. And then we've got the one day special.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. We decided to embark on turning our own designs into polymer stamps. We're really excited about where this is going to take us in the future and how we can evolve those designs and keep bringing you something that's just so different. So we wanted to add an extra element to our stamp collection, and this was down to Josie hand drawing the amazing sentiments that we now have in our collection. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new.
Hi, I'm Sarah from White Gecko Craft Lounge. We have a little shop in Dinas Powys, which is between Cardiff and Barry, so right by the seaside, and we were established 6 years ago. There's 3 of us that run the business. It's myself, Sarah Jane and Sian, and we have a host of volunteers and community members that help out too. White Gecko is to really inspire you to start sewing. We'd like to get people crafting and start that sewing process. A lot of patterns and kits are perfect for beginners to use. It's a real wonderful, mindful way to start that journey into sewing. So don't miss the White Gecko shows.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full-time. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Hello everybody and a warm welcome. We have got a very special show coming up with Crafts 2, a limited edition. It's already busy. I'm going to tell you straight off the bat, before we even went live, over 10% of the stock has already gone for the press cut nesting DL die bundle. Going to get into this in just a moment. I am joined by the very talented and lovely John. How you doing, buddy?
I'm not bad. How are you, sir?
Very well. We were having a chat, John.
Yes.
And price on this is ridiculous.
It is stupid. It is far too low, far too low.
When you consider the amount that you are getting, I'm just putting my hand into shot, 23 dies in total. I mean, they are beautiful dies, but these are utility dies as well.
They are. These are the dies, the press cut are our range of sort of everyday dies, your worker dies, what you'll use all the time. And these are a true DL, so you've got the stitch dot, which has that beautiful sort of signature. It's been one of Craft 2's and press cuts for years. The stitch dot has been appearing all over their dies. They did it first about 10 years ago, I think. So you've got that. It's a beautiful detail. It's on the inside and the outside of the die cut. So the aperture is as nice as the piece that cuts out. So you've got these, which are all done again in a true DL style. Yeah. And DL stands for dimension length. Oh. That's what DL actually means.
Okay, I didn't know that.
So what it actually means is...
it was like double length.
A true DL, which is dimension length, is a third of an A4 sheet. So what we've done with the plain ones that you're looking at now is these again have been done in the standard way that Prescott and I work. So each subsequent die is a 1/4 inch on each measurement smaller than the one that precedes it.
Okay.
So you have exact nesting possibilities. You can see there were too many to put on an A3 board. Yeah. So I've had to put them in pairs of 3s because there are so many dies in this set. Wow. But each subsequent one is a 1/4 inch smaller than the one that precedes it. But as I was saying, what you've got is DL is dimension length, and it actually means it is a third of a piece of card.
Okay.
So
that's
what DL
explained.
means.
Yeah. Okay.
And so it's basically the length. So these have been designed so that you can make any card, even with the largest one. You can make your own card blank using an A4 sheet folded in half.
Amazing.
Because the measurement here is no bigger. It's basically the measurement here and the measurement here is effectively just a 1/4 inch lot smaller than an A4 piece of paper folded landscape.
Perfect.
The length is longer, but you just chop it off. So you're not having to buy card blanks. You're not having to buy A3 card to make card blanks for this. You just use normal A4 card. And that's what I love.
Well, we love it. Now, I've got to tell you, you've got queues on the phone line, so I am so sorry if you're currently stuck in the queue. The fastest way to order is on our website. Just go to thecraftstore.com or use the app. I want to talk about the fact, now, are we approaching or over 20%? We're at 20% of the stock. We're 3 minutes into the show. These are a limited stock.
Yes.
So I'm not calling limited stock here. I'm saying they're a limited release in the sense that you have a certain amount. We have all the stock we have.
Yeah.
Once it's gone, and I'm categoric here, we cannot and we will not be adding any more on extended delivery. So once this sells out, and if we carry on going at this rate, it's going to sell out within the first half an hour. These will be gone, and they're highly. I know Sam was in the group, like telling people, you know, it's going to be busy.
It isn't what we call a limited edition. It's not one of the John Next Door limited editions. But for some of the additional shapes that we do for the press cut, we do them for people who've asked for them. We don't order in the quantity that we would for squares and rectangles and circles. Those that we keep in stock and we will keep reordering. These are ones that we do as a one-off for people who wanted this shape.
Wow.
So we know that they're not going to be part of the range forever. So there are currently no plans to reorder them.
Okay.
I don't want to say that, you know, in 3 months' time, then Peter might decide a lot of people want them, can we redo the DLs? But all the stock there is, and I checked and rang this morning and was told categorically there are no more in the warehouse than what have been allocated to you, so there are no more to add on.
Okay. So you have been told. Just going to show you here some examples, and this is why we love DL. But within these sets, you've got the perfect matte and layer possibilities in there. So lots going on.
That one is the next one is a fantastic one to show you. Okay. Because this one is one by Maxine. What she's actually done is, if you pull off the collar, this is a whole sheet of A4 just folded into thirds.
Oh, yes.
So you see how they matte and layer perfectly, and you cover everything.
Wow.
Without having to have A3 card and special card blanks and things like that.
That's a beautiful inspiration. I'll put that on in a second. Or here, I mean, it's a size we all know and we work with regularly but being able to have dies specifically designed for the DL, and I never knew it meant dimensional.
No, I didn't. It was actually Maxine who researched it and told me. I was about to do it, and she said, I've checked it in. It's dimension length. And the great thing is, the one there that the white one, Sam made that.
Oh. Well, that's nice.
He said he actually loved... He didn't do this because he was asked to.
Yeah.
He did this while I was on air on Sunday because he was bored.
Okay.
And he said he found it really great working with the DLs because it was a small canvas, and as a new crafter, he felt he could fill that and get the balance right on it. He wasn't daunted by a whole A5 sheet or a big square.
That's a really good point, actually. Sam's come on as a crafter.
He really has. He really has. He's actually going to be doing some... he's doing one of the briefs in the box kit I'm doing for Christmas.
Okay.
He's actually doing one of the articles in it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And
amazing.
that's come from a standing start of 0 2 years ago.
Wow. But having a teacher like yourself, he's going to do well.
He doesn't listen to me, trust me. But this is the other thing. We put on the show these insert dies.
Yeah.
Because what you'll find is a lot of DL at the moment and slimline, you've got a couple of nesting and then you get some inserts to go in the middle.
Yeah.
Now, I thought, well, that seems a very expensive way to do it. So we made sure that these fit my insert die squares that we've got on the show, so that you can actually do the same look as those triples, but have more flexibility.
Yeah.
Because you use those panels on their own rather than being in sets.
Really
but we'll get onto that when I demo it.
We're really busy at the moment. Oh, wow. We're at 30% of the stock and we're 7 minutes into the show. Just got to reiterate, once it's gone, and these are not, they're not hanging around. $29.98 is your price. You are saving £4. Look, let's just think about this, though, as crafters. Under £15, or a penny under £15 each set, is just ridiculous when you consider nesting dies, the quality that you get with Crafts 2 in here. We have 5-minute queues on the phone lines, and building the fastest way to order for sure right now is on our website. You just go to thecraftstore.com or go to our app as well. Enough from me. We're on the website. You can have a look. I would get ahead because we mentioned a few products, so do get ahead. The cardstock that John's using as well, you can find that. It's a beautiful sort of ombre glitter cardstock, so you can find that on the website as well. We've also got 5-star reviews, some new bundles too. So for us, we're bringing some dies here in bundles that we haven't showcased on the Craft Store before, and there's all that cardstock, that gorgeous cardstock from Crafts 2. So lots to enjoy. I think we're going to start having a play, John, because these aren't hanging around.
Right, so I'm going to I want to show, one of the biggest things I get asked about with any sort of nesting dies is framing.
Yeah.
I think people sort of look at my cards and they know it's one of mine because it's usually got a frame around it somewhere. So what I'm going to do is I want to use the dies to their biggest extent and get the most out. So what I'm going to do is I'm using the stitch dot to start with, and I'm using the largest.
Okay.
I'm going to miss one, and I'm going to take the next one down. And people you can sometimes judge it by eye like that, yeah? But some people, I'm not very good at that. Usually it's wonky. So what I'm going to do is just tape down my largest die. And if you see, I'm coming along the ombre. I want to use the ombre card.
Yeah.
And this is what I love about the DL, because I'll get 2 out of this easily, and I'll get a strip at the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could do it that way, but I lose the ombre. This works perfectly. But getting that even, what you do is take the next die in the set, put it into place. That's far easier to get even.
Right.
Then take your third one and put that down, and that's even. Yeah? And then you simply tape that one into place and remove that.
Oh, that's clever.
That's how you actually size it right.
Yeah.
Okay. So all I'm going to do now is cut that. Now I'm cutting an ombre glitter card, which has the coating. Yeah. So I am going to use my metal shim to give me a little bit more pressure. But if you notice, I'm doing it that way. You'll want to do it that way.
Yeah.
You will want to do it that way because that'll be quicker.
Right.
But what will happen is your machine will pull down and it will jump those lines.
Right.
And it will basically give you 2 seconds over that. What we want is 1 second, 2 second, 3 second, 4 second.
Yeah.
So we want it longer.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to run that through, and that will give me the best cut. But what I've done then is, the way these work, they nest together. So not everyone does, because the stitch dot has to be a little bit more arbitrary than these ones.
Yeah.
But what I do is, I like the idea of the frame. This is what I'm aiming for. I'll show you there. So I'm aiming for that beautiful frame top and bottom.
Nice.
Yeah?
Yeah.
But to get the outside to it right can be a little bit difficult. So there's a couple of ways to do it.
Yeah.
We'll just peel this one away. But I just love the way this looks because it's coated. We just need to peel it off. But straight away, that's beautiful. But if you go like that even.
Oh, swing it around. Yeah, John.
Just play. You know, that's the simplest thing to do. So
it's good
we're gonna
cardstock,
need
isn't
that. It is good. It's really good cardstock, this. We have it made for us. We have the design done for us for craft
non-shed
artists.
as well?
Yeah, totally. Because there's no glitter used in it at all.
What?
There is no glitter.
I've got to say, 40% of the stock has gone here for our fantastic nesting DL dye bundle. You get your plain and your stitched, and we are only 12 minutes into the show, so it's absolutely flying. And just go back to that point. How is there no glitter in this cardstock?
It's made with a foil. It's a foil coating. There is guaranteed to be absolutely no shed glitter from the glitter card because there is no glitter in the glitter card. It's faux. It's fake glitter card.
John, I can't get my head
I know.
around it.
I can see his face.
And look at this. How is there no glitter in
There
that?
is no
It
glitter
looks
in that.
amazing. And it's one of the things when you're playing with glitter cardstock. I love it, but if it sheds, it creates a heck
But the
of a
thing
mess.
is, I'm wearing a really dark navy top. Trust me. If there was any glitter in this, it would be shining off this top constantly.
It really would.
And it won't.
That's
so
great
when we come
cardstock.
to frame it, what we try and do, and a lot of times people try and do this, is try and put this on, put that on top, and then take the next one and tape it in. Don't.
Okay.
What you do is take the next one in the set and cut that out first.
Right.
Yeah? Really simple. Then I'm going to take this one and I'm actually going to glue it on. So I'm going to use the spray box that they so kindly put for me every time.
Nice.
But I'm actually going to adhere it. Don't use wet glue for this because it will smear out everywhere.
Right.
No matter what when you're going back through. But you can see now I've got that perfectly done.
Oh, nice.
All I do then is take and find the next die from the set that gives me the matching piece. There it is.
Perfect.
So now I can put that exactly in and tape that down.
So if you didn't have the spray glue, could you use red liner tape?
Use power tape, or use you could even use your finger lift tape for this because it's not going to move.
Oh, okay.
So you don't have to have your really strong tape. You could use glue, but let it dry completely first. And
thing with it.
you know, we're crafters; we don't want to wait.
Glue glaze?
Yeah, your glue glaze would work perfectly because that is a dry, quick adhere glue. Actually, that's a good point. Actually, glue glaze is one of the best for gluing down the non-shed glitter card. But then, really simply, I've got the perfect frame. But you can see there that it's identical both sides.
John, that cardstock looks great, but it's also such a huge compliment to the actual dies. How often, John, well, actually, you're the wrong person to ask because you probably get a lot of cues. I'm going to answer this question. So as a presenter, I might tell you their cues on the phone. But how often do you hear presenters saying there are like 7-minute cues on the phone lines and building? I mean, John and Crafts too are kind of company that they do command those level of cues. We're very, very busy for this. When's your next show?
2 o'clock.
Okay. All I'm going to tell you now, forget it. 2 o'clock, this is not going to be here at 2, and I'm stating that categorically because we know we can't get hold of any more stock. We're approaching 50% of our stock that we have, and we're only 15 minutes into the show. That's why, and I could have egg on my face. At the end of the show, if we still have stock, I'm taking, no one's given me this information. As a presenter, I've made this statement on my own. But
surely you're not suggesting, Yanis, that you're not listening to your producer.
No, I mean, not at all.
Nobody would ever believe that.
I've gone rogue. So all I've got to say, Katie, our lovely producer, very talented producer,
She
by
is.
the way. You always listen to Katie.
She's very good at choosing sofas as well.
Is she?
She is.
Well, there's a story here.
I
How do you
remember.
know?
No, Katie was the runner
Yeah.
When, on the very first day when we started.
Yes, she
Katie was a runner at the craft store, or
Right.
Hochanda as it was. And I was in on the very first day, and the first job she was doing running around manically was trying to buy a sofa for the green room.
And she chose a good one.
She chose a very nice one. You've still got it. It's all multicoloured upstairs.
Oh, is that the one?
That's the one.
Katie, you bought that sofa. It's a lovely sofa. I do, sometimes when I do my Facebook Lives, I go up there just to sit on that
But
sofa.
what's really cool is, you know, Katie is now here as a producer.
Yeah.
You know, it shows the progression. So, yeah,
Saying that, she
when
did-
they say family, we do all know each other. Right? It's quite funny, that.
She did blow the budget for the next 4 months on that sofa.
She did,
so
actually, yeah. It was expensive.
There we go.
So
we didn't have cameras for 4 months.
I've got my simple frame. Yeah, okay. So what I'm going to do now is, and this is what's so useful about having nesting dies.
Yeah.
And having the right size of them, because if you cut this by hand and you've done it with a guillotine or you've done it with a knife, you're very unlikely to have that perfect panel in the middle.
Yeah.
And this is a fab thing. Because we've used a die, I have this panel. Because I've made the nest, because these are a 1/4 inch bigger, that now fits.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't need to waste another piece of card because that fits in this gap.
Perfect.
So what I'm going to do is decorate this one. So I'm going to use some of the other ones we've got on the show.
Okay.
So I've taken out, okay, so where are we? There we go, I'm going to use that one. So this is what I was saying, is a lot of dies that you buy in the slimline look have actually got these panels in. So you get 3 outlines and then you get that set in it 3 times.
Yeah.
And you can only do that. With this, with these, you can place them anywhere. But the fact they fit in the DL is because we design everything to work together.
Perfect.
So I'm just going to cut this one out. For speed, I'm going to use my Kaleido. Because it's a lot quicker and easier.
Gotta love the Kaleido. When are we going to do any more shows of the Kaleido in the
We
future?
are.
Ooh,
Early July, I
tease.
believe.
Okay.
I think everything is back.
Oh, nice.
I'll probably get shot for saying that now. But so I'm taking that. So I'm taking it out top and bottom.
So we have got this die set. We're going to bring the details onto your screen, and it was designed to work perfectly with. Well, it works perfectly, I should say, with this set.
It does. It was actually Sam who said it. He said, "Won't those inserts you do work perfectly?" He said, "Instead of buying those silly." Because I nearly bought a slimline die set from another company that had 3 circle panels in it.
Just to get the circle.
To get the circle panels, and he said, "Use yours. Those will work."
He's a clever one.
He
Sam.
is, and I could hit him for that because I'd love to be able to claim that one as being mine. But there we've got our 2 panels
Oh, no,
perfect
that works
in there.
really nicely. And you could put a picture behind there.
Yeah, you could put pictures in, set
Sentiments.
anything in. So
Yeah.
just going to give this a spray again. I'm doing this for speed. You could use glue in this one, but
Big box, it's moved. There you go.
it moves everywhere.
Yeah.
It's great.
Magic box.
But again, I'm using the waste from the silver frame. Yeah. So that is the waste from the silver frame.
Nice. Yeah.
So I'm not wasting any more card.
That's perfect.
And then I'm going to put in. Now these are separate, which I love. So here we're going to go Mrs.
Lovely.
Or are we going Mr. Or no? We will go untraditional. We'll go Mrs. and Mr.
Yeah, okay.
But of course you can, because they're separate. You can go Mr. and Mr., Mrs. and Mrs.
Well, no, I really like that. Because the fact that you don't have to be governed by convention there.
Nope.
So if you do need to sort of mix it up. We're having a lot of fun this hour. We're also very busy. And what I do like about this, and John touched on for me as a crafter, such an important point, you're going to minimise your waste. So you're going to maximise, I know this sounds really silly-telly, but look, genuinely, you have an A4 sheet of cardstock, and imagine your beautiful cardstock that you paid for, you want to get the most out of. Using the dies, it's such an economical way of getting the most out of your
It
sheet.
is, because what we're actually using to make this entire card, I only use less than one sheet. I don't use a full sheet of the ombre, and I don't use a full sheet of the silver.
Well, that's perfect.
So it's really dropping the price down for something that looks quite glamorous.
Yeah, yeah.
So here I've got 2 circles left that fell out. So I'm going to grab the heart from the other set, which fits in, and I'm going to go onto the pail, and this is sized so it fits. So again, we're using the waste.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to cut that, and of course you've got. Oh, I'm just looking for my vacuum then. Don't know where I put it. You've got the mini hearts, so you could even paper piece those back in.
Nice.
Because they are perfect hearts.
Oh, that'd be pretty.
So we'll just run that through. So this is literally almost done, because then all I need to do is, we'll grab a little bit of foam tape. I'm going to put the heart onto the circle.
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty.
But you'd think you'd use 2 different colours of glitter card there. We haven't. We've used only the waste.
I would have put money on the fact.
Yeah. Well, if you're paying good money for a beautiful ombre sheet of glitter card, you don't want to be using 3 different sheets in every card. We place that into the middle, which fits exactly.
I'm still getting over the fact that cardstock, it's foiled.
Yeah, it's not glitter. It's beautiful. It really is. So this is the scrap piece from the beginning. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm going to rotate it again. Yeah.
Lovely.
So that we've got... Oh, I did actually put it as Mr. and Mrs. I thought I'd put it as Mrs. and Mr. So I didn't pick all the bits out, and now I've spray glued them on, so you'll have to ignore me on that one. Okay. There we go. But all we literally do is we would fold an A4 piece of card in half, which will make our card, and you fold it landscape.
Yeah.
I think I plan to show you that in the next demo. But all we do is drop our frame on.
Lovely. Oh yeah, John, that looks so good.
Trim out the little bit at the bottom, and there we go.
Now, come on. You give that to somebody, and they'll think that you took a lot of time, but it's also such an elegant, classic, luxurious card, and it's all down to the dies and that beautiful cardstock as well. That is a premium card, and it is so achievable. All down to our brand new bundle for you. We're busy. We're at 60% of the stock. We are 22 minutes into the show. This has been highly anticipated. This is John's first hour. This was meant to last. We thought we had enough stocks to last this hour and the 2 o'clock hour. If you tune in at 2, I think you're going to be sorely disappointed, because I'll be very surprised if we still have stock left at the end of the hour. What you're getting here is your press cut nesting DL die bundle. Is it 1 o'clock, Maddie? Do you know what, Maddie? I love you. Maddie always pays attention when I get timings wrong. Our floor manager, Maddie.
I was the one who said 2.
Okay.
It is 1 o'clock. Sorry.
Maddie, thank you very much there, Maddie. So, yes, it is at 1 o'clock, and I apologise if I misspoke there. So you're getting both sets, and it's the amount of dies, 23 dies in total. Here is the nub of it, though. DL dies, that dimensional length die, so it's a third of an A4 sheet, and this is a knowledge that I've gleaned from John this hour. DL die is a size I personally enjoy working with. I know so many crafters do. But you are going to get the opportunity for the perfect mat and layer. So you can go in any direction you like. Think about your stamps, think about your dies that you have, your stencils in there as well. But look at this, and they have that beautiful stitched detail in there as well. And you've also got the dotted detail too. So 23 dies in total. I'm just showing you a few here. We're not able to fit everything onto the actual boards here. But it is that perfect matting and layering and the different designs that you can go with this. This is a celebration of the DL. Nested dies that were designed, and actually, do you know what I love about John and Crafts 2 is Crafts 2 is it's a movement, it's a community, and they really do listen and respond to viewers' feedback. And a lot of fans of Craft 2 were saying, and this thing, not 1, not 2, but a lot of fans were saying, we would love some nested dies that really centre around the DL. So that's exactly what Crafts 2 has done. But this is it's a limited stock. When I say, I'm not calling limited stock, but they've produced a limited run of this. So we have a certain amount of stock, and that is it. Once it's gone, no more. We can't. There's no point us calling Crafts 2 because there is no more. They made a certain amount. We have our allocation. That is it. And once it's gone, it's gone. Our price is incredible. So we've got an extremely competitive price in this. You are saving £4, $29.98 for I mean, look at this. Look at a dice set of that size and that nature for less than £15. It's a penny less than £15. But you say £15 is incredible. And you're seeing the examples and the styles that you can do with this. Very, very, very busy for this option. 360-419 your item number. Just every time I hear it, it's just gone up, it's gone up, it's gone up. Now we're approaching 2/3 of the stock. We're not even halfway through the show. How is it going to last the hour? Come on, it's not going to last the hour. Okay, we've got some more dies for you. Now, these are the inset dies that you just saw John using. And This was interesting because John realised that these would be perfect. Well, actually, I should say John. Sam, apologies. Realised these would be perfect to work with your bundle with the DL. I keep stopping myself because I want to be saying one-day special because that's what it feels like, a one-day special with the price. Just going to show you the inserts that you are getting for £21.98. So 2 different sets. Look at the amount. I love that. Come on. Get like a stained glass window effect going on there.
It's got a real Art Deco Rennie Mackintosh look to it, or feel, hasn't it?
Then you've got the free-floating hearts in there, you've got your blanks all through. So that's just one of the sets, and that is your second set. So your Mr. and Mrs. the Dove. So real celebrations. I love the tiny attention to detail that you're getting with this as well. Another saving of £4, 309-811, your item number. Let me show you a few examples, because this is where life gets interesting. If you're going to make a box, come on, look at that. Little bit, so party favours, wedding favours, incredible. If you want to make your cards, absolutely beautiful. I'll tilt that forward. Or what about now? Woo! John, talk me through this.
This is one of Julie's. And I always call her Julie Design Post because I can never pronounce her surname. But it's just using the squares, and again, it's in a DL format.
Wow.
So that will stand up. But it just...
Oh, let me do there.
There we go.
Oh, wow.
And there's loads of tutorials sort of on social media and YouTube of how to do that sort of thing, but it all fits with that new sort of the dimension length, the DL size. That's what works so well.
So with the nesting dies that we have in our bundle, we could do something like
this. You could
do
something like that because it will give you the backing panels and everything for it.
Sold, take my money.
I mean, I think to your left there's a pile of cards behind the cake. Where we've used them with the DLs, just to show how well they work and fit together with the DL nesting dies.
So this is just using the nesting dies?
This is just using the nesting dies and these inserts.
Absolute perfect playmates.
And how they work, and all, you know, they all work together to do it.
Oh, I love these. I'm going to show you, I've just got a couple more samples that I've seen. I'm desperate to show you. This is clever, John. This is so clever.
That's going to be Shelag, isn't it? She's the banner queen.
It is, yeah.
Using those inserts in there along with the diamond sort of nesting dies.
Look at that. That is very, very clever. Sheila, I love that. So the potential you have with the die sets, and look, standalone, they're fantastic. If you wanted to use them in conjunction with the DL bundle, obviously perfect playmates there as well. And we've got a lovely tier here of boxes just using the inserts as decoration panel detail. 309-811, your item number, saving £4. £21.98 is your price here if you want to pop it into your basket. Now we've got another die set for you. This is the chrysanthemums and the aster. You're known, John, for your love of flowers.
Yes. I adore flowers.
This is a beautiful celebration of flowers here. Always sticking with, and I do like the fact, with the all-on-one sheet, so if you do want to die cut, batch make, perfect.
It is. They will fit on an A6 piece of card.
Yeah.
So these will fit on an A6 piece of card, so you'll get 4 of them cut on an A4. But what I've done is you get in there, you get the central piece which you can roll up to make a centre.
Yeah.
But you also get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 flower petals in there.
Wow.
If we were to put them in, not on a plate but on separate metal, that die would be twice the price.
Yeah.
Because it would have to have the metal surrounding it everywhere. So it goes a lot bigger, which is why I do it on that. But they've even got a little cut hole in the middle that you can push through to put stamens in.
These are beautiful. I mean,
I love this flower. I love the chrysanthemum. It is one of my
stunning.
favourites.
But look, we can go from there to here. Nice, delicate one. Or, same.
Using the roll-up centre, you get the full chrysanthemum.
Wow. Well, come on. Just seeing that alone, done. I happily...
And that's just in card. That's not in any fancy paper or anything. It's just in linen card.
These are incredible. John, these are really, really nice.
They're just, I just think it's a beautiful flower, but if I get to demo this, which was due to be in the second hour, I'll show you how the slit works and how you can just make those centres so easily.
John, I'm going to give you a little warning. I know you're saying this was meant to be in your second hour. The way we're going with our DL bundle, I would potentially have your eye on having to demonstrate these, because I can't We're going to tell you how long that DL bundle is going to be around for, but these are also proving very busy. So you've got your chrysanthemum and you've got your aster leaves. Put the two together, special things happen. I mean, what a wreath. 733-297, your item number. I absolutely love that chrysanthemum. Love it. Now, something else that I haven't personally seen, but is this brand new?
No, I think we launched this a couple of months ago.
So I don't think I did the show with you.
No,
because I haven't seen this.
I just think this is just so beautiful.
Oh, you know, there is glitter cardstock, and then there's glitter cardstock. Have a look at this. It's absolutely non-shed because it's using a foiling technique, not a glitter. But my goodness, the dazzle you get with this cardstock is phenomenal. And that beautiful ombre, that subtle ombre of colour coming through. Now, you are going to get 24 sheets in total. We have got the designs. I'm going to go through. I've got all of them here, so just showing you. So you're going to get 4 of each?
Yep, so you get 2 packs. Each pack has 6 designs, 2 of each. So you're getting 4 sheets of each in there. But the colours are just amazing. I mean, I don't think the brightness comes across as much. No. But there's unusual colours like blue into green, red into gold into silver.
Oh, well, that's the one you're just speaking of now. You imagine that for your sunsets.
I've never seen that before, but that's like you've been so clever with your inks, and you haven't had to be.
So you die cut that and just create a beautiful sunset effect, and then all you need to do with some dyes, layer on, done.
Yeah.
They're lovely.
The work's done for you.
$13.99 is your price. And also, it's something a little bit different, too. I mean, I've seen glitter cardstock. I haven't seen an ombre glitter cardstock.
No, it's something that we'd seen as new.
Yeah. Well, and I think a lot of crafters agree because it's busy. 675-906, your item number for something you are going to absolutely love working with. And in conjunction with the DL, that DL bundle, oh, that's going to be special. OK, now, if you're looking for a bigger size, we've got you covered, because this is your 12 by 12. Exactly the same principle. You're getting all this beautiful glittered cardstock. Now, the actual front, is the front glittered as well?
It has the foil over the top as well.
It's ridiculously smooth.
Yeah. I know, it does feel like silk, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You think that's going to be gritty like sandpaper, and it's just not. But this is fantastic if you make a lot of 6x6 cards, or if you like to put a 6x6 layer in, because you will get 4 out of each sheet. So effectively, this will give you 96 6x6 squares of ombre glitter card.
I mean, look at
cutting it up.
The dazzle that you're getting off of that. I'm going to, very quickly, if I pick this up, I'm just going to have the quickest flick through, so it's going to be the world quickest flick. But you can just see, I mean, in here, but you're 12 by 12s. Ooh, obviously I'm showing you the bottom. They are ombre, but I just want to have a very quick flick through. Lovely pad. Okay, so if you want to get hold of that, $14.90, that's such a good price. $14.99 your price there. 030633 your item number. We've also got some more fantastic cardstock for you. This is your mirror and satin cardstock. Now, John was just using the silver in the demonstration, and it is a beautiful, beautiful cardstock. So silky smooth in there. Lovely finish to it. $59.94 is your price, saving £11.50. Your item number is 730947. But you have got a flexi payment there as well, and can I point out you are getting 130 sheets. That's an awful lot.
It is an awful lot, and you're getting a satin and a gloss in every colour. So you get 5 satin and 5 gloss in each colour. Yeah.
So the satin and gloss, same colourway, it's nice to mix.
You can work them together so well. I just love that.
That's
I mean,
a good bundle.
For Christmas, that is all over all of my Christmas samples.
You can see it. All that, if you're looking to stock up for, because I know a lot of us are gearing towards Christmas, that's all your cardstock for Christmas. And then use it with your DL bundle.
It just works. I found myself using it constantly.
Yeah. Got to tell you, queues are back on our phone lines. John, what have you got for us?
Right, so what I'm going to do is I wanted to show you, the benefit or what we can do with the DL dies and what we can actually get with them. But if you can see here, because it's white, you won't see it as much. Can you see there?
Oh, yeah.
You've got that beautiful impression. And it's one of those things that, again, we can get on commercially bought cards or invitations, because to me, this will be a perfect wedding invitation, evening invitation, save the date.
Can you imagine
that? To me, that frame looks so expensive. It's not flat.
Yeah.
And it's really easy to do, and it's one
Really
I
able
rarely
to.
show people how to do it.
So that, as an invitation, is breathtaking.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking from our invitation, we paid £100. This was before I became a presenter here. When we got married, we paid £140 just for the invitations.
Yeah, and if you'd wanted them foiled,
Yeah.
it would have cost you £3 each per invitation to have foiled writing on there.
And that's why we didn't get them foiled.
Yeah, because I was researching it when we launched the Kaleido, was to say, oh, well, basically, yeah, you know, if you have 100 invitations, you've already paid for your machine twice over.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is the same idea again. I'm placing down the three largest nesting dies, and getting them all nice and even. So once I'm happy that they're even, okay, what I do is, it sounds weird, put the tape where you can actually get to it, not the wrong side. I was being nice to Jimmy on the camera. So I'm going to tape down the inner one and the outer one on each one.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm going to take that one out, but put it to one side.
Right.
What I'm going to do now is just cut that, as I did before.
Lovely. Just while we're cutting it, I'm going to give you some news. So, individually, with our DL bundle, the plain nesting, that has sold out. The Dotty is limited stock. That looks like it's about to go in a minute. That's your Dotty. So that's limited stock. It will be selling out. The bundle, though, and so many of you are going for the bundle, 70% of the stock has gone. We are 36 minutes into the first show. And also, I've got to point out, a lot of viewers shop in between shows as well. That's why there is a very real possibility that this will not be here at 2 o'clock. So I'm just putting it out there. 1 o'clock. See, John, you got me saying 2.
It's my fault.
Got me saying
I know,
2.
entirely. So, what I'm going to do is, so I've cut those.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I'm not going to do anything else. Yeah, I'm going to leave them in place.
Right.
I'm now going to take the other one in between, and I'm going to drop that in.
Lovely.
Okay. Now, if I cut this, of course, it's going to cut them all.
Yeah.
I don't want. What I want to do is just emboss this. And this is really rare. It's very rare that I emboss a die, but this is a time to do it.
Right.
So what we're going to do is, that's cut, as you can see.
Yeah.
But I want that beautiful finished. I should have done this in a different colour than white for you. So I'm going to put on top the embossing mat for my machine.
Right.
I'm using the Go Power and Emboss, so I'm using the black rubber one. And I just take out one of the plates and put one of the plates in.
Intriguing.
And we just run that through on the sandwich as normal as if to cut it.
Yeah.
Now, because there isn't a hard plate in the machine,
Cut
the
through.
die, it's pushing into the rubber mat, not into a plate, so the die won't cut. Because everybody, so my favourite thing to say is, remember, dies aren't sharp.
Yeah.
I saw somebody on social media the other day saying, a die wouldn't cut, what should I do? And somebody said, oh, cut it with tin foil and it will sharpen it. And I was like, please don't do that.
No,
You will. They are not sharp. It is the pressure.
It's
that
compression.
cuts.
It's actually crushing
Compression
the cardstock.
makes the fibres separate. It's one of the reasons why all of our gloss, satin and glitter card is all onto what we call virgin card.
Okay.
It's not, if you get it when it's recycled, like the sort of the grey background, it doesn't cut as well because it's too fibrous.
Oh, I didn't know this.
Yeah, that's
John,
one of the reasons
learning.
why there's so many reasons why we choose it. Can you see there? Now, it's
if
not
you
recut.
hold out to camera 1,
but-
John, we might be able to get
Yeah.
a better shot of that. We'll try and do it on camera 1.
Can you see?
That's it, yeah, there you go. Perfect.
So all that impression's in.
But that's
So
not
if I now
cut.
put this down flat and
Yeah.
I'm going to take it out, you'll see, if I peel out the die, peel out the die cut first.
Nice. I always find it interesting talking to you, John, because you spend a large part of your time in the development stakes, so you do know these little, you know...
I think you have to,
nuggets of
because
information.
I'm one of those really boring people who likes watching documentaries, reads lots of books, because I have to
Not
know
boring.
why.
Yeah.
I cannot just accept that something works, I have to know why and how it works. You know, how it's made is like my mecca. I have to know. But can you see now?
Oh, that's
there.
nice. That is beautiful. Oh, John, I like that. I would
So
not
you've
have
got
thought to
a
have done
stitch
that.
dot on each edge, but then you've got that double stitch dot running all the way around the frame as an impression.
Well, it
and
looks-
it's complete. It's like it's quilted.
Well, it looks like a beveled frame.
Yeah.
You know, you put in.
And they are really expensive. You know, and I think if you're going to buy these things, you want to be able to get the most out of them. It's an investment.
Of course it is.
So what I'm going to do this time is to show you a different way that we're actually going to sort of frame it. And I'm going to use the ombre card. So I said there were a couple of ways to frame it. So I showed you before when we sort of glued it in and then cut it. But this time I want to raise this up on foam tape. So, you know, I can't just glue it in, and if I put it with foam tape, it's going to crush it. Plus, if I run this back through, I'm going to crush out some of this work, aren't I? So what you do is, first of all, choose where on your paper, and I want this section here, I want it to go really obvious, pink on one side, blue on the other. And again, with the overhead, you're not getting the intensity of colour.
I'm looking at it from a side angle, looking at the cardstock, and it is beautiful.
Yeah. So you can see what I'm going to do is just simply, I'm putting the next die in the set, on to the area I want to cut, and I'm going to cut that first. So I'm just going to run that through. I need to get my sandwich ready again. If it's something you want to go through.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to hold up, actually. I've got some of the ombre cards, so we get to see, and the details are on your screen for it. It really is, and it's one of the things, it looks good on TV, and I've got to commend the team, and Jimmy, our director, he's the man to get a good shot. But to the naked eye, it looks even better. Really nice. Totally non-shed, so put my hand through, because there is no glitter. It's actually foiled, which I'm learning this out. I wouldn't have thought that's how it's been achieved, because I would have put money on the fact that that's a glitter cardstock. I mean, it's a faux glitter, but my goodness, I love it. Really, really nice. The colours here and that beautiful ombre, this is a good one. You see the ombre, that transition coming through. And what John is showing with these techniques is look around, sort of audition where you're going to be placing your dies to get the most out that set. That's a good one as well. I'm just trying to work around this. Is last one show. That's a lovely one. Instant sunset. Instant sunset. Okay, so there we go. $13.99 your price there. You're getting 24 sheets, 250 GSM. So good weight to this as well. 675906 your item number.
Right. So what I've done is I've just cut out the largest piece. Yeah. So I've cut out the largest piece that I want for the frame, and I place this piece exactly where it would be around the outside, because trying to cut it all at the same time is a nightmare. And I'm just going to tape it down with my low-tack tape, and the reason is it stops that moving when I'm playing with the middle die. So I then take the next die in the set, the middle one that's going to fit it. I can then put that exactly into place and tape that down, and I know that looks, I give it a final check, that looks all right. So I just peel that frame then back off and do it on your machine, do it on your base, plate on and cut. Yeah. And while that's going through, if you have, if I get the right thing, if you make sure there's something to catch that there, which I think I've got this right this time, I can just take my frame and then foam tape all the way around here.
Lovely.
So really simple. Let's just take this right. I should be using my scissors and I'm tearing it, but there we go. Okay.
Lovely.
We'll just trim this one off. So remove the tape. Okay. I've got a little bit sticking out over there. So now I know that I've got the perfect mat for this. I've not used maths, I've not used measuring, life's too short. I do all of the measuring when I draw the dies, so that I don't ever have to do it again.
Good.
Because I have no patience for it.
I'm with you on that one.
So we know this will fit, but you can put it down in the wrong place. It's really easy to get it wrong. So what we actually do is, that's ultra sticky. So take your wet glue, whatever wet glue you're using.
This is a really good tip.
And basically,
because this gives us a bit more wiggle time.
It gives, well, it does two things. It gives you a little bit more wiggle room, but it actually breaks the static. And what we don't realise is, and again, it's one of those things where I had to find out why. When you pull this off, the orange tape, what you actually do is you create static electricity.
Ah.
And if you've ever taken something like this that's very thin,
Yeah.
and you've taken it to someone, it pulls itself down. That's actually static. So putting the glue on gives you wiggle room, but also breaks the static. Plus, I don't know which side is right.
Yeah.
So if I go down without the glue, that would have stuck itself. So I can just keep moving it, because no matter how well I've been, one of these is thicker than the other. And it matches exactly, so I find the right place, and then I can manoeuvre it about until it's right. Let's just take a little bit, I'm using my glue eraser just to take the glue mark off. But then we've got, if I put this onto something silver, you'll see the perfect frame
nice.
all the way around. I'll hold it up for you. You can see.
Oh, we like that. Perfect.
It fits exactly.
John, it's going. They've got a lovely email here. It's kind of sticking with what you were saying. Francoise, thank you so much. It's a really nice email. So Francoise saying hello to the craft store family. John, I just like that. I like the fact you start off there, because it is a family here, and you guys are one of the biggest parts of that family, so thank you so much. Francoise is saying, great show, great guest and presenter as always, and we do have fabulous guests. So thank you so much, Francoise, for that.
Good presenters as well, to be
they are
fair.
some very good presenters. Shame you didn't get one today, but we have got some. Can't wait to have my DL dies. I know so many people are in the same boat, partly because this is very clever, partly because with the smallest one, we can finally get perfectly identical strips to do some weaving with. Have a nice day, and that's love from all regards from Francoise. That's so clever.
I never thought of that.
Me
You
either.
could use those. Oh, I want to go home and weave now.
Now, stop it.
I want to do that. That's perfect.
yeah.
Because you'll have the beautiful stitch down it.
And then be
each
able to weave
and
through.
they are, of course, if you go for this one, it is actually ½ an inch.
It's perfect.
Because they're actually done mathematically correct in imperial measurements.
Yeah.
Because when it comes to card making, I do things in imperial for some bizarre reason. But each one's £1/4 of an inch bigger. It means that that one is actually £1/4 of an inch. So you've actually got a set size as well, which will fit in with other dies you've got.
Very cut. Francoise, do me a favour. If you do use it for some weaving and create something you're really proud of, can you obviously tag John in and Crafts too, but also the craft store as well, and myself, because I would love to see what you get up to. I'm intrigued. A bit of weaving.
Do you know,
Share it with everyone.
I'm really intrigued on that. So I've got a piece here that I've cut just using, I think, the largest DL die, just to get it right. And I'm just going to put down, and this is what I meant about, I stopped myself from buying a die that had all three, that basically had 3 panels in it. So I'm just simply, I can decide now, right, I'm going to have, and it will fit exactly,
Nice.
you know, Mrs. The doves and Mr. Or do I want the bells in the middle?
Nice.
Or do I want the sort of heart window in the middle?
We've got a lot of flexibility
Or
here.
do I want the flower? Or do I want love? Do I just want the heart? You know, I've got choice. Rather than having one die with nesting bits on the end that just does me 3 apertures. With this, I've got like 7 different pieces, which leads to hundreds of combinations.
Nice. Just while we're putting this through your die cutting machine, I have some big news. With regard to our brand new bundle, we are approaching 80% of the stock in the first hour. We haven't even finished this hour, and I have to say, look, a lot of viewers shop in between hours as well, so I made a bold statement, and we were very busy at the beginning of the show. I was saying I didn't think it was going to last the hour. Okay, it might last this hour, but whether we've got stock at 1 o'clock, and even if we did, it would be a small amount, but I'm going to hold to my guns and say I don't think we're going to have stock at 1. I might be wrong, I might have egg on my face, this is just my opinion, but as sets go, this is, once it's gone, it's gone. We cannot get hold of any more stock. We will not be getting hold of any more stock. This is it. And it was a limited run. So Crafts 2, This was born from a lot of viewers saying, please, could we have nested dies and DL? Crafts2 listened, they brought it to you, but it's a one-off run as now. It might change in the future, but as of now, this is it. The only stock we have and will have. So if you want to get hold of it, $29.98 your price. You're getting both sets. Both sets are sold out individually. The only way you can get them is with the bundle, but you are saving £4. And we got queues back on our phone lines. We've pretty much had queues all this hour, and this is giving you an idea of what you could be doing. And it really is a celebration of the DL, and it's a card size that so many crafters enjoy, and now you've got a nested die set specifically designed to work with your DLs. Beautiful.
Right, so they've been cut through, come through really nicely, simple done.
Okay.
I just love that pattern, I really do, but of course the bell, use it for Christmas.
Yeah. Yeah,
it just works perfectly for Christmas as well. So this is the scrap left over from the middle. Fits on the back perfectly.
Yeah.
So I need a card blank for this to go on.
Okay.
So I did say I would show you. So I have to say thank you to Karen because she's lent me her scoreboard. So thank you, Karen. Let's go on to the inch side because I don't do...
More inches?
Always do with cards.
Yeah.
Always have done with crafting. So basically, an A4 sheet is 8 1/4 inches. So to fold it in half landscape to fit your DL, you go to 4 1/8. Yeah. That's it. That will fold perfectly in half, and that is the perfect size to take.
Just over there.
I'm going to take the piece, that's the piece I did earlier.
Oh, okay.
Can you see?
Yeah.
Fits exactly, yeah?
Yeah.
Because I want to get this in the right place. So this is the panel that I made earlier.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to put that on.
That looks great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then we'll pull in the frame that I put somewhere silly, obviously.
So I'm interested, John,
next to me.
because obviously I know you use any die set you bring rigorously before you bring it to market. So is this something that you found has been on your craft desk, the DL nested dies, and you're reaching to time and time again?
The nesting DLs have been on my craft desk since September.
Wow. Wow.
If not earlier.
Okay.
And what we actually do is we've actually had them in the warehouse for quite a while.
Yeah.
And it's a case of we launch them when we've got the right time to launch them, but also when I'm happy that the products that work with it. Don't want to just go, oh, here's DLs, off you go. I want to say, no, look, they fit with this.
That's
And
interesting.
find the bits that make sure they work with what people have already got, rather than... And I think you've got to match as well when you do the shows to people's budgets.
Yeah.
You know, we've all got a budget, so... But yes, I've been reaching for these loads. You'll see them a lot in my Christmas samples.
Brilliant.
I've done a lot of Christmas samples. And you can see now, I can just frame that. Exactly. Now I put that sheet on a little bit too near, so I'm just going to go to the end. There we go. And all I have to do is trim it down. And you would do this in your guillotine, not with a pair of scissors, but there, we're done. All from scratch. There's not enough spray glue on the back of that, but we'll see. But just with, that's used about, I would say 2/3, if that. Oh no, it hasn't. It's used that much of a piece of ombre glitter card.
Yeah.
That's it for the whole card. So if you're thinking save the date or wedding invitations, 2 per sheet.
Wow.
And it's used 1.5 sheets of white card. And we know that your standard white card is you know, everyone's got it anyway, but that's all it's used to make that. But you've got all that luxury and expense, and as you say, you know, you would be charged a fortune for that as an invitation.
I mean, 2 things, by the way, the ombre card, it's such good, if you give it a bit of wiggle, John, just so...
Yeah, you see.
Let's see, yeah. It just comes to life. This ombre cardstock is incredible, and we've got details on your screen. You're getting 24 sheets, 2 of each design there, $13.99 your price there, $675,906. But for me, the star of the show is the DL die, nested dies, because 2 things. With the DL, so as a card blank, it gives you the uniformity, so you know you're going to get the perfect mat and layer. But also, John, I think something that we've been showcasing this hour, it's going to cut down on your waste.
It is. You're going to be able to use them. Nesting dies always allow you to use less card.
Yeah.
You waste less.
Yeah.
You get a beautiful look. But all of that layering and framing in that card, you would expect to have taken a lot more. The DL is really nice because if you use it lengthways in the dimension long as it's designed, you could actually get 3 from each sheet of A4 card because it will fit across a piece of A4 card 3 times.
I mean,
because that's the idea of the... If I bring in here, this I've trimmed down. Where have I put it? Oh, there we go. This one is made with one piece of A4 1, 2, 3 times. So you've got that beautiful card, but it's only using one piece of card 3 times, and then the different panels of the DL.
Perfect. And that really, for me, that was the eureka moment. From a card as a shape, the DL is something that we all enjoy using. And just going to show a couple of examples because it is... no, I'm not going to show you examples. I'm going to tell you something. We are approaching limited stock. Now, I know this hour is about to come to an end, but a lot of viewers shop in between hours. So I'm still going to stand by the fact I think there is a very, very, very real possibility that at 1 o'clock, when John returns, this will not be in stock. If it is in stock, it's going to sell out in a blink of an eye, and then we're going to have to move on to a different focus. Either way, right now, if you've tuned in, it's very close to limited stock. We are zeroing in on limited stock. We're not quite there, but with regard to the premise of limited stock, we have a finite. This is on this occasion with Crafts2. They produced a limited run. What stock we have is it. We are not going to be able to get any more on extended delivery. So once this does sell out, that will be it. So that's why I'm just telling you, because I know sometimes we can sell out, and Hayley's going to be joining John at 1 o'clock, and we're not going to turn around and say, well, it sold out in an earlier hour, we're bringing it back on extended. It's not going to happen this hour. So many people have embraced the DL nested dies, and I do not blame you for the possibilities. You're going to have a lot of fun with these, but they're going to be utility dies. And can I say a huge thank you to John for really showing us how to get the most from the dies, John?
Well, I wanted to, and remember, there's so much you can do with these that you should really try for it.
What I'm going to say is I think it's going to be a different focus at 1 o'clock, so make sure to tune in, and thank you so much for your company this hour. So we've got a lovely showing show coming up with Marant Crafts. After that, Marianne Designs, the one-day special, will return with our lovely Leonie, and then Press Cut with Crafts2 will be back.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies, we've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the studio light shows.
Hello there and welcome back. I'm having a jolly good day here at the craft store today. I've had some cracking shows and I hope you have been able to spend the day with us, and it's not stopping now. We've got so much more coming up this afternoon, but for this hour I am definitely in a happy place because we're looking at fabric straight away, so you know how I love my fabrics. And I'm working with lovely Sasha. Sasha, hello. It's been such a long time since I've worked with you.
I know, it has. I mean, we've been in passing.
We've been in the building.
Because I was here yesterday, I was here last week, and we've... And of course, because of everything at the moment, everybody's on different shifts and things.
That's the way,
It's so great to be together again.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this because obviously I'm a sewer, you know, Sasha's a sewer in so many different ways. So, yeah, take advantage of the fact that we're here. If there's any questions that you're wanting to ask, let us help you out because we've got lots of different products that are kind of going to be solutions for certain scenarios that you may be experiencing. So, if you're wanting to get in touch, then it's studio@thecraftstore.com. Send us your emails in. Now, Sasha, have you got more than one show with us today, or is this it?
No, we've got 2 o'clock as well.
Brilliant. So there you go. So if you don't manage to get your question answered during this hour, then we will perhaps address it at 2. But we're going to kick things off with fabric, because if you're sewing, it's kind of a fundamental, really, isn't it? You need something to sew together. Now, we've got some fabulous options for you, made up of 4.5 metres. So each of those fabrics are different, but they are in little sets of 4, as you can see. And these are beautiful. Coming to us from Marant Crafts, which, of course, you've started working with Marant Crafts, haven't you?
Yes, I'm with Marant Crafts, and we do so many different things, and they're bringing so much more on board. So we obviously do your bosal, we're doing prim, we've got flatter coming in, which is great, from Soak, so that'll be on the next shows when we're next here in July. Yeah, fabrics, there is so much on board, and the fact of myself being a bosal ambassador, it's great because I'm working with everything bosal, I'm working with the waddings, I'm working with all the stuff in the middle, which I love.
Now we've got some gorgeous fabrics here as well. So the fabrics that we've got here, we've got the different bundles. So the first one we've got is Summer Blossom. So this is a lovely combination. I love this because you kind of got, well, you've got your 2, I'm going to call them 2 patterns, being your fabulous ones that you've got here with almost like your little berries, and then you've got your gorgeous florals, and then you've got 2 plains, but they're not completely plain. As you can see there, the green, you've got that little almost like a geometric style running through those little tiny dots that you've got in there as well. So this is nice because this is kind of like 2 metres overall of fabric that you can cut up and put together, fundamental of quilting.
Yeah, definitely. And even if you don't like the colour combo that there is, the dimples work so well with other things as well. Indeed. So, you know, I mean, if I was you, I would go across the board on the different bundles and put them all together and play around.
Definitely.
And maybe just build up your stash again, because we've all been using our stash. And, you know, mine is depleting quite quickly. And great opportunity to be able to stock up. And they're all Macawa as well.
They are indeed. So brilliant quality throughout. So if you're wanting this particular bundle, that one is your, what do you call it? Summer Blossom. So there you go. That is your first option. Next option that we've got is your Old Rose. Now, this is a pretty one. Now, you'll recognise the design that we've got in this one. And this kind of echoes exactly what Sasha was just saying. Because you've got the same print with those gorgeous little berries in there, as we saw a few moments ago, it means that instantly this is going to coordinate with that fabric that we looked at a few moments ago, because the connecting factor is the print. But then you've got other connecting factors with the colours that you've got in here. You've got a navy backdrop with this one. I'm sure you will have navy within your stash at home. But then you've got your additional colours that are going to work alongside it. straight away that dusky pink. It's almost like chambray pink, if there is such a thing, that works alongside picking out those darker tones of the berries, instantly bringing those to life. With this one, I kind of see two sets. They do work all together because obviously you've got your blue working across. Instantly these two, they connect because you've got the same print that you've got there. This is kind of like a connective block between the two because you've got the connectors between those two, but that paisley there with that pale blue obviously is going to work with the blue that you've got there. Yeah.
I love that paisley.
Absolutely beautiful.
It's so pretty, and it just works so well with the others that are in the range.
Definitely.
And the blue and the little ditzy flowers, oh, they're just really pretty, really delicate.
Very, very much so. So if you want in this particular bundle, this one is your old rose, so that's your second choice. Same item number, so if you want to go for it alongside the previous one, then you can. Just one post and packing with regards to these. But have a look at the next one. This one is your primrose blue. There's no shying away from that primrose yellow in there. My goodness, what a pop of colour. But again, it is a beautiful one. As a nice contrast alongside other elements you've got, again, using it with other things that you've got in your stash. Another one with that navy backdrop, absolutely beautiful. And again, that geometric taking a little bit of an appearance again with this little one that you've got here. Absolutely beautiful. The quality and the prints that you've got on these, amazing.
Well, it's Makawa, isn't it?
Yes,
so,
true.
you know, it's great quality fabric, really pretty. And I quite like the effect of the one that we're looking at now, the fabric that we're looking at. It's almost like a border print design.
I was just about to say that, yeah.
And so it works in all sorts of different ways. I mean, you can have it as a small sashing going around blocks. You can have it as a larger border, or just play with the lines. So you could have some going horizontal, you could have some going vertical.
Fair point.
On your blocks. It just works very pretty.
Certainly does indeed. So if you fancy getting hold of that one is your primrose bloom. That's what we're calling that one. Beautiful. So the last one that we've got for you now, I've got a feeling this is going to be one of the most popular ones because it is so useful. You've got your kind of solids, not solids, I'm going to call these, because you've got obviously your main tone of your colour there, which you can see instantly, but you can see especially with the pink there, you've got other colours incorporated into this, all tonally correct, so all working well together, all with that fabulous geometric. So any of the geometrics we've seen in the previous bundle, again talking about those connectives, the things bringing the fabrics together, but equally so if you want what I would call an in-your-face kind of quilt.
Definitely.
Those are the fabrics.
Definitely. So these are, like we were saying, these are your blenders.
Yeah.
These are things that work with other things. So if you're somebody that doesn't particularly like a lot of pattern to your fabrics, these work really, really well. If you like more not so decorative, these work well. But also if you've got a very heavy fabric, then these actually tone it down as well, because obviously these are your blenders, so you put these between those heavily patterned fabrics.
They like dilute them down,
yeah,
don't they?
they do. Very clever. It's very clever when you use your fabrics this way. Even though it's very bright in colour, it just makes your eye appreciate a busier design.
Certainly does. So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of any of these fabrics, they're in sets of 4. You're going to get 4 half meters. Depends on the choice that you're going for with regards to those. And then the beauty is that you can go for multiples of those if you're wanting to. So your sets of 4, your summer blossom, your old rose, your primrose bloom, and finally that beautiful rainbow. As you can see there, very affordable. 145121. So once you've chosen your fabulous fabrics, obviously you're going to have your project in mind, and you might get your project together. You need to edge it or add some decorative detail, or quite often you can see bias binding taking a kind of little significant point within project, because bias binding is one of those things that it can become the feature of a project.
Yeah, and also the fact that every time we've been on, our bias binding has sold out. It has completely sold out.
Wow.
And so we keep bringing it back to you because you keep asking. This is a fantastic price. Cannot get this across. You are getting your 5 reels of this, and it is the most amazing price, and everybody absolutely loves it.
Okay.
And so we've bought it back again. But yeah, so it can be things like edging your tablecloths, your table mats, thinner quilts. It's not going to go around a very thick quilt, but thinner quilts. But also for things like going around your applique, stencil work, all different types of projects for this. But you at home definitely love this range.
Certainly do. 20% of the stock has gone now. It's a lucky dip. We're going to try and keep the dip as close as we can to what you're seeing here, but you may find some variance in there. But I love this. You've got a double edge with this one, so it's double folded, so perfect if you're wanting to wrap around the edge, neaten off an edge, but equally so you can use it and just top stitch it in place if you're wanting to. Sometimes you might want to use it to disguise little borders or disguise some of your stitching if you're wanting to. But of course the beauty is being cut on the bias, you can actually use it to go around curves as well. So if you've got any projects, maybe you've done stained glass projects before and you fancy working with something other than traditionally we tend to use a lot of black when we're doing things like that, but if you're using antique tone fabrics, black might be too heavy for them. So in this particular set, the chocolate brown would be very, very useful to use with that one. There was a pin there and it's just disappeared. It's just gone into fresh air. Oh, there it is. I've got it.
But also for your dressmaking projects, you know, for your finer dressmaking, instead of having, you know, those boring colours, as I say, you know, this is a real vary of colours, and you can really tap in on picking out some beautiful, maybe you've got some shirt that you're making and there's just a hint of heather in there, or, you know, and you can just pick out the colours. There's, you know, the rainbow, and oh, they're just beautiful.
Absolutely gorgeous. So there you go, if you fancy getting hold of yours. Quarter of the lucky dip stock has gone. So yeah, brilliant value at £12.49. You're getting 33 metres on each one of those rolls, and you're getting 5 of them. So that is brilliant value for money.
And just have a look at home at your bias binding, you know, how much you pay for a metre.
Yes. Oh yeah.
You know, it can be, I couldn't believe how expensive it was.
And sometimes it's difficult to, I mean, I know we can measure, and we do measure projects when we're working with them, but quite often you'll have a project and you measure it out and you'll find that, I don't know, you're 30 centimetres short. It always happens. It's so frustrating, because then it's like, oh, okay, now I've got to wait a week for me to find more of that bias binding and to get it shipped to me as well. And it always happens late on a Friday afternoon when it's too late to get anything dispatched on the same day.
And you know what I found as well? And I've gone back to a shop to buy some, and the shade's slightly different.
You get that with yarns as well, don't you? It's like a dye. It's the batches. When the batches are made up and they're dyed, it can vary. And like you say, going for exactly the same colour code, sometimes it isn't exactly the same.
No.
It's a bit like paint and things like that, isn't it? It's manufactured in a batch. Anyway, that is a lucky dip. So a little bit of surprise with that particular one. So if you're wanting that one, £12.49, 129863. But then we have another option for you, which is your pastels. So if you're wanting your pastels, here you go, £12.49. With these, you will know exactly what you are getting. This could almost be called the sugared almond collection, couldn't it?
They're amazing, aren't they? They're so pretty. So, you know, even if you're doing your bunting, you know, garden furnishings at the moment, these would be great to go round your tablecloths, your garden settings, you know, cushions, anything like that you're doing.
Absolutely brilliant. Again, so 5 rolls, 33 metres on each one of those, £12.49. They just look beautiful as well.
And this sold out so quickly last time.
Well, over a third has gone this time round as well. So yeah, I think we could see history repeating itself there. 779874. We are only 10 minutes into the hour, and we are incredibly busy for both of those options. You can go for both at the same time if you wanted to. It's not a problem with that at all. And don't forget, if you've gone for any of your fabrics, pick out some of those colours that are going to work alongside those as well. 779874. But pressing is key when you are working with your fabrics. Whether it is a case that you're doing quilting or whether it is just your general pressing in place. And this is a fabulous little art. I've got one of these and I love it. I mean, it's cute because it looks like a mouse with no ears to start with. That's the first thing. But the thing that I love about this, I'm going to turn it around so as you can see, is the controls on this one that are the key thing with this one.
It is. This is my go-to iron. You will always see me on here with this smaller iron. So I always have one of these by my sewing machine at home, and always, so that I can just go from my sewing machine to any of my piecing that I'm doing. I can just very lightly. I love the way you hold it. Completely safe. You're not holding this part, you're holding the top part, so it's nice and cool. And you've got great dials. It also allows you to put water in it as well for steam. It's not auto switch off, but the dials are really easy to use. Even with my ridiculously long nails, they're really easy to use. You've got your steam button, your water, and everyone always asks me about it. It's prim, It's fantastic quality, it's a fantastic iron, and you know, anything, any of my fusing, anything, I've always, you know, I mean, I even do Lily's shirts at home.
Well, the thing is, I have actually been known to iron my clothes with this because I can't be bothered to get the big ironing board out and the big iron. So it does behave just like a regular iron. So all the settings on there, exactly what you're used to. You've got your jet of steam. So if you do want to do that, you can do. You can have your steam on and off with this one as well. Easy to fill up as well. You've got your little kind of rubber bung there, and you do get your fabulous little jug to fill it up with as well.
So cute though, isn't it?
It's brilliant.
You get a little storage bag as
do,
well.
Yeah, it comes with a little storage bag, which is brilliant. I'm going to get that bung put back in place properly in a moment. So, little drawstring bag, which is lovely, but a bit boring, so I'd make one of my own.
Yes,
not going to lie, use that one as a pattern. Or you could actually stitch something on there or applique something in place. Now, something I would suggest you do, if you are looking at getting hold of one of these, the details of which are on your screen there, do keep an eye out when you come to your end of call items. The reason being is you will get offered the opportunity to add one of these into your basket. And this is brilliant because this is almost like a little protector, and you can see there featuring it in the imagery there, and literally your iron sits on top of that, as you can see. Absolutely perfect. There you go. 049039, but you'll find both the iron and the little map on the website. Here you go, these are your end of call items. So if you are shopping for this, or during this hour, should I say, these are the things that you'll get presented with. £5.15. Just think how that is going to save your worktops and surfaces. Make sure you get that involved. Your little thread cutter, that is incredibly useful to have. And then don't forget your seam tape. Now, your seam tape is brilliant for when you are stitching your batting or your wadding together, but we'll talk about that in a little while, because we're getting onto the subject of what goes in the middle of your quilt. This is the thing. You're going to have, obviously, your gorgeous fabrics, your backing fabrics, but what makes that squidginess? Well, we've got a variety of different ways of doing that, and one of the ways you can do it is by using your fusible interfacing. And I have to say, this is a game changer. Now, with regards to this one, looking at t-shirt quilting.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's so in at the moment, t-shirt quilting. And so this is for anybody out there that does memory quilting.
Oh, right,
So
yes.
if you're doing teddy bears or quilts or using your old baby clothes, anything like that, you use this. It's 100% cotton. It feels absolutely beautiful. It is
It looks just like fabric. Can I open it up? Are we allowed to?
Yeah, of course you can. So it is a cotton fabric. So this stabilises those jerseys to make them easier to be able to work with. Because if you just go ahead and cut baby grows or the little dresses or polyesters or whatever out of anybody's, if you're using older clothes or anything like that, or if you collect t-shirts and then just try and cut out the centres, they will curl. You will have a nightmare trying to sew them together because the edges will curl, they will stretch all over the place. So this actually stabilises it to make it into a workable fabric.
And that is the key thing. I mean, it's the first thing. As soon as you mention jersey, people like go, the shoulders almost drop. It's like, okay, I'm going to work with jersey. This will make it into something that's so much more usable, and it means you've got the creativity of it. You can see the fluidity there, so it's going to work absolutely beautifully, giving a stabilisation, if that is such a word, to the back of your jersey there. But also you have got, obviously, the glue, which is that kind of roughness that you'll feel on this one. But it's a beautiful weight. You've got a huge piece, looking at 60 inches by 72. Little really does go a long way with this one, and it just makes it easier rather than battling and wrestling with those fabrics. It can turn into a chore sometimes when you're working with fabrics, because this is the thing, you've got a project and you're kind of thinking, oh gosh, I've got to get the right needle, then I've got to wrestle the fabric into place, all those kind of things. Well, sometimes by having just a simple thing as the right interfacing or the right stabiliser to go on the back of your fabric, then that is key, and this is a brilliant one. It's not often we see this come along, to be honest. So £20.49. Take advantage while you have the chance. 755683. Now, ooh, this looks interesting. What have we got here?
So this is your Craftex.
Okay.
This is Craftex on a roll. So it's we've got it on a bolt. So it's 20 inches wide, and it's very stiff. It's fusible both sides. I'm going to show you how to work with it. Probably the 2 o'clock show today.
So what sort of scenarios would we be using this in?
So this is great for your bag bottoms.
Oh, okay, yeah.
To make boxes, to make any of your 3D textile sculptures, anything like that. Your curtain pelmets.
Oh, okay.
When you box your curtains in, anything like that. And because it's fusible, it's great because your fabrics can fuse to it as well.
Can you stitch through it, or do you just use it as an adhesive type
you
thing?
stitch through it beautifully,
Ooh,
and I'm going to
okay.
show you how. So this little project that is my new pattern that's coming out on here. So this goes over the arm of your sofa. So we've got a pocket at the front which would hang down, and then this pocket would hang down the other arm of your armchair, and then this box would be what you pop all your scissors or your pins or anything like that if you're doing English paper piecing at home. And this box is actually made out of the Craftex. So it's a really rigid, and it feels rigid. It feels quite rough to the touch, but you can really feel that glue on there, so that when your fabrics are fused, it really does hold it. But the amazing thing about this, again, because it's Bosal, is that when you press one side and that glue melts, it doesn't melt the other side.
So that is like witchcraft. It's so clever.
It's so clever, isn't it? And then you make some really easy boxes. You can also make trays with this, and then use your OD coat on the top to waterproof the fabrics. So you've got a really nice tray. And yeah, a lot of people use it in universities when they're doing textiles, because they do 3D sculptures and that sort of thing. And you can mould with this, you can do all sorts. So yeah, we've brought it to you this time on the roll. It is only 20 inches wide, but because you wouldn't need a huge amount of this.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't need a huge width of this. And so you would, it's great in the bottoms of your bags.
Yeah.
Because it gives it that rigidity.
Definitely.
As well. But it does so beautifully.
I love it. I would imagine something that, you know, when you're stitching, you think, oh, this really could do it. I wish I could sew cardboard in this to give it that stability, like the bottoms of your bags and things like that. Well, this is, in effect, that kind of material, because obviously cardboard, you can't wash it, can you? Because it's just going to disintegrate. But here you go. You're getting a huge piece there, 20 inches wide with regards to that, as you can see there. And as Sasha said, you're going to find yourself just utilising small areas. So say if you're looking at a bag bottom, you're probably not looking at anything much bigger than that. I don't know. Yeah, but so I would say from that you're probably going to get at least 4 pieces. So that's 4 bag bottoms there, maybe across there exactly the same. So it could be that you're making 8 bags out of that one piece. So £13.95. I think that is a really wise investment. So it's been a popular one. Already 10% of the stock has gone. So I think that's going to be one of the busy items of the hour. So do take advantage of that while you've got the chance. Now, while we're talking about craft text, we've got something else that you might want to consider. And this is brilliant. Again, if you're wanting to do your 3-dimensional work, well, we're looking at your hexagons. So here you go, you've got a pack of 12 there, £12.25, really good size with regards to those. So and lots of design inspiration on the packaging as well. That's something we regularly see from Bosal. So if you want to know, 063182. I've got my roll. I'm thinking, well, where can I put this? Because if I put it there, it's kind of taking up the seat, and then I put it on there, it just rolls off. It might stay where it is.
But it just shows you how rigid it is, doesn't it, when it stands up? It's brilliant.
I'm doing backward walking. Now, Sasha, please explain to me, what have we got here?
So Marin are very eco-friendly.
Okay.
We are all about sustainability, hence why, you know, they pick who they work with very cleverly. You know, it's all about carbon footprint, it's all about the eco, it's all about, you know, reducing our carbon footprint and that sort of thing. So we were trying to find a way of people to access an awful lot of wadding, different waddings, and have a go with them, without having to buy half a metre, because it's like when you buy your wadding, the minimum cut most places are half a metre. Some places will only cut you a metre. And, you know, you might find a wadding that you don't particularly like to work with, or you might find a wadding that you absolutely love to work with. But how will you know that unless you can try lots of different ones? So at Marin, you get the box that's not this particular box that's in there, but you will get your own box of that size, and it is absolutely crammed, packed with offcuts of different waddings.
No, there's kind of a bit of a there's a box here. Now, of course, the thing
and you're getting
is,
decent sized pieces.
Ooh, there's a lot of it there.
So this is the box. This is how it came to us, and this is how it will come to you. So this isn't, you know, we've just put this amount here. This is what actually came in this box.
And they're good
you're
size
getting
pieces.
good sizes of these pieces to have a go. So these are things that you can have a go with your dinner mats, your little hand tote bags, mug rugs.
Yeah.
You know, just have a play with different
And don't forget,
waddings.
it's amazing the amount of people that think to themselves, oh, OK, that's a strip, that one. Don't forget, you can actually put your waddings together and make a much larger piece if you're wanting to, because you can do that joining. Exactly,
We've got the backing tape on.
The tape that we were talking about earlier on, that is perfect for you to actually utilise with these and actually make them into bigger pieces. This one's actually double folded over there as well, so different weights. So sometimes you want that fluffiness, you want that density, sometimes you don't. So you're getting it all in here, and it's one of those things that I love bundles like this because you're getting a bit of all sorts, aren't you?
And it's a great way, isn't it, to maybe step out of your comfort zone and actually use different waddings.
Definitely.
You know, because we all buy big pieces of wadding, and then we might do a table mat or a mug rug, and we've got to cut into our big piece or quilt middles or whatever. This way, you have got lots of sizes, you've got lots of offcuts, you've got loads of different waddings in there that you can have a go with. And then you can decide which ones you like, which ones you'd like to buy again. And it is an absolute bargain.
I love it. I liken this to when I'm choosing a pick and mix. Yeah. And I'm sure lots of you will resonate. You go for the marshmallows because they're the lightest. You
Definitely.
get a lot for your
And
1.5 kilograms.
Squidge them in.
Exactly, and that's it. You never go for the mint imperials because they're much heavier than everything else, and they're a bit boring as well. But yeah, 1.5 kilograms. You can imagine, because it's so light, you are going to get a lot within your box. Little word for me: once you get it out of the box, potentially not getting it back in the box. So just a word of warning there as well. Because yeah, good luck for getting that.
Do you know how I
packed
store
away.
mine?
Okay,
I've got those vacuum bags.
Oh, you said right. Good
yeah,
idea.
I've got the vacuum bags and I use that, or I roll. Once the box comes, I roll all the little pieces.
Very clever.
And then pop them in there.
Love it.
It is one of those jack-in-the-boxes. You're going to open the box and it's going to go...
Definitely. And now, if you fancy shopping for anything during this hour, then obviously you'll find it all on the website. There are lots there. All sorts of different types of wadding, so depending on the weight. And we'll chat about this. You've got your 2 ounce, 4 ounce, 6 ounce with regards to these as well. Absolutely loads of choice. So whatever your situation, whatever style of quilt you were planning on working with, or bags as well. Also as well, you've got your, obviously we've been talking about your interfacing. Quite often we'll bring you light tones, but what about if you're working with your darker fabrics? Well, we've got darker tones for you as well, whether you want to diffuse it in, whether you want to stitch it in. There is a whole host of things there. And also do check out the Marant Crafts kind of brand section as well, because they bring us some amazing things that I know you will certainly be tempted to pop into your basket. So we're about halfway through the show, Sasha.
I know.
Where's the time gone?
I know, and we do this show a little bit differently. It's not about completing a actual demonstration. It's more about education. And I think we are bringing you, especially Marant are bringing you, so many great products from Bozel. We want to get the education across to you so that you can come back and re-watch these and actually find how you use these products. So what we're going to be looking at today, this morning anyway, is the T-shirt quilting. And so many of us have collected so many T-shirts over the years. We've collected T-shirts and then they all go in a drawer and you don't know what to do with them. And the best way to do is to get them all out, to put some interfacing, especially this quilting one, the T-shirt interfacing on there, and then you can then cut them to size and it will stop all of that rolling of the edges and the stretch. So you will see it really is a beautifully soft cotton, isn't it? I can't get across how soft that is to work with. And it stays in the actual product. When you've actually made your item, it stays in there. So if you wanted to do something like you had some particular fabric that you wanted, it had too much stretch and you wanted to maybe turn it into a bag or something, this is ideal. So one side has got your fuse on it, and it has little dots on there of the glue, and these melt and then your jersey will stick to them. And what you have to try and remember is to not stretch your jersey over this, okay? But I'm going to show you how the best way I do it is. So I've got my piece of fabric. Now, as you can see, I mean, this is so stretchy, no matter which way, you know, it's a knit, it's really stretchy, all directions. And so we're going to lay this down, going to lay that down, and then we're going to pop our piece of, and what I'm going to actually do is I'm going to maybe pop that to the middle, and then I can cut that down and show you. Now, if you are at home, I would suggest you put a grease-proof paper or some sort of tea towel or something over the top, because obviously it has got glue on there and you don't want to get that all over your iron, and maybe something underneath because you don't want to get any of the edges onto your ironing board. So I tend not to use steam for this because I don't want to make my jersey damp, because what happens when you make your jersey damp and then put this on there, it's all going to contract and do strange things, and then you'll get some puckering to it, and you don't want that to happen. You want it to be beautifully smooth, and you're just going to very gently hold that iron on there and just move across. We're not doing it in a fast ironing motion, we are doing it in a press and hold and a press and a hold.
So just take your time and make sure you're covering every area.
Exactly. Now, the other thing with this is it washes beautifully, and it completely changes that setup of your fabric. It completely changes it into a more workable fabric, really. It's so hard to sew. I mean, you would really struggle, even if you are a seasoned dressmaker, just to sew jersey to jersey to jersey in blocks, because they would just, it just moves.
And it moves in all directions as well, that's the thing with this.
And look how beautifully flat that is. And as you can see, when I started it, I didn't stretch it onto the board. I just laid it down, and then I popped the interfacing on the top. So I'm just going to go over. And this is one of those products that you should have in your essentials, you should have in your stash, because it does work so well. And memory quilts and the bears and anything like that, or if you've got a daughter or son that's leaving school and they get their hoodies or anything like that, you know, you want to be able to keep them. And listen to that.
It turns it into a different style of fabric, isn't it? And I know lots of people
Completely
kind of do, when they're little ones, their babies have grown up, they keep the baby grows, first ever baby grows and things like that. And this means you can turn it into a piece of fabric that you could then make into a little quilt or something like that. So it's still got the coziness and it's got all the memories to it, but it is a bit of a nightmare trying to make a quilt out of jersey.
And you can hear.
Gives it the tautness, doesn't it?
It does. It makes it into a more workable fabric. You can work with it easier, and then you will just cut as you would normally to make into the size of a block. So you would always roughly cut, and I would make sure you cut it bigger, and then place your and then cut it to size once you've placed your quilting interfacing on there. It just makes it easier to cut to size. If you wanted to have a 4-inch block, for example, of, say, this one, I wouldn't cut that as a 4-inch block, because by the time you finish trimming it up, it's going to end up at about 2.5, because you're going to have a nightmare.
Yeah.
And again, this one is very stretchy. You know, I mean, we can really see this one, you know, stretches. And again, we just place this on the mat, on your ironing board, okay, and we're going to just smooth out any. I am not stretching this, I am not pulling it to fit, and then I am popping this again, glue side down, and that's really, really important, because the last thing that you want to do, for example, if I show you, is if I stretch this to fit this piece, what's going to happen? And I don't mind showing you. Can you see?
Yes.
it all starts curling.
Well, it's the elasticity, isn't it? It's pulling it in,
and it's pulling it in. So it is very, very important, and this is the good thing as well. When it's wet, you can reposition it.
Okay.
So again, what we're going to do is we're going to lay that down. We're not stretching it. And then we're just going to apply this. We're just going to lay this gently on the top. And just hold and press.
So from the centre out to the corners and out to the
Hold
sides.
and press. And you might need to go over your edges a little bit. I'm being cautious because I haven't got anything under my mat on this one. So, and then the next thing that I'm going to show you is...
Now, before you do that, Sasha, can I very, very quickly
Yes, of course.
just give a little bit of an update, because it's quite an important one. I meant to tell you a little while ago, but we were in the flow of it. So now, actually, 2/3 of the stock has gone. At £12.49, we're talking about the pastel bias binding, perfect for the season. And as Sasha quite rightly said, what about bunting? You don't have to be a sewer. You don't have to be using it in the way that you would use it traditionally. It is a perfect tape for you to make your bunting. And oh my goodness, what amazing bunting you're going to be making using this. I'm going to be ordering up some of this if there's any left to go around my little crafty cabin when it's actually got a roof. And I can actually tie bunting to it. There's nothing to tie it to. It's kind of got 4 walls and it's just very airy at the moment. Now 779-874, £12.49. Once it's gone, it has gone. So you're saving £2.50, but it's more about the fact that you're not going to be able to get hold of it in this configuration. So do make sure you're getting it very, very quickly. 779-874. So back over to you, Sasha. What was it you wanted to show us? Sorry.
So I was just going to show you, I mean, that fabric was quite creased, it was quite stretchy, and now it's really changed it. It's really changed it. It's beautifully flat, and if I wanted to, I could just fussy cut.
Yeah,
I could fussy cut those shapes.
Yeah.
I could do hexagons with them. It just completely changes that jersey fabric, and so it's so important, you know.
It's nice because sometimes you'll see a fabric and you love the print, but it's not the right fabric for the job that you want. So
I've got llamas. I've got llamas that are on a jersey knit, really stretchy, and so this is what I'm going to use it for.
Definitely.
So I can pop that in there. So what I'm just going to show you very quickly, the next thing is how it sews, because that's really important. So I'm just going to place these 2 pieces together. And pop those there. And I'm just going to show you really, really quickly how beautifully it sews through, not having to worry. And then you end up with really lovely seams. You get a really lovely finish. And again, obviously, I would cut these to size, but you get a really lovely finish. Really neat on there, and as I say, you can chuck it in the wash, you can do anything like that. But I do see so many, you know, people out there that have had a go with t-shirts or had a go with baby clothes and have had an absolute disaster because they don't know how to use the product correctly. And by stretching it, that's when it sort of all goes a bit wrong. So we're not going to stretch, we're just going to lay those fabrics down and then put that t-shirt interfacing on the top. But a definite one to go for this
Love
hour,
it.
definitely.
Absolutely brilliant. And to be honest, Sasha didn't make it easy for herself using a stripy fabric, because if anything was going to tell tales on a stripy fabric would do. So it does really show how amazing it is. All those stripes stayed perfect there. So rapidly approaching 40% of the stock has gone. It's one of those ones that even if you haven't got a situation where you're necessarily going to use it, you're not thinking, oh, I'm going to make this with it straight away. You've got a project. I think it's a useful one to have in your stash, so as when the situation arises, you haven't got to try and find it somewhere, because we don't always keep these products in stock. So it's kind of almost having a library of the tools, the elements that you need that are there in your sewing room, ready to use whenever you need them. So a 755-683. See, again, I'm thinking baby grow bunting, things like that. You've got the pastel bias binding with any little baby grows, cutting out your little triangles, putting it all together. It look amazing. You'll need some thread though, won't you, to stitch it all together? Well, guess what can help you with that? And we've got some amazing threads. threads. We're looking at Coats Moon thread. It's always a popular brand, and we've got these in a variety of different colourways. Looking at the blue selection to start with, I love my blues when I'm working with my fabrics, but to be honest, you've got lighter tones in these right the way through to your darker, what I call school uniform colours with these as well. So these are useful ones to have in your stash at home, ready to use on any of those projects you've got. Going to work beautifully with your denims, and don't forget your denims, you get so many different gradients of blue, don't you, with denim? So having that range there is beautiful. And I have to say, this one in the middle, an absolutely incredible turquoise colour. It looks beautiful. Sometimes it's nice to have a colour thread when you're using it, not just for your seams, but for your decorative work, free motion work. Using a coloured thread can make all the difference. And these, and I'm terrified to actually touch them because you know my track record. Let's try it. You're getting a lot of thread on these. You've got 1,000 metres on each of those. They are bumper bundles of thread. And again, maybe if you're working with something like an overlocker, they are a useful one to have as well. So 818 if you're wanting those ones, £10.99, very useful bundle. Next one that we've got for you, this one is called the Earth Collection. So lots of neutrals going on with this one. You can see you've got multiples of some of your most popular ones. So 2 of you kind of off-white, 2 of you cream, as you can see there, and then 2 of you, well, actually, it's 2 of each of those, really, when you look at it, isn't it? Because they're kind of just been separated across there, which did throw me, I'm not going to lie. But this is a useful one because you've got your threads there. Again, if you're working with an overlocker, quite often the actual needle bit, that is the bit that you're going to see on the seam. So when you're working with an overlocker, your other threads, sometimes your 3 and your 4 threads, you might not necessarily see them because they're on the inside. So you can kind of get away with anything, to be honest, there. But these are the ones that you're going to see on the seam when it opens up. Sometimes your overlocker will have 2 needles. So there you go, you've got your 2 needles filled up with these fabulous threads. But as standard threads to have in your stash, absolutely brilliant. Neutral tones, so they're going to work with anything. Anything that you've got that's, say, like an antique floral, then of course it's going to be on something like a cream or an ivory. So those are going to be perfect ones to work with. But if you do want to make a feature of your stitching, maybe doing a plique on something like that, then you might want to go for those chocolate browns to really make those elements pop out. 918174, just £10.99 if you fancy getting hold of those. Now, the Mono collection. Sounds very, very arty. Oh no, that was Monet, wasn't it? Yeah, get me emphasis is in the wrong place. Now, this is a useful one. Again, you're doubling up on each one of these, which is because they are so versatile. You've got your dark in there with your black, you've got that gorgeous slate grey in there, and those greys, incredibly useful when you are quilting, because grey goes so well with any colour fabric. So that's a really good one if you're wanting to have those threads disappear. Then obviously you've got your white and your off-white in there as well. 10 spools, again 1,000 metres on each of them, just £10.99, 649202. And then good old black and white in monochromatics. They're always useful, aren't they? Always favourites. And here you go, you've got 10 spools of each. Now these could be useful ones if you're doing things like your paper piecing. Think about your light fabrics and your dark fabrics. You've got the contrast here, so if you're doing your English paper piecing and you want to see those stitches that you've laid down as your tacking stitches, then obviously use the opposite to the colour of the fabric that you're working with. If you're working on the light, then use the dark thread, and likewise vice versa. So 184102, £10.99. But if those don't tickle your pickle, so to speak, how about these ones? Because these, I know that you've gone for those bias tapes in the pastel tones, then this is a must-have. This is going to coordinate absolutely beautifully. You've got all your gorgeous pastel range there for just £10.99, 223366 if you are wanting those as well. But what if you want to go large? What if you're a serious sewer? Oh my goodness, look at this. Like sweets in a sweet shop to me, those. 939939 being the item number. You're liking these. I'm not surprised. 24 spools for £19.99. That is incredible. I can't do the maths, but I know it's less than a pound a spool, because we've
24,000 metres.
24,000 metres. That's a long distance, actually.
It is a long
83p. My goodness.
That's crazy, isn't it? It's such a beautiful gift.
Absolutely
for somebody,
fabulous,
or if you've gone back to your craft clubs, you know, this is such a great one to buy. And I would buy 2 or 3 of these as well if you're a craft club, because You know, you
Definitely.
can be selling these for £1 each even.
Well, there you
know,
go,
at your
yeah.
craft club.
Nice if you know somebody who's having a sewing machine, maybe as a birthday gift, or maybe you're not getting away this year and you're going to treat yourself to something special. You're going to treat yourself to a sewing machine rather than having a holiday, then this is going to keep you busy for hours. 939939. Now, of course, lots of pastel tones with that light collection, but what about if you're wanting those darker tones? Well, oh, look at the richness in this bundle. Oh, gorgeous colours. This one, a lovely one again, a whole array of colours. Get the 2 sets and you're pretty much covered for any sewing that you're planning on doing, and you've got them there over the 2 sets, giving you 48 threads in total. But £19.99, again, very affordable, 344871. Bias minded update for you. Now, your lucky dip, that's where you're going to get a variety, hopefully as close to this as we can manage, but half of the stock has gone. Now, you're not choosing with these. You could quite easily look at that and think, oh, I'm going to get one of those rolls for £12.99, but no, you are getting all 5 of those. 33 metres on each one of them. That is what you call value for money. Absolutely brilliant value for money, and it's such a usable thing. Talk about the bunting again, it's such useful, and the thing is, you've got it in a continual run. That's it. Obviously, as far as 33 metres, I mean, it can't go on forever and ever and ever. But when you are buying your bias tape, you're probably buying it by the metre. You might buy it in 5 metre bundles, which is great until you get to the point where you're making something that's maybe 5 and a bit metres, or you're using what's left and you've not got enough for your project, and you have to go out and buy another 5 metres to accommodate, and then you've got 2 lots of leftovers. With this, having it on the roll is brilliant, and of course use it in your craft room, put a piece of dowel up, pop them on there, and you can literally decant it as you need it. 129863, half the stock has gone now, £12.49 for your pick and mix, not your pick and mix, sorry, your lucky dip. I've still got marshmallows in my mind, but there you go. Pastel tones. Oh no, it's limited in stock. Oh gosh, I hope there's enough left for me to run up the stairs and place my order when we're finished, because this is going to be a brilliant one for your bunting. Sugary pink colours, as you can see, or should I say sugary colours, because obviously you've got your pink in there, your lilac, your minty green as well. I definitely want this one. If this disappears after the show, you won't have to look for, oh no, I'm going to have to say it, aren't I? I've got to say it. I've sold out. No. 779 874. Going over to Sasha now.
I'm sorry. I'll move mine out of the way. I was just thinking about how pretty. I know. I was just going to say.
I'm just tidying them away.
Yeah, we'll tidy them away.
I've tidied them away.
But
there
I
we
was
go.
thinking about how wonderful they'd look on that dowling. That's such a good idea.
Yeah, they'd look fabulous, even if you weren't going to use them.
Yeah. So we're going to have a little look at the craft text, and I'm going to show you how to fuse it, and then we will probably on the 2 o'clock show we will go and do some work with it for turning it into a basket.
Oh, okay.
But I just wanted to show you how easy it is to fuse. Oh, and also don't forget your add-ons as well.
Oh,
I've got my little thread cutter.
Oh,
I absolutely love this.
Saw it on the website. Yeah.
So this is it. You see.
I mean, it looks like a jewellery piece, doesn't it? But you've got your little kind of cutting edge with that, haven't you? So you can cut your threads.
What I like is it's completely, what's the word?
Encapsulated.
Yes. So you, as you can see, you're not cutting yourself on there. The blade is set back, so you know you're actually. Well, I can get my thread because it's just unthreaded, but it's actually inside, and you would just take your thread. So if you are in the car, or you're doing paper piecing in the car or in the caravan or whatever, it's just easy because it's around your neck.
Is,
and I find that a couple of my ladies in my class, I do tell them off because they have a ribbon around their neck with their scissors.
Okay, yeah.
And they keep their scissors on a ribbon, and then they just, and it is really dangerous.
It is,
it's really dangerous.
Very much, yeah.
So this, you haven't got to worry about it. It's completely safe. It's out of the way. So yeah, love that.
It's one of your end of call items. So if you place an order for anything during the hour, then you can add it in. It's only £4.72, and it's part of the Prim Love collection. So that polka dot look. There's loads of other things that you'll be able to find. You'll probably find them on the website if you do look for them. But it's all colour coordinated, and it's got that lovely polka dot in there as well. So yeah, pop that in. That's that seam tape we were talking about. If you're wanting to actually put pieces of your wadding together, we were chatting about it when we were looking at the big box of wadding, then you'll need some of that because you can piece your wadding pieces together. Which looks like it looks like I could just fall back now. Couldn't I just have a little snooze?
so soft.
Well, it does look like that, doesn't it? Just for the... I'm not really having a snooze.
So I've cut my piece of craft text. This is 9 inches square. And then I'm going to put my fabric on top. And my iron's not quite on max, but it's on quite warm. And we're going to do exactly the same as before. We're going to hold and we're going to move.
Now, because this is something that's new to people, does it come with instructions or can we find the information anywhere?
So you can find the any information. There is instructions on there. There is also myself, because obviously myself, I'm a Bosal ambassador. And also there's loads of educational videos with Bosal themselves on how to use, how to fuse. But honestly, if you get any problems or have any questions, find me, Sasha Sews 123 on Instagram. And I've got a fabulous competition as well going with Bosal at the moment.
Oh, okay.
And so you can win Bosal and some haberdashery products. So go to there and find us. If you go to my pet, that's on my Sasha Sews 123 page. But yeah, we're doing an awful lot of educational videos at the moment with Marant. So it's great because it's going to help you. We're going to be in your home. There's going to be YouTube. There's all sorts coming out. So watch this space.
Lovely.
But again, you know, it's all about not being scared of the product. And Bosal is all about the stuff in the middle.
Yes.
You know, this is what makes your fabrics, makes your projects that you've made work so well. Because each item is for a different, you know, it's a bit like your different waddings.
Yes.
You know, we have all the different projects and products there. So we fused this, and it fuses beautifully flat. You're not getting glue lines. You're not getting anything like that. You can see that on there. It is warm to touch, okay? But it's not melting the other side, which is great. I mean, my hands are on there, and yet on the other side, you know, it was warm. But it doesn't melt the other side. It is so clever.
Love it.
So again, you know, we're heating up this side, you know, and this is hot to touch. And it is so great that the glue on the other side doesn't melt. Just love it. It is. It's like witchcraft. And so what we're going to do is I am going to quickly cut the edges off of here.
So with this type of medium going into the inside of your project, I mean, quite often we'll say, oh, you stitch around and you turn it inside out. I mean, is it the sort of fitting that you would use if you've got a project that you're needing to turn out?
No.
Okay.
No. You can, but you don't want to crease it.
Yeah, and I suppose...
Because it is a firm
and the idea
interfacing.
is when you're manhandling it, I suppose you're breaking down the fibres and it will be a case of you softening it, which is not what you want it for.
No. And I will just show you as well. I mean, obviously, I don't want to... I will actually make this. Let me show you by cutting this how easy it is to cut as well. So I'm going to cut this down to 8 inches just so you see I'm using a rotary cutter.
As easy as that?
Easy as that.
And that's gone through everything? It's not you just trimmed off the edge? Oh, wow.
It's all there. It cuts beautifully. It really is it feels like such a hard, rough product, but it just cuts beautifully.
So does that stop the fabric from fraying as well? So you could technically do no-sew projects,
You could do no-sew. You could do no-sew. Although on the basket, on the table, I love that noise. It's a really satisfying cut, that one.
sound, isn't it?
And you get a really crisp line. I mean, look at that. It's just amazing. Really crisp line.
It's almost like you're making fabric bookmarks now.
It is. So the little project that's on the table, the little basket, I've actually put the binding, the bias binding around the top, just to close those raw edges. But you can just do a zigzag stitch, and a zigzag stitch works beautifully around this, which is hopefully what I'm going to show you at 2 o'clock.
Lovely.
So I'm just going to show you.
Oh my goodness! Very quickly, half the stock has gone. So yeah, we're going to go back to Sasha in a moment, but just wanted to give you that update because we've been busy for it throughout, and even more so now you're actually seeing it in action. And this is the thing: you're getting a piece that's 20 inches wide, as you can see, with regards to this one. And you might think, oh, it's not a huge piece, but think about the scenarios you're going to be using it with. You won't necessarily use this for the whole of a project. It's just where you need that stability. So the bottoms of bags, we were talking about bags. If you're making handbags, I would say quite easily you're looking at 2 per width of that, depends on the size of your bag obviously, and then obviously you're repeating that as you're going along. So if you're a frugal cutter and you're cutting it in the right way, think about it before you go chopping into it, and don't be afraid to kind of go and cut it in your pieces as you need them, and you will be able to maximise that piece. But I wouldn't be surprised if you could make maybe 10 bag bottoms for £13.95 quite easily. Probably even make a dozen of them, to be honest, but make sure you're quick because half of the stock is gone. And Sasha is back this afternoon at 2 o'clock, so whether we'll have any more of this at that stage, I don't know. Sorry, Sasha, let's come back to you now.
No, it's fine. So I've just fused the pink fabric onto there, and I'm just trimming that pink all the way round, just to get rid of the excess. And so again, you know, it's very satisfying. You know, there's no bubbles in there, there's no creases, it just does the job that it's actually meant to do. I'm going to take my chalk marker, and I think we will do a inch and
just to warn you, Sasha, you've only got a couple of minutes left in this hour, so I don't know whether this is anything that you want to run over to the next hour.
That might be a good idea.
Rather than rushing it.
That might be a very good idea.
Okay,
Shall I show you very quickly how easy it is to sew?
Yeah, you can do.
Have we got a couple of minutes where we can just do that? So, obviously, as I was saying, because obviously I hadn't set my sewing machine up either. A great thing to actually use to go around the edges of this is a zigzag.
Okay. So a close zigzag as much as a satin stitch, or something more open?
I would do a close, which is what I'm going to show you.
Okay.
I've got a Janome, and I'm just taking it down a little bit. Let me just pop this. Sorry, I haven't set my machine up for this, so bear with me.
No problem. Just as Sasha's doing that, we've only got a minute and a half of the show. We're busy for those thread bundles, those big thread bundles. So the light collection, which would be perfect for the fabrics that Sasha's working with, all of these 24 spools, they are very, very busy. So if that's something that you've got your heart set on, please do not leave it too long. So £19.99 if you wanted those, £939 with regards to those. Equally so, we are busy for the darker collection as well. So if you're wanting your polyester threads, these ones are brilliant value for me. They're £19.99, and please don't think, oh, they're polyester threads, I can't necessarily use them with my cotton fabrics. We've moved on from that now. There used to be a time when that was a rule of thumb, but to be honest, I use polyester threads all the time with regards to my cotton fabrics. So 344871 if you are wanting those. Down to the last 45 seconds of the hour. So Sasha's just stitching the edge there. We'll probably get to have a little look at it. If we don't get a look at it now, we will show it to you later on, because she's back with us at 2 o'clock. But you can see that zigzag finishing off that neat edge that you've got there.
So yeah, just to quickly show you, it just sews through like butter. You have no problem whatsoever.
Perfect.
And I would do that a couple of times just to really encapsulate all the inside.
Love it. Sasha, thank you so much. So there you go. Another hour gone. But just to let you know, 60% now has gone. So we have still got it at the end of the hour. It was touch and go. The thing is, get hold of yours before we come back at 2 o'clock. Otherwise, you could potentially miss out on this one. And of course, we've had sellouts. Trading the tape. I'm not bitter. I'm glad that you've got it. Marianne Designs One Day Special. It's a midday show, so do make sure you get involved with that one. Then we're back with Press Cuts and Craft 2 before we're back with our lovely Sasha at 2.
Hi, I'm Abs from Orange Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers, colours, textures, and creating depth and dimension. All and Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high-quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different sizes and formats. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the All and Create shows.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. So I hope you won't miss the shows with Stamps Away.
Hello everybody and a warm welcome. So we have another look at our one-day special this hour from the fabulous Marianne Designs. We were hearing in the earlier show, Marianne Designs as a company has been around since 1994 as a designer. So she started off as a crafter. She was actually a craft teacher. Then in 1989 she published her first craft book, which actually, as a book, explored, and this is an interesting one, it was the ornamental dolls, but it was fabric. So that was her first book. It went on to sell 1 million copies, and that's just a bit of the backstory of Marianne Designs. Someone who knows Marianne Designs very well is our fabulous Leonie Pujal. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
That's interesting, though, because I didn't know that.
Did a bit of research.
Bit of info. Good info.
Took it on. Do you know she still, to this day, she mentors and helps crafters who are looking to go on and publish their own craft books?
How amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah, it's funny because I know the obviously the wonderful designs of the company, but yeah, it's so nice to hear about the design.
Do you want to know another fact?
Tell me.
Marianne Designs, you can find them in 18 countries.
Wow.
So they're obviously an international brand
all around
going
the world.
in as well.
I like it because even though you've probably seen them before, you probably have you know, worked with the product before. But it's interesting because you don't see them in every store, so they still feel really special.
Yeah, and that's a good point. Something Leonie said when we were sort of preparing for the earlier show, she touched on a fact, and I did my own research and saw this, and please do your own as well. You were saying, like, you could go and find elsewhere a set of Marianne Design stamps for about £12.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have got such good deals. They're lovely quality stamps. The designs are fabulous. You've got literally something for everybody.
Yeah.
And they're quite... I like it because you get all sorts, you know. These are beautiful florals. You've got some incredible dies on the show. You know, you've literally something for everybody.
And in this mix, now it works out per set. If we were to take away, because I know you have got your mixed media plate, so I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the mixed media plate away just for a moment. You are guessing it, but just for demonstration purposes, now the price you're seeing on the screen means that each set is £6.60 per set. £6.60 per set, and you're looking at how many designs you're getting. I have to say, beautiful, beautiful stamps. So really exploring wonderful floral aspects. I will put the mixed media plate back on because that is obviously included in the bundle. Now, two things to point out. There is extended delivery on this, only because it's coming from the Netherlands, because Marianne Designs are a Dutch company. It's going to be dispatched on the 30th of June. And this is all the stock we could get. So once it's gone, it's gone. Ooh. Ooh, now this is interesting. So this is the penultimate hour. We're approaching 80% of the stock. We could potentially go limited this hour, maybe even sell out this hour. We'll see. We'll see how things go. But look, let's just take a look at the actual stamps you're getting. So 52 stamps, beautiful silhouette stamps. The wildflowers here are gorgeous. So you're getting these wonderful wildflowers. Daisies, I'm passing a lot of those daisies on the road at the moment, so a really nice mix of wildflowers. I think that could even be a wild poppy in there. And then on the other side, we've got our florals, so this is very classic. You've got long stem roses, which are just so beautifully elegant. Your long stem roses in there. I'm going to venture a guess and say that's a lily in the centre. Okay, there, very good. Okay, winning. So getting those two sets, and as we venture down, you'll be able to see we've got fantasy flowers that you're looking at right now. So a lovely mix of fantasy flowers. And the beauty of fantasy flower is it can be any colour you like. You're not restricted to nature there. And then on the other side, we've just got classic roses, or classic blooms, I should say. So those are your florals, all your stamps going in there. You've also got sentiments, and I have to say the sentiments are really good. So 13 sentiments, they're kind of your key big sentiments that you can add. So your best wishes, your good luck, your thank you, happy birthday. And you've got especially to you, for you in there as well. You've also got congratulations, love and sweet. So all of those. And your mixed media plate. And this, if you didn't watch earlier on, Leonie absolutely sold me on just the... When you said we're going to be playing with this hour.
Yeah, I'll do a little bit with this hour. Because it is one of those products that you can do so many different things with. It's fabulous.
Have you got these scraps? Do you know the techniques we were doing?
Sure.
It's worth just looking at... Leonie's going to show you now. So please catch up. At 8 o'clock we had a show, and you can see it via the rewind option on our website, thecraftstore.com, or the app. Just going through all the different ways we can use this.
Yeah, I mean, that was just stamping on your plate with the different inks, and I love creating backgrounds like that because it's so easy. I was going to show this one because on the overhead that is absolutely awful. You can't see the colour.
You can see that. Yeah, you can see that.
Okay.
We got that.
So you've got that beautiful, that is pink. That one there is that green. I mean, I can only see white on there, but that is actually green. You see, normally on overhead it's not very good.
That's okay.
We've also got. I mean, that one is gorgeous. So you can see. So you've got with this one, the main one. So that has been stamped, and then obviously that's your leftover, and you can just about see the flowers. You can create beautiful backgrounds, you know, some lovely, again, you can't really see the green on that. I don't, is it different? What, because for me, for me it looks different, the colour on up top than there. But I mean, you can create some beautiful backgrounds. You can also do the mirroring, and the mirroring is amazing because the mirroring obviously allows you to do anything with your stamps. Sorry, I thought number one were there and it
That's
isn't.
right. The mixed media plate is incredible. Please believe me on this. Watch the earlier hour and we'll play with it this hour. The stamps are gorgeous too. We are now at 80% of the stock. So this is serious considering this penultimate hour and we've just started. That's a one-day special. £32.99 is your price, saving £6. All I will say to you is please do your own research on this, but I've seen elsewhere one stamp set, Marianne Designs, £12. So it might be even a bit more. Have a look for yourself. So our price is great. OK, now we haven't seen these before. We didn't watch them earlier on. I have to say, the dream sentiments and hugs are fantastic. We were talking about hugs. Hugs. Dickie Keffel.
Dickie Keffel.
Dickie Keffel in Dutch. I don't know if we're pronouncing that right, but we saw a little sentiment.
I mean, the chances are we're probably not.
Probably.
Probably not.
Should we have a look at some of these sentiments?
But we like it.
I like a hug. Group. Sometimes you just want to put group hug in there. Oh, now we're approaching 60% of the stock of this already. So follow your dreams, follow your heart, Bless you. A dream is a wish.
Bless you.
Your heart makes. Oh, a dream is a wish your heart makes. That was the most quiet, dainty sneeze I think I've ever heard. Make a wish, leave a little sparkle wherever you go. You definitely do that, Pooch.
Not
Wish
all the
upon a
time.
star, friends. Reach for the stars. So that's your stars, your one. And then we've got the hugs, or your dream one, I should say. Then we've got our hugs. Sending birthday hugs and kisses. Hugs, kisses, and get well wishes. Oh, nice. Sending handmade hugs. Wow, I'd be using that all the time. Big hugs, more handmade hugs in there as well. A very big birthday hug, group hugs, sending hugs and kisses, hugs enclosed. Okay, the hugs one has got me. Hugs enclosed, handmade hugs, done. Are you a hugger, Pooch?
Yeah, I love a good hug.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it's nice. I think lockdown made us all want hugs even more, didn't they?
Yeah. $12.99. We are over 60% of the stock here. Sorry, we are at 60, not over. 266761, your item number. Just got to say, everything on the show, it is a question of once it's gone, it's gone. We're not bringing anything back on extended delivery. This is another popular item from earlier on. Look at the price of this. $9.99. You're going to get both your stamp and die combo. Beautiful perfume bottle, but it could be an aftershave bottle as well, so we can go masculine or feminine. I just think it's a very competitive price because you're getting all the dies and you're getting the corresponding stamps for $9.99. And what I will say is it works fantastically well if you want to use this in conjunction with the one-day special. So you know those long stem roses that we have featured in the florals from our one-day special? How good do they work? Just put them in jars. So that suddenly is no longer a perfume bottle. It's just a beautiful jar. House and support your stems. Actually, I said this is more the daisies. I apologise. That's not the roses that I was talking about. But you could put the roses inside. Obviously, if you forget the one-day special, if you just want to use it as a set independently, absolutely you can. So it can be a very feminine bottle, or it can be more of a masculine. See that? If you put, I'm going to have to sort of show you too. If you put the top here, the stopper there, and take away the bow, then that's very masculine. So you can see, you can go different directions. Now, with regard to stock, it's busy. We're approaching 60% of the stock here. 128788 item number. We're going to go on to, now this is interesting. This has been busy throughout. This is part of the creatables, I should say. And instantly, let me just show you this. So you can do a lot with it, and I have got some other examples, but I'm going to jump straight to this, because that is a cut. So if I show you that, that's passed through your die cutting machine. Obviously, just a bit more work has gone into it, but I'll get to that in a moment. So if you just have a look here, and then, so someone coming in, come in, hello. And then if I just fold that over, you've got a beautiful ready-made card blank, wonderfully ornate. We can layer up, we can put other elements in there. If you just want to have it as a card, absolutely you can. You're not restricted to just using it, actually I think it's that way, just using it as a card maker, or even something like this. So very versatile. $18.99 is your price there. 2/3 of the stock has gone. 223196 your item number. Going to move on to our vertical folding squares. So vertical folding squares has a lovely design flair as the previous option. All of them do. With the creatables, it's the name, it's given away in the name really. It gives you that wonderful creative detail. So here, if I show you how this one works, that is your pass through your die cutting machine, but then what you're able to do is to create that wonderful effect. I'll just show you that. Ooh, so there you see it. Beautiful, and you can layer up, you can really have some fun. $14.99 your price, 052106 your item number. 60% of the stock has gone here. Then we're going to move on to Petra's Gate. Now, Petra's Gate, it sounds like, and I did mention this earlier on, it sounds like a tourist destination. Where are you going? Oh, you've got to go see Petra's Gate. So Petra's Gate was actually a die that we used in the previous hour. And Leonie was showing you how versatile it is. So it's, oh, this is actually the inspiration that Leonie made. So you can see that here. Beautiful detail. And you see you've still got a little bit of movement, free-flowing movement on the top, and we can layer up. It's just a wonderfully ornate die cut. And for $11.99, you cannot argue that. So have some fun with it. That's Petra's Gate, and just a few of the examples and the inspirations how you can get the most out of your Petra's Gate. There you go. $11.99 is your price there. 012075, the item number. Now we've got a hydrangea for you. Wonderful flower. Hydrangea, and we've seen it on a lot of the examples actually today. So the hydrangea, what you're able to do is batch cut. So run this through and then create your flowers. It does also emboss. So you're getting the leaves, you're getting the flowers in there too. And if I just show you, and obviously the petals to build up, you'll be able to see the dies give you a wonderful embossed detail as well. So just running it through, and in this example, I think the tips have just been brushed a little bit with the inks, and you're good to go. Think about your pattern papers as well. So if you wanted to use these with your pattern papers, you can, or create your own backgrounds, die cut. And then how about just adding that little bit of a flourish. Now, a lot of these 2D, but this actually has been layered up. So that one's one of the examples layered up. But if you carried on going and manipulated and shaped, you could create a beautiful 3D flower with these hydrangeas too. Details on your screen. $11.99 is your price. 821-300, your item number. Last and certainly not least, we have got, now these were very busy earlier on, so these are the abstract backgrounds. $18.99 is your price. You've got your long and your square. So I'm saying abstract because they've got wonderful personality. There's a quirkiness to them. The long and the square backgrounds, we're approaching 2/3 of the stock. Do you know what it is? I was looking at the bird and I don't know, stalk came out of my mind. It's not even a stalk. Just having a look here at the layerings that you were getting. But it's quirky, it's different, it's fun. We're kind of saying that this, if I had to imagine Leonie as a set of nesting dies, this would be the set. Because, and I mean that as a compliment, Pooch. You know, you're different. You're quirky.
Babes.
There you go. $18.99 is your price. 117972, your item number. And I have to say, Pooch, they're very popular.
Oh, God.
Which is why I said they remind me of you.
Hurrah!
There you go. There was a link
dug
there.
out.
We're going to jump onto the website as we head to Leonie for our first demonstration. So lots to discover. Do feel free to use the website as a resource. The website is your friend. So what are you going to be popping into your basket? Anything you got your eye on? The beauty of our website is you can stroll at your leisure, have a little look and a catch up and a review of any items that we've shown you. Now the blossoms, we haven't seen these as of yet, but they are popular. Are we getting another stamp and die set? Stop it. Stamp, die and stencil for $10.99. Sure, we've gone wrong with these prices, Leonie. I mean, stamp, die and stencil for $10.99.
The prices are amazing, aren't they? I mean, this is the thing with Marianne Designs. They're always really good prices.
Yeah.
And yeah, they are, and they're good quality. It's lovely stuff.
Yeah.
Lovely stuff.
Lovely stuff. Okay.
Lovely stuff.
What are we going to be playing with?
Okay. Hello and welcome.
Hello.
Okay, so, sorry, I've been messing around because I was going to use the die, but I thought, I used that in the last hour. I should use one of the other dies because you have got loads of your... Oh, that one just slipped off the mat. Okay, because there's loads of beautiful creatable dies. Sorry, there's my pocket tool. So I were hoping to do one more of those, but it just fell off. So this is the other one in the creatables. Which is your verticals folding square. Now, obviously, they're designed. This is your mechanism, and that it cuts and then it scores. So that means you can create that lovely look there because it's scoring there. Now, it's up to you where you actually put your other score line of your card. You know, that is up to you. This is a 6x6, I do believe, card. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it might be 5x5 actually. But it means 6x6 just. So it means you're cutting that beautiful square. But as I say, it's up to you where you're doing your other fold. But that is on a 6x6 blank, so you can create that. However, the way I'm going to do it, I'm actually having it as a top fold because I was using my shorter die cutting plates, so it meant I had to put it through shorter.
Okay.
So there is a reason I'm doing it like that. The lovely thing with this die, you do get that mechanism, which you can use if you want to, but at the end of the day, that square in its own right is such an ornate die. It's really pretty. I love that you get this as well, because that means you can either cut it out separately Or, of course, you can cut the centre of that if you want to, so you can create an aperture in that. So that gives you a choice as well. You've then got your corner, yes.
I was just going to say, so we cut out one way. You know the example you showed?
Yes.
We pull it open. If you turn the die the other side, then could you create like the illusion like a gatefold?
Yes. Yeah, you could do it twice.
Yeah.
So, so this way, where that card, if you did another one, so if you had a longer piece of card and you did another, or just glued them together. So, yeah, you could absolutely. So, for instance, that one, if that had another piece of card there,
15
so you
by
could
42.
absolutely do it like that. Yes, whatever those measurements were.
Yeah.
But, yeah, definitely. You could create some really... I mean, this is the thing when you get to play with the dice, and they give us so many different elements. You know, you've got these creatable dice, but you've got so many elements, and that's the thing, they give us so much to use. So with these ones, I mean, those in their own right, you know, of course you can use them as corners, but you can do so much with those ones. I mean, they're really pretty. These ones are standalone dies. You know, you don't have to use them with this set. They really allow you to get carried away and use them for so many different things. I mean, that on there, just layering them up, I love just playing with the layers, because they create a completely different look. So have a play with those. So you get the corner die. And then I really like the foliage dies. I mean, that's just good foliage. But I do think these look quite under the sea as well.
Anemones, yeah.
Don't they? Yeah. And it's the same with the other creatable, the sort of foliage. It looks very under the sea. So that's what you're getting in the actual pack, in the actual kit for this one, which is fabulous. It's a really good die set. And again, for that price, for $14.99, they're so very affordable. So what I decided to do, because I were building it on that one, because it would have looked beautiful on that one, but I thought we've already seen that, so let's mix it up. So bringing this one in. As I say, I'm having to do it this way because of the die cut machine that I've been using today, because it's not a bigger die cut machine. So I've got my square like this. Now, I do like this panel, but I am going to be decorating it. So I'm having this like this, but then I'm going to be decorating it. And I'm going to bring in some of my, you know, my overlay, my squeezed ovals and all that malarkey. Yeah, my pebbles. My pebbles or my squeezed, whatever you want them to be. And I love these, and I do like them layered. Now, the lovely thing is with the papers, these have all been cut from the papers. Because they've all been cut from the papers, the designs match, the colours match as well. So that's because they've all been cut from the same pad, so it really helps your colour palette. This obviously will fit in beautifully, so it's just deciding how you want to layer these up. So I quite like them, just like that. I think that's enough. I don't think I need to bring the other one in as well. I think that looks quite sweet. I might change my mind yet, but see, because I've changed the frame, I might actually... But anyway, we'll see how it goes. I might just have... Sorry, folks, you're going to have to bear with me while I decide what I'm doing.
While we're doing this, if you do have any questions, we really would love to hear from you, studio@thecraftstore.com. And it could be any question. For instance, Pam, this is a good question, because I kind of take it for granted, but let me explain. So Pam was curious Dad, look, if you're doing that, she's going to think I've done something.
No, it's okay, because it weren't on me, were it?
Okay, yeah. No, I'm going to say Molly was. So, no, Pam was asking why I call you Pooj. And it's because your surname Pujal. So it's Leonie Pujal, and I've just... Oh, no, I'm not saying Pooch. It's Pooj, not Pooch.
That's really funny.
You'd be a cute Pooch.
Hey, Pooch.
Hey. That's going to be my new nickname for you. Along with, what was it? Dickie Keffel.
Dickie Keffel.
Yeah. So I hope that answered your question, Pam.
Thank you for that question. OK, so what I've got, I do like this. I think that's really nice. So that's the kind of frame that I'm going to go for. Now, those corner pieces, if I wanted to bring these in, I like these because, and I did this with the other square that we had, you start playing with where you want to put these. You can make it more ornate by popping them at the top there so it frames. You could obviously have those at the back. I do quite like that, actually. And this is why I needed to cut a fourth one. Because can you see, as they're going round, isn't that cool? I do like things like that. Because it makes your dies different. It makes them work for you in a different way. I mean, they look really, really interesting.
That looks great.
Doesn't that look cool? And actually, I'm going to put that one at the back.
Do you know what you could do? If you put a strip of paper, you know how you've got them behind, on each side, you could create a basket.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you definitely could, because it's got that look about it, hasn't it? And I just think that's fabulous, just how different, just like that, you know, it looks superb. So that's the way, and actually I don't need a fourth one because that layer's there, so it means I don't need a fourth one, which is good because it chewed it up. And then, now, obviously we've got the beautiful foliage, so we're going to be bringing some of the foliage in, but we've also got, now these are from the die set with the big, let me just show you the other ones that I've cut from this die set. I will get the die set. Where's it's this one.
Hydrangea, yeah.
Is that your hydrangea? Is that what it's called? Now, this is a cracking set of dies, and you have got that beautiful die cut, but I love the veins that it puts in. And it's really, I mean, look at that. You've got proper detail. So it's cutting that out. You've then got your gorgeous little petals there. You've got the flower, just the 4 petals. And the way Marianne Designs have used these, they've actually just used them. As a main flower, they haven't even bothered layering them up or anything, and I really like that. They look really effective. I must admit, I quite like them without much colour on. Especially because this background, because you've got a lot of detail on that background, I'm thinking now, if I just bring the flowers in, but mainly white, I mean, I might put a bit of colour on here, but I like them like this. And I think because you can see the beautiful detail of the vein, and I'm just going to put, what I will do is put embellishments in the centre, but I like that.
Makes a difference having that veinage.
Yeah, it really does. It gives you such detail, doesn't it? And I mean, if you wanted to add colour, it'd really pop then, and you'd see it. But just using it as it is, it looks subtle.
Can you feel it, or is it embossed or debossed?
It really does. And you don't need an extra mat to make it pop out either. It really, really works. So if I put the beautiful flower there, and there's the gorgeous texture, you see the foliage. See, now doesn't that look pretty? Okay, so let's glue in and sticking stuff together, shall we?
Nice.
Because at the minute, all I'm doing is deciding where I'm putting things.
This is the fun of crafting. I've just got to tell you, while we start sticking, One Day Special's busy. We are over 80% of the stock. We've still got another hour later on at 4 o'clock. How much stock we have left at 4? Not so sure. But as of now, and I've got to reiterate, everything on the show today, once stocks have gone, that is it. We cannot get hold of any more stock. Now this is interesting. We're 24 minutes into the show. Molly, our producer, and I have to say, my own experience working Molly, she's never wrong on this. She thinks that we'll be calling limited stock quite soon. So limited stock is on the horizon. We're not calling it yet, but we are over 80% and we are hurtling towards that limited stock. And when this is just a staple here at the craft store, whenever we call limited stock, there is always a surge. I think people sense the urgency, so don't miss out. It is a very good one-day special. And I've just got to stress, because I know sometimes we say this and then a presenter will come on and say, we found more stock. We're not. I can guarantee you, I know for a fact, we cannot get hold of any more stock here. All I will say, just before we head back to Leonie, is have a look. If you've got a phone, a tablet, internet, just type in Marianne Designs and see how much you would pay elsewhere just for one stamp set. With the one-day special, you're paying £6.60, and that doesn't even factor in the mixed media plate in that breakdown. So it's as if you're getting the mixed media plate as a bonus and paying £6.60 per stamp set. It's a bargain, and they are beautiful, beautiful stamps. Sorry, Leonie.
That's okay. Our faffing, I'm not going to lie.
Hey, you can have a faff. You're allowed a faff.
A right old faff. Okay, I'm happy with that. I'm going to keep that because I'm going to stamp my sentiments on it. So I'm obviously going to use one of the sentiments from the one-day special. And you've got some beautiful sentiments. Nice. I mean, the happy birthday's gorgeous. You've got good luck, especially for you. The congratulations fits wonderfully for you. And I like that you have got the for you with 2R, so you can create your own sentiments as well. You are sweet, you know, with love to you, so you can really mix it up. And I think we might do the with love to you because I like that. Now I'm just find my block, which is there. So I'm going to stamp on here. I'm actually going to stamp on black because I want it to. Oh no, I can use a grey. That would be nice for a change, won't it? Let's hope I don't fall out with this as soon as I've stamped it. So, now, what I love about these, they're very delicate. The font is beautiful. It's the
It is a
way
nice
that
font.
it flows,
Yeah.
doesn't it? It's absolutely gorgeous. And obviously they'll fit with so many different things that you're using as well. And I like the mix of the fonts. I like that lovely sort of floor stamp with the, you know, with the more sort of typewritten ones.
Do you know what it
So
reminds
with
me
love-
of? It's if you ever know anyone with beautiful handwriting and you're a little
Yeah.
bit jealous,
Yes.
it's got that wonderful handwritten feel to it.
It really has, and yes, I get very jealous with people with really
You've got
beautiful
nice handwriting.
Oh, my handwriting's rubbish.
I think
No, I
that's
really. My granddad used to have beautiful handwriting, and he used to take so long because he used to make sure it was just perfect, and it was just so beautiful. And what's really lovely though. Our little Charlie, his handwriting now, they're learning joined up handwriting at school, and his handwriting's looking lovely. He did a little card for my mum, and it's like, oh, that's so sweet.
And it's nice because when you start writing, we reveal a lot in our handwriting. It tells a lot about your personality, so which way you slant, if you
Oh,
write
it does.
big, if you write small, it tells you a lot.
Yeah. It's it's really nice to see, and it's like, oh my gosh, he's growing up. You know, when you do proper big handwriting.
How old is he now?
Oh my gosh, I've forgotten. It can't be. He might be 7 this time. I bet he's 7
for
this
about
time.
7, wow.
It must be. He must be 7 this time.
Remember when he was
Gosh,
like 4, 3? That's
Yeah.
incredible.
Oh, it goes so quick. Yeah, it must be, and it's soon as well, 27th August. So it's very soon. Right, okay, now, just popped a little bit of a border on there. How pretty is that? You know, I love this, because they do come together so quickly and so easily. And I like all the different sort of factors, all the different goodies that you've got in. Now, I have got loads of flowers. They were so sweet. Marianne Designs did actually send all these flowers already cut, which is amazing. I won't get too carried away. I'll just stick a few on to show you where I'm going. So, pop in a little bit of green. Now, I'm mainly using the white because I really like them. As I was saying before, I think they're beautiful in the white. So that's where I'm mainly going. But just a teeny bit of that, a hint of the green on the leaves. The leaves are just gorgeous. I mean, these are really pretty dies, and something like this, before you know it, you've filled a page. So if I just start popping a few of these on very, very quickly, so you can see where we're going. So popping a few of those, I'm not spending ages shaping them, just popping a little bit of shape onto there. As I said, this is such a good die. You don't need to use the full thing, because I'm only going to see part of it. So I'm actually going to cut it down and pop a little bit there, because I've cut these a couple of times. So that's going to sit in the background there. And I just think that is such a cracking die. You'll use that a lot. It's funny, isn't it? Dies like that, they're so handy. You don't, at first you think, oh, am I going to need that in my collection? Will I actually use it? And then before you know it, it's on every single card that you do. Pop a little bit more green on there, like so. And that's just going to be stuck here. See, I'm happy with. As soon as you just start putting the leaves on, I think it looks really pretty.
And embossed detail really does make a difference.
Yeah, it really does. It's amazing, isn't it, these days? You know, once upon a time we had to put everything back through, you know, get the embossing mat out to make sure. Whereas these days it's like, does it one pass.
Would you spend a day batch cutting like the flowers?
Yeah,
and leaves?
it is lovely when you can. And I mean, I must admit, I am a biggie for cutting them just in white. I really like that. I think it looks so effective. I'll just get my blue ink pad, because it's just subtle, you know, and it means then you can colour tint them. So something like this now, I can just bring in a little bit of the blue, which I'll actually bring in on with a brush. See, a little bit of the blue on this, and that'll look really, really pretty, and it's all you need. And I know that I can get it to marry up with the actual card that I'm doing. So just a little bit of blue in the centre, and I'm going to finish these off with just a few little gems. But I think working with the dies, working with your beautiful one-day special, so your lovely sentiments for the one-day special, everything works together wonderfully. So if I just pop
and what we'll do is, once Leonie's finished and she's happy to hold it up, we're going to present it, because on the overheads, it's just the nature of our overhead cameras, I'm seeing a lot more colour, and I'm watching at home what you're seeing because we've got monitors in the studio. So when we pick this up, we'll show it to a different camera, and you'll be able to see all the colour.
Yeah, it's quite. I like the colours of these papers, but they do look quite muted, don't they? And in real life, that sort of yellowy green is just delicious. And look, layer these up. But again, you don't need too much going on with this one. No. I think it's one of those that looks quite pretty as is. You have got a teeny little flower, so if you want to put that in the middle.
Oh, that's cute.
Do you know it is? But I'm not. I prefer it without.
Yeah. We can use those as separate flowers.
Yeah, you can.
Those around.
And the thing is, it's yours, so you do whatever you want, you know. If you do not want all those little teeny little flowers or all the layers, you absolutely don't need to. I won't get too carried away. I keep saying that, don't I?
Matches your top very nicely.
Just don't it? Get me colour coordinated. So just squidging that. I am putting a little bit of movement on that, so it rests. And don't worry, the centres, I am going to put my gems. I'm going to be using my Julie Hickey gems.
Oh.
Oh, yes. I know exactly where they are, so I'm going to go rummaging. Oh,
yeah.
yes. Yes,
We love
they're
the
beautiful. We love them.
It was so nice. I got to work with Julie the other day.
Oh, she's such a sweetheart, isn't she? I love our Julie. So, popping a little bit of ink there. And just, you'll spend longer shaping these, but I'm just giving them a quick shape, like so. And I mean, let's face it, you don't need to do much, really.
No.
To create a bit of shape on those, and then popping that one just here, like so. So it's under there. And I'll go and get my little glasses. And you know what I'm going to do is obviously bring in some more of my texture.
Lovely.
Because the texture, I can't see my other die. It is here somewhere. I saw it 3 seconds ago. But the other die, there it is. See, a little bit more of that. And I will stop, I promise. Promise, Molly. I am going to stop sticking things onto this one card that I've been doing for 3 hours.
You're turning into Phil Martin now.
Yeah, I am. I'm
one
gonna
demonstration now.
Lots of glitter on it now, and some gems. There, I'm happy now. I'm happy. I'll stop. I'll go and look for my gems.
Yeah.
See, I just love that. I think it's so pretty, and it's quite subtle for me.
Nice.
You know, the
Really
colour
nice.
palette's a really nice soft colour palette. I'll go and get my gems now. I will ink round the edges. Now I'm looking at it, it just needs a little bit of ink round the edges. But I love this frame as well. The frame is just gorgeous. You can't really see the frame at the minute, but it looks really, really pretty. And that's such a good die as well. If I move it back maybe, or maybe if I do that, you'll be able to see the frame as well. Because it's just at the top here, and it does look really, really gorgeous. So if you do want to get hold of that, it's fabulous as well.
Well, as a set for $14.99, I mean, you would, because it's such an all-encompassing set and you're able to get so much out of it, you think you paid a lot more for that?
Absolutely, I know. They're such
Really
good
would,
prices.
yeah.
They're amazing.
All right, now we've got to talk about the one-day special. We're approaching limited stock. We said it was going to happen, so we are approaching limited stock on the one-day special. This is the penultimate show. Worrying, because we're only halfway through the show and we are very busy. What you're getting with the one-day special is an incredible collection, really exploring some beautiful floral designs. We've got your wildflowers in there, then you've got your long stem roses, your beautiful lilies going through there. And as we venture down, you'll be able, so there's your wildflowers. Look at all of them. I mean, those daisies I'm seeing everywhere at the moment. You've got your foxgloves, you've got your lilies, your long stem roses, then your classic roses in here, your fantasy flowers, and you're getting your sentiments. And I think actually, I just want to show you, because you are getting your mixed media plate as well. But let me show you a few examples. By the way, we have had a question about mixed media plate. Now, who was that from? Carol. Mixed media plate. I asked the same question at 8 o'clock. So this is your mixed media plate. It is not a jelly plate, so it's not like a gel plate. But Leonie was saying, everything you try with your gel plate, have a go with the mixed media plate. It won't be exactly the same, but you can definitely give it a go. Please watch, Carol, if you've got access to the internet, go to our website, the rewind option, just type in today's date and 8 o'clock and watch it. Really do watch it, because Leonie plays with this a lot, and she absolutely sold this collection to me just from using the collection with that mixed media plate, because you can achieve effects like this. So beautiful backgrounds, then just stamping out, done. And obviously we can stamp in colour if you wanted to. This is a beautiful rose. That's a lovely inspiration. Or, now this one's hard to see the lilies, if I just tilt it forward, but you see that's a white emboss with the lilies, absolutely stunning. If you wanted to create backgrounds, so now using our fantasy flowers, and isn't that a nice font? So there's your congratulations in there. This is using the mixed media plate, so this one is a lovely technique. You will see Leonie doing this at 8 o'clock. So go to the rewind option there, or how about this? Now come on, one of the wildflowers. That is beautiful as a card. Elegant, sophisticated. Don't tell any of your non-crafty friends, because that's really easy to do. Really easy to do, but looks fantastic. So much you can get from this one collection. Can I just break this down and think, if you're investing in a collection, I have a tick list. I'm like you, and I do shop here at the craft store. So firstly, is there a reason why I should get it now? Do I have to get it now, or can I wait? So obviously this is a one-day special. So we've got it while stocks last. And at the end of the one-day special, and I very much doubt at the end of so one-day special price finishes at 6 p.m. and then the price will go back up. I very much doubt that we'll have any stock. So firstly, that will be an incentive for me to buy right now. My next tick box is, am I going to use this? And absolutely, in watching Leonie playing with a one-day special, I will 100% be using it. It's going to be a go-to. You're getting so much variety in here, from your fancy flowers to your classic blooms. Those long stem roses are stunning. The wildflowers are beautiful. Leonie showed a technique with the mixed media plate, and she stamped. What she did, she stamped onto the mixed media plate and then stamped that onto the card. And what it does is reverse the image, but not only that, because it's effectively a second generation, it makes it a little bit softer, muted. So that allows you to create the most beautiful wild, imagine a wild garden with all those wild flowers. Got to tell you, it's happened. We are now limited stock for this collection. We might be in a situation where Leonie's focusing on the other products on the show, and then the one-day special will have sold out by 4 o'clock. I will obviously keep you abreast, but as now we've got less than 10% of our stock remaining, can I just leave you with this one salient point? As it stands with the one-day special, so we have got the sentiments, we've got all 4 sets of beautiful flowers, 52 stamps in total. Let's just focus on the stamps, because if I take away the mixed media plate, so you're seeing here the collection as a whole, those wonderful flowers. So what I'm going to do, if we just have a look at everything, there you go, I'm going to take this away. And I'm doing this for a reason, because now that price, with the 5 sets we have here, works out £6.60 per set, or 63 pence per stamp. But let's just say £6.60 per set, and then it's as if we're saying £6.60 per set. I know, Leonie. Leonie heard the price and she's like, what? And dropped everything. And then you're getting the mixed media plate as a bonus. That's how I would factor it in. And to solidify the point, and say if you've got a smartphone, a tablet or internet close by, just type in Marianne Designs, not from us, see what other people are selling it for, because I have seen sets for around about £12. And when I say around about £12, it's either £12 or £12.99, I can't remember, but it was in that £12 region. Our sets in this one-day special, £6.60 per set. 192756 your item number. We are limited stock. It is absolutely flying. Oh, all right, this is a little bit awkward. We're into single figures, so this is not going to last for 4 o'clock. We've got to, I mean, producer's like, Molly's like, move on, move on, move away from it. Would you just move away from the one-day special? Okay, we're going to talk about this set. This is your Dream Sentiments and Hugs. So you're getting a lovely combo here of just, I think, really nice sentiments, positive affirmations. We could all use a hug. Right? The year and a half the world has had, and so many of us have been sending hugs. Oh, bless. Molly is our floor manager saying hug. Molly, actually, one of our guests, Molly came over, because see, one of our guests, I won't say names, but one of our guests was just having a little bit of a moment, feeling a little bit low, and I saw Molly, our floor manager, took on herself to go over and give her a really big hug. And that was very nice. You're a good person. That was when we were allowed to give hugs, by the way. I've got to stress that. Okay, just having a look here at the sentiments that we have. So we'll read a few of these out because it's important. Follow your dreams. That's something I think Leonie does very well, and we should all live by Leonie's examples. Follow your heart. A dream is a wish your heart makes. That's nice. Make a wish, leave a little sparkle wherever you go. You follow your heart, wish upon a star. Nice sentiments. The dream one I love, and the hug one, if we have a look at the hug one as well, which you can just see there. Let's read up some of the hug sentiments. There's a couple in here that have absolutely got me. Handmade hugs, I'd be putting on everything. So sending handmade hugs in there, sending birthday hugs and kisses. You've got handmade hugs, big hugs, hugs and happiness. Group hugs even. The hugs enclosed. You know, I'm looking at this set, so I've mentioned this in the past. When I make a card, I like to use some of the stamps I've used in the card and put that on the envelope. I would put hugs enclosed on the back of every envelope I have. So just for that one stamp, have you ever done this? Have you ever bought a set just because you like one of this? I love them all. But when I saw that one, the hugs enclosed, this one got me. $12.99 is your price there. 266761 your item number. Now, got an update on the one-day special? No. The one-day special has technically sold out. So if it is in your basket, please make sure to check out. We are not, and I have to say a lot of you are checking out rapidly. If it bounces out of your basket, I think it's only right and proper. I will just say one has bounced back and then it's going to be fastest fingers first. If that happens, at the moment, if it is in your basket, you've got yours. To confirm that, just press checkout and then that's yours to keep. If not, what will happen, whatever's in your basket, after 7 minutes, it jumps out of your basket, somebody else can get hold of it. So I'm just putting that out there. Okay, now the perfume. Perfume's been really busy. You're getting your perfume bottle, so all 5 dies, and you're getting the corresponding stamps for $9.99, which is just ridiculous. Thinking you're getting a stamp and die combo, $9.99 your price. 2/3 of the stock has gone here. It's great if you want to use this with the one-day special. I'm just going to show us one example. So if you've gone for the one-day special, adding this into the mix, just having a look, it works very nicely. So you can put your daisies in there, your roses, those long stem roses. Beautiful. Okay, $9.99 your price, 128788 your item number. Now, we've got this lacy folding square. So this is part of the creatables. So what Marianne Designs do here is give you a die that will actually create its own beautiful card blank. We are approaching 70% of the stock. So you can make, there's a pass through your die cutting machine. So you can see here, and then if I fold that over, it creates a beautiful card. I was going to say stepper, it's not a stepper, but it doesn't have to be that because you can equally use it on your bigger cards as well. It doesn't have to be that shape. $18.99 is your price, 223196 your item number. Now we've got the vertical folding square. This was the example that Leonie was playing around with, and I'm just going to show you actually. If you have a look at the die, and you can see $14.99 the price. There's so much going on here. So the 70% of the stock has gone. I hadn't even noticed the lovely little floral spray. It's like, we said it could be sea anemone or it could be just leaves and fronds going through. Let me just show you. This is the example that Leonie made. So you can make it this way. If I just show you. So that's stood that way. Very pretty, but equally if you wanted to make it this way, so it opens up that way, but Leonie was saying on a longer piece, so imagine like Pink Frog do the 15 by 42, so it's a longer cardstock, but it's a perfect size here. So if you do it either end, so have both sides being able to do that, you're creating an interesting gatefold effect. $14.99 is your price, 052106 your item number. Other popular items for you. The hydrangeas have been busy. So the hydrangeas, $11.99 your price, you're getting 8 dies in total, 821300 your item number there. We've also got the pebbles. So these are your nested dies, abstract shapes. So you've got your long and your square in there. I say it's square. They're not square. It just gives you an idea of that kind of shape. $18.99 is your price. 117972 item number. We've also got the mixed media stamps for you too. Now you've got your crescent and so I think chrysanthemum, so crescent and your daffodil. $10.99 is your price. These are pretty cool. 787168 your item number. You've also got your blossom. So this is your die stamp and stencil for $10.99. Stop it. 044533 your item number there. Okay, that's it from me. I think it's about time we have a little bit of play. Leonie, you've got about 10 minutes.
That's fabulous.
Yeah.
Now, what I've done with this, I know it's looking all white at the moment, but because I've been cutting the wonky frames, in lots of different colours using pad, but actually I really like them in white because then it means I can add my own colour to them. So that's exactly what I'm going to do here. So I'm going to bring my own colour palette in. So I'm going to go for, let's have a see what colours I want to use. So I'll bring maybe blues because I haven't used my blues and I haven't used many browns in this in these shows. So that's what I'll use for this one. So I've got my lovely walnut stain there. Okay, so got some blues, got some browns. So what I wanted to do first of all, let's create my background first. So I'll take my walnut stain to start working on the background. And we'll get a cheeky little sponge or two to start doing this. Now, I'm using watercolour cardstock. The watercolour cardstock is Pink Frog, as ever.
Okay.
So just go and working round. Now, I'm not too worried about it being perfect because I'm also going to stamp on this as well. Just as a background, I mean, I'm not aiming for it to be oops, I've got two sheets there. I'm not aiming for it to be spot on. And I only need to really do the outside, just the sort of corners, because that's where the rest of it you're going to have your dye on. I'm going to put my faded jeans as well, so bring a little bit of blue in there. So you've got that really nice sort of quite intense, but that really, really sort of smoky finish almost. So just going around the edges. Like so. So that's going to be like that. And then I am going to bring in the mixed media stamp. Now, I really like this. You are, of course, getting two of your beautiful stamps. And they're absolutely gorgeous. Again, the price is ridiculous. Considering what you get on here, you know, you've got so much detail. And it's one of those that you'll be able to use again and again and again.
So we're getting both of those for $10.99?
Yeah, for that price.
I mean,
it's ridiculous, isn't it?
Normally, it would be $10.99 for one.
Yeah. Honestly, the prices are amazing. Now, I'm going to use grey for this one, and I'm literally just going to, because this is background.
Oh, yeah, like that.
Look at the detail, though.
Already, just using a portion of that, that's cool.
Absolutely. And I need to, so I'm going to be popping this back over the top. So, obviously, you know, be mindful of what you're going to cover up. But I can just pull parts of the stamp out. I really, really like this stamp. It's one of those that it's very affordable. You've got so many gorgeous little elements that you can just pick out of it. It's quite fabulous. Like that little leaf on the top there. I love that. It's just it's a cracking stamp set.
Really
and
is.
when you first see these, you don't see all this detail, you know, and when you look at it, when you stamp it out, it gives you such a nice border. You know, just stamping around there. I'm not using my my acrylic block for this because I know I want it uneven and I want it kind of, you know, a little bit here, a little bit there, just picking up tiny bits of each stamp. And so it means I can do that. I can literally go in and get just part of the stamp. So just roll it onto the ink pad there and just on the bottom there, just taking part of that because that looks really, really cool. And then along here, again, just using a part of that, which looks lovely. And then here, like that. I really love that. Isn't it a cool stamp?
Yeah,
it's just
like that a lot.
super. So that's my my first element. Again, bringing these in. Let's see where I'm going with this. So my little old pebbles can sit in here like so, which look really cool. And again, I love all the layering. I mean, I could have this one as a frame if I wanted to, which would look really, really pretty. Or I could have it so, you know, it's layering like that. There's so many ways. Every time I touch these swords, I'm adding more ink to them. Can you see when I started, they were white? I drive myself
You're grungy.
nuts.
It's all right. Grungy.
You grunge when you don't want to be grunging. I'm going to bring in a little bit of blue on this one, first of all. So... and this is the lovely thing about just getting loads of white cardstock, cutting loads of white cardstock, and these are different enough to be really, you know, they pop because they are different. However, they're not they're not that different. You know, sometimes it's just too unusual, so it limits what you're going to use them on. These aren't. You can use them on literally anything. Little bit of white, lifting some of that off. Sorry, a little bit of water, lifting some of that off. So you've got that really nice sort of splashy frame, and just gluing that on. So that is going to go, I really like that colour. It's beautiful. And I'm actually going to, that bit will be chopped off. So it'll be, well, maybe I might change my mind. And then the next element, so this one, I'm going to use the brown. So I've got the the colours that match the frame. So just bringing that. So again, it's working in the same way. Oops-a-daisy. But creating a bit of a crease on purpose. Oopsie-doopsie. There we go, Ecky Thump. It was Ecky Thump, wasn't it? Yeah. Ecky Thump, lad. There we go. Just working round like so. We are Fee, wasn't it? There we are. It feels like only yesterday. Just having it like so. Where's my water gone? There. And just splashing that again. So I've got a little bit more detail like this, and then dragging that back off again so you can see where we're going. You've got just the layers. I really like that. Like this. Popping that on. And it doesn't matter that I've creased it because it's getting glued flat anyway. So that's fine. Boom. Oh, I love that. Isn't it funny? You know, just a couple of layers. If you like the colours, then it's bought. You're bought, aren't you? It's like, yeah, I love them colours. It's already looking quite fab. I'm going to go around with the dark grey because I think that edges it beautifully before I do anything else. And then the next one. So this is going to be my top pebble. So I don't want this to be too dark because if it goes too dark, I'll lose a lot of detail. So with this one, I'm going to take that stamp again, but this time I do want to stamp it in its entirety. So I'll get a big stamping platform. Before I stamp it, I will make sure it's relatively clean. Not completely, but a little bit. I'm using my faded jeans for this one. Now, I want it... I don't want it too crisp. I want it crispy. No, but not crisp altogether. Doesn't make any sense. So I'm just going to hold it away from me and spritz it with water. And that will start getting your ink moving on your stamp. So then when I come to stamp it, I am working on watercolour cardstock. When I come to stamp it, upside down, by the look of it. There we go. So you've got that really nice. Now that is more intense than I wanted it. I don't want it as strong as that because I want to stamp over the top of it. So I am going to put water on here because I'm working on watercolour cardstock. You can see you've got a little bit of movement there. And I'm hoping I'll be able to lift off some of that print. Yeah, perfect. So lifting off a bit of that print. I would have made it a bit lighter, truth be known, but we're running out of time, so I'm not going to faff. But I'm going to pop on there, the beautiful bird. So with this one, now your birds are gorgeous. You've got your two birds, and obviously with something like this, you've got so much choice. I'm actually going to stick to, in fact, the grey. I'm going to stamp first in the grey. Okay, so this will give you the beautiful drop shadow, like so. So making sure that sticks in, like that. And then let's stamp the actual detail bird over the top. It does, doesn't it? It's a really good stamp, is that? It's cracking. And then, yeah, I really like it. The detail of this top one, though, is amazing. I was going to stamp it in blue initially, but I think the grey works. But then I'm going to go over in black. And that's hopefully about there. And all right. Oh, boom. Isn't that a cool stamp? And actually, it's quite easy to do. And then that one is then going to stick over the top like that. But I am going to put a sentiment on there. In fact, let's pop, because I think I've got seconds left, haven't I? Ooh, 30 of them. Can do this. Yeah. So, there. So you've got follow your heart. Oh, I like that. If you do want the birds, check your baskets out. If you want your pebbles, check your baskets out. If you want that beautiful background stamp, remember your one-day special has sold out. Yeah, I've got loads of other goodies, so make sure you tune in at 4 o'clock for more. Try. Coming up next, press cut with crafts too. We've then got sewing with more Marant crafts, and then I craft, you craft, everybody crafts.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. At Crafty Individuals, we're mostly involved in the design and manufacture of a very wide range of red rubber art stamps, but we also have a range of background papers and mini images that are also brilliant to create with. We also have a great little team of other artist friends who've helped us along the way and have come up with other designs that completely work alongside our own. So do pull up a pew and join us on the shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs, and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 888 888 and join Freedom today.
Well, hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to John and Crafts 2's second hour. Now, if you were here for the show earlier on, you will know just how busy we were, and you will know when I show you these dies that you had to get them while you had the chance. Well, thankfully many of you did so, but sadly it means that we do not have them for this hour. So yet an official sellout. So that's kind of how it goes when we're talking Crafts 2. But the beauty is where those have disappeared, we've got brand new things to share with you, but I'm not on my own. Of course I'm not. I've got my mate John with me, haven't I? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, gorgeous?
I'm very well, and I'm looking forward to this hour because you had a hoot with you and Yanis earlier on. Very busy.
We did. It was crazy. Absolutely crazy. And I don't know what to do. I mean, I know that with Crafts 2 and John Next Door,
yes,
we don't repeat order.
Yes.
Some of the dies we've got further down are ones where we have repeat ordered because of demand.
Yeah.
But we don't repeat order. So
kind of the way
get
it
it while
is,
while you can.
Yeah.
Because nobody wants a warehouse full of stuff.
No, that's true.
And I always say to people, as customers, you pay for that.
Yeah.
because what happens is that has a cost of holding there, and
Oh,
it means
yeah, it's
that
taking
they
up
get
space
more
for something
expensive.
else,
It takes
yeah.
up space for new
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
So, yeah, sorry guys.
Yeah, but we kind of got a little bit of good news because we've kind of rejigged everything. So I do urge you to jump on the website. Even if you did watch the show earlier on, there are fresh new things for you to look at. And I want to draw your attention to these because this is something that we are sharing with you. And this is such a clever idea. Now, we're looking at box inserts. Now, if you're thinking, hang on a minute, what does that mean? Well, we'll explain to you in a few moments. But have a look at these for toppers. Square toppers, so incredibly useful in so many different ways. And the fact that you are getting 19 of these dies for £21.98. My initial look at these, I'm thinking, how useful is this set?
Yeah, they really, really are. Well, they're designed so they will fit with my Advent pot box.
Okay.
So they will fit in the box, and that's how I made the wedding cake that we've got
Brilliant.
on the front.
And this, everybody loved this last Christmas time. I mean, it shows you, get those dies out. Don't just save them for Christmas. This is a brilliant idea as a wedding centrepiece. Perfect.
Yeah, I absolutely love this, and I got to bring it on because when I first made it, I left it at home and never brought it on the show.
Oh, no.
And I took hours at it. But the other thing was, and it was Sam who pointed this out to me, Slimline and DL are really hot at the moment.
Yes.
Yeah, I was actually saying to Yanis earlier, we'd actually had our DL nesting dies in the warehouse for quite a few months, waiting till the right point to do them, and I almost like I wish we'd done them earlier.
Yeah.
But Sam said a lot of DL dies at the moment, the Slimline, have got like apertures in them.
Yes.
And they're very expensive.
Yeah, yeah.
And he had a line who pointed out, he said, all of your inserts
They work that
fit
way, yeah.
within the DL
Yeah.
to give you those inserts of the more expensive dies.
Definitely.
A die that would cut out those 2 or 3 panels in a Slimline with a couple of nesting would cost you £20.
Oh, easily. Yeah.
And
Easily.
that's just for those fixed, whereas you could make that with the heart or with the doves
Yes,
or
yeah.
with the bells or with the plain circle or with the other plain circle or with the word love or with the flower.
All right, you made your point.
Do you know what I mean? But to me, having panels like that are so much more flexible than having 3 in a row on a die.
Exactly, and it means you can choose, you can interchange, you can use them with other projects as well. The little box that's been created here, absolutely perfect to house. Each side, you've got these fabulous little hearts, but of course it could be any of those others that you're using with regards to these. Your pop-up cards, thinking about your concept cards, this is the other thing as well. I mean, I love this idea, utilising this one, and obviously you've got the different faces there, as you can see, utilising those. As John's just shown you, cutting direct into your card with regards to these as well. It's such an absolutely amazing deal. It works out at, what did you say then, Kirsty? £1.15 per die.
That's crazy.
That is ridiculous. In the days, and you can still get punches out there. You still buy punches. You could not get a punch for that price.
Well, that I actually bought recently a circle punch.
Okay.
And the circle is about this size.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And I wanted it for when I'm making sample boards.
Okay, yes.
Because so that I could punch out fabric and glitter cards
yeah.
and everything. So I was going through it all. And I didn't pay the retail price, I'm not going to lie, but the retail price for it was £21.99.
It's a big punch, that size,
because it was a big punch about this big on my desk. And I thought, that is absolutely crazy. I was very lucky I managed to get it reduced and trade and all sorts of things.
Yeah.
But it just brought it home to me. I could get a set for the same price of dies.
Including the original shape that you wanted. And that's why so many of us, we do start off with punches. It's kind of a natural progression when you get crafting. But as time goes on, you'll realise that you want more shapes, you want more creativity, you want the ability to do what you want to with these ones. And that's exactly what you've got with this. And I love this. You've got the Mr, you've got your Mrs. They've got them separated up as well. So if you want to do Mr. and Mr, Mrs. and Mrs, then you can do as well. And I love that. A love story. Ah, happily ever after. Absolutely beautiful combination. You will be utilising it in so many different ways, and I love the fact that with the heart you've still got a nice open space. I'm thinking if you've got things like your alphabet dies and things like that, you could put things in those places.
And the plain heart that fits in fits perfectly behind the love die, so you don't have to hand cut that. That's another die that gives you that red heart behind.
So you could almost, I suppose, if you wanted to make it into a frame to sit on top of that love die, that you could do quite easily.
You could do, yeah.
Now there's a thought, isn't it? So if you're wanting these, they're a popular bundle, absolutely amazing value for money, and it's a very useful set to have. So both of these coming to you for £21.98 with a £4 saving, 309811. Pop those into your basket, but before you check your baskets out, let me tempt you with some other elements that are definitely going to kind of maximise your creativity. Now with this one, you've got a duo. Now I will warn you, they were available individually. Well, I say were being the operative word, because the one that you're looking at the moment, which is the beautiful aster leaves, incredibly useful, that is not available by itself. But when you're actually paying £17.98 for both of them, I don't think you'd really want just the aster leaves by themselves. I love these. Such a beautiful flower that you're going to be able to use in so many different ways.
It really is, because you get the centre. So when you're looking there, you can see one's got a glass bead in the middle. The other one seems to go all the way to the centre.
Yes.
That's actually a roll-up card centre that you've got in the die to actually give you a full sort of chrysanthemum look. But again, for Christmas, changing the card, changing the colour, this is one of my favourites, because this is one that nobody needs any skill to be able to make these.
Isn't it effective?
Literally, you know how you need to mould flowers?
Yes, yeah.
And you need to get the ball tool, and you need to, or you pinch them in a set way.
Can be a lot of faffing around.
You roll up the middle and you glue them together.
Is that
And
brilliant?
I'll show you in the first demo, but it's so easy. Anyone, this is your first flower.
I love it. And the beauty is, although it's obviously entitled chrysanthemum, because it's kind of got that style, you've got creative license with this one. So you can turn it almost into like a Gerber or a Gerber, if you're wanting to call it that way. Change your colours out. It's a much more open flower when you're adding, obviously, the little bits of pollen beads to the centre there. That one's very similar to the one that John showed. Again, incorporate other little elements in there to give it an even more twist. Oh my goodness, we are busy, busy, busy. Rapidly approaching 60% of the stock has gone. This is such an affordable set, and you know what, dare I say, it's almost like the only set that you would need, because it is such a versatile one. So if you are a new crafter, if you have just invested in a die cutting machine and you want something that gives you multiple looks, then this is certainly the set for you. 733297, and it's a nice size as well. You don't need a huge die cutting machine to accommodate for these dies. Very, very useful indeed. So pop that one into your basket. Now those particular elements that we've just spoken of were on the website, along with everything else, and there is a lot on there for you to consider. We've got some wonderful reviews as well, because some of the things that we're kind of revisiting. That cardstock, the glitter cardstock, I can go from personal experience. I've got that and it's amazing. I use it on my silhouette. It looks brilliant. Then of course you've got some satin cards, you've got your glossy card, you've got your non-shed glitter card, you've got some of those concept cards which are incredible, like your shutter card there, like your never-ending die set there. Brilliant value for money, and they are inspirational projects, so they're ones to ignite your mojo if you find that your mojo has left the building. So here you go. If you're wanting any of those, pop onto the website, add them into your basket, and then make sure you're checking those baskets out. Keep an eye on your end of calls as well.
I should explain on the shutter card die.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's sold out on Sunday.
Oh, of course you had your 2-hour show, didn't you?
Totally
Yes,
sold
I
out on
forgot.
Sunday. Peter and Jane, Linda and Penny have been packing all the orders from Sunday.
Okay.
And when I phoned about 11 o'clock and went, oh, the DLs might have gone.
Yes.
Peter said, well, that's very lucky. We've just found another box of the small tag card and another box of the shutter card. So I will apologise, because I said that was the last
Peter
of
is
them.
the only person that's more disorganised than me.
Yes. Yeah, I hope he's not watching, but literally the conversation was, you told me there were this many. Yeah, but there's not. There's now this many. Well, why? I heard the whole conversation going on in the warehouse. It was absolutely hilarious. So I know that this is the last box.
Perfect, okay.
Not to guarantee you won't find another one, but because they were packing the orders,
for the
they
time
literally
being.
took the last box off the shelf and found another one behind, I think.
Okie dokie. So if you did think that you missed out on Sunday, maybe didn't get to watch the show live and you watched it back on Rewind and you thought, yeah, I'm going to get hold of them. Oh, no, I can't. Well, good news, we have got them back available and we will be chatting about those, and they are absolutely incredible. 19 dies for £26.99. So, John, what have you got planned for us?
So, well, I'm going to show you with the DLs, because everyone may have got them.
Well, yeah, the thing is, people have invested in it, and they're useful as a base. And frankly, it's all that we've got as a base.
Yes, it is. But also, you can do this with any of the nesting dies you've got, any of the plain nesting dies, and to be honest, any from any brand.
Right, fair enough.
You know, I love ours because they're so fine, they're so thin, and they've got the 1/4-inch increments. But what we did was, if I'm going to actually place I want to show you these little dies here.
Oh,
because
okay,
they look
they're
a
like
little
little
bit
corners,
crazy.
yeah.
Because what are they? And
Yeah.
you'll go over their corners, but they're like punch-out corners.
Yeah.
Remember, like your corner punch that
Oh,
would
yes,
punch your
yeah.
hearts in? But it's like, well, how do I put them in the right place?
That's a good point, yeah.
Well, they're designed to go with your nesting dies. So what you
Right.
do is tape your nesting die down,
Yeah.
and then if you look, watch, pushes to the corner and matches.
Oh,
Exactly.
wow.
And all you do, tape.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah?
That is ingenious.
So if I want it on the opposing corner, you just go into that corner, watch, and tape. That way,
That is clever.
first of all, they're in exactly the right place.
Yes.
But secondly, when I cut this, what you'll notice is you won't get a massive impression
Okay.
where they've cut.
Because the cut line is
Because
just
the
the
cut line is at the
heart.
edge.
Ah.
What normally happens is, if I run these through, what you normally get, oops, shows how much prep and clearing I do between shows. So literally, it was a really good job I didn't clear the car from Sunday.
I know,
Because I was
yeah.
running at 20 to 1. I was running out to the car
It's all
park
right,
to
we're
grab
on air
samples.
at 2 o'clock. No, we're not, John. It's 1
1
o'clock.
o'clock, which is when I started running. You nearly had me on air in my t-shirt, which wouldn't happen. But what happens with these is, sometimes with corners, they impress the whole line in.
Yes, yeah.
Whereas when you use them with a nesting die,
Yeah.
it doesn't.
Okay.
But I don't know another way. And again, it would be at least a £10, £12 punch.
Yes.
Just to be able to do that. And if you see, punch those corners out.
Look at that. That is so pretty.
But can you see? You're
there's
not
There's
getting...
no telltale signs
No,
of how you put that
just,
together.
When I squeeze that there, can you just
Yeah.
about see a little bit? But if I put that in without the nesting die, you would
Yeah.
see a big triangle there.
Yeah, yeah.
So easy to do, and the best way to get a really nice effect on it is literally use the spray box
Okay.
that I have down here. To be fair, they don't even give me a bin anymore because I miss it, do they?
Oh, no.
There is no bin.
Somebody's stolen your box.
No, they don't even give me a box or a bin anymore because they know I just treat the floor like I do my craft cake. But you see there how beautiful those little
That's
pink hearts
pretty.
are. Oh, I've got Maddie. I have got a bin. I so rarely have
Maddie's
one.
looking after you.
But can you
isn't
see?
that pretty? But then you've got
and
the
again,
fall away as well, haven't you? That's
yeah,
the thing.
and they are perfect hearts.
Yeah.
So the fall away will fit in really, really well. So all I was going to do is just got it on the pink. So we'll grab a little bit of foam tape because what I'll do is I'm going to show you how to do the chrysanthemum. And we're going to
Okey-dokey.
sort of finish the card with that.
Now, the chrysanthemum one has been a very, very popular one. Rapidly approaching 70% of the stock has gone. Don't forget, this is the one where you're getting the aster leaves alongside it. Very affordable set, and it's one of the most used sets that you will have in your stash. You won't be tidying this one away. It will be out on your craft area. You'll be making these flowers, putting them together, keeping them in your little storage boxes, ready to use over and over again. And they are beautiful. The colourways, you can do these in all sorts. You could make them look like carnations, make them look like chrysanthemums. And incidentally, when it's gone, it's gone. So if you're wanting it, do make sure you're getting it into your basket if you're shopping online. You probably noticed the bottom of the screen, those phone cues are back again. Kind of follow John around a little bit, to say the least. So apologies for that, but we will get to you as soon as possible. Yeah, just keep one eye on the TV because there's probably going to be other things that you can want to order when you do get through to us. Okie doke, John.
Right, okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do the chrysanthemum. Now, if you notice, it is a plate, and I always explain this, and people who watch me a lot will get very bored of it.
Okay.
The reason I do it on a plate, because we get asked a lot, it's got the clip corners, so is there a stamp for it?
Yes.
There isn't, because a stamp would never work in that space. Wouldn't be worth it. We'd
Yeah.
I was nearly said then we'd be ripping you off, but yeah, I shouldn't say that. But if
don't
we
know
sold
if
you
you're
a
allowed to do
stamp
that,
to
but
match
you've just done it
this,
anyway.
you'd be lucky to get a single line
Yeah.
stamped. It's a waste of
Yeah.
money. But I use the plate because these dies could never be this close on a metal
Yeah.
if they were separate.
Yeah, it just makes
Plus,
shape, yeah.
you wouldn't get this bit in the middle because this bit is a little
Okay.
bit special.
All right.
And I'll explain that when I've cut it. But if you can see, it's kind of like thick lines with like a circle blob in the middle.
Oh, yes, yeah, it's that little parallel line there, yeah.
So there is a reason for it.
Okay.
But what I want to do is we've also got down here, we've got this side, which is the centre.
Okay.
Okay. So what you need to make sure is when you're taping this down, when you're cutting it, that has got over 100 lines to cut.
Wow.
So it needs to be on the edge of your machine, regardless of what machine you've got.
Okay.
Regardless of who sold it you and told you it's the best thing since sliced bread. They're all better on the edge.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we want to make sure it's that way, and you want to cut it that way down.
Okay.
If you imagine cutting 100 lines in 1 second.
Goodness, no. Yeah.
So I'm going to use my Kaleido straight on, and if I find that bit doesn't cut, all you do is shim it. And I know we were talking about shims the other day.
We were having conversations, yeah,
and people are really concerned about shims. So all I do is take it off and check. Now, I can see that is all cut through.
Yes.
However, what I'm going to show you is how to shim it just in case.
Yeah, it's always good to know, because it's one of these things. And I was having a conversation with, who was it I was speaking to the other day about die cutting machines. They've got personalities. You could have the same die cutting machine as John's got, same one as me, but each of them perform differently. And that's the key thing, because obviously the amount you use it, the thickness of your plates, the density of your cardstock, these are all factors, and indeed down to the die that you're using as well. So it is one of those where it's having the knowledge is useful, but it's not kind of a one-size-fits-all. It's one of those things you need to adapt it to your own personal machine.
It's a bit like a rolling pin.
A rolling pin,
yeah,
okay.
If you think what you're doing is that's a tool.
Yes.
Yeah, and if you don't get the rolling pin right, you don't get your pastry even.
That's true.
It's a similar idea. You just think about it. So what we're saying is that area there might want shimming. It actually doesn't, but I want to show you this.
Okay.
So I cut a piece of card just to the size of the piece that's not cut as well, and put my plate on. What that does is gives extra pressure only where I need it.
Got you.
If I give extra pressure across the whole plate, it's not as necessary.
Oh my goodness. Now, I'll be honest with you, I was meant to actually give you an update while we were chatting there, but I felt the information was quite important we needed to share with you. But because of that, we're down to single figures of the die. I apologise, okay, I'm sorry, but if you did want it, you need to be quick. The last 3 people that place this in their baskets, and more importantly, check their baskets out, will get hold of these, but we won't be seeing them again now, rapidly approaching limited stock. 733-297. If you're wanting them, if you're on the phone lines, I only hope that you manage to get through in time and get your call taken. That's why the website and the app are sometimes the best place to place an order, especially when stock is as vulnerable as the stock is with regards to those ones. I'll keep you updated as we go. At the moment you're okay, but like I say, single figures. Be quick.
Right, so I've just noticed one of the chrysanthemums hasn't cut.
Okay.
So all I've done is pop my die back in, put a shim on the whole plate this time and run it through. Never ever be afraid of going, we always think, oh, it's not cut.
Yes, yeah.
And it's awful because we blame our tools.
Yeah.
I know most of the time it's not our tools, it's us. Yeah. And I know that sounds awful because I hate to say it.
I told you about my picnic theory when it's a picnic a company I used to work for, and this is an honest story, I won't try and keep you long. They used to say, oh, it's a code picnic. And I'd say, code picnic, yes. Problem in chair, not in computer. And that's what they used to say about it's a computer error. But it was actually the person that's sitting in the chair that's causing the issue. It's gone green on your screen. It is now limited in stock, so yes.
Right,
oh,
so
in fact, I think it's gone almost a step further for that. Has it gone now? Oh, it has. I was about to say it's hanging on by a thread, but it hasn't. It's sold out, so technically sold out. John, sorry, carry on with the flowers so we know what to do.
I said I would explain about this bit in the middle. Can you see? It's just put the pattern in.
Oh, yes, yeah.
But can you see on that side it's not cut through?
Oh, right, yeah.
And the reason is so that I can use that as it stands as a flower and put a gem or something on it.
Okay.
If I want to put a stamen through it, all I do is put something like a pokey tool through.
Wow.
And can you see how that then all moves as big as I want it to be without having to punch a hole?
Clever.
So, I want to show you rolling up the middle.
Yes.
So, really easy. And it goes from small to large.
Right.
So, as I said, this is a flower that anyone, if you've never crafted before, you could actually do. So all I'm doing is I'm using glue glaze because it's a quick dry grab glue, and it's very, very thin, and I'm probably due for a new one. There we go. So all I do is I use my reverse tweezers because it's a lot easier. Grab it, yeah, and then just turn your tweezers. Yeah, see why I like the reverse, because basically
you're not
I'm not having to hold
stress
them.
in your hand,
but then there, is my centre.
Perfect. Oh.
All you do is pull down the bits.
I've
And that
stood
is
them out before
all
now.
the way down to the middle.
Oh,
So then I
look.
could put that on,
Perfect.
and you can see how anyone could make that flower in no time at all.
Absolutely beautiful. I love it. Thank you, John. Thank you for showing everybody that. And thank you if you managed to get hold of that die. And don't forget, if you're needing your cardstock, we can help you with that. There's loads on the website under the brand section of crafts too, so do check that out. And it's always beautiful for your card bases, your matting inlaying and your die cutting, as you saw from that demonstration. We are so busy. You know what? It's really good to have your company this afternoon. And I love the fact that you're taking advantage of so many things that we've kind of had the opportunity, almost like a second bite of the cherry of, because some of these items we haven't had the opportunity to get hold of for a while, and others we just missed out on at the weekend, but they are back again. But we've got brand new items as well, like this little set that we've got here. And this packs a punch, this set. You've got 19 dies in here. You've actually got loads of opportunity to work with these. I've got some boards to share with you, which you didn't really go through previously, but I think this illustrates all the different elements that you've got within here. So they're brilliant because they're squares. So perfect. I mean, there you go. You could almost make that into a card front, couldn't you, there? Because you've got the opportunity for all those different elements. Love that one as a photo frame. Think it's a fabulous idea. Mr. and Mrs. separate, so if you do want to kind of double up on those at all, you can do. Then you've got your heart, and it's a lovely shaped heart as well. It's not too tall and long and skinny like the primitive style hearts, and it's not too rounded. You can see here beautiful kind of little themes, a love theme with the little flowers in there as well. Absolutely beautiful. And love this little kind of confetti you've got going on with this one. The corner that John showed us as well. All 19 of those dies coming together, giving you a whole host of possibilities and opportunities to create beautiful cards. DL size cards. Maybe you're going to be using some of those dies that you got hold of before they sold out. Could be the flowers that you're using with those. And don't forget the bells, the wedding bells that you've got in there. You can use them for Christmas as well. Nothing stopping you doing that whatsoever. But it just is a brilliant value for money bundle. And it works out at, what was the price again? £1.15. £1.15, £1.15p. That's ridiculous. These are dies that you can be crafting with many, many years to come, as long as you're looking after them. And they certainly have got the style that you can do that, because they're timeless classics, these ones. So yeah, definitely worth going for. And if you are only new to card making, this is a brilliant set for you to add in and use over and over again. Perfect for your weddings, perfect for your love things, perfect for your Christmas with the wedding bells there. The little birds that you've got, the doves, absolutely adorable. The whole set is a brilliant set to go for. 309-811 if you are wanting those. Now, we mentioned the shutter card. I have to be careful how I say that. I'm not going to lie. Make sure I say it properly. And this is a lovely concept card because it gives you the interest. It also gives you multiple areas that you can craft with. Now, if you were watching John's 2-hour special on Sunday, then you would have seen this one, and you may well have thought to yourself, oh no, I've missed out on it, because it did sell out during the show. As John has explained there, it has been a case that there's a box tucked away. Well, it's kind of like a box behind a box that has been discovered, giving us the opportunity to get hold of these again. This one, though, once it's gone, it has gone. 19 dies for £26.99. Now, when you look at the dies there, it's like, oh yeah, it's a lovely array of metal. But what does it actually do? Well, this is the kind of card you're going to be able to create with these, and John is going to show us how to do this in just a few moments. And I just think it's such a clever idea, because when you hold it and you open it up, you've got that shutter system there. It is so clever. I mean, this is a brilliant one, John.
I love this one. I said originally my mum was sent it about 2-3 years ago for Christmas, handmade from a friend in Spain.
Oh.
And I pulled it apart virtually. I wanted to know how it worked. And I worked out the scoring and the folding for it was such a long, time-consuming thing. I thought, I will never make one of these. And it did take a while, I'm not going to pretend, but I did spend a lot of time trying to work out how could we make a die that does this easily.
Yes.
And because of the way it works, you've got 3 shutters, but the shutters are not fixed in that position.
Okay, so why have I got 4 on this one then?
So it means you can put 4 in if you want to.
Ah, okay.
Or 5.
Oh.
Or you can put them into a square.
Okay.
Or you can put bigger panels on top of it.
That's clever. Look
So
at
there,
that. Wow.
all it is a basis for you. Because to me, crafting is about the fun of making and decorating,
Yes.
not spending 3 hours scoring and folding
Yeah.
and gluing and
It's a
swearing.
bit like me with my sewing. The fun is in the sewing, not necessarily in the cutting out.
Yeah, I could never understand why people would sit there with a rule and a rotary cutter, trying to cut
And all the
squares.
maths.
when as I said to you,
Yeah.
there's a machine there. You could just put it on and cut
Exactly.
it. It's far
Oh,
easier.
Look at this. Oh, that is clever. It's like, it could be a wedding invitation, couldn't it? And when you turn it, you've got all the details for the wedding there. You've got a £5 saving with this one. What a brilliant concept, a wonderful idea, and truly classic style card, as you can see there. Now, you've got another opportunity to get hold of this one. It's been a popular one. You potentially did miss out at the weekend, but as I say, take advantage while you've got the chance, because it is back, and that saving is there to be had. So, £5 saving, bringing it down to £26.99, and you are going to get all the dies that will allow you to create not only a base, but to start to embellish it and add the detail, like your little banners that you've got here. 485437 is a concept card. It's one of those ones, it's a brilliant base to start with, especially when you have those days and you just really don't know how to get started with your project. Cut yourself out a base with this and the rest will flow. I can assure you of that. And that's a similar situation with the next one that we've got. This one is called the never-ending card. So, John, a never-ending card. What's this all about?
This was one of the first cards I ever tried to make.
Okay.
And I said this before. Do you remember Michelle Marsden?
Yes.
Red Hot
Oh,
Bed?
lovely, yes.
That's
yeah.
what I bought. It was the first kit I bought when I first moved. And it was all sort of elements like this. And she had a template in it to make one of these. And I made it once. It took me 3 hours and I threw it in a corner and swore I'd never do it again.
Isn't it funny? We do all experience that, don't we?
Measuring a nightmare. The die does everything on this. We call it never ending because it never ends. You keep folding and it will never stop folding open. Keep going, keep going, keep going, and it will continue constantly. There's no end to it.
It can keep the recipient amused for hours because they'll be sat there trying to figure out how it all comes together and how it is you can just keep twisting and turning it and seeing it. Now, of course, every single one of these elements that you've got here is a surface. It's an opportunity for you to add a sentiment, to add a topper. But the beauty of it is it all comes down to that card die that you are getting in here. No measuring involved with this one. Just straight away, you can get it out, cut out the elements that you need. It's almost like a little kit. And then you can have all the fun of opening it and twisting it and turning it as well. It's just one of those ones. They're still amazing. $18.99, absolutely phenomenal value for money because it's going to be hours of kind of pleasure with regards to working out how that comes together and keeps the kids amused, decorating it alone before they start twisting the panels. 910731, just £18.99. Now, another one that's going to get all your creativity going is this next one here. Now, these are, again, we saw them at the weekend. Again, some of you missed out on these ones. So this one, what's this one then, John?
Well, this is the slide card. So what you want to do is open it with the tab, just like you would do normally, left to right. And as you do, a new message pops in.
Oh, my goodness. That is so clever.
But it could be a picture.
Wow.
You know, you could have a young picture on the front and an old picture inside.
Oh, I want to do another one. I want to do another one.
So this one doesn't have a message on the front, but when you open it up, there you get the little secret with love popping in.
Lovely. Oh, this is amazing. Oh, I love it. Oh, I can do some more. Can I do some more of these? Now, obviously, I'm having loads of fun here, but it's not about me having fun. It's about you being able to recreate these ones. So we've got different shapes with regards to these ones. You've got, obviously, the oval aperture. This one's a fabulous one because this one's got that kind of honeycomb look to it. So, again, with regards to this one, oh, happy birthday again. Very, very clever. I love it. This one's taller card, so with this particular one, it's done in a slightly different direction, John.
Yep, so this has been mounted by Leslie. Now, pull it up.
Oh, no, I'm doing it the wrong way, sorry. They don't come with instructions.
They don't. Basically, you need to say pull and things.
Oh, I see,
But
I get it.
the idea is, included in the die, you will get 2 circles and 3 hexagons to make your apertures, but as you can see, you can use any shapes that you've got to make your aperture.
Clever.
So you can use anything you've got yourself to mix in with it, so it works with all your other dies. I mean, this one done in Lavender is beautiful.
Oh, look at that.
But you get the little poem, but only revealed once you open it.
And it's completely flat. And it's looking like it's an A6 size card as well, so it's very affordable to
All
send.
of these can go in an envelope with a single stamp.
Brilliant.
They're not large letters.
Love it. There you go. £16.99. Again, a concept card that you'll go on and use for many years to come. 715851 if you wanted to create with it. A card like that, John, is it just one piece of A4 card with that?
It is. Sorry, it's 1.5.
That's
because
really
you need to cut one of them
good.
twice to make the back. Every single die on here uses 1.5 sheets of A4 card.
See, that's the thing.
That's it.
Yeah, it makes it a very affordable way to create your cards, doesn't it? And these are cards that if you are making your cards to sell, these are the ones that are going to have the interest for people to kind of engage with you and place their orders. So, next one that we've got, what's this one then we've got
so
here?
this is the reveal card die.
Okay.
Now, this is the one whilst this was in production, or while I was designing it, it was called the Generation Game card. So if you're of an age of me and Hayley, then you will know what that means.
I think I'm more there than you are, to be honest, with that age. Love this. Opened it up already, but the beauty is you open up the little gates, and there you go.
And the two open come the doors, and then you get to see the prizes going past.
We just need like the little conveyor belt there, don't we, with the fondue set on there and the cuddly toy.
Yeah. That's the one, yeah.
I think you need to change the name of this one, though, because I think it needs to be called the ta-da die.
But it is, and it's just the doors open, and again, completely flat for posting, still going with one single stamp in one envelope, but when you open it, you get that 3D. Look there, with the butterfly used on the doors as a sliding element.
Isn't that beautiful? And they all kind of all come together like so. Autumnal cards, thank you cards, Christmas cards. You'll be able to use them in so many different ways. Look at that there. Oh, little gnome there. Absolutely adorable. Oh, this is a nice one because it's got like a little band on it. So drop the band off. Okay. Beautiful papers. Ah, Merry Christmas. Again, absolutely beautiful. I love it. It's going to keep you amused for hours. And more to the point, it's going to keep the recipient amused for hours as well. They'll be showing everybody these cards when they open them up. So 327-323, just £21.99. Definitely add that one into your basket as well. And the final one, I remember when this one was launched, it caused such a stir because it is such a clever concept again. And this card can go on for as many tags as you choose it to be. Comes as 4 dies, and you're going to interlock these, and I love this. It's almost like a centipede card.
It is. It was literally sent to me as a house moving card to Sam and I by Barbara Dear, one of our design team. I think we actually put on the packaging, it's from her idea.
True that you did, yes.
Because I always like to do that. But it looks like just a normal little booklet, but you can make a journal book or anything out of it. But when you open it, all those tags interlace. And again, that comes out of, you know, you're basically using, you can get that from 12 by 12 paper. You'll get 4 panels from a 12 by 12 sheet.
Clever. A birthday card here, and I love this. My mum loves a card with a proper verse in it, and I think this is the thing. This gives you plenty of opportunity to add your verses, add your words, add your sentiments to these, and have loads of fun. Oh, you make my heart melt. Oh, what's this little chappy up to?
But it's a great way to use all your stamps and all your sentiments.
Isn't that brilliant? I love it. It's off on these hollybobs. So there you go. £15.99. Very affordable die as well. The simplicity of this one is key because, of course, you're going to multi-cut this to however many of those folds you're wanting to make. But the key thing is that if you've got the die to help you with these ones, so 735117. Now, with regards to these, John, obviously we can go back and watch the show on Sunday, but are there little videos to help us with these?
There is a video for every single one of these on YouTube, and it's just on my normal YouTube channel, and it's one of those videos of overhead on my hands. There's none of this hello and welcome and I'm going to be using these products, you know, all the bits that we all fast forward through. It's literally right, we're going to make a shutter card. Here's the shutter card. Right, this is what we do. So you can pause it and follow and craft along. Strange enough, Karen Keats said she watched the show on Sunday. She got the shutter card die and she actually made one and cut it as I was doing it on the show.
Brilliant.
And she said it's really easy when you do it that way. So all of the videos are there for all of them.
Love it. Brilliant.
No problems at all.
So do make sure you check that out when you get your dies. So when we do get our dies, what do we need to know?
Right, so basically what you'll find with the shutter card die, this is one of probably the best value dies I've ever done, because if you look how much you get in your set, it actually needs 2 metal sheets, 2 A4 sheets, to cover everything because there's so much. So what you're going to do is we're going to start with the 2 frame pieces.
Okay.
So I've given you the simple frame, and I'm just going to lay that out like I would do standardly, and I'm going to tape that down. Okay, so that will give me my frame for the front. But
useful dies anyway.
Well, they are, because they're in a nice, they're still in our ratios of the 7x5.
Yes.
So it fits with all of the others. But if you have a die that has an aperture of that size, whether it be a rectangle or a square or anything else, you can make it with that.
Oh, okay.
So you don't have to use these.
Yes.
So you can make it in a square, you can make it in a circle if
Clever,
it's got a wide
yes.
enough aperture.
Yeah.
But this is the clever one.
Right.
This cuts you your shutters.
Okay.
But it looks like it cuts you all 3 in a row together. It doesn't. It actually cuts you 3 separate shutters.
Oh, okay.
It's in one die because, first of all, that's cheaper.
Oh, right, okay,
Because
fair enough.
if each one was a separate die, it would need a finish line.
Yes.
So it would use more metal.
Makes sense.
And the thing is, people would go, well, why put 3 in, just put 2 in.
Yeah.
And then I'd have to say, right, well, you need to cut that die twice.
Yeah, which we don't want to
No,
do.
when people start to say that to me, I'm like, oh,
Yes, yeah.
I can't be bothered.
We get so lazy, don't we? I mean, it only takes seconds to pass through a die cutting machine, but we want the convenience of just doing it the once.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it takes no time at all.
Yeah.
It's the same with my flowers. I've done a new plate for later in the year, for maybe something festive, and it cuts you out, I think it's 35 flowers in one go.
But that's a time saver,
Because
isn't
it's
it?
enough, that's
Oh,
enough
my
for like
goodness,
3
yeah.
Christmas cards for me.
Brilliant
But, you know,
idea.
I want to get things done quicker. So we pull that out, you'll see, I get my frame.
Now, with the concepts, very quickly, what sort of weight of cardstock should we be using? I'm guessing that's quite significant.
No.
Oh, okay.
This is 300.
Right.
I have made this in 190.
Oh, wow.
And it works. The
Okay.
strength is in the structure,
Right.
not the card.
Fair enough.
And I know we always think that. I'm doing, this is in 300, but I've done it down to 190, and it works just as well.
Okay.
So the strength is in the design. So you can see there, you get 3 pieces out.
Lovely.
All of them scored.
Yeah.
So you don't have to score them. You can see there the score line, hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't have to emboss the die.
Brilliant.
So I've got my frame, I've got my 3. What I need now is just a back piece.
Okey-dokey.
And that needs to be the same as the outer size of the front.
Right, so the one die that you can use.
So we use the one die, but you can make this bigger.
Okay.
Quite a few of the girls actually, when they made some, the Angels made bigger versions, and they basically just did an A5.
And you're
And then they used
maximising
that
that
in the
area,
middle.
yeah.
But this is all the cards you need. So this is the whole thing done in a sheet and a half.
I love it. Busy for this one. I'm not surprised. I mean, it's a brilliant idea, isn't it? And as I say, you did miss out at the weekend. Words got round, I think, that we have got this available again. So if you are wanting your shutter card, which is this one that I'm stood behind? That's convenient, isn't it? So if you're wanting this particular die set, please be quick. Half of the stock has gone. Oh, approaching half, I do apologise, but it's going to be over a half before long, just saying. 485 437. Very, very busy. It's good to have your company again today. And we've got probably about 15 minutes or so left of it, something like that.
Right.
Even you said 27.
So I was hoping I was going to use
different clocks.
I was going to use the love elements and hopefully try and decorate this, but I probably won't get time to. But I'll try. I'll show you actually how we can. So all I've done is I've done 2 already while we were talking. All you do, and this is all on the video anyway, fold the little tab in.
Okay.
Fold the other tab out.
One under,
like
one
a little
over.
Z.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it. That's the mechanism. You need nothing else.
And
that's it.
It's as simple as
Yeah,
that.
that's it. Yeah.
No way.
There's none of this fancy folding in different directions and
Oh,
pulling things in
wow.
lots of ways. You know, I love all of that, but I just haven't the patience.
Well, the thing is, sometimes if you're making cards en masse or you're batch card making because you're fundraising for charities and things like that, you want something a little bit different, but you want the speed of being able to do it. And also making them economically as well, because you don't get reimbursed for your cards and your different bits and pieces. So by just using 1.5 pieces of A4 card, if you get, 3 pieces of A4 card, you're going to make 2 of these basically, aren't you?
Yeah.
So that's very affordable.
Yeah, I mean, and if if you're getting your base card, relatively, say 20p a sheet,
yeah,
it's
that is
60p
brilliant, yes.
for 2 cards.
Yes, yeah.
So all I'm going to do is just I'm using power tape. Unfortunately, we did have it on Sunday and it sold out again.
Yeah.
But power tape always does because it's
one
marvellous
of those things you have to be
tape.
fit, don't you? How often are you coming back and doing these 2-hour shows, by the way?
Every month.
Oh, right, fair enough.
Yep, so there's one every month I think we've booked in now. It's basically, we're calling it Lockers Crafts 2.
Right.
And it's just to show, because you know me, well, you know me as Lockers anyway, but that I do craft as well as everybody else.
Yeah.
And it's just for me to share techniques. I think next month is all going to be about stamping and stenciling.
Oh,
because I get more
useful.
questions
Yeah.
about that than anything else. So all I need to do is I've missed off, putting tape on here now. What you want to use is, if you haven't got the power tape, you don't have to have this.
Right.
It's the strongest I've ever come across.
Mm.
You want to use something like a red line tape
Okay.
or a wet glue.
Right, fair enough
If
then.
you use your finger lift tape or a tape runner, then it will fall apart.
Okay.
It will not be strong enough.
Fair enough then.
So,
Yeah, so don't forget, I mean, you check out the website, you'll find all sorts of different brands with regards to your adhesive tape. 7 Day Savers, I think you've got some featuring on there. Wet glue as well, because of course you bring a fabulous bundle of wet glue to us as well. So yeah, if you want your red liner tape, jump onto the website, you'll be able to find that on there. 330-730 if you're wanting those.
but you want to use something decent. Use a good one. This is why I always use the power tape. So there we go. So I've taken the adhesive off, and most people would think, oh, it's crazy to take it off all 3.
Yes.
But it's far easier.
Okay, right.
There's all that faffing about with, taking one and putting it in. So, again, I promised no maths.
Yes.
I've done it all for you. So there's none of this measuring where to put things.
I was going to say, you must need to put markers in at least.
All you do is you lay your frame down.
Right.
Yeah. Basically, give clearance like that.
Oh, so just like a little gap.
There.
Okay.
Yeah. Then put in your bottom one.
Okay.
And leave clearance there.
Okay.
Can you see? So you've got clearance there, clearance there.
Yes.
Then take your middle one and put it evenly between the 2.
Oh, wow.
That's it. Yeah. Then
That is brilliant.
turn these ones over.
Right.
This is what I love about the power tape as well. Until I push it,
Yes,
it's not.
yeah.
And you would think putting the back on would be really difficult, yeah?
Well, yeah, because you've got to kind of get it all lined up. You don't want it skewy whiffy.
No, and people go, oh, well, yeah, it would be easy for you because you've done it a lot.
Yeah.
But, literally, it is so easy. So I'm just going to take my back panel.
And this was cut with the rectangle die
Cut with the rectangle die. And all I do is place that down on there evenly. Yeah?
Okay.
Edge to edge. And I go like that. That's it.
Easy
Okay.
peasy.
Done.
That is so easy to do, isn't it? I love it.
There
And
we
the
go.
beauty
Sorry.
is...
There we
you-
go. Done.
Perfect.
And all you do is, if like me, you're not the neatest, you get a pair of
Oh,
scissors
got a tiny bit, yeah.
and you chop that bit off.
Oh,
But
that's
there
easy done.
is your shutter. Done.
That is so clever.
All the mechanism is done for you.
So effective.
There's nothing else you need to do. And that, to me, is easy. And again, completely flat for postage.
Love it. Brilliant. It's been a very, very busy one. John, thank you so much. Rapidly approaching 60% of the stock has gone. You've got 19 dies in here because, let me show you the board actually, because it's not just about the mechanism, because obviously John's used a couple of those. So John basically used just 3 elements. He used the large die to create the the shutter system, and then he used the 2 pieces here, one to create the frame and one to create the back of the frame. But then you've got the banners, you've got the panels that are going to sit across on your shutter there, you've got these fabulous ribbons, you've got all these wonderful sentiments as well. That means you've got 19 dies for £26.99. But it's what you do with those dies that I think is the bit that's most exciting, because here you can see the whole frame moves. There's no little tabs or anything like that you've got to pull. The whole frame will move like so. So you can see there, you could have that gorgeous element there. It could even be sitting in a journal or something like that because it sits so flat. But then obviously when you open it up, you've got the flip side, so you could put some additional bits and pieces in there. As I mentioned, you've got the banners in there, so if you want to utilise the banners, you can. You can add a little banner as a pull if you wanted to. You don't have to. It's entirely up to you. And the beauty is it can go to the left or to the right. It's entirely up to you. The way that you create it is your own personal choice. And they make the most incredible reveal cards. Let me just check that we've not got them upside down. They're not. Because a stag standing on his head is never a good stag, is it? There you go. You can see that wonderful scene there built up behind there. Such a clever concept. 19 dies, £26.99. You've got £5 saving. But it's more about the fact that we've got them back, I think, than anything. So 485437 if you're wanting to get hold of those. But of course, we've been chatting about the wedding elements. I nearly said elephants then, but I've been up since 4 o'clock. It's not surprising that I'm going to say daft things like that. Now, these are brilliant. They're so usable. They're perfect to work alongside the Advent box set. So if you did manage to get hold of the die to create your Advent tower, well, you've got another purpose for using it. You don't have to wait till Christmas. Look at this. It was a brilliant idea, using it as a wedding favour idea. I mean, imagine if you are creating a set for the table, then this is going to be beautiful. You've got all your die cut elements that sit with it, and they're all squares, so you can use them on the box faces, or you can just use them as your cards in their own right as well. So whether it's your little boxes or your cards. Obviously the theme of love running through this one, but you've got things like your Christmas bells in there. They're little love bells, but you wouldn't know it, would you, done in the Christmas colours. And of course, don't forget you've got your floral, so it's not all about the hearts in this one, but obviously they do have a focus with those, and I love it because it's cutting out that heart-shaped confetti as well. £21.98, 309811 is your all-important item number. Now, John, we've got about 9 minutes left. Is that long enough for you to show these?
Yep, cool, of course.
Okay.
So what I thought I'd do is I pulled in one of the shutter cards. I actually made this one on Sunday.
Okay, yeah.
But I've just done it in a slightly, rather than just plain white card,
yes,
it's easier to show, I've done it in a sort of pearlised card.
Lovely.
Again, it just shows its thing, and I'm going to neaten this one up because, again, don't worry. You know, I get little bits that stick out.
It's easily
That's what
done,
scissors
yeah.
are for. Just
I've got
cut
lots
it off.
of sticky out bits.
Yeah,
so, is this a different conversation?
Yeah, that's a completely different conversation. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the same one. So I'm going to use one of the love elements, and I love this.
It's really pretty,
it just says
isn't it?
love,
Yeah.
and I think you can send it all the time. Now, all of these dies cut in.
Okay.
Only that one really cuts out.
Okay.
So they don't cut out, they cut in.
Right.
Which allows you to do them in a row, 3 for a DL.
Lovely.
Or 4 for a square.
Yeah.
Yeah, or into a box or anything like that. So
Yeah.
what I've done here is I've just cut these squares down to 2.5 inches. So it's just a 2.5 inch square
Nice.
with the same card.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to run it through. And I'm going to use my Kaleido because it's quicker and easier, isn't it?
It's just there,
It's strange in a manual, it's always quicker and easier. Get my plate straight might help. But just so it cuts
When
through.
are you due back again, John, after today?
The 29th.
Oh, that's quite a while off.
Yes, it's going to be, I think it's, well, hopefully it's the launch of my next box kit.
Oh, right, okay, fair enough then.
And it will also be, I think there's going to be a die with it on here.
Ooh.
A new exclusive one on here, I think. And there's a bigger bundle as well to match it.
Okay, and we'll be able to learn more through your social media
Yes,
page,
yeah.
I'm guessing.
Keep an eye
Okay,
on sort of
right,
John
just
Next
so that you
Door
can keep up to date.
and Crafts too, and you'll see that. So I've actually cut 3 of these. So.
Oh my goodness, the shutter die very quickly. I'm not going to deter from John, but yeah, very quickly, the shutter die. If you wanted the shutter die, 70% of the stock has gone. We could be saying goodbye to that one during this hour, and if you are watching on repeat, stands a chance that you have been a little too late again, so apologies if that's the case. If not, make sure you get it in your basket, but get the baskets checked out, and if you're on the phone lines, hopefully it won't be too long before we're able to take your order.
Right. So, and again, that is, I've been told that is definitely the last of it, because I think they got to the back of the shelf this morning. Honestly, if you could have heard the conversation going on in the background, you'd have loved it. One of the other things I love about the shutter card die is I put in here these are the most useful. I use these all the time. These are the flex sentiment tags.
Yes, yeah.
So all of these are included in the shutter die, along with stencil sentiments that I haven't done in other sets.
Oh, so we've got no doubles up, because that's the first thing I looked
so
at
you've
these
got
and
a
thought,
happy and a birthday, which are doubled up.
but they're useful anyway.
But again, in the last set I did, there wasn't a happy.
Oh, right.
So you've got the happy is in here.
Well, you're not
but
happy, John.
Friend wasn't there. I'm always happy. Special, love is, and then special day smaller. The special in the day are smaller so that they fit on this long tab.
Ah, clever.
Yeah, so they're different sizes to fit. So I'm going to go with love is.
Lovely.
And I'm going to go with the medium tag. Shall we see if that fits? Oh, no, I'll go with the large. So all three of these nest.
Oh, okay,
to give
right.
you. Each one is a different. They're three.
Such a useful
Each one's a
set.
different size. I have these on my desk all the time.
Yeah, yeah.
Take them out of the shutter card die and have them on my desk all the
I
time.
don't blame you, 'cause it
and I
looks
use those
amazing.
constantly. So I'm going to do a little tag to go on it, and it's a great way to actually pull.
Oh my goodness, just as John's doing that one, rapidly approaching 80% of the stock has gone. I think, yeah, potentially this could be the hour that it goes again. So, yeah, I know many of you won't be watching this live, you'll be watching on repeat. And I can only apologise to put you through watching the show, seeing this being demonstrated and then not having the opportunity to buy it. If you're watching live, then do make sure you do get it into your basket, because you will be able to take advantage of it. And of course, we don't know when we're going to see it again. John's going to be back later in the month, but not necessarily with the products that we're looking at here. So that's why it's good to take advantage while they are here, while we've got the stock of them, before the opportunity is taken from you, really. So, yeah, details on your screen if you're wanting those. How are you getting on over there, John?
I just lost my plate. So all I've done is put love is, but you see it fits inside the tag.
Perfect.
That also means that you won't get the impression of the outline of the die showing as much, because the tag will stop it going through.
Yeah.
I've been looking everywhere for my second plate and it was underneath, which is exactly what I do at home, which is why I'm glad the Kaleido comes with 2-3mm plates.
A bit like that.
Yeah, because that's my second one again. But you can see then, that comes out, but you get absolutely no impression. Yeah.
Oh, look at that. That is such a crisp cut. Just to warn you guys, it's going to go green on your screen now, because it has got to a limited stock situation. Incredibly vulnerable with regards to the stock of this one. So if you're wanting yours, you need to be quick. Oh, look at that for a sentiment. That is beautiful.
I just love that.
Yeah.
So all I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little bit of the
ombre glitter.
Ombre glitter card.
Oh, I love this.
This is, yeah.
Yeah.
And I know you said because it cuts in your silhouette, doesn't it?
It does, and it
we
looks
actually, Sam and I both
amazing.
tested
Yeah.
to make sure that it would cut in those sort of machines for you.
It is brilliant, and it's lovely. It's what we call an encapsulated glitter, so it doesn't drop down with. I wondered what was happening then. I saw that craft too. I thought, oh, what's happened there? And it is a sweepy shot. I loved it. It's beautiful. Now this is your ombre card. You've got two different ways of getting hold of it. You've got your 12x12, and you've also got your A6. I think it might be the A6 that we're looking at the moment there, and it ombres from one colour through to the other. Now you're getting 4 repeats
I think
of
you mean
each.
A4.
What did I say?
A6.
Oh, did I?
A6 is tiny.
It is. Looks a lot bigger from this direction.
Yeah.
030633 if you're wanting your A4, and then you've got the 12x12 as well. Oh, what's gone now? What's sold out? The shutter die. It's not a surprise, really, is it, to be honest? We kind of guessed it was going that way. So, yeah, it has now gone. So, yeah, if you are watching on repeat, you certainly have missed out on that one as well. If it's in your basket, you still have the opportunity to check your basket out. So, please, please, please do be quick. Now, we're going to go back to John. But before we go, can I quickly, this is very, very self-indulgent, can I show you this? Because Sheila, honestly, Sheila is so clever. I love this. This little tuxedo, because I was looking at it and I was trying to figure out where she has created this from. Can you see how she's done this? She's taken the little heart and she's snipped it to make little jackets.
Isn't that
That
clever?
is so clever.
And it's because
Isn't
the
it?
heart is rounded,
Yeah.
not a shaker style. You can do that.
That is so clever. And of course, it's a Wedding Elements die set, 19 dies. And John, you've been working with this one throughout. It's a fabulous set.
I love this set. I really do, because it's so flexible. We don't think sometimes about buying these.
Yes.
And we don't think about when they've got little elements. They don't actually do anything, but they've just got lots of bits in it.
Yes.
It's one of those sets that we never think about it, but they're
Yeah.
your worker sets because you're using them all the time.
It's true.
So what I do is, the idea was I was putting love 3 times.
Okay.
And I'd cut it 3 times,
Mhm.
but I've lost one of them.
Oh.
And I have no idea where. It's honestly, I've only been doing this 2 hours, and I cleared everywhere, so I have no idea where it's stuck.
Oh,
you know.
don't worry.
So, but what I've done is I've done it along the glitter card, the ombre,
clever.
so that it works
Yes.
and comes across. So all I'm going to do is just trim that out. But if you wanted to, there is a square die in the set that cuts you out the back. So you don't even need a pair of scissors.
Okie dokie.
Yeah. It's probably stuck to me. That's usually what happens.
We've got the camera sweeping around trying to find it. So if anybody at home
That's
spots
Jimmy,
it,
the director, determined that he will
it's
find
too late
it.
to email in if you see it stuck anywhere.
So all I'm going to do, I'll do this very quickly, yeah? Make sure you put your foam or whatever you're adhering it to on the left-hand edge.
Okay, so
Yeah.
right up against the edge.
Right up against the
Okay.
edge. And then all I'm going to do is go with Love. So against one shutter.
So it goes against the edge of the shutter.
Edge of the shutter.
Lovely.
Yeah, and then that one will go against
Oh,
there.
look at that.
And then we've got, there we go,
There
love
you
this.
go. Another ta-da card. Ta-da!
So that would
Beautiful.
have said it 3 times, but it just...
Oh, and I love that ombre effect. That really does
It
work
does
well,
work,
doesn't
because
it?
if you struggle with colour matching,
Yeah.
it's done for you.
I love it. And you get 3 of those cut out of the length of your A4 cardstock. John, thank you so much.
Thank
Always a
you.
pleasure. Always love working with John. Anything in your basket, you need to be checking your baskets out because you could potentially be missing out on some of those items. I'll see you soon. Anyone got 50p? We need it for the meter. Sewing with Moran Crafts coming up. Paola's going to have a whale of a time with this one with Sasha. Then we're back with iCrafts, the lovely Karen Keats back again. And then it's One Day Special.
Hi, I'm Sarah from White Gecko Craft Lounge. We have a little shop in Dinas Powys, which is between Cardiff and Barry, so right by the seaside, and we were established 6 years ago. There's 3 of us that run the business. It's myself, Sarah Jane and Sian, and we have a host of volunteers and community members that help out too. Of White Gecko is to really inspire you to start sewing. We'd like to get people crafting and start that sewing process. A lot of patterns and kits are perfect for beginners to use. It's a real wonderful, mindful way to start that journey into sewing. So don't miss the White Gecko shows.
Hi, I'm Lucy from Sweet Poppy Stencils, the Craft Station Limited. We're a craft retailer and we specialise in stainless steel stencils. Our stencils are manufactured in metal. This allows us to have designs that are intricate. We know customers like seeing the demonstrations, so make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full time. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Tula Pink is a fabric designer, a quilter and an author. She works closely with Free Spirit Fabrics to develop multiple fabric collections every year and is best known for her dark sense of humour, a flair for hiding animals within her designs and her bold, unique use of colour and pattern. I will be bringing you a wide selection of wonderful fabrics at fantastic prices.
Good
afternoon, and now I hope you are very well. We are very well here at the craft store, and we have got a fabulous hour, of course, with the inspirational. I kind of like we're gonna say inspirational sewing, and of course we have got a fabulous guest. We will introduce, of course, in a second. But we are, by all means, shop ahead. Have a look at the website. Have it at craftstore.com because we have got lots of fabulous products that you want to have a look. And of course, we promise you a fabulous guest. And there she is. Sasha, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Really good. Very excited about this hour because you are going to, basically explain how all these products are amazing from Bozala, I suppose, as well as the Coats Moons threads.
Yeah, so we've got lots of products from Marant. And obviously, I'm a Bozal ambassador, so it works really, really well because we have lots of Bozal on. We have threads, we have all the stuff that you need to actually make your projects complete. All the stuff that goes in the middle and the threads you need to sew it.
Fabulous. So if you have got any questions, studio@thecraftstore.com, that's the address, and of course we will put them through Sasha, all the questions. Now, this is a technique-inspired hour, and I love to start with essentials, because essentials, I mean, we cannot sew without thread, can we?
No. We need the thread, and thread is getting so expensive. And the prices of things are going up and up and up, and I still can't believe that the thread is this much of an amazing bargain.
It is, and one of the things we were talking, we had last week the dressmaking event, which you did a one-day special with it, and I remember having Lisa Comfort and Solver it, which was when we announced the winner of the giveaway. And one of the things that she said is like, I always sew for dressmaking with polyester thread.
Yeah.
Because she said that it's more durable as well. Is that true then?
It is more durable, and also a lot more people are moving over to polyester thread because of sustainability, carbon footprint, that sort of thing. So it's not so much the man-made fibres.
Yeah.
So people are sort of moving over, which is really interesting. And years ago I would have only have used cotton thread.
Yeah.
But now, I love polyester thread.
And the other thing, I remember, of course, Lisa saying, and I kind of vouch for that even modern machines prefer still sorts of polyester thread. Of course, we are talking about Coats Moon, the collection, the blue collection. Now you are getting 1,000 meters in each, and you are getting 10 spools in total, so 10,000. And this is a glorious, you're getting 2 of each tone of blue, right?
Yes, you're getting 10,000 meters.
Incredible. I mean, and I love that you are getting all those from the lightest blue to the darkest navy, all those beautiful blues. This also, I'm thinking, freehand, free motion embroidery.
Oh, yeah.
With these tones of blues.
Yeah, they're just beautiful. And what we've tried to do is to put kits together of the same tones of colour.
Yeah.
So the same variations of colour. So, that with all our blues there, so it goes across the board for your blues. Yeah. Also, with the other colour ranges, it's just about doing something a little bit different. And whatever thread we go to use at home, you can always guarantee it will be the wrong shade.
Yeah.
Always the wrong shade.
That's so true. Now, if you want to go for the blue collection, £10.99, and that is for 10,000 meters, or alternatively, 10 kilometers. I mean, 10 kilometers is a fair distance. Trust me, I never try to run it or even walk it. But, and 944818 is your item number. Then we have got the Earth collection. This is one of the essentials, wouldn't it, Sasha?
Yeah. These are your earthen tones. They are really tonal. They're from your creams to your beiges to your taupes and to your browns. Again, really good for dressmakers. Really good across the board for those more natural products, natural linens, that sort of thing.
They are absolutely. I would recommend. I mean, it's funny because I'm not an earthy sort of color usually. Like I never wear earthy tones or anything. But however, for sewing, there's a lot of beautiful William Morris, Liberty fabrics that I have got within, and these amazing kind of colors. 918174 is your item number. You are getting 10 spools, 1,000 yards. So that would be a 10,000 yards that you you are getting in this one. $10.99 is your price. Then we have the mono collection. Now, of course, this one is from 4 whites you are getting. Then you are getting the grey, the light grey, 2 of the medium grey, and of course 2 of the black in here. $10.99 is your price. In this one, you are getting 1,000 meters of each, 10 of them, so you are getting 10,000 meters. 649,202.
They're made for our quilters.
Yes.
So obviously, as a quilter myself, I tend to use grey all the time. I've always got grey in my machine. I tend to do a lot of quilting with grey because it doesn't matter what colour you're using, it just sort of disappears.
Yeah.
So I tend to use lighter greys for lighter projects, and then darker greys for darker fabrics.
That's a very good top tip in there. Now, of course, if you want to remember, $10.99 is all you're paying for 10,000 meters in total. Now, I always say I paid much more than that for just one single thread, polyester thread of 10,000 meters. I got one. No, 10,000. Sorry, 1,000 meters of one, and I paid, I think, $11.99.
Yeah.
I mean, and that was before we got them, these ones.
And I think I know the one that you're on about, and it's not 1,000 metres, it's 800 metres.
Oh, do you really?
It's 800 metres on there as well, so yeah.
Right, I didn't know.
And it's just under £12, depending on where you go.
Right, well, now you can avoid those mistakes. Now, of course, the ones that I kind of use the most personally is white and black. It might be because I wear a lot of black, and therefore if I need to mend my clothes, it will be in black. But here you're getting 5 of the black, 5 of the white. If you are doubting, I'm going to give you the details of this one, 184102. Now, they are the staples, the white and black, but I'm just saying, out of all of them, which one would you recommend? So give me 2 choices out of the 4 of them.
I would go for the monochrome.
Yes.
The grey, because I need the grey. And also, I would probably, it's a toss-up, probably the earthen tones. I think they're the 2 that I would definitely go for.
You know what? As a...
but then next time I buy the blues. And then next time I'd buy the black and white.
Yeah.
So in fact, if you can, I'd buy them all.
Well, if you go for all of them, so that would be, would it be 44 pounds or 43 pounds and 96 pence? 96 pence. If all of them, yeah, 10.99 times 4. 43.96. Did I say 43.96 or 44.96? I think I said 44, so I do apologize for that. 184102 is your item number. £1 off. That's not good. That's not good. Anyway, but it's fabulous because you would have 40,000 meters of thread.
That sounds mental, doesn't it?
It does, absolutely. Now we have got more essentials for you, or more threads as well on the website, and you can see there this one is, of course, the light collection. You are getting 24 spools in total, 1,000 meters in each. Again, remember, polyester thread, perfect for your sewing machine, perfect for dressmaking because of that durability of the polyester, and as well for your quilting. This is not the polyester thread of times gone by where you could feel that it was different. This feels like cotton. It does feel like cotton, but the machine loves it. Now, of course, 24 spools means that you are getting, more than twice than in the other packs. And of course, a beautiful rainbow of light colors. £19.99 is your price.
Though.
Yeah,
isn't that a lovely gift? You know, if you haven't seen somebody for quite a long time, and you know that they're going through a bit of a downtime, but they're staying at home, they're doing their crafts. What an amazing gift to take, to send to somebody or give to somebody.
And then that way also, especially the kind of when you have got the light collection, then you have got colors that you may not have thought, oh, I'm going to need them, but then it's great to have them when you are quilting
Always.
as well.
Always.
Now, if you wanted to go for the light collection, but just the 10 spools, maybe your friend doesn't deserve the big present. It just deserves a little present. $10.99 is your price. Well, still
I'd buy you the big pack.
Oh, thank you. I'll buy you the big pack. 223-366. I will buy you all 4 options of the 10.
Oh.
That's it.
I'd share.
We'll share, exactly. Share is caring. Now, of course, we have the dark set, the set of 24 spools. Again, 1,000 meters in each of those spools, but the contents may vary in terms of exactly which colors, but what you will get is 24 dark collection in there. £19.99 is your price. 344871 is your item number. Now, thread is of course essentials, but also another essential that we have is of course bias. It did sell out earlier, but we have got here this is a lucky dip. It means that the colors will be different. Colors may vary. We cannot promise you they will be these colors that you can see here, but you are going to get 5 rolls of 33 meters. Now, this bias, am I right thinking that is so delicate and so perfect for finishing off all sorts of projects?
It is, and I think the viewers at home have also come back to us each show and we sell out.
Yeah.
It is such an amazing price, this is. So with your lucky dip, you're going to get a mixture of colours through the last sort of 3 months that we've been doing them. So, you know, you could have a couple of pastels, a bright in there. It's a complete mix-up. But so this is great for those fine dressmaking finishing touches. Your stencil stained glass window effect on applique. Just beautiful bunting with different colours on your binding there.
Yeah.
And as I say, it's just an absolute bargain because you're getting 33 metres on each roll. And they really are. And because the stretch, it's got a really nice stretch to it. So it goes around curves really well. It's also double folded as well, which means that you're getting that really nice crisp folded edge.
Oh yeah.
And they just work brilliantly, and I love the fact that when you actually fold them, it actually stays as well.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that, so Hayley won't mind me saying, her presenter Hayley was, she was doing the previous show that you done, and she walked away with some of it because she's like, she's buying them but taking them from the stock. And she's like, bunting, there's so many projects, it saves so much time, even if you are such an experienced crafter as she is.
It's so expensive though. This is what we were saying earlier. Bias binding is really expensive.
£12.49. Well, it is very busy. Over 60% of the stock has gone. If you want yours, do check out your baskets. Remember, you are getting 5 rolls of 33 meters. So in actual fact, you are getting 165 meters of.
She's on it.
Yes, I did say 165.
Yeah.
Yes. My math.
But Hayley was desperate for this, and you know, Hayley, like myself, knows a really, really good bargain, and so yeah, she.
Now, of course, 165 meters. Now the colors may vary, but this is one of those ones that it really is, because you are going to get 5 different colors or 5 different options there. That you know, that means that you have got possibilities. Just £12.49. Do you know what I would do? I would go for 2 of them.
I would. Definitely.
Because for that price, and then and then it's one of those ones that then you may get all different, or you might have repeat ones, and therefore you can keep the ones. But you know, I will keep them all because I was going to say I'm going to share. Now we are 70% of the stock gone. If you want them, please make sure to check out your
These just fly every time we bring them on, and things like they wouldn't so much go round a thick quilt.
Yeah.
But wall hangings, they look great on tops of handbags, purses, wallets, that sort of thing, for those finishing really smart effects. And around the top of the box that I've done later.
Like, you know that there is lovely cork fabric that, for instance, Natasha or Alice Stitch Your Fingers brings to us, metallics in here. And one of the things I find is like there's lots of lovely projects, but I'm not that experienced with that fabric. But having something like this to finish off the edges of the
exactly
the open raw edges, that would be so nice, especially the cork fabric.
Definitely, you know. And it can be so fiddly trying to make a narrow binding.
Oh, I would imagine so.
And especially because this is on the bias as well. You know, you're looking at a very narrow bias binding to make. You know, for this price, you couldn't make this for this price.
Well, that's the thing, because bias, you're cutting it on the bias, so it means that you are doing it at is it 45-degree angle?
Yes.
So therefore, if you are not, you know, you would be wasting a lot of fabric, and then I cannot press that thing. I mean, look at these lines. Oops. Oopsie. All right, of course. Very, very busy. Over 70% of the stock has gone. You don't miss out. Check out your baskets. Remember, contents will vary in terms of colors may vary, but you are going to get 5 rolls of 33 meters, 165 meters in total. It's a lucky dip in terms of colors, but not into quality, not a lucky dip in terms of how much you are going to get. You have a £2.50 saving, which means that you're just paying £12.49. And like Sasha has said, I mean, if you were going to make your own, it is, you couldn't make it that cheap. 129863 is your item number. Now, another new today, and yeah, of course, is the mini iron. Well, it is a mini, it's kind of, this is one of those products that I don't think it's a complete new today, because we have seen in many of our experts having it as well. But in this case, can I say how much I want from one of them? Because it's really good, isn't it?
They are amazing. And I mean, you know that I've always got this one with me.
Yes, you do.
I take this everywhere. It goes to, I've got 2 in fact, maybe 3 I think. So I have one that's always in my work bag for hair. I have one on my desk at home, and I have one in our back room in our conservatory for when we are cutting fabrics and getting things ready. So I've always got one with me for the shows. For any events that I'm doing, I do any of my jelly roll wadding rugs with this. It is so great for having by the side of your machine, being able to just quickly press those smaller projects you're doing, those smaller seams. I have been known actually in a hotel as well to do the outfit that I'm wearing the following day with it as well.
Well, yeah, that's right.
Because you can put water in this. You know, not many small irons of this size can you put water in. It cleans itself really, really well as well, so you don't get that mucky lime scale in there. Yeah. It's got great handle. I love the way that you hold this. It feels comfy. You're not touching anything hot.
Yeah.
Or, your hand is away from the base. Yeah. It's got a really nice point to the front of it as well, so you can really get in really nicely to any of those folds or points that you want to do. And it is just a really powerful little machine that gets really hot.
And you said it, just because it's small doesn't mean that it's not powerful. And that's something that it should be said in life, in generally speaking. But also, I kind of love the idea, but it is, because it's perfect for traveling, but it's also perfect. Now, I always think that it's great to have, if you can afford, to have a separate tool for quilting that from regular, kind of, especially ironing from clothes. Yeah. Because if you are quilting, sometimes you are using fusible web, things like that. Yeah. So you don't want to transfer those stickiness into your clothing.
But the great thing about this is, now obviously you guys know how regular I'm here. Yeah. And I use an awful lot of Bosal products, which is fusible and got a lot of glue on there. If any does go on here, it's a Teflon non-slip. Right, I wait till it's cool, and then I wipe everything off of here. I have no problem whatsoever. Yeah. And it cleans really well. Yeah. And I think I think really when you look at an awful lot of demonstrators and an awful lot of people that are using it, because it's Prim as well, it's a recognised name. Yeah. And people are always asking me, what iron do I use? And it's this. This is the one I use all the time.
Indeed, it is a fabulous price as well, £32.99, 04903889. It comes, of course, with the UK plug, the water for having a steam in there, and, of course, the travelling bag as well. Now, grab yours, check out your baskets. Now, we are getting into the Bosal, that's it. Bosal. Of course, department. We are going through the department. And now here we have got the fusible interfacing, but this is a woven t-shirt quilting peg. You are getting 60 inches by 72 inches, £20.49. Now, can you tell us exactly how do we use it and what it is for exactly?
So this morning we did quite an in-depth demonstration and talk about this. So you can always go back and rewind if I miss anything. But we're going to go over this a little bit more quickly than this morning. But basically this is for anybody that does t-shirt quilting, memory quilts, memory bears, using any recycled fabrics that have got stretch. And when you think, you know, the fabrics that I was using this morning is this, and you can see it's a stretch jersey, really, really stretch. And if you were trying to sew this to another piece, just like this, you would have an absolute nightmare, because it would start off and it would end up like this, and it would all be curled around, it wouldn't be flat. You would have an absolute nightmare trying to, you know, for things to line up, for it to look really professional and really finished. So Bozel have brought out, it's 100% cotton, and it is beautifully soft. It is beautifully soft. And then on the other side, it's got a lots and lots of dots of glue, which is diffusing. And so this will stabilise your jersey or any of your fabrics with a stretch to make them into a fabric that you can use really well. And so what I mean by that is, if you look at this, for example, so I've fused this one, right, and you can hear it totally changes the make of that fabric. So this was it before.
Yeah.
Okay, and so you can see that stretch, and now
yes, it's like that. Yeah.
It's really nice.
And so I guess it makes all the, like you were saying, all these stretchy fabrics into the same kind of quilting weight, sort of, quilting kind of capabilities, so they will all behave the same way.
Exactly, and it means that it's going to lay flatter as well. So have we got this one? Oh no, we've got a piece there. So this one, for example, is really fine, it's really stretchy, you know, it's very creased, as you can see on there. I'll quickly turn this on. And the best way I was showing this morning to actually do this is, you don't want to be stretching your fabrics onto it. So all you want to do is you want to lay your piece of jersey, and you'll see it's quite creased. But we're going to lay this on top. Now at home, I would always say put something down at home, okay? So you're not getting any of the glue on your mat or obviously on your iron.
Yeah.
And then you're just going to hold and move, hold and move. Right. And I'm not going right to the edges, because obviously I know that I haven't cut this precisely and I don't want to get glue over everything. And I'm just making sure that I'm catching. And then what happens, you see, is it makes it so that you can then fussy cut it, or you can then cut it down.
Without having all that worry that if it was a jersey, a fine jersey, that would come undone, couldn't it?
Well, if I wanted this to be like a 4-inch square, and I just cut a 4-inch square from jersey, it wouldn't be straight. No. Once, by the time I've sewed it,
all that little bit.
And look how beautifully flat that goes.
It does.
So I'm just going to make sure that I'm just going to try and get the edges. I just don't want to go too near to the end, because I know that I haven't got anything in it. I will stick it to my board. And then what I'm going to show you is just how beautifully this thing cuts. So for example, say I wanted this flower up here.
Okay. We are very busy for the woven t-shirt quilting pack. We are approaching 60% of the stock. If you want to grab yours, the details are on the screen. 755683, £20.49. It's also a very big piece. Should I open the large?
Yeah, of course.
Sometimes this could do us a full quilt top, couldn't it?
If you're doing, you know, I mean, I've got loads of t-shirts that I've collected over the years. And it's such a great thing to have a collection of. But then what do you do with them? Where do you store them all? You know, and I mean, I've got friends that every place they used to travel, they used to bring back a t-shirt. And it's a great way to turn them into a quilt or a wall hanging. I missed that then.
Oh, shall I do it again?
You do it again. You do your magic. Go on.
Okay.
Oh, where's she gone?
Sorry, it's the inner child in that.
That is how big a piece you are getting.
Exactly.
Paula disappears.
Exactly. Oh, we are over 60% now of the stock. So, of course, no, but I was doing this, but I was listening to you. The T-shirts, the T-shirts, I was kind of thinking when you were talking about the memories that are attached to T-shirts and things like that. And of course that means that, for instance, I don't wear that many often T-shirts, but when I used to travel when I was a teenager and then later on, for instance in Japan, I got a really beautiful T-shirts. Now I never wear them. That would be amazing because there is a kind of a calligraphy. You could then kind of.
And we do. We all buy them when we go to places. You know, I've been to Ibiza. I've been to Greece. You know, this
exactly
T-shirt was. I got this lousy present from wherever. You know, and we've all buy these T-shirts, and then they all just go in the drawer.
Yeah.
Whereas there's so many memories of them. And I actually like the feeling of a T-shirt quilt. I like when it's all been with the wadding and it's all quilted. And this just means that they sew together beautifully. You can then quilt them as well.
Yeah.
You know, because you're not having to worry that they're going to stretch and they're going to go everywhere. You can then quilt them and it just turns it into a fabric that you can actually use. Not just for dressmaking, but actually turn it into some sort of quilt or wall hanging.
Yeah. And I was also thinking, for instance, like you were saying, the feel of the T-shirt. So you could do, also I love the idea of having the front of the quilt, make it traditional and have it, but then the underneath it is all T-shirts that, you know,
exactly.
And also a lot of people, well, one of my favorite types of quilts for duvet covers actually, it's a T-shirt one because it's kind of really nice and good. Now that could be that the front of it has gone wrong or whatever, or you know whatever. You can then use as a blender that between the T-shirts, so there is a lot of possibilities. What other fabrics are stretchy and apart from T-shirts and jersey, fine jersey?
So you're looking at all your kiddies' clothes and things like that, that you can, if you've got lots of baby grows or lots of little dresses that they had, you can then be using all of those and what I would tend to do is I would cut them bigger, then put your interfacing on and then cut them down to the correct size. So it means that you can then have their little pockets or their little applique things that were on their clothes. You can also use polyesters, viscose. Items like that. You know, I've got some clothes from my nan and I keep saying that I'm going to make a memory bear or something out of them. But, you know, it's that type of fabrics that you would normally recognise with stretch clothing.
And that amazes that all those fabrics that if you couldn't quilt before with them, because of course that stretchiness and you couldn't cut it, and this will make them able to then suddenly make them quilting projects. Now we are 80% of the stock gone flying out. If you want to, well, you need to check out your baskets. £20 and 49 pence is your price. 755 783 is one of those ones that it makes so much sense to get it while it is in stock. Even if you don't know exactly which project you are going to do, you know that you are going to be using those old T-shirts and create something really unique and special for you. Now we have got wadding. Now this is this wadding is the 2 ounce one, and of course I was trying. I know it's 2, 4, and 6, but I forgot what it was the 2 ounce wadding, 2 meters. Now, what do we need? What is it ideal for, Sasha?
I mean, not only are these an amazing bargain price, so these are your polyester waddings, but these are polyester waddings with a difference. These are almost like a cloud.
Yes.
The actual wadding is encapsulated inside these beautifully soft outside. You're not feeling, it's not rough, it's not hard against the skin, it's beautifully soft. So something like the 2 ounce wadding I would use in baby panels, cot panels, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Because on this, obviously, any child that's under a year old, you shouldn't put them with a quilt.
Yeah.
Obviously, because of the heat, but things like baby quilts, baby panels, you can do them to lay on the floor, anything like that, so as a floor mat. So the 2 ounce or the 4 ounce would be great as a floor mat to give them a bit of padding when they're actually on, you know, when they're on the floor playing. And so yeah, the 2 ounce wadding is I just can't get across how soft this is. It is like a cloud.
I mean, I was trying to give the impression of a cat having a lovely, lovely time here, kind of, you know.
Oh, they would love it, wouldn't they?
Oh. But it really is like a cloud. So I guess for sewing, it's going to be such a satisfying thing going through the sewing machine.
Definitely, and you are going to get some beautiful padding. You're going to get some beautiful quilting lines with this.
Yeah.
Normally we use quite a flat, or I use personally 80-20, which gives it's a blended wadding, which we have got on today as well. But that gives more of a flatter look to your quilt.
Yeah.
If you're somebody that likes the look of cloudy, puffy quilting lines that are really disappearing into the fabric, this is the wadding for you. And it's an amazing price. I think you're getting 2 meters.
You're getting 2 meters, yeah. Oh, you're getting more than this. This is less than 2 meters.
Which is an absolutely amazing price.
It is. $11.99 is all you're paying, saving £8. Fabulous price indeed it is. 812260 is your item number. Now, what about the 4 ounce? We are talking about the same sort of product, but of course, is it thicker or more kind of...
So it's more dense.
Dense. Okay.
So as you can see, it's slightly thicker.
Yeah.
Okay, against the 2. And then the 6 is even more thicker.
Yeah.
But again, it's this amazing technology where the wadding is actually inside.
Yeah.
So you've got this beautiful outer layer of polyester, and then the actual wadding is, like I say, encapsulated inside. So the great thing about this is when you're actually quilting with this, because it is a thicker, more prominent wadding, you're not going to drag those fibres back up with you. Because of that covering. Yeah, it's inside there, so it's perfectly safe for your machine. And I love hand quilting with this polyester.
Oh, I can imagine.
I love doing sashiko on this.
Oh.
I just love the way that the stitches sink in and then the shapes pop out.
Pop out. Yeah, I kind of imagine that that's kind of... And also these, I want to just do like a cushion or something like this. Even a pad you could make, you know, for £12.99. You could make a cushion pad in here, or even, I just want to sit here and kind of...
Well, your 4 ounce to your 6 ounce is going into your furnishings.
Yeah.
So things like your cushion pads, your seating pads, anything like that you can use.
You have an amazing £10 saving. £12.99 is your price. 635980 is your item number. Now, if you wanted more dense and more thicker, of course, if you have got the 6 ounce as well here for you, so you can say, look. This is a cloud. You know what I want to do as well is that I just want to create like a feet pillow, so you just put my feet at the end of the day.
I just like a little big round bed in this, and then
you know what, it would be amazing to go for a couple of those ones and then do a mattress cover, topper.
Oh, like a topper.
Topper. So then you are going to bed on top of this. Ooh. Every night, sleeping on the clouds. 665-4447 is your item number. I mean, look at this. Look at this. Oh,
it's like a cloud, isn't it?
It is. It is exactly the best description. I cannot stop doing this because it's just so satisfying. You look at that saving of £10, £14.99 is your price. But this is the 6 ounce. We also have the 7 ounce. Now, of course, now this one has to be taken away from me because otherwise I would be sleeping on it. Again, you have got a £10 saving, fabulous saving. I mean, look at those savings of £10. It's almost half price. £15.99 is your price. 588049 is your item number. You are getting 2 meters of the 7 ounce wadding. Grab yours, check out your baskets, and remember, it is wadding. You can quilt with it perfectly. Obviously, that's what it's meant for, but I think it will make the best mattress topper. Absolutely phenomenal. One of Bozzle. Can you say it?
Bozzle.
Most popular item is, of course, the Craft Tax Bold, 2 inches wide, £13.95. It's a phenomenal product. Now, Sasha, for people who don't know for what it is, can you describe it?
So Craftex is a stiff interfacing.
Right. Very stiff.
Very, very. It's very hard to the touch, and it's quite rough.
It doesn't
feels
feel
a bit like sandpaper.
It does, and it doesn't feel that this should go through sewing machine.
No, and yet it sews beautifully.
Wow.
It really does. The technology in this is second to none. It really is amazing. And so for things with this, you would use is your bag bases, boxes, box lids, storage pots. If you're somebody that's at university and you're doing textile art, you can then be doing 3D sculptures with this. Hats.
Yeah.
People use this for their hats. That we've got a couple of very well-known, I want to say, is it millionaires?
Millionaires, yeah.
Millionaires? Millionaires?
No, well, I mean, they can be millionaires too, but millionaires.
Millionaires it is, isn't it?
Millionaires.
Anyway, hat makers.
Yeah, hat makers.
And so
you're asking the wrong person, clearly.
And so one of the ladies I actually know, she uses it all the time for her ascot hats and things. And it's an amazing product. So then you can make your 3D flowers and rosettes. And, and it is a very, you can hear, where's my mic?
Oh, yeah.
It's a very stiff product. So as a bag base, it's great.
Yeah.
If you wanted to do just a box bag, this is great. You know, there are so many uses for this. It is 20 inches wide, so it's not as wide as some of the products that we do.
Yeah.
But that is because you don't need an awful lot of it.
Because it's mostly for projects like this, maybe a jewelry box or jewelry kind of elements in here, or makeup as well. You were saying the hats or corsages. And of course, you are getting 20 inches in width. Now £13 and 99 pence, 499 415. Very busy. 70% of the stock has gone for it. Really, it's one of those products that when you see like this, you're thinking, really? But then you see them like this, and then you're thinking, oh, this is a great stash builder. Even if you don't have a project right now, for £13 and 95 pence, now this is one of those ones that I would grab now because I know that you would have this idea.
I'm going to show you how to do a really quick project with this.
Fabulous.
So, yeah.
Well, you like those ones. Right, check out your baskets because also we have got some news about the fusible interfacing for t-shirts. We are now limited stock. If you want it, please make sure to check out your baskets. £20 and 49 pence is your price. 755683 is your item number. Remember, limited stock. If you want yours, check out your baskets because we are very busy for it and also for other things as well. So make sure to check out your baskets. Right. Another thing we have got as well is the hexagon Craftex shape. Now, this feels a little bit similar, but a little bit different from the Craftex.
Yeah, so this is a finer Craftex. It's not as thick as the other Craftex. It's on the cover of the pack there, you can see that you can actually do the wreaths with them. Most people out there have got a pattern or have got the wreath pattern to go with it. But if not, you play around. I mean, I've been playing around with the hexagons, and this one goes on one of my tables at home with candles on.
So basically, you know how hexagons, I love hexagons, it's one of my favorite shapes. But for sewing, it's like, for me, I associate it always with English paper piecing, which is not necessarily what I want to do. This allows me to do hexagons without having to do the paper piecing.
Completely. And again, it sews through really well on the machine. And if we get time, I am going to show you how we do a really quick and easy quilt as you go hexagon. So you're not having to worry about those edges. Your edges are actually, it's already bound, it's already done. So then you just join them together.
I love that.
So you know when you finish, you normally finish and you've got to cut sides off, or doesn't matter now.
No, because
everything's covered.
That's fab. You're getting, of course, not just one, but 12 of them for £12 and 25 pence, which means that, of course, you are paying just £1 on, is it 10, 11p or something like that, or no, 9p or something like that per hexagon there. 063182 is your item number, and they are a nice size. I would say they are about 7 inches from top to bottom. £1, 2 pence. My maths, they have gone downhill. Right, of course, make sure that you check out your baskets now, of course, because we have the craft text bolts as well. Very busy for that. On the website, you will find everything we have seen plus more, thecraftstore.com. And now, of course, you have that woman t-shirt quilting. Remember, it's now limited stock. So if you wanted that, make sure to check out your baskets. Remember that the baskets auto refresh every 5 minutes, every 10 minutes, so make sure to check out your baskets. Look at those 5-star reviews for the Coats Moon sewing machine polyester threads. Remember, they are bundles which are 10,000 meters, and there are some of them with, of course, the 24 sets of 10,000 meters. So whichever one you want to go for, make sure to check out your baskets. And of course, you have got the Waddings as well, that they are like a cloud. Anyway, make sure to check out your baskets. Now, of course, Sasha, you promised us to show us how the craft text works. So how do we start?
Yes, so this morning, on the 11 o'clock show, I think we were, we put the fabric onto our craft text. Okay, so we ironed our fabric on, and we've got, I've ironed the pink on as well.
So it's double-sided,
It's double-sided, but the clever thing is when you're pressing your fabrics onto one side, it doesn't melt on the other side.
So there is kind of a heat-resistant element throughout.
So I will show you with the hexagons again before we finished. And then, so this started off, this is an 8-inch square, and then we're going to cut off our corners here, and we're going to do a 1.5-inch square. So I'm just going to mark this.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm just doing, there we go. So, and then we're going to cut that one out as well. Make sure that that is the right size, because I've had one of them mornings this morning.
And it's just, and this is a perfect, if you're a beginner and you want to have those amazing finish results, like professional finish, this is a perfect, almost like shortcut to that.
I mean, it's just to do something that you can just play and get to grips with the product. And if you haven't used the product before, have a go. Because something like this is so simple. It's so easy, it's so simple. And then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to line my ruler up with the bottom of those squares, and I am just going to push those edges up. Okay, now obviously you could do a 12-inch square with 3-inch corners cut off. As long as they're all the same, it doesn't matter. Okay? And then I'm going to just take my iron and I'm going to fold this up, and I'm just going to take my iron along that crease just to make sure those fabrics are beautifully in line. And then I'm going to do exactly the same with this one. And obviously, you know, you want it to it will crease on the inside because we are making it crease.
Yeah, because we have iron before. And before,
But what I wanted to show you was, even though that we're creasing those centre ones, once they're all up, you're not going to notice them.
And that iron
look at the
really
bottom.
works so well to apply. Like, because when you are doing something like applying the iron, the pressing, you need a proper iron that kind of is. I know I say proper iron, but you know, your proper press that applies even heat throughout, right? And that delivers the prim one.
Definitely. And this is where it is so good, because it's consistent heat right the way down through. So what I would do at this stage depends what your sewing machine is like. Now, obviously, we are going to bring those sides up. Okay. Doesn't matter which way you have it, whichever way you want your box to be. and we're going to stitch these edges, okay, and that is going to be your base for your little box that's going to, I mean, what you've got there is my new pattern that I'm going to be bringing out. So it's just something that can go on the arm of the sofa that you can put a little pair of scissors in, your paper pieces, for your English paper piecing, that sort of thing. But what I actually found was easier for me is to take it to the sewing machine.
Yeah.
And I actually did my zigzag.
Right. Before, well, yeah.
Beforehand.
Because otherwise, yeah.
And it shows how good this is. Because when I've gone over this a couple of times, because you will want to go over it a couple of times unless you've got a very, very good close satin or stitch on your machine. And this is just showing you, you know, how beautifully this sews. You know, it's not fighting against the machine. It's not. Yeah. It just sews really, really well.
You are using a walking foot. Is that necessary, or is it?
I would with this.
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
I definitely would with this, because you don't want it pulling and you don't want to be fighting against your machine.
Yeah. Okay.
So when you've actually, we're going to cut off those edges.
Yeah.
And then what I've done, because I've actually done my zigzag, just need to get, got threads everywhere.
Oh, we have had a question from Yvonne.
Yes.
It's about the wadding. Which one would you use to use on a quilted coat?
Oh, oh, that
That's
sounds
a good one,
lovely. I wouldn't use the 6 ounce definitely, because that would be too thick.
Yeah.
But depending on the level of density, the level of the quilting effect you want on it, if you want more of a flatter effect, I would go for the 2 ounce. But if you want a really bold, puffy quilted jacket, I would go for the 4 ounce.
Oh,
if you want it to be completely flat, then I would go for something like the blended.
Okay. Well, excellent question, Yvonne.
I want to see.
Yeah, I want to see. That was exactly what I was saying. Please tag us if you finish that coat. And of course, Sasha Fancy, and of course, is it Sasha Sews 1, 2, 3?
Sasha Sews 123 on Instagram.
Perfect. And of course, Paula BM Pasquale, but order the craft store at the craft store as well.
Yeah, I've got a competition going on as well with Bozel at the moment. So if you go on to Sasha Sews 123 on my Instagram, and you'll see there's a prize from Bozel and a haberdashery pack. Yeah, so go on there and have a look.
Now, of course, we have about just 8 minutes and 8 minutes.
No problem. So we're not going to, because today is all about technique and how-tos. So, as you can see, I've gone over and I've done that blanket stitch on my sewing machine.
Perfect.
But then I am going to go over this by hand.
Yeah.
So, and this is what I was saying with your needles. I'm just going to show you. If you're sewing by hand, it goes through beautifully.
Oh, yeah.
And it just means that you're getting a better finish.
Yeah.
Because when this is like so, you can actually hold it and then whip stitch those edges shut. And again, the same with here.
Perfect.
And then to finish your box, I would use your binding.
Binding.
And then this goes perfectly over the edges of your box. And it goes perfectly.
That is.
It's a really neat binding. And then once it's all together, you see, I would go all the way round. I would just do those corners and I would go all the way round with that. So that's that one I wanted to show you. Do you want me to do the hexagons yet, or in a second?
Well, I can show the finished sample here that you have there, because then that shows cases, of course, the answer, the bias binding that we have. And remember, the bias binding, very busy as well for that. So if you want to the craft tags, the bolt of 20 inches, £13 and 95 pence is your price, £4.99 for 1.5. Now, if you want to go for the bias binding, remember you are getting 5 rolls of 33 centimeters. The colors will vary or may vary, but of course it's a lucky dip in terms of the colors. The width will be the same one, it's the finer one. Of course, it gives you that detail that Sasha was showing, and of course it means that you can finish off projects like these so neatly and nicely. 129863 is your item number. Now the width is it about, I would say, a centimeter, so it would be half an inch, or
I think it's 25 millimeters.
25 millimeters. 2.5 centimeters. That's an inch, and that's definitely not an inch. That's definitely.
So it might be. Well, when the edges are unfolded.
Okay. Yes. So then I would say that, yeah, exactly. So it's an inch folded in half, so half an inch, and then when you put it in like this, it would be a quarter of an inch edge. So I hope that has helped out. Or maybe if we have confused you more, sorry. No, but definitely I would say that this is about a quarter of an inch when you finish it up. Did that make any sense?
Yes,
anyway.
of course.
Right, so if you want to go for the Vines Monday, remember the colors will vary, may vary actually. You have a £2.50 saving, £12.49 is your, of course, your price. 129863 is your item number. Now the quilting t-shirt fabric in here, fusible. Well, now we are less than a handful. If you want yours, remember when we went limited stock a while back. Now less than a handful.
Need to grab it.
Need to grab it. You heard Sasha, £20.49. If you see something you like, you need to grab it and check out those baskets, basically. 755683 is your item number. Now, we are not bringing it back on extended. If you wanted to get it while we have it. Once it's gone, therefore, that's basically a
yeah, I
reason
don't
to check out
know,
your basket.
because obviously we get everything from Maine in America, so obviously it takes like 6 to 8 weeks to come to us. So once this is gone, it probably won't showcase again till maybe September, maybe.
Well, and you know what I would say is like those kind of end of summer nights when it still is kind of lovely, but it starts to get chilly. It would be perfect to have like a quilt with all the t-shirts from the holidays, from the little places you have been. So it's the perfect quilt
and it would
for
be great,
autumn.
wouldn't it? Because so many people are doing staycations this summer. So all the little places that you go to, you know, even if you pick up tea towels, it's the same thing with the tea towels. You know, just put them on the back.
Yeah, and then of course you could. This is amazing because maybe you have like memories like I was from Japan, and you have got the t-shirts, or you know, Ibiza, or you know, maybe Norfolk, or you know, Devon, or you know,
Weymouth.
You know, and then of course you have those amazing t-shirts, the tea towels, and you want to create a fabulous memory quilt. This will help you to incorporate all those stretchy fabrics. Grab yours. Remember, way more than limited stock now, so make sure to check out your basket for that. Right, back to you, Sasha.
So we have got some amazing stuff coming up. You know, the show's planned. The next few shows we're going to be looking at Christmas. We're going to be we've got some amazing things coming in from Bozel. It's really, really exciting. So I'm just going to show you. So these are our hexagons, our Craftex hexagons, and so this is what I was saying. You know, it's got this gluey side to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so what you do is you place your piece of fabric on top.
Okay.
And then you're going to fuse.
Okay.
And you're going to hold and fuse, hold and fuse, hold and fuse. And we're not doing that whole moving.
Back and forth.
We're not doing ironing, we are pressing, and there is a difference. So that side is done, and then this side hasn't melted. So clever. So this side is quite warm to touch. It's quite hot because obviously the glue's melted, but on this side it hasn't. It's so clever. So then we're going to line this one up. So that's our backing. Now our backing is going to be about an inch or so bigger all the way round. And we're just going to fuse that on like so. Now, if you wanted it to be a little bit padded on the front, you could put a bit of wadding inside, use up those scraps. And then what you're going to do is we are going to fold to the Craftex, and we're going to fold around. Okay? And I've got a binding clip there. So we are going to...
And a binding clip would be much better than a pen, right? For the
I find them with the... It does make it easier because I will show you in a second why.
Yeah.
And you're going to do opposite corners. Okay, you're going to be... So you will do this one and then, you know, so you're keeping consistent.
Like literally about 2 minutes left.
Okay, so then you can see this one I have pinned, but it is easier to actually... use your clips for.
Yeah.
And then you're just going to sew, you're just going to line up and you are going to sew all the way round. And then of course it quilts it at the same time, and then all your hexagons are ready to join together to be whatever you want it to be, a table mat or anything you want it to be. And how pretty are they? And we can do butterflies out of them. And this is obviously using our new fabrics that we've got in.
Yeah.
And so pretty.
Gorgeous fabrics. And of course you are using the gorgeous floral with the pink. We have got the green as well in here. Gorgeous fabrics. Do check them out on the craftstore.com. We have got all those fabrics available. Details bottom of the screen for them. But also we have got the scrapbook, where I'm going. The scrap box as well, because we wanted to quickly mention it. 1.5 kilograms. So they are all scraps. But again, we were saying about pillow pads and things like this. For £17.99, you can do so many of them.
Gives you the opportunity to try waddings that you haven't tried before. So we are, Marant are all about sustainability and things like that. And obviously if you buy wadding, you're looking at ½ metre as a minimum or a metre. So to try lots of different waddings, it's very expensive. This way you can make coasters, you can make mats, you can make pillows, you can join it together. You know, we've got backing tape on there, and you're getting that massive box filled.
Yeah, because of course the wadding is super light, so a kilo and a half is massive amounts of the wadding. Now it says a scrap box, so the sizes will be all different odd bits and pieces, but there's so much you can do with it. 043789 is your item number. Now, Sasha, thank you so much. When are you next?
I've got 2 weeks off to sort weddings.
Oh, well, of course, weddings, plural. Now, of course, we will see you soon. Do check out your baskets. They're very busy across the board. And stay tuned here at the craft store because we have got more after the break. Well, we have got iCraft after the break with Derek and Karen. Marianne Design, one-day special final look at 4 with the fabulous Leone. And then 35 Design Space, marveling. Oh, that's a fabulous show.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies. We've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. Back in the day there were very few quilt patterns in the marketplace, and so I started to bring patterns into the UK from America and Australia, and along the way I've been lucky enough to work with some fantastic British designers, and that is what really the essence of Daisy Chain Designs are. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows. Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved
They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the studio light shows.
Good afternoon, lovely people. Lovely to have your company as always. It's time for a bit of I Craft now. And if I've crafted with a lovely, great, big, glossy magazine, on the front cover would be this lady here, Karen Keats. Hello, Karen.
Hello there. Thank
Welcome
you very
back.
much. That's lovely. Thank
You were the first friendly face I saw today when I arrived, so I knew it was going to be a good day. How are you, chicken?
I'm all right, thank you. How are you?
Good, good. I'm all right, thank you. We've got a packed show, haven't we? There's lots in this.
There's lots in this.
Lots for us to go in.
There is, yes.
Right, should we get started with the happy hour then? Half price happy hour. Thank you very much. We'll have a bit of that for you. Decoupage papers. Now, they are in packs of 4. This is a lucky dip where you'll get 8 packs of them, so 32 sheets in total. Amazing decoupage paper. I've always been... I've had this in my mind now for the last 10 minutes, and I've always thought, well, shall I ask the really stupid question? But I genuinely don't know the answer, Karen. I've got examples of some of the decoupage papers here, by the way. What makes a decoupage paper different from a patterned paper that you would get in a pad? What makes it different?
What makes it different? It is thinner. Can you feel how thinner it is?
Oh, okay, right, yes.
So it's not like a copy paper or anything else. It's thinner, and it's been manufactured and able to be glued down and glued over. So you glue underneath it and you glue over the top.
Is that why it has this? I don't know if I turn it. No, it won't see it the outside. But you can see the paper actually has like a sort of. Like a check on its surface, like a texture.
It's a texture, yes.
Yeah.
So the ones that you've got there, not all the time.
Yeah.
You know that there's a difference between the rice paper as well.
Yes.
But it's made so that it can take wet glue and then still be smoothed out and still be flat.
I getcha. So what we've got here is a pick and mix. No, not a pick and mix at all. It's a lucky dip. It's even better, because you don't have to do the choosing, it's done for you. So every one of the packs has 4 sheets on it, and you will get 8 packs. Various, obviously they will vary. We've got some examples here on the counter, but the best thing here is that it's better than half price. And I have to tell you, I know the number that we have in stock. It's not going to be enough to go around, I don't feel. At all.
32 different sheets as well.
Which is brilliant.
Yeah.
10% of that stock has already sold out and gone. Can I just say, and I never say this here, but you're going to have to really jump on this really super quickly, because I know the numbers involved here and it's not enough. But when we've got a half price, better than half price deal on our hands, snap it up, do it quickly before you do anything, before you see any demos or whatever. Get that in your basket, get it checked out as well. 20%, there you go. See, another 10% flown straight out of the door straight away. That, by the time I get down the end of the counter, that might be gone. So for that reason, I might move on. Do you think? Yeah, I think so, because I don't think it'll be long. Karen's agreeing. She didn't nod, but she agreed. We're going to do some inks now for you. We've got metallic inks for you from iCraft, and this is a pick and mix, so choose any 2 out of the 3 here. Moon White, Silver Spoon and Gold Rush. Right, if I had to make you choose any 2 of those, Karen, which 2 would it be?
Gold Rush and the Moon White.
Oh, why?
And then...
Contrast.
And then the Silver Spoon and the Moon White.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd want to do 2 pick and mixes,
I'd have
wouldn't
2
you?
pick and mixes. I'd have 2 lots of Moon White, because that means that when I'm doing my alcohol inks, I can... they're a very vibrant, they're a thicker consistency
yeah.
than an alcohol ink, so you get more of an opaque colour coming through.
Okay.
I'd be able to do shadows and...
Oh, I see. Right, so you would do 2 pick and mixes, both involving Moon Rush.
Yes.
Not Moon Rush, Moon White, should I say. So you do 1 pick and mix, which was Moon Rush and Silver Spoon, and then another pick and mix, which was Moon Rush and Gold Rush.
Moon White.
Moon White and Gold Rush. You know what I mean.
You're thinking about getting a
Moon
gold
River. You know what it... That's a good idea, actually. It's a really, really good idea.
I'd use more white. I would use the gold and the silver.
Yes.
I wouldn't like to be without any of them, but the white, I would go more for the white because then it'll give me it'll give me shadows and different textures.
Are you going to be using those at all?
We may be using them.
I might throw you over the moon white later, and... Well, you know.
Well, yeah, I can
She's looking
do
at me
a
as if
little
to
bit.
say, don't you dare.
I can.
It's not in my plan.
With alcohol inks, you don't make a plan.
Yeah, that's true.
You don't make a plan because it'll never ever go to plan.
Our only plan, Karen, is that we're here for an hour.
And
isn't
we
it?
enjoy ourselves.
I know, exactly. We're going to have a lovely time. Now, we've also got alcohol inks. Alcohol inks. I can't speak today. That's good. That's always bodes well. Good job we're painting later, isn't it? Don't have to speak for that. Right, now this is a pick and mix, 4 out of 7. We have Dark Secret. Oh, Karen, you got any dark secrets? Kingdom, don't tell me. Just don't say it. I know the answer already. I know the answer already. Kingdom, which is a lovely, deep, rich blue. Eleanor's Emerald. Oh, look, it's spelt wrong. It's spelt wrong.
It's Indian spelling.
I love
Emerald.
it. Rich Rouge, Roman Purple, Scottsdale. Now, what colour's Scottsdale? Oh, it's like a sort of plummy colour, isn't it? We've got... Gold Rush is in this pick and mix as well.
It's a yellow one instead. It's got the wrong photograph up, that one.
Oh, yes.
So
it's called
yellow.
Sunny Yellow. I'll show you. I've got it here. Sorry, ignore Gold Rush. Wrong picture. This is the one we meant. It's this one, Sunny Yellow. Now, Karen, tell me, this is an alcohol ink, but it feels like it's got a body to it. Like it's sitting like an acrylic would.
An alcohol ink does. It's a substance that goes on top of. It's on the alcohol ink paper, so it's going to. It's the alcohol ink paper is it's man-made,
right?
And it's a synthetic paper.
It
so
feels like a photo paper.
Yes, so it will sit on top of it.
Oh, I see. Right, I get it now.
It'll sit on top of the. It sits on top of the acetate and everything else.
Oh, fab.
But it will sit on top, and then all the alcohol disappears, and that's where it dries.
Ah, that's that Scottsdale, by the way. That's that kind of sort of plummy tone of colour. It's quite difficult to describe. It's quite deep and dark. We've got cues on the phones. I'm not surprised Karen's on. Roman Purple. There's Kingdom, which is such a true blue, isn't it? If you were doing your red, white and blue...
It's like a kingfisher blue, isn't it?
I love
really
it. And
nice.
there's Eleanor's Emerald. And there's Dark Secret. You got any Dark Secrets, Molly? Oh, yeah. Yeah. She's sweeping the floor at the moment. Thinking about her Dark Secrets. Rich Rouge and Sunny Yellow. Love it. Right, so pick a mix any 4 for $12.99, which feels like a bargain. Are they the same size as the...
They are the same size, yes.
OK, it's the metallics that we did.
Yes.
So they go a long way.
They go a long way, definitely.
Fabulous. Right, OK, 077 995. Now, the paper to go with it, as if by magic, it's here. So, alcohol ink paper. For the uninitiated... Karen, you just described it beautifully. For those people who, you know, if you go to the supermarket or to that well-known chemist and you have photos printed out, that's the kind of paper it feels like.
That's the coating on that paper that you feel about, but this is completely all the way through.
Oh.
So your glossy paper that you buy for your photographs is a coating on top of it. Oh. So if you use your alcohol inks onto glossy paper, it'll soak through. This is completely... that kind of coating.
Oh, OK.
And,
so
it's
does
synthetic.
it still tear like paper? I don't want to tear one of the sheets.
You try and tear one, you'll not tear it.
Right, I'll have a go. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, Molly, is this allowed?
This one can be...
That's
it's
true.
all right, I can replace that one.
I can't.
I've got some
I can't
spare
pull it
sheet.
out.
You've got one behind you.
Oh, yeah, I've got one
there you
here. Heavens, I was trying to get one out of that pack. Molly's welded them together. Oh. Listen, I'm no Jeff Capes, but I'm really trying. And I ain't getting through that.
It doesn't tear. You can cut it, you can die cut it. You can cut it with dyes.
I'm so sorry, I've ruined that piece of paper, but...
No, you won't have, because I can cut that up and use small pieces of it.
I'm going to be determined as I walk down the counter. I don't know why. There's no reason to do it, is there, really?
It just doesn't tear. It's just not
so
going
that
to
means
tear.
everything that you put on top of it will sit on top of it and will not soak into it?
It won't soak into it, no. But if you've done something with the alcohol inks, not so much with the gold ones and the silver ones, because that's more of a fixative than an opaque one. But if I put alcohol inks onto the alcohol ink paper, gone back to it about 3 days later, put some blending solution on, and completely cleaned it off.
Oh, awesome. So you can actually use it as a kind of keeping you tidy kind of thing as well, couldn't you, I suppose? Could you?
What, sorry?
Well, you know, like a palette-y type of thing.
Oh,
Could
you can use it as a palette, but it will dry out. If you put alcohol inks onto it as a palette, it will just dry out anyway, because once the alcohol gets into the air, it evaporates, and then that's how it dries out.
All right, give up. Give up. I can't do it. I might come back for another go later, but I can't do it. Over 10% of that stock has sold out. Oh God, I'm such a child, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't know how they let me in here. 10 sheets there for £9.99 for you. It's really good. It's really kind of, it is thick as well. And actually it's sort of thickened by the fact that you can't do it. Okay, next up, stamps. Sorry, leave it, Derek. Just leave it. Right, okay, time for stamps. In fact, the only stamps that we've got in the show, well, physically here in the studio, there may be more on the website for this. Something beautiful, something very, very beautiful indeed. 10 stamps in total here. This is called Birthday Blooms. I'm gonna turn that round, Marcus, because I'm cranking my neck to read those. So. You probably the same. Okay, there's a little postcard there, a little stamp. Oh, I like this little sort of Frank postmark thing with the plane. That's quite cute, isn't it? May your birthday be a world full of happiness. We've just been listening to Charlotte talk about her birthday celebrations, our producer that's coming up soon. Oh, they're going to be mighty, let me tell you. They're
she needs
going to be
about
mighty.
3 days off afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, she needs as much time off after the celebrations as the celebrations themselves. Anyway, that's another story. Mustn't give away all of her secrets before they've even happened.
Dark secrets.
Dark secrets, yeah. Pick and mix that straight now for Charlotte for when she goes and celebrates her birthday. Here's a beautiful sample from Cheryl here using the stamps. All of these stamps on this set, £9.99. Cute set, actually.
Cute set. It's got its main focal point. It's got some sentiments into it, and it's also got where you can build up your backgrounds.
Are you using in this hour? Maybe.
We don't know. We're just seeing how it is at the moment.
That's a code way of saying stop asking, Derek.
Well, Derek, we can always bring it out and use it, but we don't know whether. I've not got any demos particularly planned, but if we need to bring it out, we need to use it.
Well, it
just email in and I'll stamp it out for you.
Absolutely. It just depends how long it lasts, I guess, doesn't it? Everything very, very busy in the show already. 966664 is the item number. There's a lot of sixes in that item number. 99 said just saying. I know some of them have to be. Right, this is so cute. This is lovely. This is definitely an avenue I need to take a wander down as well, because I have the world's worst short-term memory. Ask anyone in this building. You can tell me something and literally 15 seconds later it's gone. I don't know what actually is in my head half the time, but this is lovely because this is your iCraft memory scrapbook. And the joy for this, Karen, for me, is that it comes with the most beautiful, all of these kits that we're about to show you, the memory scrapbooks, come with very, very simple step-by-step instructions as well. And it's one sheet, double-sided. So, you know, it's 6 easy steps. But can I show you inside one of these? Because these are... Was this your one from today, Karen?
No, the one from...
This one?
I've not... the one on the counter there is the one that I received on Friday and completed Saturday.
Oh, fab. Let's have a look.
And then the demo that I've got, I received at 11 o'clock this morning and finished completely preparing it by 1 o'clock. That's including cutting all the papers out and everything. So it shows how easy.
And it is beautiful. Let me show you, because you get all of the construct for the actual book itself, so all the pages, and some of the pages have pockets as well, Karen, don't they?
They do. There's 2 big pockets, two little half-size pockets. There are 8 pages into it that have got that nice scallop on that is attached to it, so you can flip-flap them whichever way that you want.
It's so
You've also
cute.
got like a waterfall in with another 4 pages. You've got the front, the back, and the spine together, and then you've got the closure onto it as well. But
I just love it. I just
put
think
your papers onto it, and it makes a really sturdy book.
I just think it's really, really charming. And you think of all the papers that you have right now, that you will buy in the future as well. How delicious. Let me show you another example as well. Just because this is brilliant. I mean, I think for £12.99 you expect these things to be so much more, don't you?
Yeah. It's not overly thick. Sometimes when you buy a book, it can be made of thick construction paper. This is not of a really thick construction.
Yeah.
When you receive it, you'll think, quite crikey, that's a little bit flimsy. However, let me reassure you, when you've put your papers onto it, you've got the right, it's the right sturdiness. If it was any thicker, I'm sure you would struggle to do the creasing.
Yes.
You need to.
Yeah, it would be a bit too much, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be far too much.
Which is lovely. And just to demonstrate that, I will just pick out one of the pages here, just so that you can see that, look, you know, what maybe doesn't appear too overly sturdy.
Yes.
Of course, you're adding papers to that.
You're adding papers
and actually,
to
on
all
one
sides.
sheet, you add a paper on that side, there and there. So that's 2 more layers to every one, isn't it?
Yes, so it ends up 3 layers thick.
Yeah.
Definitely, yes.
I love that. I think it's really, really good. And I think that would be one to snap up a couple of right now, because that seems like a really good price as well. Because you can have somebody else's decorated this type of book that you can buy in a store, and it may be 2 or 3 times the price of the joy of making it yourself as well. 20% of the stock of that has sold out and gone. It does come with full instructions as well.
Yeah.
Which, go on.
And
Karen.
the final size of the scrapbook is a 7x9, and then it can accommodate up to 40 photographs.
Oh, now that's good to know.
Yeah, it
And we've all
tells
got,
you that on the front.
And we've all got more than 40 photographs, haven't we? And then you think of the ones, well, we were just talking about going to the supermarket or going to that big chemist and going and printing more photos out.
Oh, definitely. And on the back of the box, it tells you all the sizes of everything that you've got, so you can quickly accommodate it to measure, do your measuring. If you want your paper to be edge to edge, it's the front sheet is 7 inches by 8 3/4. You'd be able to...
Brilliant.
And you're able to work
So it's
down.
foolproof.
It's very, very foolproof.
Which is good for a
yes.
fool like me. And do you know what, actually, it gives you quite a sturdy look on the bookcase. You know, if you had a couple of these lined up on the bookcase, how impressive do they look? You know, not everything sort of handmade looks that impressive, does it?
No,
But that really
no.
does. On a bookshelf...
And if you give it a nice little bang on the table, you'll see how sturdy they are.
Oh, right, yes, I will. I wonder what she was talking about then. Oh, you're right, yeah.
And
Yeah,
you wouldn't think that. Yeah.
No.
When we received them, when the girls received them on Friday, and I got mine, and we said, "Oh, this is a bit. This is not as thick as the normal one that they do."
Yeah.
However, once we started popping everything onto it, they are completely as sturdy and really sturdy. Any thicker, they would have made them too thick.
Oh, can I just say for a second, I've just had a lovely picture of my mind. If you've got, and a lot of people have, on lined paper, you know, recipes that you said to your grandmother or whatever, please write those down for me so I have it forever. This is somewhere so nice to put them, isn't it?
Yes.
Those kind of things.
Yes.
Oh, I
Yeah.
had that right there then, that feeling of... I'm sure I've got some of my nan's recipes, actually, on lined paper. It's always on lined
And
paper.
then you make one.
Yeah.
And you take a photograph and then you cut the photograph and you have it on the
Put the photo
pocket
in.
side of it, so that when you open it up, you've got the recipe and then the photograph of what
That's
it
so
should look
lovely.
like.
Yeah, you're so right. And everyone's got Granny's mixing bowl, haven't they? Everyone's got Granny's mixing bowl, and if you're lucky enough to... Over a quarter of the stock of that is sold out and gone. That lovely trip down memory lane there, just, you know, from that. From something so simple. I love it. $12.99. Now, there is a mini album as well that we've got on the show. Now, oh, that's for that, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's, I put that back in the wrong place. That's the instructions, by the way. But you don't need that. Well, you do need that, but you don't need to see it right now. Now, this is slightly different, this one. So this is a cascading mini album from iCraft. And look at this. Look at that.
It's what we used to call a brag book.
A what, Tommy?
A brag book.
A brag book?
Yes, you used to make little mini books,
Yeah.
and you have them so that you could put your photographs in, and then there's that one's been done to the side. Mine, I've done it.
Yeah.
So that I open it up, and you put all your photographs on there, and that's bragging. You take it out. This one fits into your handbag, and it's called like a brag book. We used to call them brag books. And you have all your children on and all your grandchildren and everything else. And every time you meet up with your friends, this comes out your handbag and you're showing, oh, and this is Julie when she was so-and-so, and this is so-and-so when she was...
Oh, hang on a minute. Not those embarrassing pictures that when you haven't seen family for 20 years and they all start saying, oh, last time I saw you, I was bouncing you up and down on my knee, blah, 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 blah. and then out comes the brag book of, well, let me tell you what's happened through the years. All the hairstyles, all of
they fit in the handbag, but you do get 2 in that packet. You do get 2. Yes, you get a black one and a craft card one.
Oh, yes, of course, look. You look at the product, Derek, and you can see that for yourself. There, look. There you go. So you get a black one and a craft card one. And does it come with the little, it comes with a little sleevey...
Yeah, the belly bar.
Belly bar. That belly bar. That's a nice name for it, isn't it? But yes, you're right. It does come with the little bar that I've just put on there upside down, but it looks just as good either way up, really. Now, to decorate all of these things... Oh, by the way, hang on. Examine the price first, Derek. Is it good? Is it good? Yes, it's marvellous. That is really, really good, isn't it? For all the bragging rights you'll have over the years. You can't put that into pound notes, can you, really? £12.99, remember, is the set of 2, does come with full instructions as well. Now, would you like something to decorate your little cascading brag books? Brag.
You know, the Yorkshire, when you brag about something.
Yeah. Not the card game. But it's your pride and joy. I would think you would call it down south, probably, wouldn't you? Right. OK, now we have something a little bit different, don't we? So this is your 6x6 album, this one, isn't it? So another album. And with this, you also get your 24 papers as well, which we'll go through in just a second. So this is the 6x6 album. Oh, now this is good, isn't it? This would look just as substantial there on the shelf with the big memory ones.
They've got hardboard... like a hardboard cover that you cover into them, and I do believe there are 2 on there for that. 2 in the packet. I think there are 2, Derek.
I think I'll take your word for it. Yeah, I think. Hang on, I'll have a look. I'll have a look on the front of the packaging. Just a moment. Just a moment. This set contains 1 set of 9 pieces each, black and craft cardstock.
It's one of each.
Yeah, so again, it's one of each.
I couldn't think then.
It took us a long time to get there. I know there's no point in asking me, Karen. As you know, I was built for my body, not the brain.
And the book as well. Well, the book is an 8x8 version of one that we have had previously on iCraft of a 12x12.
Oh, right, yes, we were going to have a little look and see whether we could find the 12x12, because actually the 8x8s, they're a little bit small. If you've got the memory album, the memory scrapbook, the papers are not quite big enough to do the covers, are they?
No,
but there's a 12x12 equivalent, and we'll see whether we can find that on the website. How beautiful is this, though? Quite substantial papers,
these. It's wonderful. It's 210. But it's obviously iCraft's an Indian company. Good afternoon, Dinesh.
Love it.
But 210 in India must mean something like about R300 because it's really substantial paper.
It is super substantial.
Really
I love
lovely.
it. I love the imagery as well because it's perfect for backgrounds because you don't really want it to steal the show in these memory books, do you?
No, you don't.
You want it to sit there beautifully and sophisticated, and then you want to add your own personality to it.
Yeah.
I love that. It's a nice little bundle, that, isn't it, for £16.98. So you make 2 of these lovely albums, the 6x6 albums, and you've got the pack of papers as well, plus the instructions. Very, very quickly, the instructions, or actually the back of the box, will show you the size that your papers need to be cut to for the pages and the covers of your albums. How good is that for £16.98? No work required, just creativity. Lovely. 284659 is your item number. Let's go to the web and see what else is there, shall we? Because that happy hour, by the way, we're now approaching half the stock. I told you, didn't I? By the time I got down to the end of the counter, I didn't know where the situation would be. It's a half-price happy hour on those decoupage papers. Remember, this is a lovely lucky dip. It's 8 packs of 4 decoupage papers. You get 32 sheets in all, and it's half price, but only for this hour. Only for this hour, because there is another iCraft show at 7 o'clock. Are we going to have a different happy hour for that one, Karen, do you think?
Yes, you always put a different happy hour on for that hour.
So
I
listen,
presume
take advantage
so.
of this, or in half an hour you'll pay twice as much, and nobody wants to do that. So take advantage while you can on that happy hour, and lots more on the website as well, of course, at thecraftstore.com. Right, OK, time for me to do what I do best, which is shut up and pay attention to the mistress at work.
So as I did state earlier, Derek, I received this. This came through the craft store's front door at, I got it at 11 o'clock this morning.
OK.
To do the demo on, so I've been there for a couple of hours and I've just cut everything out, using everything on the back to help me with that. I didn't need me ruler or anything.
Good.
And I've cut the pages out and stuck it together. The only other thing that I have done, and is if you can see on the papers here, I'm not sure whether, can you see one edge is white?
Oh right, yeah.
Can you see the difference between the two papers?
Yes.
Yeah. So I do advise that you get a little bit of distress ink and just pop it round. It's just those little finishing touches to cover up that white edge from any papers. Now, I've been well using mine with what I've done, and it will wear it away because obviously paper against things there.
Yeah.
So it starts off and you get the instructions in. You get a tag. You'll get 4 of these sheets in, and what I have done is I've stuck paper onto them. This is from the 8x8, and then stuck paper underneath and just done all the scoring. So it'll tell you exactly what we've got here and what you need to do. So you start with the main part and the front and back. So your front comes in 2 places, and all I have done is just really scored and really burnished it, so I've got nice sharp folds, but they do come pre-creased. And then I've got some tape here, and I'm just gonna, you either use a red liner or a one that's a strong tape. If you want to use glue, you can find sometimes that an acid-free glue, but it can come undone at some times. With a tape, all I'm going to do is pop a little bit of wet glue on top of it.
On top of the liner tape?
On top of the liner tape.
Why is that, Mrs?
Because I might get it wrong. And
you're Karen Keats.
Oh, I might get it wrong, so I'm just rubbing it in, and if I put that on like that with red liner tape, that's it, it's stuck.
Ah, you only get one go.
You get, with a bit of glue,
that's a good idea, isn't it?
Pop it on.
Not
too much, because you don't want it to dry out.
So you've got double the glueness then, haven't you, if glueness is a word?
You've got your instant stick.
Yeah.
And then your glue will dry.
Forever.
And you've got your glue there, but you've still got your instant stick. And then burnish it down. So this is as simple as your cover takes. That's your cover.
I love that.
But it doesn't feel
too super sturdy.
Too super sturdy at the moment. However, shall we get a bit of let's get a bit of some sturdiness onto it, so I can show you the difference. So I'm using the original 12x12 from the Country Garden.
Yeah.
I'm not sure
is
whether...
that still on the website, Katie? We'll have a little search around for it, see if the 12x12 is still available, because it would be useful, because the pages for your memory scrapbook, the front covers, the 6x, was it 6x6? The pad?
8x8 that you've got there, yeah.
Isn't going to be quite big enough, is it?
It's just a little bit short because it's 8 3/4.
But I mean, you could always
improvise. You can always improvise. You could use one half and another half, or use the proofable papers that you already have at home. So I've put the spine part on.
We found it, Karen.
And it's still available.
We found it.
Cool.
We're doing a happy dance. 976937 if you want the 12x12 paper pack. So 24 sheets. Again, that'd be the same GSM, will it? Yes, 210.
Yep, and I do believe there's one in the box.
Brilliant.
You know, we can show one live. Now I'm leaving the back page.
Oh,
because,
is there?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll grab that in a minute.
Yep, I'm leaving the back page because don't forget you do get your. Is it like a belly bar? Where are we? Lost it. Had it 2 minutes ago.
Years
there
ago,
we go.
I heard. That's just a rumour, though, Karen.
I'm about 20 years older than you, Derek.
I don't listen to gossip, as you know. You're never 20 years older than me. I'm very much older than I look.
No, so am I, Derek. So am I.
Very. I found that 12 by 12, by the way.
Quick like this, I'm nearer 60 than I am 50.
It's all right. It's only numbers, love.
It is, 'cause it is.
No one would ever know, would they?
I told you, I'm only 5. When I got to 30, I started going backwards. I'm 5. I'm 4 this year.
Absolutely. it's the way to do it. It is definitely the way to do it.
Just bobbing this one in. And of course you would normally use double liner tape, or I'm using acid-free glue. It's fine. It's not coming through the paper. It's not doing anything at all, any damage. It's not buckling it or anything, and that's the awkward one. But now you can see it's starting to get sturdy. What I have done with this, I had a little strip and I put it across, and the first thing I did with the strip, I'll get this strip out to show you. I popped it on here and I drew round that. So I will do it just to show you what I've quickly done. I drew round that part and then I cut it out. Where's my scissors? How are we doing for things? Are we all right so far?
Absolutely fine. Absolutely fine and dandy. Happy hour is running out of the door quicker than we can keep up, but, you know.
And then that would fit, or if you want it to fit exactly, I would stick it to the cardstock and then cut it out. However, if you sort of cut this down just a little bit down the sides, a little bit off one side, and I'm only doing it by scissors. I would normally do this with measuring it and doing it properly.
But Karen, you could do this with your decoupage papers as well, couldn't you?
Oh, you can do this with the decoupage papers. Yeah, the decoupage papers can be cut, they can be torn.
Yeah.
They do tear nicely, they cut nicely.
Unlike the alcohol paper.
Unlike, yeah, you can't do anything.
Tear that.
You can't tear that.
Cut it, but...
And then all we're going to do is we're going to put this tab on before we put this back piece on.
And do we add anything to the tabs as well? Do you add a little magnet inside or anything like that?
You can add a magnet to it. You can add a magnet to it.
Or a little one-touch fastening.
One-touch fastener, whatever you want. However, I have found that this book, it doesn't, because I've put double-sided paper on both sides, you can see how sturdy that is.
Okay, so it doesn't really need it.
It doesn't really need it. It's quite nice and decorated.
Yeah, I suppose once it's filled out with pages that have got more layers on them naturally
and then
anyway.
You put your pictures on and everything, your memorabilia,
it
fills out. So I'm going to measure halfway down. The page is 8 3/4, so I know 4.5 is roughly halfway. So I'm going to make sure that my tab goes behind round about halfway there. Take off this.
But if you're doing a series of these, you might want to tier it, I suppose.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I
might
know
be
that
decades.
Stuart only sent me one.
Yeah.
Stuart sent me one to do the sample with.
Yeah.
He sent the girls one.
Yeah.
So I asked for another one to demo with, but I know that at the end of this show I'm going to be going up and buying some more. I absolutely love this one.
I can see why.
I love this one.
I feel like a connection to these because they feel like they're just the right size to get your teeth into.
And you can have your 7x5 photographs in them. A lot of these mini albums, you can want to put little photographs.
Yes.
You could have
you can
really
put your
nice
old Polaroids in there as well, can't you? They'll go in there if you've got any of those hanging around.
Definitely.
What would you stick those down with, Karen?
With what?
Polaroid. If I wanted a Polaroid to a page, what would you use? Not to, denigrate the material or the photo.
So you can buy. Cool Cats have a die where they can cut corners out.
Okay.
And you can stick your corners on and put them in with no glue. There is also photo glue out there that is like repositionable, so it doesn't dry anything out.
Right.
It's acid, it's lignin free.
Okay.
And you can then, when you're ready to remove them, you can remove them. So
corners is a good idea, though, isn't it? Because then you can always take them out if you ever need to.
Yes, corners. So there are times, like, if you want to take them out and reproduce or reprinted. This one of my mum and dad, when they were younger, they're in my dad was 79 the other day, and, I was talking from the 60s before I was born.
Yeah.
And he's took it and he's had it refurbished and done. So having corners
you can have them blown
would
up
be
and restored and all sorts these days, can't you? Yeah.
But that's a nice little starter there, and that's the basis of it.
I love it. We'll come back.
Yeah.
We'll come back. Leave that in the air as a cliffhanger. Right, let's do the happy hour. This is such a lovely show, isn't it? You can feel like you can really get your teeth into this and dive in, and brings back lots of lovely memories, and this is all about joyous stuff, isn't it? The happy hour for this hour, which is another 26 minutes now, exactly. This is a lucky dip of decoupage papers. They all come in packs of 4 with their own little themes, and you'll get 8 of those, so 32 papers altogether. Basically half price right now for you at £9.98, so you're saving more than you're spending. Just as an example, here's the set, which is called Cutlery. So it's got the forks and spoons, and it's got a cup of life. Brilliant texture these papers have to them as well. They're absolutely delicious. So that's an example of one. I'll just show you quickly an example of another, which is called Mini Florals, which is almost like those little, what are they called? Those little, yes, I know, because this was a no-smoking show, I didn't want to mention it, but it is almost like cigarette cards.
They used to be in tea bags as well.
Sizes.
You used to get them in tea bags. Do you remember?
Yes, you get little cards. I remember, yes, when I was smaller than I am now, it was like cards of cricket players and things like that popped out of the tea bag box.
Yeah.
And do you remember the little plastic toys in the cereal boxes as well? You don't do those anymore, do you?
Oh, do you remember getting into trouble when you got 3 boxes of cereal in cupboard and you'd opened them all just to get the toy out?
Just to get the little toy out.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to decoupage papers, Derek. Don't be wandering off. This is your lucky dip. You get 8 packs there. There's 4 packs in each one. It's better than half price. Contents may vary, but what a brilliant happy hour. And it's only good for the next 24.5 minutes. Be quick, because over half of the stock has gone already. I don't know why I said it like that. It sounded a bit scary, didn't it, really? Calm down, Derek. It's just your first show. Honestly. Anybody think I'd slept too much, Karen? Right, metallic now. Now, if you want Karen's recommendation for the metallic alcohol inks, do 2 pick and mixes. One pick and mix, which is Moon White and Silver Spoon, and then another one, which is Moon White and Gold Rush, because the white you'll use a lot more of as well, so you never want to run out of that. It's up to you. You can do 1 pick and mix, 2 out of the 3 there for £10.99, and they are delicious. Really, really nice. Well, let me just show you the coloured alcohol inks that we've got on the show. Look at the way that they sit on this wonderful alcohol ink paper. Look at the way it sits on the paper. I mean, that for me. Now, imagine that in metallic, because you have to imagine at the moment, because I haven't got any swatches of the metallic.
You've got some samples with a bit of metallic on.
Oh, I have, darling. Oh, we've moved on, though, but I'll come back and show you in a moment. Here are the colours that we've got. You pick and mix any 4 of these colours. They've got lovely names as well. Scottsdale is a lovely sort of deep plummy colour, by the way, which is lovely. Roman Purple, Kingdom, Eleanor's Emerald, Rich Rouge, Sunny Yellow and Dark Secret. Well, based on what we're doing later today with Matthew Palmer, I kind of want to go for 3 primaries. I kind of want to go for Sunny Yellow, Rich Rouge and a bit of Kingdom.
Because then you'll be able to mix any colours that you want.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, and I think everyone needs to have a bit of Dark Secret in their life as well, just to make up the 4. Do you know what I mean?
Well, if you've gone for your white, that's your lightning, your lighter.
Yes.
That's the one, and then the Dark Secret is the dark one.
Dark Secret. That's a different show, that. 077 995. You'll see all the pick and mixes on the website. You pick any 4 there for £12.99. Right. They are the metallic inks. Let me show you some samples with the metallic inks. Sorry, we are going to go back. It's because I said we'd go back, so Marcus said, right, come on, we're going back. We're going back. He's not listening to you, Katie, he's listening to me. Here are some samples using those lovely metallic alcohol inks. So with those, remember, you pick any 2 out of the 3. You've got Gold Rush, White Moon, yeah, and Silver Spoon. Yeah, I got it right at last. It's only taken 38 minutes, but I got it right. I love that sample, by the way.
That's the UPO paper. That's from Cheryl. I'd like to say thank you to the design team. They've pulled the stops out this time.
They are amazing.
But what she has done is she's put the alcohol inks on and then used a heat gun onto the UPO paper to get that nice big texture. That's how you get that texture.
Is that on this paper here?
That's that paper in your right
No.
hand.
What'd she do? Put it in hot water? How'd she do it?
She's done it with a heat gun.
Oh.
And made sure that she's not burnt
She's made this texture with this paper?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you know, I just feel like today's going to be a day of light bulb moments. OK, so let's bring you the alcohol ink paper then. What you might know as Yupo paper, because that's what it is, isn't it? 275 microns. I mean, you can cut it, you can die cut it. You can't tear it though, but you can heat gun it and create this texture. But you can't rip it. As much as I try, you can wrinkle it. But look, I've got a little wrinkle in there. But that's about as far as it's got so far. That's after 40 minutes of brute strength. Right, clearly I need to go to the gym. The diet wasn't enough. Anyways, 10 sheets of that. 686946 is the item number then, for £9.99. I guess that would make a nice matting layer as well for something if you wanted to give it a bit more body, because 275 microns, it's quite beefy, isn't it?
It is beefy, but you wouldn't want to use your alcohol ink paper to do that. What you would do is probably have it with a black silhouette, you know, die-cut silhouette, put it on, you can do all the silhouettes, because even though when you've put alcohol ink on, you can still move it about, and as I said, you can remove it.
You can make stencils with that.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
You could. And I know Mylar is for that.
You could dye. Mylar is sometimes getting the Mylar through a die cut is quite difficult because it is a plastic. That is a synthetic paper. So yes, you could make stencils through that, and you'd be able to wipe it off. I wouldn't say it would be. It wouldn't be indisposable.
No,
eventually
but
it would be, but it would be a nice, a nice stencil paper. Definitely.
I beg to differ, Karen. Beg to differ. Yes, you're right. Trying to get Mylar through a die cutting machine is a bit like trying to get a combine harvester through a brick wall, isn't it? It's going to be.
Well, I've never tried getting a combine harvester through a brick wall, but I've tried Mylar through a die cutting machine.
Nor have I. Can't afford a combine harvester. Anyway, I'll move on, shall I? So 10 sheets of that, £9.99. Poor old Katie, our producer. She's like, right, which kind of Twilight Zone have I just entered? And she's on a double show because she produced the last show as well. So she's like, I've not had a chance to blink. And now I've got these two. She's still got a smile on her face, though.
Me does, Kate.
Yeah, she's still got a smile on her face, which is brilliant. Here's the item number with lots of sixes in it. Beautiful, beautiful floral stamps here. You get 10 stamps in total. You've got your sentiments in there as well, which I love. I'm just going to whiz that round again, Marcus, just so you can see those lovely postmarks and those sentiments. May your birthday be a world full of happiness. And then you've got those... Oh, right way, Derek, sorry. Sorry, Marcus. Marcus is like, is that a camera moving or is that the stamp? I just don't know. I'm having a trip of some sort here. He doesn't know which way to wiggle his joystick. 966664 is your item number. Very, very nice. Shall I show you some samples? That'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? And then you can see what it does. Oh, I like this one. Who's done this one? Sam King, you genius. Look at that. How beautiful is that? That's perfect. Do you know what that reminds me of? Do you remember Wish You Were Here?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, where Judith Chalmers used to go round the world for free and then tell us it would cost 200 quid. I mean, it was a long time ago. 200 quid was a lot of money back then, wasn't it? It was about 3 months' wages back then, wasn't it? To go to Benidorm for a week.
Oh, yeah.
But she went first.
Yeah.
She always had a lovely tan, didn't she?
Oh, she did. She lived the high life, didn't she?
Didn't she just?
Yeah, definitely.
Everyone wanted to be her, didn't they?
Yeah.
I mean, everyone in the studio here is going on Judith Chalmers.
They've not a clue, have they? They've not a clue. We're all right down our memory lane, Derek.
She's still very much with us, I do believe, Judith Chalmers as well, isn't she? She's a wonderful, wonderful woman. Wonderful lady.
She was a lady, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was, truly.
She was a lady, truly a lady.
She used to do other programmes before Wish You Were Here as well. She used to do kitchen, yeah, like the very first kind of, like, loose women-y kind of programme.
Yeah.
With Mary Berry, I believe, many, many years ago. Anyway, 966664. I told you it had a lot of sixes in it, and it's just £9.99. Right. OK, scrapbook. I've got the 12 by 12 country garden papers, by the way. They're on the website, just for reference. I love them. I had to pick it up out of the box. Right, this is probably, I think this is our most popular item of this hour. I'm not surprised at all. This is your iCraft Memory Scrapbook. Now, the finished size of this, Karen, this is on the instructions. Oh, no, it's actually on the box. You've got it. 7 by 9. OK.
Yep, 7 inches by 9 inches.
Do you know 7 by 9 miles is the size of Malta?
7 by 9 miles?
It's only 7 by 9 miles. And do you know how I know that? I went on a holiday a long time ago, and on the transfer resort coach, the woman said, it's 7 by 9, and we call it Calorie Island. Anyway, there you go. So, memory scrap... Everyone's going, why the hell did he say that? Memory scrapbook, this is what it makes. Have you been to Malta, Karen?
I've not been to Malta. I've been a lot of other places, but never to Malta.
It is lovely. It's not very big, as I mentioned, but it is lovely. What it lacks in size...
do a lot of walking, don't they, in Malta? Yeah.
Yeah,
you walk from one side of Ireland to other,
Yeah. Now, stock-wise, on the memory scrapbook... Sorry, Katie. We have got a second show coming up at 7 o'clock tonight, but over 40% of the stock of this has gone already. Ooh.
It's very nice.
What's that going to leave you with at 7 o'clock, Karen? Probably not a lot, eh? You and Paola will have a great time. Be fine.
We'll just throw alcoholics about.
How delicious is this? Now, let me show you. This is how the kit actually comes to you to make the album. And when you look at the pages, and Karen thought the same when they first arrived. You know, like you probably thought, oh, actually, is that going to be strong enough to make a book?
Yes. Yeah.
But actually, when you get your papers on, because obviously you'll layer up with papers, so that, you know, that one layer then becomes 3 layers, doesn't it? Actually becomes something which is super, super sturdy. I'm just going to bang this on the desk again. Super, super, super sturdy. And I think size-wise, because they fit in really, really nicely. If you've got like a bookshelf where you like to display your favourite books and photo albums and things like that, I just think the size of this is going to fit in beautifully to that, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
I love it.
It's going to be one that's going to last.
And I love the fact that within your kit you get the tab there for the front cover, which you can, you know, add a magnet to or not, if it's up to you, completely and utterly. You get the little pockets as well, the little tabs which open up. I love it. It is very, very busy, though, for that. Very, very busy. Officially now, half the stock is sold out and gone at £12.99. Again, it's not a king's ransom at all, is it? To make something that I think once you've made the first, you'll be coming back for many, many more of those as well, because I think it's just, it's one of those things that you think, right, OK, well, I'll have one album for all of holiday photos. Well, how many holidays have you been on? So one will never be enough for that. Then you think, oh, well, maybe I have one album for the grandchildren, you know, something that they can then show to their kids. You know, well, there are 3 of them, so maybe it's one album each or whatever it might be. Very, very nice. I think I need one of these in my life, Karen, as well. And I know I say that an awful lot, but I think with this one, you know, like you said, you've got one to demo with today.
Yeah.
But when you go, you'll go home later today or whatever, you'll be like, oh, actually, I think I need some more of those in my life.
Yes,
because I genuinely
definitely
want to get stuck in and make some.
Yeah, because I think my little boy's flown the coop now. He's got to the age, and now I want to start having memories because I'm not going to see much of him.
I know.
So
he's found love, hasn't he? He's found love.
Oh, well, he's found love, definitely.
He's found love, and it's a shorter journey home from work. And Charlotte said the same as well, didn't she? Here she is. I've moved in with my boyfriend, and it's 15 miles less journey to work.
15 minutes,
But
she said.
people shouldn't be moving in with each other just for convenience of mileage, should they? You should be doing it for love. Not just because, well, you know what, over a year that's going to save me £150 in diesel or petrol or whatever. What? No, do it because you love them. Anyway, sorry, I'm such a gossip. I'm telling everyone's secrets on telly today. 102794 is the item number. How could he leave his mum, Karen, eh?
I know.
How could he do
Only
that
child
to you?
as well.
I know.
Only child.
He'll be back, Karen. He'll be back. He'll be back when the washing pile's up.
No, I don't do his washing.
No, I know. He'll get short shrift. Right, cascading album, or the brag album, which I think is a nice... Brag book.
Brag book.
Brag book. This is where you brag about... Well, it could be achievements, couldn't it? I mean, your children are achievements.
It could be a weight loss achievement. Week 1, week 2, week 3, and with photographs.
That's true. That's very true, yes.
And then when someone says, oh, haven't you lost weight? Well, they keep saying to you.
Yeah.
And you could say, well, yeah, this was when I started, and this is me now.
That's very, very true. That's very, very. I should have charted my progress.
You should have.
Not in those pictures like for the diet products though, where they stand there in front of the mirror, you know, with no top on, with the big belly showing.
No. But for your own to say, well, this is how I was and this is how I am.
Yeah, exactly.
Or you do it for the first year of a child. Your baby's born and you start up with one. There's 16 on there, isn't there?
It's really cute. I love it. Isn't it sweet? Very, very nice. And you get enough to make. Well, there are 2 kits here in the one for $12.99. So you get one in black and one in the craft card there as well, which is lovely. And it even comes with the, what do you call it? Oh, belly band.
Belly band.
Comes with the belly band as well.
That's up for a day.
Which is lovely. I know, it does. It does. It sounds like some ghastly operation. Anyway, 413860 is your item number for that one. I'll be coming back to you now, Karen.
Lovely, so I'm just still popping this together. So what I have done is a few little hints and tips. I've cut everything out previously. And I've done 2 pages. I've put the pages in. The pages go in as we've seen before, where you just put them down onto the spine. You bend them over. You put the tape down the side and then they all go nicely into the spine, and these all butt up to each other so you get the full 8 pages in. You can choose whether to have your pages going one way or another way. What I've chosen this time is to have them with going as like a flip flap, and I've put the first 2 on there. What I shall do now is I'm going to do another like little flip flap. So
flip
these
flap.
2.
Is that an official name?
Flip and the flap.
Flip flap.
Flip flap. Yeah, I'm going to put 2 on together. What I have previously
Would
done.
2 go on one page?
What would you mean by what?
A flip and a flap on the one side.
Well, with this is what I'm just going to do here. I'm going to make this a flip.
Do you know what? I'm like such a mind reader here.
A flip and a flap.
Oh, fab, right.
So we're going to be able to have a flip and a flap on
Jolly
this
good,
one.
well, you go for it.
Just a quick hint and tip. I took the page, I drew round it, and then I just drew in a little bit more. Now you can either have it going all the way around, as some of the girls have done, the ladies have done. I just went in a half a centimetre going all the way around, and that meant that when I cut my page, I've done a 12 by 12 and I've cut it 8 and 3/4 or 8 and whatever size it needs. And then I've popped, when I've chopped the page part off for the plain page, I've just popped my template there, drawn round it, and I know that one side will go in like...
So you're going right to the edge, are you?
I'm going... No, I'm just having a border. I'm having a little border.
Okay, and will you ink that border?
I've inked that border already.
Okay, so you've just gone over with a bit of distress on the edge.
I've gone a bit on with the distress.
Yeah.
And then I'm just planning this page out, and I'm going to have them as double page spreads on this one. And then I'm going to have a flip flap in there. So this flip flap in here needs to go under this paper. And I've put... that's how it is at the moment, and you can see where both myself and the girls said, oh, that's not very strong. But if that was a cardstock, and then you can see here now I've put a piece of 210 on one side, 210 on the other, and that is sturdy. All I'm going to do is take the tape off, take the top off my glue again, and I'm going to put this as a bit of a little flip flap, I think. I'm going to have it so that I can have it hiding. I'm going to pop it just round about there and just stick it down. That's where I've caught it with ink, but because I've caught it with ink, I want to cover it up so my page will still fit into it then. You can have them going up and down and cascading as Carolyn's done, or you can do like little secret pockets here. So this one's going to go in here, right to there, and that's going to go over there, and then that one will go over there, or that can go over there like that. But we'll just pop this part in first.
So you might be thinking about, you know, what's going to go into your album.
You tend to, when you do it, when you album make, you tend to know what you are popping in. As when you're demoing or doing samples, you're not doing it around a theme.
Yeah.
You're doing it to
Yes.
decorate it
Yes.
and make it look different. So, but yes, and then you could put a little like a stopper on there if you wanted to. Or you can have it under there, and then it starts. This is why you need it.
Yeah.
That's why that bar's on, because then it'll become thick when you start adding your memorability to it and everything.
And it really
everything
does
else.
become super, super sturdy as well. Over 60% of the stock
Yes, definitely.
has sold out and gone, by the way, of this kit. I'm not surprised. I mean, what it creates for you is just a pure work of... Well, it's going to be your own personal story as well, isn't it?
Yes.
And whether that's a gift for someone or whether it's just a more elegant way of gathering your memories together, I think sometimes we've all taken over the years, we've taken the easy approach, haven't we, of a photo album. And photo albums are wonderful, don't get me wrong, but they're not exactly a piece of beauty, are they?
No.
They're just
and then they go yellow and things like that. Whereas
and bits
this
of the
is
plastic fall off and flap around and
Yes.
da-da-da-da-da.
Yes.
It's not really the most elegant of
Yeah.
things. I mean, this is beautiful. And again, it becomes part of your family's history as well, as that travels through the generations. So it's not just about you and right now, but it's about tangible memories for the future, which I think is so important, because we end up living... I mean, back in the day, we all lived in the same town. We might all live in the same street. You know, like we see each other, we're in and out of each other's lives every single day. We're in a different world now.
We're totally in a different world. We travel all over the place, don't we? You'd never think that you'd just come and travel 200 miles just to do an hour.
I know. Well, I come from Kent. I never imagined that I'd end up living in Yorkshire.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Definitely.
You just don't think you're ever going to travel that far, do you?
You don't, no. I remember in the 90s, my mum and my dad took the two granddaughters to America. My grandmother, I can't believe my daughter's going on a plane all the way to America.
I know.
And we do it so often now, don't we?
We do it like buying a pair of socks these days, don't we? 70% of over 70% of the stock now of the memory album has sold out and gone. Bear in mind that we've got another hour due for this at 7 o'clock tonight with Karen and Paola. Can't see this being around for that.
So
go on.
So I've got the pocket.
30 seconds, Karen. Sorry.
30 seconds. I'm popping the pocket into there. What I will do, Derek, is I won't finish this today.
Yeah.
On Friday evening on Oakwood Direct Facebook, I will finish this at 9 o'clock Friday night. I will completely finish this album.
Fabulous. And you won't have a little man like me interrupting every 2 minutes.
And that one will go onto there, but once you start popping
you doing that video... Oh, well, I could come round to yours and sit there and tweet like a little budgie like I do here, if you like. I don't mind that.
Well, I'll just not turn just do not disturb off, and I'll let you speak through me ear. That'd be
There you
lovely.
go.
A nice ways to share with Friday evening.
Easy peasy. I'm very cheap. Just make us a cup of tea. That's all I need. Just a brew. Thank you, Karen. See you at 7 with Paola.
See you at 7. Thank you very much.
Joy as always, darling. Make sure that you check out your baskets, particularly on the memory scrapbook. 2 reasons. 80% is sold out, and we both want one as well. So hop to it. Stay where you are. Next up then, it is Final Call, I guess, is it, for the one-day special with Marianne Design. And then we've got some marbling I've never seen before, and I can't wait for that in an hour's time with 35 Design Space.
Here at the craft store, we pride ourselves on our ethos towards the family-run boutique companies that offer the variety that we know you love and appreciate. Following such a positive response over the past few years, we are proud to introduce you to even more of your family favourites. Tune in from Thursday the 24th of June at 6 p.m. to Monday the 28th of June at 6 p.m. to support loads of your favourite family-run businesses. Plus, this year, we also have a very exciting prize draw. If you place an order for any item featured within any live show during this event, you will automatically be entered into our amazing Family Favourites Mega Prize Draw. Prizes will be added within each live show, with the final prize totalling a minimum value of £1,500. So join us from 6 p.m. on the 24th of June for your Family Favourites event.
Hi, I'm Abs from All Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colours, textures, and creating depth and dimension. All Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high-quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different sizes and formats. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the All Create shows.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. So I hope you won't miss the shows with Stamps Away.
What you can do with the One Day Special, because yes, we have got some good news if you have missed out. Well, actually some good news. Well, also I need to tell some people as well, because some people didn't check out their baskets, and of course that means that we have got some units available of the One Day Special, which is great news if you thought that you missed out. Now, of course, it is, and it's still on its original extended delivery, because of course it will be dispatched from the 30th of June. But that's great news if you thought you missed out, or if you are one of those ones that got distracted and didn't check out their baskets and now thought, oh, I missed out. Well, now is your turn to make sure to check out your baskets. Now, of course, I'm not here alone on my own. Oh no, we have got the fabulous. I'm here with the wife actually, with Leone. How are you?
Miss B.
How are you doing?
I'm all right, thank you very much.
You have been very busy.
I've been very busy.
Very busy.
Yes, I have. I know. I've been thinking, haven't I? You can tell I've been tie-dyeing.
Yeah.
I did sneak in my room earlier to open up some up to see what had happened. Because when you're tie-dyeing, you're dying to see, because you leave them and you're dying to see what's been, what's been happening. And obviously I didn't wear my gloves for that, as if. But yeah, it's such good fun. And then the One Day Special. And the One Day Special, I'm so pleased people have loved it. Because I love Marianne Designs. I think they produce some beautiful, beautiful quality products. And they really do. I mean, when you look at the prices, they are amazing.
Yeah.
And they bring a real host of different stuff. I mean, the One Day Special is beautiful. It's one of those that will go with anything and everything. But I do like the fact that on the show we've got dyes, we've got beautiful papers. We've something for literally everybody.
Everyone. And I love that they are silhouette beautiful flowers in there that are for any occasion. And I think there is calla lilies. You know, you have got certain people who think they are appropriate for certain things, but also those beautiful, more bold kind of almost like dandelions, those kind of solid images in there, perfect for backgrounds as well. And I think these ones would be amazing, stamped onto fabric and then doing a little bit of embroidery as well. So you could do things like that. So it's a very good bundle as well, and of course that price, that amazing price, and that two-step flat roses, incredible. Now of course the one day special also includes a mixed media plate, a 10 by 10. Now this is a fabulous, it's a little bit different, isn't it, of a gel plate, but it's also kind of the same sort of monoprinting but different.
Yeah, absolutely. It won't react to your say your acrylic paint's the same. You know, you'll find that they definitely work differently on the plate. But it's dead easy to use. You can use it in your stamping platform. I do like the fact that you can do mirror images with it, because that's really practical. And it's just a really nice, just for simple backgrounds, it's fantastic. You know, you can do all sorts with it. And it's one of those, when you start playing with it, you'll experiment. And I really, really, really like that. We like that one.
I like it.
Yes, a dicky knuffle. Did we say?
Yeah,
it does mean big hugs.
What?
It means big hugs.
Oh, I heard something completely different.
Big hugs, Paula. I don't know what you heard.
Yeah, I cannot repeat what I heard. Right, gorgeous, absolutely. But of course, though, your words will be all in English. You won't go like me. What? They have got, and I have to say, I love the flow of this font. It's just so airy. It's just kind of, it's almost like dancing.
Yeah, there's a joy to those, isn't there?
It's a joy, absolutely.
Yeah, they're beautiful. And I mean, things like that are so easy to create as well.
Indeed.
You know, they're easy, but they look beautiful. Really, really effective.
Now, of course, the mixed media plate, a craft plate, and now... Oh, right. So if we take away the mixed media plate, it works out at £6.60 per stamp set, which is a fabulous, fabulous price. Then you add, of course, the mixed media plate, and then the value is even better. Those gorgeous stamps are amazing. I love them. Love for clean and simple, but of course for all those techniques as well. Embossing powder, think of your rich embossing powders with them. Now you are saving £6. You are just paying £32.99. 192,756, and remember, you know, to check out your baskets. We do not want to miss out. We don't want the same thing missing out. Listen, so if you want them, you know what to do. Check out your baskets. Now, this is a stamp and a dice bundle that we are looking then at the perfume here. Really love the fact that you have got separate dies for each component of the bottle, because then you can make cards in which you have got that depth of the glass. You know what I mean?
Yes, yeah. And I like it because with this one, it definitely doesn't have to be a perfume bottle. You know, we've married it up with the beautiful one day special with the flowers. It's one of those that, yeah, you can change it, you can do all sorts with it because it's a stamp and then you've got the die. It allows you, if you want to cut this out, but you can just use it for layering and all sorts. But yeah, it's a really nice little set. And the price, a tenner.
I mean, a tenner. I mean, also, for instance, our Charlotte loves her perfume and her girly things. She has got like a dressing room now. And of course, so it would be really lovely. And it's your birthday soon, so we should make a card with this. $9.99 is your price. But is it... We are approaching 70% of the stock. What I think is very nice as well, if you die-cutted an aperture and then you put the acetate behind it on a stamp, then you have that kind of, you know, the class sort of bottle effect.
Yeah, that'd be beautiful.
And then you could have inside it, you know, like a shake card, or you could have the gel, you know, like the gel bag.
The squidgy thing.
The squidgy thing, so you can have something like a, you know, like a...
So it looks like it's got squidgy perfume in it.
Yeah,
exactly.
So it looks like it's got a lovely
perfume.
solid perfume in it. No, I know exactly
you know what I mean.
So it looks
would-
like there's some liquid in it.
Exactly. It
Yeah.
looked like how you have got a liquid. My idea was good. It was the the verbalization of the idea that failed. 128788 is your item number. 9.99 is your price. Of course, it will be as well dispatched on the 30th of June. Then we have got sentiments. Now, this is a bumper pack of sentiments in here. I love that you have got hugs and close, group hug. Yeah, I need that. Hugging you in my prayers, hugs and happiness, butterfly kisses, sending handmade hugs. The handmade hugs, I love that. There is no such things as too many hugs. And hugs, kisses, and get well wishes. Now, sending love and hugs, and not so much more in there. And then we have follow your dreams, follow your heart. Ooh, may all your wishes come true. A dream is a wish your heart makes. Leave a little sparkle wherever you go. That's our Jimmy. He always leaves a little bit of sparkle. And friends are like stars. You can always see them, especially if they're in a gallery far away. But you know they are always there, indeed, in our ears. Reach for the stars. And they are gorgeous. I love that sentiments because they are very much the ones that I would say innies and outies. So you can put them in here, follow your dreams, and then, of course, you could have some sentiment inside it as well. And that gorgeous follow your friends are like stars. You can always see them, but you know they're always there. And of course, you can make a wish. Love this card. Absolutely love that. Over 60% of the sentiments have gone. If you want yours, do check out your baskets. $12.99 is your price. 266761 is your item number. Then we have the stamps and stencils. That is really gorgeous because we have got two stamps, two stencils, and then four stamps.
Just got some stamps and stencils, babe. With some dies.
Stencils and dies. That's what you are getting. $10.99 is your price, and of course you can see them there. If I could read, my job would be so much easier. Blossom die stamp. They are absolutely stunning in there. They're kind of almost like these sakura flowers that you kind of then use it. Love that as well. Love how you kind of combine it there. Look at the bees. Achieving the impossible is the symbol of the bee, isn't it? And of course you have 044533 is your item number. $10.99 is your prize. If you are like Jimmy that achieves the impossible every day by getting out of bed, grab this, of course, this bundle. $10.99 is your price. He's not going to achieve the impossible tomorrow. He just informed us. He's going to stay in bed all day long. Anyway, moving on. We have got create the beautiful, I love that. This one is the lacy folding square, creatable, the die, absolutely stunning. And you can see in here, love the demo that Leonie did last night at lunch because she love how you use the die and the top to elongate, to kind of make it even bigger. It feels so gorgeous. And then you have the ability to die cut, and another one in here. And then, I love that. Love that one because it showcases how you can use the frame on its own. So you don't have to create an easel, but you just can put it as it is. And of course, you have got this space in the middle to put a focal point. If you want your set of 6 dies and that is coarse and cuts to create the perfect mechanisms like this, you have them there. £18.99. Love the way that you can put the intricate element, but you can leave it plain if you wish to do so. 223196 is your item number. 70% of the stock has gone for that one. So if you want it, you know what to do. Check out your basket. It's a really clever die, that one. And then we are moving on to the another creatable die. This one is slightly different, and this one creates another. I call it, it's called vertical folding square, but I also think it's kind of almost like side. I don't know how you're going to say side gatefold. I don't know, zigzag. I don't know.
There's anything. You can do anything with it, can't you?
Yeah.
And it's one of those that, like, you can literally just use the layers. It just gives you so many different options,
because you can do it at traditional easel, but then, of course, it works perfectly like this. Love that. Love, love, love that.
So you die cut it onto the card like so, and then you kind of decorate the center. It's such a fabulous one. Really, really like this one. And of course, it has these glorious. I love this die as well, the border, because it's like that sort of lace, very expensive lace.
It's just, it's one of those. I think Marianne Designs do these so well. You know, they're a classic die, and obviously there's so many different ways you can use them. You know, you can, of course, be incorporating with other ones. You can extend those. You can just chop them in half. And I like the fact that you get all the other little elements, like the corners and things. I think they're super. Well, and I like the sprig that they put. You know, they've got the little bits of foliage in these dies. Because the foliage, both of the beautiful creatable dies, the foliage on both of them, it does look like it could be used underwater as well.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's quite interesting this time.
Absolutely. So you can see here, that's kind of more like, seaweed, but kind of, kind of...
Do you know what I mean?
Coral.
It does look like... It just looks like it could be, you know, a beach scene as well.
Well, it's just, but also it's a perfect foliage as well to kind of fill up the image. So I love that. And of course, you are getting the ornate frame as well in here. Very busy for this one. Over 70% of the stock has gone. So grab yours by checking out your baskets. Another fabulous die, and again, very, very intricate in this one. And now we have got here the Petra's gate folding floral die. Now this one is, I love that. Leonie did demonstrate it at 8, and look at the gorgeous element in here. I love how fine it is, and of course those gorgeous delicate elements in here. Now it is, I'm going to turn it around so you can see it, because I love how, if you look at up here, you can see basically the 2 die cuts and what you are going to get. So therefore, like as a crafter, you automatically think, oh, I can do this, I can do that, I can do. And I love the fact that it doesn't have a cutting line in the edging here, because it means that then you can do a full doily if you wanted to do so as well. And you can do lots of different folds as well. So you can do more of a spine should you wish to do that there. Shall I put it here? And you can see it. So that's a vertical one, but of course you could do like a mini album with more of a spine. Very busy for this one as well. $11.99 is your price. 01200275 is your item number. Then we have got a hydrangea die set in here. I have to say, I really love these dies that you have, because it is debossing, isn't it? And does it happen just at the same time that you cut them?
Yeah, as long as your card's good quality, you know. If it's light card, then it doesn't make as much impact. But I really like this, and it's one of those you can... I like the way they've used it as well. It's quite simplistic. Yeah. You know, sometimes you build up the flowers and it takes ages, but they've just used the single 4-petal, or just laid the 2 larger ones together, and it looks really, really pretty. I do like the leaves especially. In this set, I do think the leaves are absolutely gorgeous. And with that set, the leaves are 2 dies, but then all the rest are joined.
Oh,
so you put them through just as one set, so it makes it dead quick.
So you don't have to tape them, so they make sure that they don't overlay each other, so they don't get damaged. Just $11.99. Again, Marianne Design creating beautiful dies of super affordable prices. 821-300. It's one of those ones that no matter how many flowers you have, you know you want to have because of that detail that they have. Now we have got the next bundle. I absolutely adore this. You know what I'm going to say? I just like the pebbles on a beach or something like this, or kind of a Japanese garden. But look at those. We were always saying, you know, like matting and layering sometimes is just a little bit standard. Yeah. I mean, it's great, but it's when these are perfect if you want something a little bit different.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's just so nice to work with something a little bit quirky. And they create a beautiful finish. That one's my favourite that they've done, because it's just layering it. And I think bringing the vellum in there makes it look really, really pretty. But no, it's just a really easy die set to work with, but it's really interesting.
It is, and I love how you have used it as a kind of aperture making as well. It's just kind of, I love that you are getting more ovals and more rounded or square, so you have got that. I just love them, and of course the mix and matching them, and the oval has the smaller one It's perfect for sentiments. I mean, how clever is that? Absolutely phenomenal. It's just £18.99 for both sets, so you are getting 8 dice in total. 117972 is your item number. Now, make sure to check out your baskets. We have got more as well. We have got those gorgeous stamps, the mixed media stamps. They have the crescent and, of course, the daffodil in there. Absolutely love those halftone kind of little dots in there. 787168 is your item number. 10.99 is your price. There. Then we have got the birds. The birds are, of course, it's a twin set, and you have well, you are getting the solid and the watercolor kind of element in there. Yeah, I was going to say, you know, if they were like a goldfinch, shall we call it a goldfinch, and I don't know, Swift? I don't know. 452463 is your item number. 10.99 is your price. Birds are magnificent. And then, of course, we have got the paper pad, dies, flowers, and, of course, those focal points, decoupage elements in there is the floral element sheets and blossom die set. 10.99 is your price. For that full bundle, that's a big bundle for just 10.99. Yes, fabulous value for money. 946349 is your item number. Right. Well, I think the Pujol is ready.
The Pujol. Someone emailed in the earlier show to ask why Yanis called me Pooch, because she thought he was calling me Pooch as in a dog. Made me giggle. Okay, I've obviously already changed my mind what I'm going to do. So, yeah, no, of course I have. So, I've taken a piece of white cardstock. I've already die cut it. So, that's got our lovely little, our little squidgy oval already cut out of it. But I'll keep it in for when I'm doing the stamping. So, I'm just going to take some of our one-day special stamps while we've still got them and get some of these stamped up. So, first things first, I'm going to take that beautiful sort of the big foxglove. I love the foxglove. I think that's absolutely gorgeous. So let's pop that on there first of all. And I'm just going to, I'm hoping, these are quite old ink pads. Some of them are really nice and juicy, some of them are not. So I'm really hoping the ones that are not, I've not picked up, but you know how it is, live TV. Of course I'll pick the wrong ones up. So, let's get this inked up and stamped. Okay. So, I'm going to go off the page. I'm not bothered about it all being perfect. Oh, that is perfect. That's lovely. So, just getting this stamped on first of all. I'm going to do a few of these. And then, I might use my plate to actually do a little bit of a thingy. So, let me show you. So, the wonderful plate. Now, I have been using this on my sorry, I'm really losing words today. On my stamping platform. Yeah. I've been using it a lot on the stamping platform because it works so well. However, obviously you don't need to. You can use it on your acrylic blocks. So I'm hopefully using a slightly darker colour, hopefully, and then stamping it onto my media plate.
And that will mirror?
Yeah, so we stamp it onto the media plate. You then take the image and you can see exactly where you're going, and then just stamp it onto your cardstock. Now, because it is a mirror image, your ink will obviously be lighter. So if you do want, not as good because it's a light ink is that one. I tell you what I have got though. I have got in purple, my good old VersaFine. That'll do the job. That will do the job, gang. So if I ink in good old VersaFine, it's very... This is where it'll all go wrong, because it'll be like, oh, I didn't want it that rich. So pop it on your plate. Just be careful, because obviously if you start wobbling it, you will get a little bit of a shadow there. You then want to stamp over here, and I'm trying to overstamp when I stamped before, which is kind of about there. And then, so hopefully now, because I've used a stronger ink, There we go. We've got that beautiful little, and I really like that. The ability to be able to mirror all your stamps is wonderful, and it's easy. You know, obviously that's something you can do with such ease. So that's my first one. I will clean that off in a minute. I'm going to use the beautiful thingy me bob. I hate my brain at the moment.
Which one is
that? Is lavender. So I'm using the gorgeous lavender. We'll do blues for lavender. And I will build up some more of the purples. Should really have finished the purples first, instead of just moving around.
I love
there we
that.
go.
Yeah.
Pop in
And
the
I was thinking
gorgeous
about the
little
mirror
blues.
image. You know the bird stamps that we have?
Yes.
You could do like the one kissing the other.
Oh, yes, you could.
I mean, kissing or shouting at each other.
You could have them both flying away from each other.
That if you want to do that as well, that's possible. You know? You know?
Going, quick fly away.
Oh,
Okay.
that's what you were doing the other day then.
When with this?
I don't know, I was just joking. No, I didn't.
I've not been moving anywhere quick enough to fly away. There we go. See, so just building that up. And I really, really, really like these. I think they're just so pretty. I love foxgloves anyway. They're just absolutely exquisite. This one, now I want that to extend, so I'm going to take the ink off the bottom there. You do it properly as opposed to just wipe it off. Move that one out my way. Pop that one up there like that, so we have extended it, which is gorgeous. And then now, because I've got this and it's strong, I need to bring some more of that in, otherwise that's just going to stand out too much. So what I will do is just bring this stamp in again. Move that one for now. Now what I don't want, however, is to stamp direct, because because it'll be too rich. So obviously I'll do second generation, so I'll just do a little bit on here like so, and then stamp onto a little bit of scrap cardstock, which we'll keep, and then have it down there like so. Such a strong image, isn't it? And I do like that. I like the difference in the colour from when it was on the mixed media plate. It's interesting, and I think that's the thing, isn't it? Experimenting with your media plate, it will give you so many different looks. You know, you'll get so many different finishes with it, and I really like that, because it just allows you to use your inks in a different way. It allows you to use your stamps in a different way. So just repeating that process, stamping on there, transferring that over now, and we're going to have that one just there as so. And again, now I missed a bit there. I'm not going to. Am I going to? Yes, I am going to. I'm not going to, but my brain's already gone. Oh, you did you did it, but it's okay. It was perfect. Boom. I really. So how come? Well, that one isn't that, because it was second generation, and because that's so rich, it means when I've stamped it again, it's not going to be as strong. Whereas this, because that isn't as porous, I mean, that's super porous. Sorry, so Charlotte said, how come that is stronger than that? So because that's second generation, your first stamp is super porous on the cardstock. Well, not super porous, but way more porous than that. So that's why when you stamp on there, you've still got a richness of colour, which is actually really important, because it does mean that, you know, you're not losing vibrancy. It still gives you a really, really impressive finish on there, which is beautiful. Now I'm only going to do one more, and actually I'll do it with the little flower. Let me get that one, and I am going to second generation it again.
With the mixed media plate, you actually have even more tones to your ink pads, because it's almost in between a first and second generation.
Yeah, it gives you even more possibilities, doesn't it? And I really like that. I like that, and it's easy. But it does allow you even more possibilities, really, doesn't it? And I quite like, it's funny, because part of me wants to only have some over here, but part of me now wants to bring it over a bit more. And I am going to have to bring it over a little bit more. Otherwise, I'll just irritate myself. I'm keeping that like that. I'll have it like this. So then this can be a little card in its own right, you see. You don't want to waste that. So we'll bring that one over here like this. Oh, I just think that's so beautiful.
That's beautiful.
That is pretty. We'll just do one more with that one. Get another scrap of card. That's my scraps pile over there.
Yeah.
So that's going like this. This one is here, like this. Yeah, love that. And it's interesting sometimes, you know, when you're stamping, like that one, the ink's squidged a bit, and sometimes that can be a bit of a faux pas. But actually, I really like it. Faux
Look
pas.
at you, French.
Cheeky faux pas.
Could you do, with the mixed media play, would it work even a second generation inking?
Depends what ink you use, doesn't it? Because realistically now, with that one, oh, I cleaned it, I think, there wasn't really much ink left on it. So it depends. Sometimes you will, sometimes you won't get a very strong one. I mean, when we're doing backgrounds, definitely. You know, you can definitely get some really cool second generation prints. But with this, because with that, I'm going to do that there, because with this, I can show you. Let me just get that on there, like so. Boom. Oh, no, I'm happy with that. So with that one, see, I haven't got much left on there.
Okay.
See?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, there's a bit.
There's a bit.
And that, I mean, that is the line where I die cut. So it's very thin, but it's something on there for sure.
I mean, it's perfect for backgrounds. It's perfect for really layers.
For your backgrounds, definitely. I mean, what we were doing before with backgrounds and, you know, and then the stuff that were left on it, then yeah, definitely. Okay, so I really like that. Got my little card, so it's going onto my cardstock just here, like so, like this. And then I'm just going to lift that out.
Oh, look at that.
I love all the colours together. I love the blues and the purples. I just think they look absolutely exquisite together, don't they? Oh, yeah, I am happy with that. And I was going to raise the centre panel. It's one of those that I can't decide whether I want to or not. I might do. I might raise that centre panel. But then again, I don't know. I quite like it. Or should I raise the outside element?
Okay, that's good.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's...
Decisions.
Shall we leave you to think about it?
You leave me to decide. I'm going to lay... Yeah, right. Yes.
Yeah.
You leave me. Leave me alone.
Oh, that's what she always say. Leave me alone.
And I'll stick this on and then come back to me and see if I like it. If you don't see this again, I fell out with it.
How can you fell out? It's absolutely gorgeous. And I love those stamps, the Fox Loves, which are included in the one-day special. Now, this is just one of the stamps. And you are getting 52 individual stamps. I love that. I love that you are getting the wildflowers. I love that you are getting this amazing, you know, kind of, you can make a field of them. I'm thinking also stamping onto vellum and embossing into white embossing powder. And they may be doing like a sunset color behind it in colors. I'm thinking, of course, you are getting the wildflowers, but you also are getting the floral beauties in here with the orchids, the calla lilies, and the roses. So if you want to make a bunch of roses, you could do that with a little bit of clever masking. Then you are getting also the colorful silhouettes, the fantasy one. And I mean, this is, again, immediately thinking of 4 pearls in there, the crystals, all those elements in there. And then look at the tribal flowers again, and the sentiments. The roses. Shall we go through the roses, Mijame? Let's show the roses. Of course, these 2-step roses mean that you can do beautiful florals. I love the demo that Leonie did yesterday at lunch when she was stamping onto watercolor card and then kind of beautifully blending those colors to make them a little bit softer if you wanted to. And then, of course, the sentiments themselves. Always great to have beautiful, gorgeous, hand-scripted sentiments with the mix of fonts that it makes them incredibly airy and elegant. I'm very of the moment as well. You are sweet. Thank you. Good luck. Happy birthday. Best wishes. But if the one-day special was all those 5 stamps for £32.99, that would work out at £6.60 per stamp set. Now, on top of that, you are getting that mixed media craft plate. And if you are into monoprinting, you will know immediately what you can do with these things. You know, you can create prints and kind of blend them in, and you can stamp on it, stencils. If you are one of these people that have been thinking, I should really get into gel printing,
and you know, all these amazing things, but I'm not sure acrylic paint is for me. I just want to use my ink pads. I don't want to use anything else. I want to know this is perfect because it's the first step, or you know, the last step. It doesn't mean that you have to use more of them, but of course it's easy, it's portable, and ultimately the fact that you can use them in your stamp platforms means that you will be able to know exactly how to use them. Love the way that you can create the most stunning, elegant images, cards with those stamps, because it's just that, a background, but the stunning rose in there. This one with the lavender, I mean, how stunningly elegant it is. But if you want to go bigger and bolder, you can. Love that. Love the way that you could put little gemstones in here as well, just to add a little bit of a sparkle. Embroidery if you want to. This is one of the ones that Leonie did at 6 p.m. and this is what one lovely technique of inking the stamp and of course onto watercolor card, and then a little bit of blending those petals in there with some of the texture of the watercolor card coming through it. So you can see there's lots of different styles of cards. Big bold flowers with that one, but then more elegant smaller ones in here. £32.99 is your price. Remember the one day special, if you want it, it is still available because some bounce back. 192756 is your item number for the one day special. I think Leonie has decided. What have you decided making?
I've decided, and I'm hoping my brilliance will be strong enough. I've found it's kind of a vellum. So I'm hoping the brilliance, because I wanted a stronger brilliance, because obviously brilliance dries on your vellum. But what have I got in there?
You have got the dark green.
I wanted a purple.
Oh, you wanted a purple. Well, sorry. Sorry.
I have got a dark green though.
You do have a dark green. Yeah.
The dark green would have been quite nice.
It would. Green with purple looks really nice.
Like flowers and everything.
Yeah, like the lavender. It's green and purple. Yeah. I mean, yep. Foxglove. Yeah.
So you love that. I love that. Isn't that lovely vellum?
Yeah. And of course, if you had done it in green, like Charlotte was saying.
What was Charlotte saying?
Well, if you say good luck in green,
you know. Good thinking.
Yeah.
I want it thingied now. Yeah, I did want it. Well, actually, now I want it torn. But because I want it torn, honestly, today, when I went home to walk my dog's folks at home, I lost my key for my door. So I had to go to my estate agent, who thankfully only lives around the corner. I went to the estate agent to get the spare key. They gave me a key, but that didn't fit. So I had to go back to the estate agent. So today, the fact that I can't tear vellum is kind of normal. It is just one of those days. I'm probably tearing it on the wrong. I had one sheet of vellum, and I've torn it into bits. I'm gutted actually, because this were really nice vellum. Anyway, but I know it's lovely vellum, is this? I'm not sure. Oh, it's got a splodge in it. There. Won't that look pretty? Well, I'll try it in your green. Yeah, I've already stamped it, but I knew if I tried to tear it along the bottom, it'd go wrong. You see? And I knew that'd happen. And actually, okay, right, do a different word as well, because I didn't like the way I'd stamped it. Do congratulations. These are beautiful stamps, by the way.
Yeah.
I do like, shall we try dark green?
Yes, well, you can try it.
Ivy.
It's a beautiful dark green.
Wow.
Yeah, like that, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm not. Now it's congratulations.
Oh, well, congratulations on having good luck.
Yeah.
That would be. Yeah, congratulations. Because some of us, you know.
Oh, yeah. It's no longer good luck.
Yeah, it's no longer.
If it all goes wrong, it doesn't matter. Oh, look how beautiful. See, and we can pop that just on there like that. And I'm just going to, I don't know what to do now. I were going to wrap it round, but I glued everything together. See, it would look right. If you were thinking, I know, no. If you were thinking about this, folks, and planning it proper, if you wrapped it first, glued it underneath, and then put it over the top, it would look beautiful. I mean, I'll show you on the outside card. Obviously, I wouldn't have done it on the outside card. I'd do it on the other layer. As it happens, it's okay anyway, because... just stop it. Because
Yeah.
Oh, I tell you what else I'm worried about, because I've got really dirty fingers, and I'm worried about getting my mucky fingers on my vellum. That's what I'm worried about as well. So, but...
Well, remember, this is not a competition.
I know it isn't, darling. I'm just trying not to mess it up.
Oh, good.
That's all. There we go. So gluing that down, and you can see. Oh, I really like that. And I mean, isn't it beautiful with the vellum? And I love those stamps. The stamps are so elegant. They're so pretty. And it could be, well, I mean, it's not a card anyway, because it's only a front. Yay, cheated. Right, shall I do a quick other one?
Okay.
Now, so the other one that I was planning to do in my head, I thought, right, let's do, because I really liked all the, you know, the really bright cards that they've done.
Yeah.
I think they're quite magnificent. So I thought, oh, let's have a go at playing with the bright cards, or at least the bright colours. So I'm using this first of all, and I'm going to put the happy birthday. The happy birthday I am going to stamp in black, because I want that to be nice and strong, and I want that to stand out. So I'm going to find my black, which is just there. And again, the font is just exquisite. So you've got that beautiful sweeping font. Let's have it like that. And we'll have that slap bang in the centre. So that's your beautiful, happy birthday. Of course I got a mark. Oh, it'd be right.
You have got so many flowers in there.
I've got loads of flowers. Now, let's start sticking some of those flowers. So, ink in the... Now, and you were saying this, there's something for that, all the different flowers. You know, that these are just fun and more... You know,
more abstract.
Happy and and I love that. I love that they're given such a wide variety of different looks in it, because it is one of those that whoever's using it, and all your different occasions, you'll absolutely find something that you love.
I mean, these ones look like fireworks as well.
Yeah.
You know, an embossing powder with a little bit of glitter would be absolutely amazing.
Yeah, because they are quite, they've got a burst to them, haven't they?
Indeed.
Which is just gorgeous. So I'm doing that one in the red, first of all. I'll do this in the orange. I dug out my brilliance for this, because I knew the brilliance had worked beautifully, and I knew I had a really good range of colours in this one. Now, the orange is quite similar to that red, but that's okay. So, using that there, and then I will do a third. Now I'm going to move my background card so I can stamp off the page a little bit. Let me just make sure I've inked that properly. It's a nice one, is this one. That's it's got a really nice sheen to that one.
Is it rocket gold?
It is. It's rocket red gold.
Rocket red gold.
And I really like that. It's got a beautiful sheen, hasn't it? Beautiful. Take this one. And you've even got little dragonflies in here as well.
That's cool.
Which is really pretty.
Yeah.
Now I am going with this one, I'm going to bundle sage, because I didn't want to use the, have you seen him? It's in the little butterfly.
Yeah.
I'm using bundle sage because I didn't want to use that really dark green on this one.
Okay.
And I'm just going in, and I might take it over there like so. Beautiful.
Okay.
And then I might just have this one coming in from there. I quite like doing things like this, because it feels very much like you're playing, doesn't it?
Well, it's kind of almost random pattern making, which you love anyway, pattern making. But then for me, like, I'm not very good at doing patterns unless I use a stamping platform. But this kind of stamps allows to be a little bit random, a little bit just like you say, like an explosion of shape and color.
Yes, and I mean, it is really random. You know, it's just going for it. And I enjoy that a lot. And I enjoy just seeing where it goes, and building up all your gorgeous colours as well.
Oh, look at that.
Isn't that pretty? That lovely burst of yellow is just exquisite. Let's get carried away with the yellow. And this would be lovely, Julia Hickey's wonderful little... and I've got them somewhere. Oh, I might have tidied them up again. But they'd look beautiful on here. Her little embellishments. What does she call them? Glosses.
Julia Higgins glosses, You'll find them on the website. I think they are there somewhere, or they are element of... Look at that.
This. And then we might have... See, I'm getting carried away because I want to put more on. Now I know I'm just putting them on for the sake of putting them on. You'll do this because you can. And this one, I think that one, will that overlap that one? It would do. I'm not using it as an overlap. I'm using it as an independent one, just because I wanted to bring in a little bit of blue in this as well. So I am going to bring a little bit of blue with this one. So have a see where to go.
So, and having different sizes as well of the flowers, it means that you will find always a right one to fill in those gaps, won't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's perfect. It's just, it's one of them stamp sets that's ridiculously easy to use. It's really good fun. It allows you to be super creative, but it's just quite easy, you know, and it's quick. I mean, you can build up a background. I mean, that's taken seconds. And it's really, really, it's one of those that you look at and it's joyous, isn't it?
It is,
you know, because it is just a burst of colour and, you know, all the different florals. So it is just pretty, quite frankly. That had to go there because of the splodge, but I'm happy with it. I'm not going to go too far, she says, because I know I better leave some white space, but I'm well happy with that. And then just to finish it off, let's put our little dragonfly. And the little dragonfly, now I've done Happy Birthday in black, so I'm going to pop the dragonfly in black as well, because then you'll be able to see the dragonfly. If I popped him in any other colours, they might sort of fade into the colours, but if I put him in black, you're definitely going to see him. Isn't it a lovely little stamp, that? It's just so pretty. And what a really good finishing stamp. Do you know what I mean? It's one of those that just look, shall I put threes? Doesn't it look pretty?
3,
Better do the threes, hadn't we?
Otherwise it's a bit...
Otherwise it's all wrong. And I kind of want him fluttering off down here.
Yeah, definitely.
Like so. Perfect.
that.
And there we go. And then that will be matte and layered onto some joyous, happy card.
Look
and you've
at
got
that.
some really bright... Isn't that pretty? I'm
And
going
it's
to
so
rummage and find our lovely glosses.
Oh,
on there.
absolutely. And you know what I was thinking, looking at that card? It's just basically a white card, orange card, yellow card, and inks, and the one-day special. I mean, they're basically is things that you may have already in your stash in terms of cardstock and ink pads, and then the one-day special. You don't need, and sometimes we think, oh, I need this and this. Sometimes the simple things are the best things for card making, but all starts with beautiful images. If you don't have beautiful images to work a stamp, then that's why we're kind of, that's where it goes missing. This is where I think that simple cards are stunning. They are, but they are difficult to make if you don't have the images that command that attention, that kind of fill the full card with beauty. And this is what the Silhouette collection do. They bring in that elegance in here, the way that how they lean forward, how they kind of have that gentleness into it. I love those roses that have the ability to kind of color them up. It's just a kind of non-realistic roses, which I love. It's kind of bolder and abstract. And of course, you have the gorgeous sentiments. I mean, I cannot say how much I love those sentiments because they have got that fluidity, that elegance. It's something very ethereal about these sentiments. It's very elegant. 192756 is your item number. Remember the one-day special, £32.99. You're saving £6 there. They will be dispatched on the 30th. Remember that to check out your baskets though, because that's the only reason we have got them at the one-day special yet. Still, not yet, still. Right, of course, if you want to have some bottles in there to put flowers on or put beautiful perfume, this is definitely the set to go for. You have got the dies and the stamps, and I love the way that you have got the separate bottle for the top, because you can personalize it. Well, apparently I said the wrong word. Did I say it wrong? Oh, okay. Bottle? The perfume bottle. They make fun of my pronunciation. You know, I'm yeah, really, you know, they're true. Anyway, you can see in here. Do email in and say, you know, yeah, you pronounce it wrongly. Anyway, so of course you can see the bottle in there with the flowers. So you can make that, or you can make it incredibly sophisticated bottle of perfume in there. And look, it's so gorgeous. Or it could be a jar of honey.
Very posh, our Jimmy, that buys honey in bottles like that. You know, very posh. And then, of course, look at this one, the squishy one, you know, kind of absolutely gorgeous. $9.99 is the price. Remember, this is the dies and the stamps. 128788 is your item number. Now, I love the sun sentiments as well, because you are getting foul sentiments that you can mix and match. And there's nothing better than to have a sentiment from the outside of the card as well as for the inside. So in here, you are getting both the stamp sets for just $12.99. Sending hugs and kisses your way. A very big birthday hug from all of us. Hugging you in my prayers. Handmade hugs, and there it is. This not, you know, this is one thing that applies to our Jimmy. There is no such things as too many hugs. He loves a hug, and he gives the best hugs. Absolutely gives the best hugs. Poor Jimmy misses hugs a lot, so he's making up for them now. And I have to say, there's plenty of takers in this building for Jimmy's hugs. A dream is a wish your heart, a dream is a wish your heart makes. Left a little sparkle wherever you go. Follow your heart and reach for the stars. Wish upon a star as well. But I love the way that I would love a card that says a card has the sentiment in the inside as well as on the outside. And this is what these cards are. I mean, I think this would be amazing on the inside. 266761 is your item number. $12.99 is your price.
Wow.
Oh.
What was that about?
Oh, so there was something going on.
What was that?
Anyway, so to the website, the craftstore.com. You know, I have got such a guilty conscience. Automatically, I thought that it was me. It was my stomach, but it's not my stomach.
What is that? But I like it.
It's actually a Skype. Somebody's ringing on Skype, and I thought it was my stomach. Suddenly,
someone starts making that fabulous ding, ding, ding.
Can't you imagine? Marianne Design Craftables. You have got them there. Of course, the dies, the gorgeous oval and square ones. They are absolutely stunning. I love those ones. And of course, you have got the tiniest blossoms, stamp and die stencils over there. Do check out your baskets, and you can find them everything on the website, thecraftstore.com. So we have got 7 minutes, Mrs. Pujol.
I will just stick this. I've just been playing, I'm not going to lie.
Oh.
There we go. I've just been putting my little glasses on.
Oh,
I know I've got that tune in my head now. Ding, ding, ding. All the tunes are
Somebody's
available.
very annoyed, though, as somebody else.
Okay, right, let's pop that to one side. I did have a plan, but I can't remember what it was. So, because I can't remember what my plan was, let's just play it doing backgrounds, shall we? So, backgrounds. Right, we'll play at different backgrounds with our media plates.
Which is in the One Day Special, of course.
Yes. Oh, there it was. That's okay. I've got the idea. I know what I'm doing. It were under here. Right, so how much time I've got? Right.
6 minutes.
Not loads of time. So the way I created this background, I did show you this yesterday. So I'll use different stamps and then show you the background that I'm going to do. Now, obviously, with this, there's tons of ways that you can use your media plate. You don't need to use it with your One Day Special. So, for instance, I mean, we were chatting about the birds earlier on. So if you wanted to. So I'll just take the bird. This is a beautiful flying bird, and I will be relatively quick with this. I'm going to use my stamping platform actually for this, just to make sure if I do change my mind, I can start to, I've got the ability to repeat it and to layer properly. So that's why I'm going to use my stamping platform. I'm going to pop it down there. Okay, and I will move a bit quicker. So just taking my little old bird, and I am going to need to take my form out because it's a thick old stamp, is that one? Yes. Hold on a minute, what am I doing? No, it's okay, I don't need to take my form out. It's okay, I'm okay. I'm just trying to get my head sorted and remember what I'm doing. Now, this might need cleaning. If it falls off, it needs cleaning. No, we're okay. Okay, so, get my bird. So what I'm doing is, first of all, let's start layering up some colour. So I will use my decisions. I'm going to use my VersaFine Clair actually, first of all. So I'm going to stamp onto my plate. with the VersaFine Clay. Okay, oh, I love that already. So, just do a couple with the VersaFine Clay in that blue. Okay, clean that, oh, might do 3. But this time I'll let his little tail just fall off like so. Okay, clean that off. Like this. Then use one of my good old brilliants. And I'm trying to move relative. Oh gosh, that was quite an inky. I wasn't expecting that. Well, yes. Oh, hey. So, do this.
Well, hello.
Well, hello. Like so. Popping that there. Like this.
Oh, that looks really cool.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I like this. This is a ring-coloured dove.
Yeah.
Having him.
Symbol of love.
Ah.
And peace, right?
Well, no, I don't know about the ring-coloured.
Oh,
because you get a lot of the ring-coloured doves. I think the white dove is a ring-coloured, the symbol.
Oh, I don't know. You know.
Most people just think they're
I mean,
pigeons.
the thing is, even in Spanish, there is pigeons and doves have got the same word.
Well, we have, because in England, your ring-coloured is the sort of grey one that has a little band around its neck, but it's mainly grey and it's slightly smaller than your normal pigeon.
Okay.
But you get loads of them, so people just kind of, you know, think they're...
I mean, you think they're...
Yeah.
Palomas, that's what they are. You know the name Paloma? Like Paloma.
The palomas. There we are. Right, let's see what this does. Now, what I love about this is the fact that I don't know what it's going to look like. I really enjoy that. I really enjoy it being a little bit of a mystery. I'm whipping this round because I've already got purple on there by mistake. Okay, let's stamp. So now I've used, in the last time I did my background, I used a water-based ink, which meant obviously then I could get loads of movement. This time I've used all my different pigments, and I love that. I think that is such a beautiful background. The way they layer is just fabulous, isn't it? Incredible. Really, really, really pretty. And something like that, because you have got such a lot of movement in there, it really, really works. But take one of your mixed media stamps. So you've got now, this is the thingy one. This is the
daisy,
the other one.
daffodil.
The daffodil. Yes, it is the daffodil. So now I'm just going to spring on some of this onto here as well. Okay, we've got 2 minutes.
So, because the media plate, we can use it onto the stamping platform, we can get reimpressions and reimpressions in the same exact place.
Yes. Because I was about to just go onto my page. However, I realised if I did that, then obviously I was going to go out of my square, and I didn't want to go out the square. So that's why I thought, right, okay, I'm going to pop this on the plate as well. The only thing is I am using text, but it's that small, it doesn't matter, because obviously it will flip the text round. But it's still a really nice way of building up. So now, because I haven't moved this with your stamping platform, you can build up that beautiful image. So if there's a bit that you've missed, doesn't that look pretty? And it's subtle as well, because it doesn't dominate it, because obviously you've got that really nice, you know, that really nice second generation almost. I can then take my ink and just gently go around the edges there, like so.
Oh, I love that, yeah.
And that'll create that beautiful little frame, like that, which does look superb.
That is just so amazing.
Isn't that beautiful?
Love that.
It's a lovely stamp, is that though? Absolutely gorgeous. And to I was going to put the little bird over to finish off, but I'm not doing actually, because I like that as it is. All I do to finish off for that one is put a sentiment. So we'll put, let's have Make a Wish.
By the way, of course, the mixed media plate is on the one in the one day special. If you want it, make sure to check out your baskets. That saving of £6 will disappear at 6 p.m. Oh, look at that.
Isn't that pretty?
Absolutely gorgeous.
And you can make such quick and easy cards, but it looks so effective. effective. Mix them with all your different inks, your different stamps, and just play, just experiment with that.
Thank you so much, Leonie. We'll see you tomorrow at 11 with a fabulous collection by Branch Arts. Sometimes I have got so much to say and so little time. 35 Design Space, marbling after the break. Fabulous show with Derek. And then Tilda Garden live, a one-day special at 6 with Jenny Raymond.
Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand, whether you are on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
Welcome everyone to what will be a real journey of discovery for a lot of people, revisiting a love for others, and we're going to spot your imagination in lots and lots of different directions as well in the next 60 minutes or so with 35 Design Space, and the lady behind 35 Design Space is here with us, lovely Dina. Dina,
hello.
good afternoon.
So good to
welcome
be here.
back. You've been here many times here at the craft store,
for sure.
and we've kind of lovely partnership here actually, because we've kind of taken you on a wander in different directions as well as you've taken us on a wander.
100%. So we've come here with all of our creative crafty bits, but we've also kind of learnt things along the way. We're now doing some papers which you can get today, and it's all very exciting. It's great to be here.
It's brilliant, and you're here to talk to us about marbling, which is something I had never ever seen before, but actually has its roots in, well, it's now considered like an almost an endangered craft, isn't it?
Yeah, on heritagecrafts.org it is classed as an endangered craft, and we are one of a sort of handful of people, or myself and 35 Design Space are one of a handful of people that are still continuing the craft and promoting it and doing it sort of as part of our work today.
And what you've done marvellously is you've kind of almost like the Penn and Teller, where they've kind of taken the curtain back and said, here's how it's actually done. That's what 35 Design Space are doing for you, so you can create your own marbled papers, and don't confine your thinking to papers either, because you can move this into fabric, you can move it into lots and lots of different materials that you use right now, using the secrets and the tips and the skills that you'll learn from Dina in the next hour. Now, there is something for you as well if you have already taken a dip in the water, pardon the pun, into marbling, because we've got other top-up supplies as well, which we'll go through later. They're all on the website. But primarily, what I'm going to show you first is the complete marbling kit. So if you want to go literally, it's another one of those where if you want to go from zero to hero, you don't need to spend £500 doing that. For under £50, you've got everything here at professional grade for you to start your marbling journey. Now, I love the fact that you've also given us a booklet in here as well, because this is your starting point and will take you through the journey as well. It talks to you about the history of marbling and how it has been used through the ages. It talks to you about the methods. It talks to you about how to use every element. And it talks to you about the other little ingredients that come with this. Two very, very strange name bits and pieces that I'd never heard of before. Carrageenan powder. No idea what that was an hour ago. It's a seaweed derivative, and it does amazing things with your water in terms of your marbling. You also have these professional and adjustable marbling combs, they're called, and this has been custom made as well for you, so you can actually change the type of marbling and the spacing of your patterns that you work in your marbling as well with this, which is really, really fascinating. You've got your brushes there which work with the ink in marbling, and we'll see all of this in detail in just a moment as well, because at the moment you're probably thinking, okay, I'm not quite sure where we're heading to here, Derek. This is the kind of thing we're heading to, and also this is the kind of thing that we are heading to as well. Now, with your kit, you also have your papers. 20 sheets of your paper, which is perfect for marbling upon. They are 120 GSM, which is pretty perfect for creating. In fact, let me show you what you're heading towards, because actually Dina has made some for us. Actually, this is probably the best way of showing you. Here's the kind of things that you can achieve. And the great thing is that the inks that you use for marbling, you may already have in your lives, because you may already work with acrylic paints of various descriptions. And you said, Dina, didn't you, that the secret to this is use the very, very best quality paints that you can. Now, paints aren't part of the kit, and that's a deliberate that's a deliberate thing, because we will all have our preference. And to be honest with you, why would we resell you something that you probably already have in your life anyway, something that you like working with, something you trust working with? So what should we work with for marbling, Dina?
Yeah, so you possibly do already have something suitable. I use acrylic paints. You can also use gouache, but generally acrylic works really, really well. It's very kind of consistently successful, we've found. But generally you want to use the best quality acrylics that you can get. So here we have the Liquitex Professional soft-bodied and also the golden soft-bodied acrylics. You want really high quality paints. Because of the way that we mix them, we dilute them and then they spread on your marbling bath. So you're spreading the paint really quite thin, so you want something with a really good quality pigment, so that when you print your papers, you get just as vibrant a print and you get a really stunning sort of depth of colour.
Which is what you want, is that consistency all of the way through. So this is your complete marbling kit. How often do you get the opportunity to start something as fascinating as this for less than £50? I think that's amazing. And am I right in saying that we've got that on a couple of flexis as well? Yes, we have. So 2 flexi buys there of £24, and you have everything you need here. Even to reduce the messiness, you even have the A4 tray of which to marble in. Now, it does come with a pair of blue gloves there, not because there's any harmfuls in anything, but obviously when we're working with inks, you know, we don't necessarily want to be covered in those, so it just keeps those off your hands, really. So we do include a pair of those as well, and there is everything you need. But I think, to be honest with you, we need to see how it all works and how it all comes together, so we can then get our orders in for this kit. So will you take us right back to the beginning then, Dina, please?
So I'm going to go right back to the beginning and prepping your paper. Marbling came to Europe in about the 17th century, and like we've said, it was very secretive. So not too many places like to share their secrets of how they do their marbling. So we're going to go right back to the beginning and show you how we do ours.
Okay.
In this little pot here, I have water, which is diluted with the alum that comes in the kit. Your alum is almost like the glue that you use on the paper so that it picks up your paints later in the process.
Okay.
We have to use this, or else when you rinse your papers, you're going to rinse off all of that lovely paint and that beautiful print that you've just made. So just with your sponge, just cover your paper with that solution. The alum you get in all of the kits and is in the top-up supplies. And you just want to dilute it 1 part alum to 10 parts water. It's already pre-weighed for you as well, so you've got that 10-gram bag, which you just want to pop with 100 millilitres of water. I pop this under a little press. You can use whatever you have at home, just something vaguely heavy. You might also find it useful, I know that I've allumed this side of the paper, you might find it useful just to write a little paper, a pencil X on the other side of the paper so that you know which side you've prepared.
Okay.
If you print on the wrong side, like we've said, it won't be prepared, you'll lose all of that lovely
You'll find out
paint.
the hard way.
Yeah.
Okay.
So at this point, I'm going to pop this into the press. I'm going to pop it at the bottom so that I know which one I've just prepared. These other ones that I'm holding, I've done about 10-15 minutes ago. They're ideal when they're just slightly damp. Definitely not wet, because again, if it's too wet, you'll rinse off that lovely design. Just slightly damp, and that paper's going to be nice and malleable.
Okay.
So now we're going to move on to what I have in front of myself here, and this is my carrageenan marbling bath. So you've got the carrageenan in all of the kits, and this again is mixed with water. It's a derivative of a seaweed. And it comes in a lovely powdered form. It's so easy to use. You just want to blend it up with some water. All of the instructions are in the booklet and also on the front of the little pouches. So I've got this here. You mix this with your water, it thickens the water. So this is what allows your paints to float on top. So you also get a sort of surface tension. So I've got some little newspaper strips, and you always just want to just drag the very top layer of the surface so that you have no surface tension, and all of that paint is going to flow really nicely for you.
Okay.
So just clear that surface, no tension there.
Is that because you're physically taking something off the surface then?
It almost, as if you imagine like a little skim on the top.
Yeah.
It doesn't get hard or anything, but it can just make resistance so that when you put your paint on top, it doesn't spread.
Okay.
So you always want to do that before every single print. This is lovely and clean at the moment because I haven't used it yet, but once you do get using it, you're going to see it's going to get a little bit messy reasonably quickly. So it's always important to do that. And then just here I have my paint, and I have the fan brushes, which come in the complete kit. And what I do, I'm going to start with the navy blue.
When you're working with paints, by the way, is there anything particular you need to do to prepare the paint? And I know that's a very broad question, but...
So generally, these paints, the Liquitex and the Golden, they both have slightly different proportions of being diluted. The Liquitex in particular are quite simple in that 1 part paint to 5 parts water.
Okay.
Generally, I'll weigh that with my little scales. But you can also just do it by spoon, sort of, as well. If you do a spoonful of paint, 5 spoonfuls of water.
All right.
That's how they've been prepared. So I've got the fan brush. I like to hold it at quite a height, and...
Oh, it's like a sprinkle then, almost.
You almost want to rain onto this sort of marbling bath and get a nice little layer of colour there.
Now listen, Dina, is there a general rule of number of colours in a single print? Do you not go beyond a certain number? Is there a sort of general rule, or?
I'll tend to use about 5,
Okay.
3 to 4 to 5, anything along those lines. You can see how that spreads.
Well, that's
and that's
lovely,
what you're
isn't it?
going for. And
So it is the is it the carrageenan, or is it the?
It's the carrageenan that's mixed in with the water,
That's what's holding all the paint on top of the water there.
That's what's making it float. Because if it went beneath the surface, you're not going to get any of that beautiful pattern onto your paper.
No.
So it needs to be on top. And at this point, just keep adding that paint. And you'll start to see when they stop spreading, that's kind of the point at which you know you've got almost enough paint on there. It's the good kind of time to stop. So that blue hasn't spread too much.
Yep.
I'm going to just pop in a tiny bit of pink.
It's what happens when you leave a cup of tea somewhere in a secret place for a long, long time, isn't it?
You can play with this as well. You'll start to get a good feel for it. But if you're finding that your print isn't coming off too vibrant, you want to be adding more paint. But it's a learning process. So I've not got too much on here. It's good to get a feel for it, and then before you go completely wild.
Okay.
If you put too much paint on, sometimes you'll start to notice when you lift it up, a little top layer of paint will just wash off. It's absolutely fine. Normally it washes off and you'll be left with a beautiful print. But if that's happening, it's possibly too much paint.
Okay.
So I have my comb here. This is the one from the complete kit, so it's completely adjustable. They can be a little bit stiff at first. They just pop in and out. So you can go for a wide set comb or a narrow comb. I'm going to take this one as it is, as the narrow, and we're going to just comb back this way.
Oh.
And then I'm going to go on this way.
How satisfying.
It's really satisfying. And then there's also instructions in the booklet of what process you want to take to create different designs. So if you comb in certain directions and in certain orders, you'll get different designs for each use. So that's all in the booklet as well. But I'm going to go for one of my favourite, which is a wavy design. And I've got my short comb. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to wave. Just like that.
So it's like an elaborate version of, what's the cake that you ice in the way where you draw the cocktail stick in through the middle? Is it cherry bakewell or something like that?
Yeah.
When you do the icing.
Oh yeah, like a marble cake.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then at this point, I'm going to take my paper and I kind of flick it in so that it's kind of going in towards the centre, kind of hammering towards the middle. Pop that one in. And just drop the edges in, tap the corners, and then I just have a little stick of kinds and just peel that back. So we can see that we've got a little bit of the drag from that blue because it's just a little bit heavy on the top there, but that's your kind of paper print that you've got.
That's so beautiful, isn't it? See, that looks like florals. It looks like lily florals, doesn't it? With little cornflowers just popping through. It's beautiful.
And then once you've done that, just take your paper. I've got 2 little tubs of water. I generally do this in a sink or in a bigger bowl. And just wash your paper. Because we've got that alum in there, it's going to work really nicely. It's going to stick. You can be a little bit kind of violent with it at this point. That paint should not be going anywhere at all.
So why is this washing part so crucial?
You want to take as much of the excess carrageenan off of the paper as you possibly can.
Okay.
So we've just popped that on the top of the carrageenan bed.
Yes.
So as much as we've got the lovely paint on there, we've also got some carrageenan as well.
Okay.
So let me show you what we've got. That's your kind of lovely little print there.
Wow.
And then you just want to hang these to dry. Just let them dry. Give it some time, but you should get a really lovely.
And when you say hang
piece.
them, I mean, I can see that you've got, we can't see it on the camera, but to the right of Dina there is like a stand with some pegs on it and whatever, and you're literally talking about pegging it with your washing
just peg
pegs.
it to dry.
And that won't affect the paint?
No, not at all. Areas like this, if you ever get sort of bare bits, that's going to be where the alum missed, or where I sponged it and I will have missed a little bit.
Right.
Or if you get an air bubble when you're picking up the paint, when you pop your paper down, that's what you'll get from that. So that was probably my fault from the alums.
So just point it out again for us, just for the camera. Okay, so that's where there wasn't any...
That will have been my fault from the aluming stage. If there's no alum there, as you can see, the paint just doesn't stick. That's why the alum is so essential. And if you don't use the alum, you're going to get paper that's plain because you're going to wash all that paint off.
We can't... Can we go back to our original setup then?
Yeah.
Where there was a bit round the edge and fill that in again, so to speak, or would that not work?
What's left on the bed?
Yeah.
Once you take this paper away, it all just stretches, it all manipulates, so you can't really use it again.
Right, so you've lost that pattern.
Yeah, you've lost that. So we'll clean that off and we'll start again for the next one.
Well, listen, we know that there's a brand new today in this show where you've actually got papers, and when we get to it, I'll show you. Dina's got the most amazing samples with butterflies, and as we know, paper crafters, a butterfly is a universal get-out-of-jail-free card, isn't it? As you know, in crafting. So that will all fix itself in just a moment. In fact, we'll teach Dina something in that regard as well in just a second. Right, now, if you've never marbled before, of course, we've got our complete kit, which I'll show you again in just a moment, but there is also a starter kit available as well. So, if, again, if you want to dip your toe into it, if you're thinking, actually, you know what, we're not that far away from the school summer holidays, this would be great to get the kids involved with. Everything is safe. All of the powders, the carrageenan and the alum, They're all plant-based derivatives, so there's no nasties in there. So it's something that you can kind of get everyone involved. And if you're thinking, do you know what? Yes, I would love to make my own crafty background papers with the colours that I like to use. Here are some examples of exactly what you can create very, very simply using the techniques which are in the instructions that come with it. But don't just think about background papers, just think about, look at what's happened here. A little gift bag. You could make your own little gift bags, couldn't you? You can do them in the colours that you want them to be, in the papers that you want them to be. It's incredible. And again, you can make them at different sizes, at different scales, in different colours. If you've got particular colour preferences, then you can absolutely go for it. It's brilliant. It's a really serene craft as well, I think, don't you? It just seems like something you can just sort of escape into for a couple of hours. And you can kind of do a bit of batch making as well, couldn't you, if you wanted to, which I love. I've got to show you this one because these are so trend colours of right now. It allows you to completely... And remember, you can do all of this onto fabric as well. I'm going to show you a bit further down the line, this marbling onto fabric, which, amazing. So you could actually, in essence, design your own marbled fabric, which is brilliant. So the starter kit... it's not too dissimilar from the first kit that we showed you, actually. The only difference being that you've got the comb there, rather than being adjustable, has sort of two different sort of gradings on it, if you like. Some slightly wider, some slightly closer together. And of course, they both give you different effects here, but you still get your alum and your carrageenan, your full instructions. You get the little pipettes to drop your ink into the water, plus the little sticks here. And I presume is that another way of manipulating the paint as well, Dina,
yes,
with these?
So exactly how I use the comb. You can freehand as well. You can use the sticks.
You can draw into it.
Yeah, exactly that. You don't have
you write
to be...
words into it?
Yeah. If you wanted to. I haven't tried that one.
But you could draw hearts into it and things
For
like
sure,
that, couldn't
yeah.
you?
And then some of the patterns as well lend themselves really nicely to just dragging certain areas to make hearts.
Yeah.
And that's what you would use those for if you want to freehand it and create
I just love it. I just think this is something brilliant, because it has no rules either.
No.
That's the thing. It has no rules. You can go as crazy as you like. Again, with this as well, it comes with the little booklet there, which talks to you about the history of marbling and how to do everything step by step, and gives you lots more than you'll ever see in this show as well, by the way. So that's your starter kit at $29.99. Again, taking that very first step into a new craft can be an expensive business. But if you've got acrylic paints in your life already, and I'm guessing the answer to that is probably yes, then marbling, you can get straight into it, which is really, really good. So that is your starter kit at $29.99. But most of you, and always most popular, a lot of people want to go with the kit that has that professional level of ingredients in it, and also has future-proofing built in as well. So the combs that you've got here, all fully adjustable, so you can make that gap between even, two prongs of the comb there. You can make it as wide or as narrow as you want to, which I think is absolutely fantastic. And it really does give you that extra flexibility. It also allows you, as you saw with Dina there, to have one long one and then to make a shorter one just by taking some of the prongs out of the comb for coming back across if you're using that kind of method. You've also got the brushes there, which are absolutely perfect, because you can see that the tip is so splayed out there for actually getting the paint on. They're brilliant, and you actually get 4 of them. So rather than clean, dry, maintain all the way through, you just have one of those jobs at the very, very end of it. Again, that really appeals to me. You also have the A4 tray. The A4 tray, just, that's where it all gets messy. That's where you do it all, which is brilliant. That comes with it. You can use that over and over and over again. Plus, you get the perfect kind of paper for marbling upon as well. 20 sheets of this lovely creamy colour, 120 GSM paper, which is really, really cool. You get all of that for under £50. 2 flexi buys as well, by the way, of £24. So you've got to spread the cost of that. Again, I think this is a great thing that the whole family can get involved with, because one person will start with it, other people will be, oh, what's going on there? And then you'll find that it's like a snowball rolling down the hill. Everyone will want to be doing it. So you'll be buying more and more and more, I'm absolutely sure. But it's a lovely, lovely thing. I mean, to be able to create your own backgrounds, your own personality in your papers. Because remember, the pleasure is in making the papers, And then that pleasure carries on giving when you go, well, you know what, I'm going to be die cutting these out. I'm going to be using them as mats and layers rather than, you know, what can be quite costly paper packs. You know, you can actually be making your own paper packs. Of all the papers you've got in your stash right now that at the moment are white and plain and dull and blank canvases, how about marbling onto them? Incredible. I love it. And look at the colour combinations you can make. Just delicious. Very, very busy. I'm not surprised at all. 190943. Now, if you already have a marbling kit, maybe you've seen one of the other shows before, and you're thinking, OK, I used it, Derek, and I loved it, but then I ran out of the stuff that I need for the paint to float. Well, we are here to the rescue. The carrageenan powder. We're supersizing this time, Dina, as well, aren't we? The carrageenan powder and the alum there in your top-up supplies at $34.99. So in the main kit, we've got enough ingredients. Did you say to have 2 really sort of good goes, haven't you?
So you've got the 1 bag of the carrageenan, which is enough for 1 bath to get you started, like what I've got that we're using, and then so you've also got the second one, so you can have 2 goes. Generally isn't, you know, as we've said, it's a natural product. The carrageenan can go off. It will smell bad after a day or 2.
Because it's a seaweed
derivative, so you can't keep using it.
Yeah.
So you've got the 2 goes with the carrageenan in the starter and the complete kit. If you want to keep going after that, that's your top-up supplies.
So the top-up, how far is that going to take us, the top-up supply?
So you have 8 times as much, of the carrageenan.
Okay.
So you've got another 8 goes or so there.
Oh,
if you're
fab.
going for a smaller bath, a bigger bath, then it'll go further or less, effectively. But there's a lot more in there to keep you going.
Fantastic. Oh, yes, I guess you don't always have to do the bath in an A4 size.
Yeah, so we've done A3s, which I think you've got a couple. There's obviously a big one behind you.
Yeah.
If you're doing fabrics and you want to do sort of A5, sort of fat quarter size, you can do that. So you have got the freedom to go bigger or smaller.
Let me show you
depending on
some
your box.
marbling on fabric. And listen, this is exactly the same technique, and it stayed in the fabric. The alum managed to keep the paint into the fabric.
Yeah, so when you're preparing alum,
fabric
for alum, alum for fabric,
Yeah.
you want to go for a stronger solution. So as well, if you're going for fabric marbling, the top-up supplies are great because you're going to be wanting to use a bit more alum on that material. You alum it, you soak it, let it dry, and then iron it. So for that one, it will be dry. So iron your fabric, and then it's good to marble and go from there.
So that makes you a fabric designer at the same time, doesn't it?
Exactly.
That's incredible, and you've very, very kindly demonstrated as well. Let me just go back to these previous ones for a second. This is like a really, really heavy cotton fabric. In fact, it feels a bit more like a canvas. It's so tight weave, so that's a really, really dense fabric. And then conversely, you've gone for a really, it feels like a lawn fabric.
So that one's a silk. It
Oh,
works
is it?
amazingly
Oh, right, okay.
on silk. Yeah, so we've got, I think you've got a cotton drill there, which I love.
Yeah.
It came out really, really well, but I also love the silks. So generally
Yeah.
it will work best on a natural fibre.
Gorgeous.
But anything that the alum will adhere to and soak into will work and will marble for you. Generally you get really good colour fastness on the natural materials.
I love this one. Absolutely love this one. This feels like a sort of good quilting weight cotton.
Yeah.
It's superb. I love it. Really, really nice. So there are your top-up supplies there, £34.99. OK, paper crafters who've been sitting, you might have been sitting on your hands thinking, I'm a paper crafter, I'm a paper crafter. I quite like the idea of making my own papers like that. How about, because 35 Design Space have actually designed a range of papers for you, so you want to dive straight into these, start die cutting them, using for your mat and layering, your background, your journal covers, your journal pages, then how about these? Because it's 30 sheets, 120 GSM, there's 10 different designs, you get 3 of each. It is brand new today, and it is actually, this is when I was talking earlier about us taking Dina on a bit of a creative wander. She hadn't necessarily thought of bringing papers that were pre-made, but you absolutely loved and loved and loved the whole concept. And you asked Dina, do you have a range of papers? And and here they are. Obviously, we don't have huge amounts of stock either, because these have all been made and designed by 35 Design Space. But aren't they incredible? It's really, really lovely paper as well. It feels gorgeous. It's got lovely texture to it. It's 120 GSM. It's single-sided, and you've got 10 different designs. So lots and lots of different colour palettes you're working with there. That's beautiful, isn't it? That lovely sort of rhubarby and cream kind of colour. I love it. Very, very nice indeed. So they are brand new today, and they're going to be super, super popular as well, I know, at £11.99, which is really good. 512162 is your item number. Hang on before you go anywhere, because I want to show you. Because Dina is not a paper crafter, but she said, you know what, I'm gonna have a little go. I'm gonna play around with the papers. Some are with the using the pack, and some are papers that she has made. I love that background behind us as well. It's really cool, isn't it? Just to show off the samples. But I have to say, considering that Dina is not a paper crafter, and that's just very, very simple die cutting there going on. You can see those trees have been cut out in the paper. And this one is super, super awesome, isn't it? That little paper plane. It's absolutely gorgeous. I love it, love it, love it. Right, now, listen, we are going to have another demo in just a second, but I quickly want to show you, because this would be great for marbling as well, the 7-day savers, because in there you've got a little Crafty Devils family tree photo frames. Now, they look to me like MDF. Dina, I'm just going to ask you quickly on the fly, can I marble directly? Can I put my MDF straight into marble? Do you know? Have you ever tried?
I haven't tried it. If it absorbs the alum, you should be fine.
So as long as you alum it.
Yeah. It is the alum that's really essential.
Maybe that's something to get you to try.
It's the alum that's really essential. Give it a go. It's a very experimental process, so just give it a go.
Yeah. You know, next time you come back, there'll be some MDF on the menu. What else was on the 7-day savers there? There's quite a lot, actually. There's, did I see some red liner tape bundle there? There's an adhesive bundle. There's some Pink Frog, 150 pearlized sheets there for £9.99. What else have we got over there? Some scarf yarn bundle there, £12.49. I haven't looked at this week. I don't know why I haven't looked at this week. What's today? Is it Monday or Wednesday? Tuesday. I have no idea which day of the week it is at the moment. I haven't checked them out this week, but yeah, you can. Oh, Natasha Makes has got some fat quarters on there as a pick and mix as well. So grab those as quickly as you possibly can. So they are the 7-day savers. You'll find those on the website at thecraftstore.com. Right, back to our marbling then, because this is marvellous. I love it. So you can have pre-made papers, or you can go for the kit that completely gives you the power to create your own marbling. And it looks great fun to do as well, doesn't it, after all? Now, Dina, what are you going to show us next?
So, we're going to be using that paper pack next.
Okay, great.
We're going to do something really fun. So, let me grab my example. So, this is one of your papers that comes in the marbled paper pack. Except this one I've done extra to. So the paper that comes in your pack is this beautiful kind of red and white and orangey pink, and then I've marbled on top. So you can over marble your designs, and all you need to do is re-alum the paper after you've washed it. But if you've created a handful of great designs and you don't want to risk your own, use the paper pack to over marble with. So that's exactly what I've done here, and that way you get that really gorgeous multi-layer effect. So I've got this one done, and what we're going to do, I'm going to grab my black. This is actually a very navy paint. It's almost a black, but it's a navy. And just before we start, never forget, always remove the surface tension from your marbling bath. So I've just got my newspaper again. It can be anything really. Newspaper, newsprint works really, really well. Just trial though. Some newspapers use a special kind of ink that interferes a little bit. So just...
Do you have to choose your newspapers carefully?
We do.
Only the quality broadsheets, darling. None of the red top rubbish.
Picky about them. The London ones work particularly well.
Oh, do they?
Yeah. It's just one of those.
Now, sorry, before we get too controversial, I just need to interrupt to get us back on track, which would probably be a good idea, actually. The paper pack, massively, massively busy. We knew it would be. 30%. You've only just seen it for the first time in the last few minutes, and now 30% of that stock has already sold. I'm not surprised. It is exquisite, let me tell you. The breadth and for me it is about, and as Dina said, the top tip if you're doing your own marbling is the best quality inks that you can possibly get your hands on, and that has what has led to these papers being created.
Yes.
It had to be good quality ink to create this paper in the first place, because that's what gives you the vibrancy and the depth of colour and that consistency of colour all the way across the paper as well. So grab that quickly while you can. It is a bit of a steal, let me tell you. Again, it's not something that you, Dina, you ever really planned to do. It was something that our paper crafters led you by the hand and said, oh, could you? And you can see how popular it is already there for you. £11.99. Right, sorry.
No worries. The papers are great. If you don't want to be getting messy and, you know, doing the hard work, go with the papers. But if you want to do both, this is a really, really cool technique. This works on a plain piece of paper, but it works really, really well for sort of going over your designs. So I've got my really navy blue here. It's almost black, and I'm just going to saturate this marbling bath with that.
It's very relaxing as well, isn't it? You can really escape into it, can't you?
Really, really calming to watch. So.
And who'd have thought that one of the key ingredients would be seaweed?
I know. It's the most essential part.
Thought about it?
And then in this container here, I have what marblers know as wool, WUL, washing up liquid. So this is very, very, very diluted washing up liquid,
right?
And in water. And what we do, use it just similarly as you would a paint. And what this is going to do, it's going to act like a clear paint, a completely transparent paint.
Can you use? Does it matter on the colour of the wool?
No, this was originally an orange wool.
Okay, yeah, because some of them are blue and green and all colours of the rainbow these days, aren't they?
It's so diluted, you would never know.
Okay, right. Yeah, there's no bubbles, is there?
No, no, no. I just try and make sure not to get those bubbles. And then you can see how that paint has really closed up just there.
It's like a crackled effect, isn't it?
And at this kind of point...
And that's just one colour so far,
Just one colour,
yeah.
and I'm just going to print it with one colour.
Okay.
You can push this up as much as you like.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave that very natural. This is known as a stone pattern. And I'm going to take my paper from the paper pack.
So this is one you did at the top of the show, isn't it?
Yeah. So this is one of the combed designs.
Yeah.
And again, just hammock it kind of in. And all I do is gently let that marbling bath take your paper.
And do I need the first one to be completely dry?
No, so this is just damp with the alum.
Right, okay.
The paper's beautiful because if you do, you know, you have to wipe it down with the alum, you do have to get it quite damp. The inks stay there, it's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
But you do just want to fully saturate that paper with the alum, and then, when you are ready, just take that one off. And then you can see you've got a really delicate, really nice print over the top of that one. And then at that point, you know, that paper is completely unique. You've got a whole new design. Can you see that one? Really, really cool.
That's incredible. Do you know what I love about this as well? I love that there's a little bit of the... You know, people who in their lives at home have like maybe a dark room to process their own, you know, pictures from back in the day.
It does feel a little bit like that, doesn't it?
There's a little bit of a feel to this, isn't there? And I quite like that.
So if you wanted to make this bolder, more black, more whatever colour you're using, just add more of that that paint. You can see at the beginning I didn't use that much.
No.
And we've got that really, really lovely delicate vading on top of the underneath design. Depends how much you want to see it, how much you don't. You know, if it's quite detailed underneath, you might want the more delicate vein like this. If it's quite abstract and wide underneath, you might want to go for something a bit bolder on top. And again, just rinse this.
Dina, something's just occurred to me.
Yeah.
Not once so far have you ever taken brush to water. Does that ever happen?
We would avoid it because you want to encourage that paint to float.
Okay.
If you put it on the water, there's a chance it could sink. You might not be getting it right on top, and if it's not on top, you're not going to get it onto your paper.
Okay, I get it.
And at that point, grab my stick again. This is what you've created.
I just love it. Can I just, sorry, loads of questions are coming to my mind. And listen, if any questions come to your mind, please do email in right now. studio@thecraftstore.com is the email address. It's just occurred to me as well. Can we just run over very, very quickly
Yes.
and I know you use the ones that you use there, but talk to us all who have different paints in our lives. What can we use?
Generally, acrylics or gouache.
Right.
Acrylics, if it's your first time, acrylics work really nice and reliably. I think they're a bit easier to work with rather than gouache, which can sometimes be a bit picky. So a really high quality professional acrylic is perfect. If you have any acrylics should float, you've got all the right materials in the kits. It's just without using the sort of very professional, highly pigmented acrylics, you're not going to get the same level of vibrancy on your papers at the end.
Yeah.
So if you like a more pastel-y effect, then a lesser sort of quality paint will work. You just won't have quite the same vibrancy.
And if it's a thicker paint, it needs to be of a fairly liquid consistency to actually go onto the surface.
It's a pretty much water consistency, so it really couldn't be anything too. I mean, it could be thick, but you're going to have to get it down to this really watery, light consistency.
Fabulous. Carol's just asked a question as well about the water. Is there anything else in the water? There is more than just water in the tub. There is, where is it? The carrageenan powder, which is a seaweed. Is that the one that's a seaweed derivative?
Yeah, your carrageenan is the
That's
seaweed.
the one that's a seaweed derivative. And what you do is you dilute that into a water. I think is it 10 times water to 1 part carrageenan, and that's what creates this lovely surface tension, I suppose, isn't it? Well, you're taking away some of the surface tension, but that's what allows the paint to float on the surface of the water rather than just dropping straight in it and becoming like wherever you dip your paintbrushes in to clean them, because otherwise you'd just be doing that, wouldn't you? But that's how it works. Sorry, where are we going now? Oh, paper. Oh, we're going to here. The complete kit. This is brilliant. This is one. I was all over the place there, sorry. Yeah, this is the complete kit. So if you want to go from zero to hero in terms of marbling, this is your professional grade kit straight away, if you like. I love the fact that it has the custom made combs. I mean, I had no idea that this was such a sort of scientific thing with the right tools and ingredients. But if you think about it, the comb just makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Because it gives you that adjustability. Because if you want a wide open design, like, let me just get one of the stripy designs. So if you wanted a wider stripy design, like maybe something like this, then you need the combs to be a little bit further apart. And if you wanted something that was much, much tighter, something like that, for instance, then again, you would have more prongs in your comb. Is prongs the correct term, Dina?
Yeah, it's kind of teeth to a comb.
Teeth, that's it. Teeth. Yeah, we'll go with teeth, shall we? And you get 2 of those in this complete kit as well, which is really, really good. So one will actually go across the top, sort of your short side, if you like, and the other one will go along, so you can do all the different techniques. You get 4 of these specialist brushes as well, which have this nice wide open splay. So for actually getting the paint onto the surface, it just allows you to do that with a little bit more delicacy and skill, I guess, really, which is really good. You get full instructions, and not only are the instructions in there, but that's the full history of paper marbling as well. You get your A4 tray. You do get a pair of gloves there as well. You don't necessarily need gloves, but again, with anything inky, you might not want the ink on your hands. There's certainly nothing harmful in the alum or the carrageenan, but you know, we'd always say, you know, wear gloves with anything like that. You also get your 20 sheets of your lovely cream paper as well to marble upon. All of that for $47.99. Just a quick word, if you're in the US, this is how you will receive your combs as well, because of the postage regulations to the US. So they're little sort of plastic teeth that come in the comb. That's if you're in the US. £47.99. You can break that down into 2 flexes as well. 190943. It is very, very popular indeed, and I'm not surprised. But very, very popular. See, I knew. See, our customers will take you in many, many different directions because you are loving the papers. They're all pre-made for you. They're made by 35 Design Space, so they've used the very, very best quality inks to create the designs in the first place, which is why you've got such amazing vibrancy through this paper pack. And again, I have to say, you've been very, very generous in your colour ranges. You haven't stuck to one colour theme or family or whatever. You've given us a nice broad stretch there. Now, you get 30 sheets. It's 120 GSM. They're single-sided, and you get 3 of each design for £11.99. Now, over 40% of our stock. And I'm so pleased that you are loving these, because actually it was you that requested from 35 Design Space to actually bring out a range of papers, and you are absolutely loving them. And I think to say that you're not at all a paper crafter and yet you've created these amazing, I wouldn't even know how to start with something like that on the front of a card, and I have done quite a bit of crafting. It's amazing. Look at these with the little hot air balloons using the papers. These are really, really sweet. The papers are flying out of the door, by the way. Half of the stock now has sold out and gone. Oh, well, yeah, butterflies. Yeah. Oh, I didn't tell you, did I? I was going to teach you something, wasn't I, Dina? That if you ever make a mistake in your paper crafting, you cut a butterfly out and stick it on top. That's your universal.
Amazing.
That's your get out of jail free card for paper crafting all the time. And they're beautiful.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's not like you can ever say that there's an ugly butterfly. There's no such thing. So your paper pack, well, listen, you know, you're on it. You're completely and utterly on it. Brilliant. We might need to correct a little spelling mistake, Kirsty, in those details, because at the moment it says mabled rather than marbled. But listen, we all make mistakes. Stick a butterfly on it. 512162 is the item number. Right, Dina, what are we doing next?
So this is a little paper crafting trick I learnt recently.
Okay.
This is no trims. So there's some little gift pouches that you've got in front of you, which I cut on my Cricut. So if you have a cutting machine, you can make little gift pouchy things like that.
Really cool.
If just got a straight up piece of A4 paper, no cutting required, we can make this really gorgeous little gift bag.
Go for it.
You can pop handles on that, or you can tie the top. So there's a good few folds here, so try and follow along or watch back on rewind. But I'm just folding over about 1 centimetre. I do apologise if you see any water on my paper. This is where I've been marbling as well.
Hey, don't worry.
So there might be a little bit of water there, but it'll come out just lovely.
Okay.
So we glue that fold shut, and that's going to be the top of the bag, so that we've got a nice closed top. We've got no kind of open raw edges, any raw seams. And then at that point, we fold in the side. This is going to form the side of the bag, so the thicker you want the pouch to be, the more you're going to fold in at this stage here. So I fold that, and then I just fold it the other way, and then unfold it again. And at this point we fold in the base, and this is going to form the bottom. And then at that point we fold it in half, not in half, we leave about 1 centimetre at the top once again. And then we're going to fold this over and glue that shut. If ever it doesn't line up, it's not a problem. It's just you want to get that first fold as neat as you can, but if it doesn't perfectly line up, just make sure to line up the top edge, because that's the one that's going to be the one that shows.
Okay.
So then I'm going to glue this shut. And at that point,
60% of the paper's now sold out and gone.
Amazing.
You have to ramp up your paper crafting skills in a big way now, Dina. It looks like this is going to be the future.
And then at this point, I have my practice one there. We fold in the bottom. Am I right in doing that? Yes.
Yep.
Unfold this. Sorry. Unfold this. You didn't want that one folded to start with.
Okay.
Is that right? Oh gosh. Please excuse me.
Don't worry.
Unfold.
I'll tell you where we end.
We've got it. Unfold that. That was the bottom of your bag, and we didn't want that one folded at the point we glued it together.
Okay, right.
So we have the fold that we added at the beginning, and we use that fold to fold up the bottom. And then, at that point, fold in the edges. We're going to fold that into a little triangle.
Gotcha.
The glue on mine has gone the wrong way because I folded it the wrong way first.
Don't worry.
But it's very, very forgiving. So we fold in our triangles like so. I'm just going to pop A little bit of glue there. So that
70% of the papers, by the way, sorry to
goodness.
interrupt, it's just going bonkers for the papers
And then
approaching.
we fold that towards the middle and fold that towards the middle. Both times we've gone just over halfway. And then we glue this little triangle here, that little triangle there, these 4 that we've just created through the folding stages. Fold that in, and then I pop a little bit of glue on that seam. Fold that, and that is the base of your bag. And then at this point, we use this base that we've just created. You now have a diamond here and a diamond here, and you want to fold your paper. You want to fold that diamond in half, and this is going to form the side of the pouch. So, fold this diamond in as well. And I'll generally fold it both ways, just to give it some ease. And then at that point, fold it back this side as well. And then, that is your pouch. All you need to do...
sorry, I showed you the wrong pouch, and I was showing you the long one,
yeah,
sorry.
So the...
it's the little gift bag, isn't
yeah,
it?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
yes,
So
sorry.
the little pouch that you did show is the one that you can do if you've got a cricut or a paper cutter.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad.
And then you can fold these edges inwards, because they just were out, facing the wrong way, outwards. But we've created the folds. So then, just a little bit like so. It's a little bit fiddly, but it's very forgiving. And at this point, fold it flat. And that is your gift bag.
That's a really, really good idea,
How
actually.
smart is that? Just out of an A4 paper.
And you think of how much money you spend on these little type of bags.
And then I just use a hole puncher. Just any sort of... You can use one with thicker holes, smaller holes. This is just your kind of standard office supplies.
Yeah.
And pop that in. And you can use the folds to line yourself up. Press. And the same in this side. If it goes. They're a little bit thick, so they're a bit fiddly at this point.
That's all right.
But when you get it in there...
Also, you're trying to do it on the telly as well.
I
It's
know.
not exactly the way you would do it at home, ever, is it?
Pop it in. There we go, it's in there now. And cut. And at that point, you can then thread your
ribbon
through. And you've got your perfect gift bag, just out of a single A4.
That's so cool.
And you can pop your ribbon on, you can pop handles or a little bow. But how cute is that? And you can make different shapes and sizes.
And that's perfect. That's perfect for... you know, a little perfume bottle or something like that will go in that kind of size perfectly. Let's go back to the papers, because you are absolutely lovely. I mean, that gift bag was made from one of these A4 papers, which is just brilliant. If you think about, so you've got 30 sheets there, haven't you? There are 10 designs, 3 of each. So if you spent on average, I don't know what, £150, £1.99, depends on where you are, on one bag, like the one that Dina had just made. How many of those could you make out of your pack here for £11.99? But to be honest, for me, actually, let's have a closer look at these, because they are actually, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to quickly sort them out, so I've got one of each to show you, rather than 3 every single time, because the colours on these are so super vibrant. Did you say we're approaching 3/4, Kirsty? Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. We're approaching 3/4 of the entire stock of the papers sold out. So grab them quickly while you can, because it's such a resource to have, isn't it? You know what it's like with background papers. Sometimes in a selection that's been pre-selected for you, you know, like a pad or something, there'll be some that you really like, and there'll be some that you kind of think, I could probably do without you. I don't think there's anything in this selection that you would think to yourself, no, not really like that, not really digging that one. Let me show you the designs, and hopefully I've got one of each of the 10 here. So you can see it's used all the different methods as well that you've been seeing in marbling, and you'll find out about if you get your complete kit. I mean, the colour work there is just beautiful, and I love the fact that that's not only taking different directions, but then that's sort of like a peppering of colour on top of it as well. It's a really interesting mix of the methods. We now know how to create this kind of method as well, because this Was this all in one, this one, or is this one where you did that method where you...
That was all in one.
Okay, that's really good.
Really unique designs every single time, but it wasn't all in one.
Love it. Isn't it beautiful? That's a wonderful use of texture, isn't it? And remember, these are, 120 GSM, so they're good, you know, they've got a good body to them. Wonderful colour. They're single-sided, so great for your matting and layering. I mean, look at that. I mean, that's a real dream, isn't it? There's no other way you could really create that, is there, with so many colours?
I absolutely love that one.
It is. It's really dreamy, that one, isn't it? Because you can almost feel the thickness and viscosity of the paint. You can really get a feeling for that. And I love this one as well. Really, really delicate kind of feathering. Now, how was that achieved?
That was the over marble. So that was exactly how we'd done it. It was an original underneath, and then it was marbled on top of.
So it was something more like this underneath, and then the feathering was over marbled. So where you literally just let your first marbling dry, and then kind of start again with the black.
Yep.
That's awesome. Look at that. Wonderful, wonderful. Really romantic depth of colour, isn't it? It's gorgeous. I just love it. And remember, so you've got 10 different designs, 3 sheets of each. I have to say there's generosity here in the different styles and the colour families. There's no kind of, you know, it's not all blue or all green or all yellow. It's a real kind of mix and match of styles and techniques. I love it. £11.99 for your 30 sheets there. It's so busy. I'm not surprised at all at £11.99. Right, okay, let's go back to your full collection then. The main shebang, if you want to start paper marbling literally as soon as this arrives. You've got everything you need. You've got the carrageenan to put into your water so that the paints will float on top and create the marbling. You've got the alum there to prepare the paper. Have I got that the right way around? Yes, the alum is for the paper and then the carrageenan is for the water. Full instructions, and the history of marbling comes there. You've got your combs, of course. You've got your 4 brushes for applying the paint. You've got other tools there which look like little skewers, again, if you want to do different techniques on top of the oil. You've also got little pipettes there, dropping in the papers, the paint onto the water. So many words in this, isn't there? You also get the little tray there, the A4 tray, plus your 20 sheets of 120 GSM paper in that lovely cream colour, which is perfect for marbling. £47.99. 2 flexis of £24. 190943 is your item number. Got to go back to the papers though, because stock updates are coming in thick and fast. Now over 80% of the stock of the papers has sold out and gone. Looks like could be by the end of the show that we are saying this is a sellout. So do be quick and grab those while you can. 512162 is your item number. And remember, it's not just about marbling onto paper either, because how about marbling onto silk? That would be rather nice to do, wouldn't it?
I love that one.
Or maybe something much more substantial. Maybe even canvases for bags and clothes, and it makes you a fabric designer all at the same time, doesn't it? It's just crazy and bonkers. OK, now approaching limited on the paper. Please do just be as quick as you possibly can. Have we got time for a quick marble?
Yeah,
I literally have 2.5 minutes.
OK, we've got this. So in your kit, you also have your pipettes, and this time we're going to do something on fabric, and we're going to go in with the pipettes.
Oh, brilliant.
So with these, you want to work really quite quickly.
OK.
Which is good, since we don't have too much time. And I just pop some paint on. Generally, you want to go for 1 drop at a time. You don't want to overload it, then your paint might start to sink, which is not what we want. And then just freehand these 1 drop at a time. I try and keep to a sort of pattern, but generally you have to work so quick that it's quite hard to keep up with.
It's turning into checker squares there, isn't it?
Exactly that. And then we're going to go in with a blue and a yellow. Yellow, blue, yellow. Just completely freehand it, and this will just spread. Sometimes it can get a little bit flowery when it's sort of competing with the other paints that you've got.
Which is good.
Yeah, it gives you really cool, unique sort of styles. So I'm just going to pop a little bit of this on, and then at this point, what we're going to do, I'm going to take my stick this time, and you can freehand comb these. And it's often the pipettes that will give you really lovely flowery designs.
Oh, I'm loving this. I've got literally 1 minute I can give you.
Okay,
sorry.
I'm going to go back this way and then just pop these bubbles if you can. That will stop the paint from sticking.
Ah, okay.
So at that point, I have my fabric here. This is the sort of cotton cord. Very nice, quite thick, marbles really, really beautifully. This one might not be super opaque just because we've not got quite as much paint on there.
That's all right.
That is your on a fabric.
Everyone is on the edge of their seats.
And can you see those sort of hearts that you've got going through there?
That's
How
adorable.
cute is that?
That is absolutely, isn't that adorable? It's like alchemy, isn't it? I love it. Dina, I'm so sorry we've run out of time. When are you coming back to see us again?
We don't have a date at the moment, but hopefully soon.
Okay, I'm feeling there may be more paper on the menu.
Maybe it'll be a paper show next time.
Maybe you might have your own fabric range by then
Yes,
as well.
we're
Who
definitely
knows?
hoping to print on fabrics, so you might be seeing fabrics in the future.
It's been an absolute delight to meet you, and I love this. I think it's so lovely. And can I just urge you, if you have something in your basket right now from this show, you know how much enjoyment you're going to get out of this. Think about summer holidays coming up soon as well, with the kids and the grandchildren, getting them involved in this as well. It's just superb. Oh, there's so much, isn't there, here? Absolutely. Check out your baskets. Right, it's coming up 6 o'clock. That means a brand new one-day special, and it is one of the most beautiful, premium, wonderful Tilda fabric ranges. Garden Life after the break.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Sarah from White Gecko Craft Lounge. We have a little shop in Dinas Powys, which is between Cardiff and Barry, so right by the seaside, and we were established 6 years ago. There's 3 of us that run the business. It's myself, Sarah Jane and Sian, and we have a host of volunteers and community members that help out too. Of White Gecko is to really inspire you to start sewing. We'd like to get people crafting and start that sewing process. A lot of patterns and kits are perfect for beginners to use. It's a real wonderful, mindful way to start that journey into sewing. So don't miss the White Gecko shows.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full-time. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Good, well, evening. it is the most amazing one-day special that we have and here for you. And we are talking about Tilda beautiful fabrics, and already very busy. We are talking about the garden life, the gorgeous florals. But you know what? Before we get into details, shall we say hello to the absolute amazing, talented, and incredible, well, top favorites here at the craft store. Of course, Jenny Raymond. How are you?
Hello, Paolo. Hey, listen, I'm being caught hand sewing. Yes, this fabric was so super. I took it on holiday with me because last week I had to go on holiday because I'm homeless at the moment, only because I've got builders in who just don't want to know about the dust.
Oh, well, we need to find out all the details about that.
I took the fabric with me, and I actually did some hexagons over papers because it was just too yummy to leave at home, and I couldn't bear the thought of not being with it.
Oh, this is well. That's a testament about how beautiful these fabrics are, how exquisite, how can I say unmissable they are, because of course we are talking about the garden life of Tilda fabrics, the gorgeous florals. They are of course brand new here at the craft store. Now we have got 4 options to choose from, but whatever option you go for, you are getting 5 half-meter pieces, so you are getting 2.5 meters in total of gorgeous Tilda quilting weight fabric, 100% cotton, of course. Now let's go talk about the options that you have. So colorways, you are always going to get the bold peony, the garden life pattern. You are getting the poppies, you are getting the nasturtium, and of course you are getting the petunia. Those ones are the 5 prints. Now this option, of course, is the pink and mustard option, which is, you know what, it is the most popular one, and I'm with you. Is pink sometimes can be a little bit too, I don't know, too girly or too kind of, but this is just elegant pink.
It is. It's a very subtle pink.
It is.
You know, they've taken the edge off it, and because they've rounded it off with the mustard, it's sort of not pink in your face. This is just beautifully delicate.
Yeah.
And those lovely floral designs.
I love the kind of echoing in here. It does live.
I mean, the petunias you've got there, they are beautifully done, and it goes so well. In fact, we've got a blender that goes brilliantly with that. But if you look in between, you've got this little sort of like a maze in between, and the petunias and the leaves. I mean, this is summer. Summer is coming in.
And then we are going to the nasturtiums, or can you pronounce it properly for me once?
They are nasturtiums, or nasty urchins.
Oh, nasty urchins. Of course, you can see a little bit of not the sea urchins, but then I have to say, poppies, this is one of my favorites. It's absolutely stunning. And I'm going to put it like this. I'm going to go look at this. Look at how stunning they are. I mean, there is that, poppies always put a smile in my face. They have got that ethereal petals.
They do indeed, and it's a lovely poppy design. It's not a big repeat, and it would make a fantastic tablecloth, table mats, bags. You can use them for your quilts. Hey, come on, we all could do with a quilt for summer. Reflecting the summer colours. Summer will, it still is. It is coming in.
Now, of course, the fabric that gives it names to the fall collection, the Garden Life, this one is, you can see it here, those gorgeous, look at that, birds and beautiful
birds and the
flowers.
bunches of flowers. They are absolutely exquisite. You could fussy cut that, you could take the bird out, you could take the bunch of flowers out. Just a square of that's going to make a wonderful cushion.
It is indeed. And then finally, the last print that you are getting, of course, is the bold peony, which is absolutely stunning. A fussy cutting, this one is just, it's a must, right?
Yes, well, in fact, I was doing that on my hexagons because I was placing a hexagon in the middle there. A 3-inch hexagon will just fit beautifully. So those of you who love your hand sewing, why not use the peonies and fussy cut them.
Love this. Right, remember, these ones are the prints in the pink and mustard option. Now, if you are, and of course, these names are important because we have also a pick and mix option for you. So, for instance, if you wanted to go, so saying, I actually love the specifically 2 different prints, you can go for a pick and mix, and then you're getting 1/2 meters. Now, that could be across any of the one-day special colorways. So, for instance, you think
thinking, I love the poppies, but I love them in pink and mustard, and the next one, which of course is the coral and lilac, you could do that as well. So there is that option to do that, and the pick and mix details at the bottom of the screen, £15 and 80 pence for, of course, that is the pick and mix. Now, if you want to go for the one day special, you are getting all 5 half meters of the pink and mustard, approaching 20% of the stock already gone, and we are not even 10 minutes in. Lilac and coral, you know, I'm going to be changing my mind very, very quickly.
I thought you might. See, I'm not a lilac person.
Me
but
either.
When I saw that, I thought I really, really, really liked the lilacs and the corals.
I mean, I have to say, this is a kind of a rich aubergine. It's a royal kind of. It has got that warmth to it.
Yes, absolutely. And it's such beautiful, pretty designs from your pausing for thought. I'm just overcome with the beautifulness of the fabric.
Yes, it is. See, for instance, this is great because you could go for the one day special, so for instance, the mustard and pink, and then say, well, I actually love this print, so you can do for the pick and mix in this colorway, which of course is the gorgeous coral and lilac. I mean, I think this is just stunning. And of course, you are getting all 5. So you are getting the bowl peony, the garden life, the poppies, the nasturtiums, and of course you have the gorgeous petunia. All 5 half meters in the coral and lilac, or lilac and coral. That thing about that I said about favorite, changing my mind. I mean, this is stunning, absolutely stunning. This one is green and sage in here. I mean, Jenny, I mean, I'm gonna look at this one. The garden
you're going to have them all, you know.
Yeah, look at this, because I mean, when you start looking at the colors that come through it, and also kind of thinking, if you go for the pink and mustards, this of course will work very well as well.
It would work extremely well with it.
I love that. I mean, and I love the word that you used earlier on, Jenny. This exquisiteness of these fabrics.
Yes, they're beautifully printed, they're beautifully made, and they're beautifully coloured. I mean, that green by itself is just such an amazingly happy fabric.
It's absolutely gorgeous. Of course, you are getting the bulb peony, the garden life, the poppy, the amazing nasturtium, and of course the petunia. Now, all is on the greens, and of course the green and sage. Now, to give you an idea, because of course we have them folded, but they are half meter pieces. So then this is the garden life in the last option colorway, which is the blue option. And look at this. I mean, oh, isn't that delight? It's just the most stunning of beautiful fabrics, isn't it? I cannot see a thing behind it, but I can see the light through it. Now, there it is. I can see it. Now, you can see the gorgeous bird, the gorgeous wildflowers. I mean, look at that. Butterflies as well. Is this one of those fabrics, Jenny, that you discover different things every time you look at it?
Yes, you do, and it's very much a feature fabric, and I mean, it is just a cushion cover, it is just the side of a bag, it is just table mats. If you buy probably 2 half meters of it and it comes as one piece, it is the tablecloth. You know, it's just there. It needs nothing. It needs no quilting, it needs no addition, it just is.
I love that. And of course, the blue option, that was Garden Life that I showed you. You are getting the bull peony, you are getting the poppy, you are getting the nasturtium, and finally you are getting the petunia. I'm going to show again sideways, because especially for the poppies, I do believe that it showcases much better when they are the direction. I mean, I just adore the poppies. I mean, if you are thinking about the pick and mix, if you wanted the poppies just in every single colorway, by all means, you can do that. Of course, you're choosing any 2 details at the bottom of the screen. However, if you are thinking of a project in which you want to kind of have the same colorways, do go for the one day special. You are getting 5 half meter pieces, 5 different patterns from the gorgeous Garden Life from Tilda, and of course you have a £5 saving, £34 and 50 pence. Now, it will be dispatched
from the 9th of July. Just of course that means that it is a little bit of an extended delivery, but make sure that you grab yours by checking out your baskets. 800-861 is your item number. Of course the pick and mix, you will find it on the website. So when you go there, you can see them, all the different fabrics in there, so all the different options. So you can see the poppies in pink, nasturtium and mustard, petunia in pink, so on and so forth. So then hence is you are creating your own collection, your own mini collection, or if you wanted more, you could go for more. I just think that poppies is just, I wanted them all, to be honest. You could go for all of them if you wanted as well. Right, remember to add, make your selection, then add to your baskets, and then check out your baskets. Now, you may want to add some solids, and we have got the Moda solids, which is an exceptional quality as well, isn't it?
They're extremely good quality. Again, they're beautifully printed, so you're getting a very consistent colour throughout.
Yeah.
And they will blend with the Tilda fabrics. So, you know, you can mix and match, because when you've got a beautiful design, you need to have a negative area to offset the beautiful design.
Yes.
So the beautiful design is the positive piece, and then you need a negative beside it.
Yeah.
So you really can offset it. I mean, when you've shown those lovely blends, then we can perhaps look at one or two of the things that I've made where I've combined both the blender and some of the Tilda
Indeed,
fabrics.
we can. Shall we look at the different colors options? You're choosing any two, and of course they are half-meter pieces. So we have got the Iris, which is the deep, beautiful purple. Then we have got the pesto. Oh, that gorgeous zesty green, very luminous green. Then we have the popsicle. Then we have got we still have got, this is the popsicle. That's absolutely amazing, isn't it? Then we have got the blue, which is coastal. Gorgeous. And I love the kind of, you can feel it that it's Moda because of the softness of the fabric. Cyclamen, we have got, of course, that is the beautiful. This one is more of a, how can I say it? More of a plummy color rather than the other one, which was more aubergine. I would say the Iris.
So. Yep.
And then we have the cantaloupe, beautiful color. Then we are moving on to a peony, that's a kind of a peony pink. There's one of ruffly pink.
It's a lovely pink, that.
It is indeed. Then we have afternoon. Oh, that is an afternoon. It's really zesty. And then the ivory, which is much more ivory that I can see in our monitors. I don't know your monitors at home, but there is definitely an ivory. And finally, it has to be one of my favorites, the pool. I just want to dip inside it. It's just such a gorgeous color. 929316 is your item number. You pick and choose whichever two colors you want to, and of course then you add it to your baskets. Now, once they're gone as the same as the half meters and half pick and mix. So make sure, once you have made your selection, to check out your baskets. Now, on the website, you will find lots more, thecraftstore.com, like a little bit of Jenny Raymond. We have got 5-star reviews for those books. Of course they are, because they are fabulous. They're not only inspirational, but also quite funny, like the lady herself. Then we have got also Tilda fabrics in there, pick and mixes, but they are incredibly limited in stock. So all that we can get is there on the website. So make sure that you do, you make your selection and then you check out your baskets. Now, you can tell you that the plum, that's gone. The Plum Garden is a technical sellout. So if you have it in your baskets, you will get it. Otherwise, you will miss out. If you do not want to miss out, there's only one way here, and it's to check out your baskets. Remember, already a sellout. We are not even a quarter of a past and already a sellout. Now, Jenny, you were talking about those mixing of the gorgeous garden life with the solids.
Yes. So if we look at what I have been doing. So there I've mixed with the lilac range, I've mixed it with the darker blender. And then I must just turn this around because I just had to use this as an entire piece, and for some reason the cushion be put the wrong way around. So look, I mean, there is your cushion. You just need that. And we have a 15.5-inch square board. You don't even need to fuss about it. You cut twice round that, stitch round all three sides, leave an opening, stick a feather pad in. Or if you use a polyester pad, you can sew it up. because then you can wash that in the washing machine, sling it in the tumble dryer. You don't need to take the pad out because it's polyester, and it will be absolutely fine. So that's using the lilac range.
Love that.
Coming on to this one, that's a fairly heavy.
And I love the peonies, the bold peonies in the front as well.
This is an idea that is called the bias effect, and this comes from the book that I have here, this particular one, which I should demonstrate. So if you want to know how to do that, that's in Creative Tucks and Textures.
I love how the lines reflect the lines, the stripes in the peony, in the petunia.
I think that was happenstance, Paola. I didn't actually think about that. Then we have, this is a way of doing log cabin. It's actually courthouse steps, where I mixed the blue range with the pinky range here and incorporated the green in the middle there. So you can see they mix and match and they blend.
Okay.
Going backwards again, here we've got the feature fabric with the little birds, and I fussy cut it here, mixed up with the petunias and the plain blender. Now this is a different blender to the one I used originally. Moving on a little bit further, this is also log cabin. It's another way of doing log cabin. I think it's called straight furrow, this one, although it's hanging sideways, where again I've mixed a variety of the fabrics because they do mix and match together. Okay. So that's some of the things that I've done, and show you a couple of others. This one was literally created this morning very simply, and here we have the lilac range with 2 of the blenders going through there. The one that is here, which will be my first demonstration, which is the disappearing 9-patch. Now, don't groan and say, oh, things disappearing 9-patch. Lots of times, this is the double disappearing 9-patch. The double disappearing 9-patch, which gives you a design that looks a little bit like that. And again, I have mixed the pinker range with the blue range and popped in a different blender. So you do need to have, in my opinion, the blenders. And indeed, coming back to my holiday homework, which was done whilst in the car, I wasn't driving.
Good.
You can see that I've fussy cut the centre around here, and then added the different lilac-y ones around the edge. And this one I've isolated with the green blender in the middle. And eventually, I am going to make a quilt. It's going to take me quite a long time, and I'm probably going to need quite a lot more holidays in order to be able to finish it actually off. But I did do something over papers. I did do something by hand.
That is just gorgeous. I love that. I love also the samples that you have shown, which, by the way, incredible. I don't know how you find the time to do so much with them, but it's just different. When you look at the florals, you think, well, some of them are quite oversized. They are kind of larger size. Yet you manage to make them look, the nasturtium, almost like ditzy florals in a way. I mean, it's not, they are not, but. No. But they work as.
Yes, they do. So they and great. If you're a beginner in the patchwork world, if you've got a fabric design that's fairly busy, your mistakes will not notice. Yeah, as a word of caution, if you're a beginner and you work with solids or the planes, if you make a mistake, boy, does it notice when you don't get your lines together. But if you use a lovely, softly patterned design, if they're not quite 100%, nobody's going to notice.
Absolutely. And I was looking at them as well. And for instance, the petunia, it sort of has a direction, but again, it's not quite directional, the petunia or the nasturtium. So you still have the kind of those kind of elements that you can play around, so you don't have to obsess about the direction of the fabric.
No.
And one of the things I always think, I would tell that, is the colors are so spot on that is when you don't have to think about, are these colors elegant? Do they do they work together? You can blend all the patterns and everything will work together.
Yes, because they're all using the same range of dyes, and so all the dyes actually enhance each other and work in harmony.
Yeah, they are indeed. Right, of course, the one day special, the details are on the screen. Remember, you have got 5 color options in there, which are the mustard and pink, the coral and lilac and coral, green and sage and blue. Now, the mustard and pink, 1/3 of the stock has gone. If you want it very much so, you should check out your baskets. Lilac and coral, 1/3 of the stock as well gone. Green and sage, over 1/3 of the stock. Wow. And blue, approaching 1/3.
very busy. That is very busy. You are going for across the board. So if you have got a favorite, we cannot call now. Basically, we cannot tell you which one is really in danger. Therefore, if I was you, I would be checking out the basket for my top favorite right now, straight away. Don't miss out on them. And also the other thing I would consider is maybe going for 2 of them, or going for the pick and mix, because remember, the pick and mix, once it's gone, and therefore maybe you are like me that are completely in love with the poppy fabric, and you want to say, now if you wanted to say, I want to go for the pink and mustard, and then you want to go for the poppies in green and sage, and say, for instance, lilac and coral, you need to do that. You need to put them on your baskets and then check out your baskets. £15.80 is for the pick and mix. And of course that kind of, maybe you wanted more of you are going for the pink and mustard, but you wanted extra of a specific 2. You do that, and then of course you put it on the basket. Of course, if you want it, 465008 is your item number. Now, Jenny, what is the first project you are going to do?
Well, I'm going to do, as I said, the double disappearing 9-pack. But before I do that, just want to reference this rotary cutter.
Okay, yep, sure.
We have got on the show the 3 sizes of the Alpha rotary cutter. Where did I put my other 2? We have the 60 and the 45 and the 28. Now, this particular Alpha cutter is remarkably good for its blade changing.
Right.
And on the back, it literally is, you slide this back and everything neatly falls off safely, because one of the problems of changing the blade is catching your fingers. So when you have bought this, if you choose to buy it, then keep the packaging, because on the packaging it explains how easy it is to change the blade. And this is a huge problem with people in rotary cutters. And if I had a fiver for every time I'm teaching in the classroom and someone's rotary cutter blade is not in the correct place, usually done by their partners who say, oh, darling, I know exactly how this goes together, and they put it together wrong. You will not get this wrong, because it's easy to do, it's safe to do. So this is a revolutionary way of being able to get the blade off and put a new blade on. And there are 3 different sizes. And I tell you something, there is nothing nicer than using a new rotary cutting blade. It goes through just like butter. Really does. So if I was going to do another hexagon and I had to cut my original hexagons out with a pair of scissors, you just cut round there with the rotary cutter, and it's very simple to slide the guard up and down over the blade, and this should become like breathing. So, good idea, well done, Alpha. Right, the double disappearing 9-patch. Let's put these bits out of the way. Double disappearing 9-patch is made amazingly with 9 patches.
Well, who would have thought?
Strange to say. And I have chosen, there's the spare ones on the top there, to use 4 of the blender,
which is the gorgeous pool. I think that's
it is indeed. I've got the pink version.
Oh, the mustard.
And I've got the nasturtiums in the blue version. Now, when you come to start your disappearing 9-patch basic one, the squares that go in between, so the ones that go on the 4 corners, can be your feature fabric, because they don't get cut. Let's move my hexagons out of the way. The ones that go in the centre and here will get cut in half. So it pays to remember that this will end up like a border to the other fabrics. Now, the reason for laying these out, and I know many of you will have seen the 9-patch before and groan, oh, why is she doing a disappearing 9-patch? Reason for talking to you about this is when you come to sew a 9-patch together, I would not do 3 rows of 3. And the reason for that is that in order to line my seams up here, I've got to jiggle this to line those 2 seams up, and then I've got to jiggle this one to line those seams up. I would sew a 9-patch together like this. I'd sew those 2 together, I'd sew those 2 together, and I'd join that to make a block of 4. It's very simple to get that seam lined up. I'd then join those 2 together, and I didn't worry about which way out this fabric went, it's not directional, and I joined that onto my block of 4, and again that is very simple because it's the same seam as that one. Then I'd only have 1 row of 3 I have to jiggle in order to get those seams aligned. So I would always do a 9 patch like that. And again, I'd always press the seams open and flat. And the reason for doing that is I think you get a better looking piece of work in the end, and you don't have lumpy bumpy bits where the seams go.
Yeah.
It's interesting to note that dear Hayley is also doing this now. So there are my 9 squares joined together. Now the basic disappearing 9 patch is you then cut this in half and in half again. I'm just trying to find where my ruler went to.
Okay.
As I'm missing it, I'm going to use the big 15.5-inch square. Now, this was mentioned on the show. This is a 15.5-inch square. If you want a cushion cover, you're into business making cushions, you want to make a lot of cushions, all you've got to do is cut around the square. You haven't even got to worry about sizing it. But it's actually also quite useful for cutting anything large. What one does then is measure across the gap there, and you're going to divide it in half. So as I was using 4-inch squares in this case, that should be 3.5 across there, and half of 3.5 is 1 7/8. So I'm going to put my ruler so the 1 7/8 inch line is aligned with this seam all the way down. I'll twitch this a bit because I might have walked a little, and then cut. Guard off your cutter, cut up the edge. You need to do exactly the same thing along here. So if you're lucky and you can walk around the table, you can move to the side of the thing. I'm just going to move mine this way and do it as 2 individual things. So remember 1 7/8. So there's the 1, there's the 1 7/8. Yeah. There it is in the middle. So this is the classic disappearing 9 patch. You will end up with 4 squares of fabric. One more time on here, 1 7/8. So whatever the size of this centre square is, you cut it in half. And up there. So if you're going to do the regular disappearing 9 patch, you take 2 of these squares and they get turned round so the larger square comes to the centre. That is the basic disappearing 9 patch. But what you can do is do it again.
Again?
So if we take our 4 squares here and I spread them out and you measure them, and I can tell you the answer is actually 5.5 inches. 5.5 inches. So you then cut 4 5.5-inch squares in one of the fabrics, or it could be another fabric. I chose to cut it in this fabric here, which I'm going to put in the middle there.
All right.
And one goes there. And one goes here.
Okay.
And one goes there. And then I'm going to put one in the middle, which will be going back to my blender fabric. If you then sew that together,
yes,
okay, down here, and you cut it up and move the pieces around, the end result will actually be this.
Headways 9 double.
And this is your double disappearing 9 patch. So I'm very quickly going to leave these bits together, sew these bits together here. Now when you do come to sew anything together, obviously it's right sides together and you want 1/4 inch seam allowance. Now my particular machine I can set doing 1/4 inch by moving the needle. I choose not to use the patchwork foot. I prefer to use the regular foot and shift the needle. So sewing the 9 patch together in the way that I recommended, foot down, and of course you at home will be able to sit down. I'm having to stand on one leg.
Yeah, that's
all the way down the first 2.
We usually you can be sitting down.
Yes, usually you can be sitting. We allow you to sit down at home. Pick up the next. Now chain piece. All you hardened stitchers, I know you know about chain piecing, but maybe you don't know about chain piecing. I'm going to do this one as well.
So basically it means that you don't cut the thread?
It means you don't cut the thread. You just keep on going and keep on going. It's called chain piecing because you end up with a little chain coming out. I will then
why
cut
do you
it.
do that?
And the reason why I do that is it saves thread. The machine is in sewing mode, so it will keep on stitching. Right, I've now got those 2 sections stitched, so as I explained, I'm going to sew this bit to this bit. Put your seams together in the centre, and this is where I would press them, or finger press them, open and flat. And stitch it all the way along here. Now this is going to be done fairly swiftly, so please no comments about my misplaced piecing.
Is there any occasion where opening the seams flat would be not ideal? Or?
To be quite honest, Paula, there are times when you push the seams to one side and there are times when you have them open and flat.
Okay.
There is no hard and fast rule. If I'm doing a log cabin patchwork or some of the Seminole patchworks, it is more sensible to push them to one side.
Right.
Now, coming to the end here, I want a scrap, little scrap. I tend to use as small a scrap as possible. This is the famed donkey. You sew onto the scrap and stop, and I can cut the pieces from behind me.
And what would you? What have you? Why? I'm sorry, I kind of thing. I have put the donkey through the machine.
Right. The reason for the donkey is that it's as though I'm still chain piecing. I've sewn onto it and stop. I'll sew those two together now.
Saves thread.
Correct. It saves thread. The needle doesn't get unthreaded because you haven't stopped stitching. You also tend to sew straighter as you sew off the end because you're still thinking sewing. Just put that needle out the way there and put this one on the end of that one.
Okay.
And it doesn't jump out the take-up lever. Some machines are very good at jumping out the take-up lever, the take-up lever being the lever that's there, where you catch the thread round it. And it just is a simple way of just keeping on sewing and sewing and sewing. When I get to the end of my seams, I just cut him off, stick it under, sew onto the scrap, pause on the scrap, and the trick is you cut behind the presser foot. Right, we've got those three done there, these two here, and stitches on here. Always worth checking to make sure you've got the bit in the right place.
Yes.
All right, line my seams up in the middle.
I like the way that you are showing this because it's quite time and thread efficient.
Yes. Right, open your seams. You could have pressed them open and flat. I'll open the one at the bottom, open the one at the top here. Now, a top tip, if you're worried about your seams, and if you use a small pair of scissors, slightly open, that will hold the seam together. So use your scissors slightly open. And as the presser foot comes towards it, take the scissors away, because you don't want to sew onto your scissors because you'll break the needle. Right, to the end of this, I now need to find my little donkey again. Where are you, donkey? Hello, donkey. Come in, your time is up. Onto the donkey's back. You could use a bigger donkey, you don't have to use such a small scrap. And one last seam is to put this on here, and then I can show you the magic of the double disappearing 9 patch. Line your seams up. So off the donkey's back, all the way down here. Open your seams. I could have pressed. Be careful when you're pressing because it's so easy to stretch the fabrics with the iron, particularly if you use a steam iron. So get those seams together in the middle there. Hold them if necessary. Use the little scissors if you want to. One last little bit to go, and then I can show you the magic of what happens when you just cut it up and you get the... Now, I used 4-inch squares. So I had 9 4-inch squares to begin with, and then when I had done the cutting up the first time, I measured the squares again and I made it 5.5 inches. It's well worth checking. Don't take my word for it, because if your seam allowance is slightly different, that measurement will be slightly different. Right.
Absolutely.
Onto me little donkey. Hello, donkey.
The donkey's there.
Onto that. Right, stop. Right, so there is my 9 patch stitched together again. You would press it. I'm not going to worry about it. Yeah. I'm just going to now cut it.
Oh, cut it again.
So cut it again. So measure across the gap there, and that happens to measure 5 inches, and half of 5 is 2.5, so 2.5. This really is a very useful square ruler. Jiggle it a bit. You won't have to jiggle it at home because you will have pressed it. Up to there. Remove this, flip it round again, replace the ruler. Remember, look at it, cut. Once you've checked, don't just cut. Think about
5 square quilting ruler, £22.99, and it's really useful to have the larger
the big square is great, and it does every size of square from sort of half an inch if you must up to 15.5 inches. So there was my design, and all you do in the time-honoured disappearing 9 patch way is turn 2 of them round, and then when you sew it together, it's going to look something just like this.
It's amazing. That's amazing.
And you can see you're going to get this pattern going across it. Now, interestingly, I originally did it using 5-inch squares. Yeah. And when I had sewn the 5-inch squares and cut them up, I had to use a 7.5-inch square. And look at the difference in the size. That was 5 inches, and that was using 4-inch squares. Vastly different in size. So if you want a really quick quilt, 5-inch squares to begin with, do the stitching, cut it up, measure it again. I think you'll find the answer is 7 or 7.5 or something like that, depending on your seams, and you're going to get a very quick quilt. So Go ahead. All your
Without
fabric.
any pattern whatsoever.
Right, any pattern whatsoever.
Thank you so much, Jenny, for that fabulous demo. I mean, you can see how glorious those Tilda Fabrics Garden Lives are. Whether you are using them across the patterns, whether you are going for multiple options of the one-day special, they are all phenomenal. They are the most gorgeous palette of colors because, of course, it's Tilda Fabrics. Quilting weight, 100% cotton, perfect for quilts, but of course perfect for cushion covers, perfect for beautiful, chair, kind of dresses, like I call them, kind of hangings. It's just glorious. You have five different options. So the first option is the mustard and pink. Approaching 40% of the whole 24-hour stock has gone off the glorious collection. Now, you are getting, in whichever option you go for color-wise, you are going to get 5 gorgeous prints, exquisite detail. The bold petunia is the first one that we are looking at. Absolutely stunning, with those tiny dots in the background, the mustard leaves as well, and those ruffly petals in the center, so typical of the peony. Then we have the Garden Life. The Garden Life is, of course, the one that features the butterflies, the birds, the wildflowers in there, so a little bit of colors, hints and colors of everywhere in there as well. Then we are talking about the poppies. This is definitely one of my favorite prints because, in the mustard and pink especially, let me put it like this so you can see the direction of the poppies. Absolutely glorious. Then you are getting also the nasturtium, which is absolutely glorious flower in here. This one is the smallest in size, but it's not quite a ditzy print, although because it kind of is multi-directional in a way. I mean, it's not, but it is, if you know what I mean. It kind of works really well as a kind of a more, I would say, accent fabric as well. Then we have got the glorious petunia, and I love that how Jenny described it earlier. It's that kind of a maze, or I call it as an echo, because it's kind of like if you do echo quilting, kind of that's the kind of lines that you kind of go in as well. Love this. It's just very original, and I love how Tilda does beautiful soft colors that they have got personality. They are not dull, even though they are not how you say it, kind of bright. They are incredibly elegant and sophisticated. 40% now of mustard and pink has gone. Then we have the lilac and coral, and I want to remind everybody that if you are like me, that you have a clear favorite for the one-day special, but then you have a clear favorite prints, you can also go for the one-day special and then pick and mix, and the details are at the will come at the bottom of the screen, which allows you to select 2 half-meter pieces, just for whichever ones you want, so you can combine across the colors. Now the lilac and coral, I believe, is 30% of over a third now of the stock has gone. See here, for instance, I adore, like for me, is the poppies in here. The poppies, and again, the Garden Life, just phenomenal. Think about maybe I think this would be a pencil case in this, a makeup bag, a backpack or a tote bag with a gorgeous canvas in one side, and then this floral print into the front, like the pocket. This is the sort of fabrics that you are thinking a reversible tote bag that would work really well, wouldn't it? There's so many ideas in my head now with this gorgeous. That's because they are exquisite. Then the lilac and coral, we move on to the green and sage, which this one is also very, very popular option, approaching 40% of the stock. This is our Molly Imair, Molly producer favorite. She's a young one. She's very young, and she goes for the serene calm, that blue, and of course the sage and green. Molly has got a very calm personality when she's sleeping, and of course you can see there here. It's just because she said, "Oh, I have got a very calm personality." It's like, yeah, probably when she's sleeping. You can see them here, but this is the thing. This would be lovely in a bedroom. And I am also thinking curtains. You don't have to make a curtains, the whole curtain, but you could do like a curtain holder or just a sash, a trim. A tie back,
yes. Or you add a trim.
A trim,
exactly. If you split the curtain and you put a trim in it, or you apply a trim to it.
Yeah.
Or you could just put it down as an edging.
Oh, you know what? One thing I adore is the bed runner at the bottom of the bed, right?
Absolutely.
So, and I think this would be so beautiful if you have got this plain duvet, like a kind of a gorgeous vase or something like that, and then you have this at the bottom of there, because it's a simple project to do.
Yes,
but
you don't have to do anything. I mean, it literally, and it would fit the size of a single bed.
Yeah.
If you bought two the same, you join them together, and you have a runner for a king-size bed.
Indeed.
Put it on some wadding, and we've got that really super, that fusible batting on the show.
Yes, indeed we do.
Which is absolutely splendid. So iron it onto the fusible batting, iron a backing onto the fusible wadding or batting, call it what you will, and you've just about good to go. All you've got to do is bind it. And if you don't get the binding done in this show, I'll show you binding in the 8 o'clock show.
Well, then that's a must-add, of course, but it must be as well to check out your baskets. Now, of course, the green and sage, very popular option. Now, 40% of the stock has gone. You're saving £5, just paying £34.50 for 2.5 meters of glorious Tilda fabric. And then we have, of course, the blue option in here. Over a third of the stock has gone. Again, the poppies. I keep showing the poppies, I know, but it's just like, it's so glorious to see all the different colorways with the poppies, because you can see here, this one is the one that features the poppies in those beautiful corals. It's just a stunning print, but this is one of 5. Remember, we are talking Tilda, amazing quality, amazing gorgeousness of palettes. And there is one more thing that I love about Tilda as well, that you invest today in a collection, don't you worry, because in 5 years time Tilda will still be absolutely gorgeous and still will coordinate as well with other collections that you may have from Tilda. And of course, if you want this collection, it will you have got the details on the left hand side of the screen. 800861 is your item number. Now, pick and mix. Now, this is the way, it's exactly the same fabric, it's the same colorways, well, at the minute, because once they're gone, they're gone. So therefore, you might miss out on your colors. So for instance, if you wanted to go for bold peonies in pink, here they are. Now, this means that if you are like me, that you are falling in love with the specific print, you can go for those ones in a pick and mix. If, for instance, you want to go for the Garden Alive in mustard and pink, we still have it available, so make sure to check out your baskets. This one is poppies in pink. Then we have got a nasturtium in mustard, the striped petunia in pink, poppies in lilac. Poppies lilac is limited stock. I'm telling you, those poppies are amazing. You know, if I was you at home, I would put it in my basket and check them out. Then, of course, we have got the bold peony in coral. And then we have the nasturtium in lavender. And then we have got the striped petunia in coral, the Garden Live in plum, the nasturtium in green. I wish the poppies in green. I kind of have to laugh because I love that I finally found a word that I can pronounce and Molly can't. Because I'm like, usually nasturtium, she just can't. I'm like, you finally understand me. Of course, we have got the striped petunia in coral. No, that would be great. Is it the coral? Yeah, that would be in green because the coral, we have seen it already. And then we have got the bold peony in grey-green. And then we have got the Garden Life in green, the petunia blue, nasturtium in blue, Garden Alive in blue, the poppies blue, and bold peony in blue. Right, now if you want to go for any of them, remember the poppies in lilac are already limited stock, and once they're gone, they're gone. So I would be checking out those baskets. Love that I can pronounce nasturtium. Probably not very well, but better than Molly. That's all that matters. Then, of course, we have the plain, the Moda solids, which are absolutely exceptional, beautiful colors, vibrant, and of course, they coordinate gorgeously with the one-day special. So if you need a binding or blender, or of course, to rest the eyes from the beautiful patterns, these are the ones to go for. We have got the iris, that deep burgundy, deep, now I can say aubergine, yeah. Then we have the pesto, which is, I would say it's more of between a pesto and a chartreuse.
Yes, I would agree with you there.
Oh,
yep.
Thank goodness. And then we have got the popsicle as well, which is a kind of a bright, I would say it has got a coral undertone.
It definitely has a coral. There is, you know, orange, it tends towards the yellows rather than, reds tend to go to either towards the blues or towards the yellows, and that one goes towards the yellows. Coral describes it fine.
And then we have the coastal, which is the amazing blue in here. Then we are talking which one was that? Sorry, Molly? Cyclamen. Molly and names of flowers. Yeah. And then we are going to go for the cantaloupe in here that we have got in there. And then we have the peony, the bright pink in there. Then we have got a bright yellow, which is afternoon. It's the sun. It's the sun in the afternoon. It's the siesta time. And then we have the ivory. And then, of course, the gorgeous pool, which is what Jenny was using, is that gorgeous blue. Now, $12.99 is for 2 half-meter pieces. You could go for 2 of the same one if you wish to, but of course, it will be cut as 2 separate pieces. 929-316 is your item number. You will find them all on the website, and of course, including the books from Jenny, you will find them there. And of course, Jenny mentioned the fusible blends, of course, the rotary cutters as well, and I love that you have got the 3 different sizes, the 45, the 60 and the 28, but also the patchwork ruler, including that 15.5 by 15.5 square. And do not forget about the limited edition or limited quantities, should I say, of those Tilda fabrics. Now once they're gone, and you can see that there are only 2 options of one of them. We had already sellouts in there, in that the garden plums, so make sure to check out your baskets. Right, Jenny, we have got about 10 minutes.
Right, we're going to whisk you through the understanding of how you do the cushion that I have here.
Perfect,
right.
I love
this
that.
one.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to look at this, and this is called the bias effect, because basically this is giant bias binding applied to a background fabric. All the details on how you do it are in, believe it or not, Creative Tucks and Textures for Quilts and Embroidery. And you'll find it is here in step-by-step instructions. But the one problem that people often have is, how do they cut out the bias strips? Well, you can do this with your regular ruler. You can do this on the cutting mat. You can do it with any of the acrylic tools that has a 45-degree line on it. There's my 45-degree line. I just happen to have got this square to hand because, as I'm homeless at present, I've left my big ruler somewhere in the dust. In my building site at home is my big ruler. When you come to cut out anything on the bias, please do not have your fabric folded. All right, I've already cut several pieces out of this. Lay it out flat. Okay. On the tool you're using, the 45-degree line needs to go down the selvage. So whether you're using a ruler, whether you're using a square, whatever you're choosing to use, the 45-degree line goes down the selvage. And I'm just going to slide it down a little bit. Once you've got the 45-degree line running down the selvage, you cut up the edge of whichever tool or ruler you are using. Right. In the case of what I'm going to do now, you will require 5-inch wide strips. Now, it is a bit silly to wobble your way all the way along such a long length, but if you fold the fabric in half, I can then measure from that neatly cut edge 5-inch wide strips. So here again I can use my ruler, or I can use this particular board. 5 inches and cut. You'll require probably about 4 pieces of your half-meter of fabric.
Right.
What will happen then is you're going to want a square to put it on. So there is a square to put it on. I'm just using a small square. I could have had a square, 12.5-inch square. I could have had a square that size. If I had a square that size, you'd have needed more fabric cut on the bias. All your bias strips get pressed sides to middle. Now, don't fuss about this. All you have to do is fold one side over and then fold the other side to suit. And whether that's bang in the middle or not is irrelevant.
Okay, yeah.
This is good fabric and you're not going to get shadowing through. Once you've done that, lay the fabrics, let's have the poppies my way up, these bias strips onto that backing fabric, and you're going to be placing them so they snuggle up nice and close to each other. Okay? I've got a little bit of extra length here. I can trim that off in a moment, so I can trim it off with my rotary cutter. And the idea is to cover the backing square with these bias strips.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and because I'm being fussy, I'm having my poppies all going in the same direction because.
Well, it's good to be fussy when the results are going to look a little bit better.
Lovely fabric here, and on the ends here, rather than have a little tiny weeny bit hanging out there, I just open the bias strip.
Yeah, because that's clever.
And do ditto on the other end. Have I got a bit there that will fit?
You're rather thrifty, aren't you, Jenny?
I'm afraid I'm very thrifty. That will fit a treat there. Right, so just cut off the excess round here, around here. Don't fuss too much at this moment in time, being absolutely perfect. What will then happen is you are going to sew, and I will do this between now and tomorrow, 1/2 inch away from each of these folded edges. So you're going to stitch along here, 1/2 inch, here 1/2 inch, 1/2 inch, 1/2 inch. And the reason for 1/2 inch is it's going to give me sufficient fabric to be able to roll back.
Yeah, so it will give you almost like a 1/4 of an inch or something like that.
Well, if you go less than 1/2 inch, the rolled back edge is actually slightly mean. 1/2 inch works. Now, when it comes to using the presser foot, you could move the needle over so it's on the furthest away from that folded edge, eyeball a little bit. You could draw a line on there, and again you could use this particular ruler if you wanted to because there's a nice 1/2 inch line on there, so you could draw a line on there using some form of marking device that possibly was removable. You could indeed, if you wanted to, use, I'll just get my box out because I forgot to get it out earlier, something as bizarre as a stitch ripper.
Oh!
And the reason for using a stitch ripper is rather than draw a line or move my needle over or get in an awful muddle, if you use a stitch ripper and you use the blunt side, not the sharp end, this edge here, you can actually score a line in the fabric using the stitch ripper. And that will give you, possibly can't see it here,
perfect, no, we can see it perfectly.
an indentation, and you sew along the indentation.
Yeah.
And in essence, what you will do is you'll sew 1/2 inch here and 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 here. It's really boring. And this will make a channel. And it's inside the channel that you could, and this is why I'm going to return to the book, because I will do this between now and the 8 o'clock show. So you'll have to watch the 8 o'clock show for further exciting developments. Is to, let me just find, I only wrote the book, doesn't mean to say I know exactly what the page is, I could have marked it. Is that when you've done your various channels, you can open it up and put some embellishment in the seam there.
Right.
If you wish, you don't have to. You could have had a ribbon down there, a matching ribbon of some sort. And once you've made those channels, you can roll back the folds, and they roll back in these arc shapes because this fabric was on the bias. And you simply roll back, stitch down, and you could use invisible thread, you could use thread that matches the fabric, you could use thread that does a contrast, and I used one of the blind hem stitches or the applique stitches. The one thing you don't want to use is a straight stitch. So this particular effect is nothing more complex than great big fat pieces of bias binding laid onto a backing fabric that's going to show when you roll back the edges. You'll get the contrast there, and you get these lovely ellipses all the way through.
That is glorious. And of course you are using the blue poppies, or the poppies
I'm using the blue poppies on the cantaloupe blender.
Fabulous. Now that makes amazing. Well, I need to I mentioned the blue poppies, but because the lilac ones now are sold, the technical sell out. Of course, I have them here. Now, if you want them in the pick and mix, now if you go for, you still have the option to go for the one-day special of the lilac and coral, and of course you will get the poppies included in there. But if you wanted to go for the pick and mix, and this one was one of your choices, like it was mine, if you check out right now, you will get them, otherwise you will miss out, and it is a glorious print. Make sure to check out your baskets for that one. Remember that you have got, for the one-day special, 4 or 5 different options. You have got the mustard and pink, the lilac and coral, the green and sage, and of course the blue. Caster, oh, It's funny because so the mustard and pink is my favorite. The green and sage is Molly's producer's favorite, and you know what? They are neck and neck as being the most popular. So if you want either one, yeah, like Molly says, like me and you, the most popular ones. Well, that's you, darling, not me. Anyway, and of course, you know, she's an absolutely glorious beauty. But you have the glorious, beautiful fabrics to take home with you. The beautiful Tilda Garden Life. You have the greens and sage that's starting now. It's absolutely stunning, glorious, exquisite. That detail. I love that you have got a little bit of more bolder prints in a way. Bolder in the sense of bigger, oversized flowers in there, but not too oversized that you will not be able to use it for English paper piecing should you wish to take some sewing with you.
Should you be able to go on holiday again?
Well, yeah,
Who knows?
True.
Who knows?
Look, well, a staycation as well. Maybe the holiday is going to the garden. With some garden life.
Go and sit in the sun or
Exactly.
sit underneath the umbrella in the rain.
Yes. Well, I'm very lucky I have got a conservatory because I kind of feel that that's the only way to get some, you know, some kind of life outside the house. But if you want to go for this amazing one-day special, remember all 5 options are in stock right now. Will they be in stock later on? Well, who knows? You have got the choice to check out your baskets. We haven't got a 5 hours one-day special. No, this is like a mini one-day special in a way. So in terms of live hours. Now we will be back at 8 a.m. and of course 8 p.m. tonight, and then 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock and 4 o'clock are easy quilting with Jenny. So you still get 5 hours of Jenny. That's the important thing. However, the focus at 12 and at 4, it will not be the one-day special. So therefore, get it in your baskets while it is in stock, all the different options. Remember, the Pick and Mix already has seen a sellout. We have had sellouts of other Tilda options in the website. So it makes sense to check out those baskets and grab them. They are absolutely exquisite. I have to say, I am a big fan of Tilda. I have been for many years. It was one of the few names I know. I knew Tilda, I knew Mora. And this is probably one of my top favorite collections for Tilda because I see it as a summary, I see it as exquisite, I see something that is not going to age, it's going to be timeless. So whatever project you have in mind, this will work. I think for all the sorts of projects like patterns, like book, you know, like notebook covers, you know, like backpacks, little bags, little cosmetic bags, beautiful quilting techniques like Jenny is showing, they work for it. Jenny, of course, we will see you at 8 p.m.
You
with
will
Derek.
indeed, yes.
Absolutely love what you have done this hour. But can you tease us a little bit on what we are going to see at 8 p.m.?
I'm going to tease you very much what you're going to see at 8 p.m. You are going to see how to put a binding on the edge of the small quilt.
Of course.
And on this one, I've got the peonies on the front, and I've used the country garden on the back.
Love that.
With that yellow, I forget its name now, blender. What was it called? It was called Afternoon.
Oh, Afternoon.
And
of course, a mother solid.
I will also explain a little further the one you've done, and then I'm going to show you how to do this.
Oh, which
okay?
of course.